Chapter 1. The Tragic Fate of Mother and Daughter. Unruly wretch, you fail to bear a son. You extinguish the lineage of our family. I will beat you to death. To death. The drunken man, inebriated once more, raised his fists in a habitual display of violence against his wife and daughter. In the dilapidated courtyard of their rural home, the air was thick with the terrified pleas of the young girl and the venomous tirades of the man. You bring ill fortune, staining my doorstep and subjecting me to ridicule for eternity. Daddy, please, don't hit the little girl, not yet 2 years old, named Anning pleaded. No matter how pitiful and frail Anning's cries were, they failed to awaken even a trace of humanity in the drunken brute. Exhausted from his blows, he seized a stool and savagely brought it down upon the two women. You worthless wench, giving birth to this money-draining girl, wasting my food death would be a mercy. Anning's mother, afflicted with a slight mental deficiency, had been acquired by the drunken man in exchange for 2 sacks of rice. Despite her condition, she possessed a mother's love, instinctively using her frail body to shield her child from the beast's wrath. At her advanced age, her ability to bear Anning was considered miraculous by the doctor. Yet, the drunken man believed that a child born late in life must be his son. The birth of a daughter was a source of shame, a burden too great for him to bear. Poor Anning had known nothing but violence and abuse since her arrival into this world, living in a state of perpetual turmoil. This grim reality had long been accepted by the neighbors. Time and again, they had reported the abuse to the authorities, only to be told it was a domestic issue best resolved by the Women's Federation. The workers from the Federation would intervene, and each time, the drunken man would feign remorse, kneeling and promising to quit drinking, claiming it was the alcohol that incited his rage. But once the workers departed, he would seal the door and unleash his fury anew. The neighbors, now desensitized, grew weary of intervening, resigning themselves to the belief that the fate of the wife and daughter was none of their concern. Listening to the ruckus today, it seemed that the mother and daughter could not endure much longer. Daddy, please don't hit me, Anning cried, her voice hoarse and increasingly feeble. The dazed mother remained silent, curling into a ball in sheer terror. The daughter-in-law from the neighboring household, unable to bear the scene any longer, called the authorities once more, her voice laced with fury. May you suffer 1,000 deaths for this. How can you treat your wife and child so atrociously? Must it come to murder before you act? She relayed the address with a fiery urgency before hanging up. Fearful of intervening directly, the neighbors recognized that the drunken man was a menace, ruling the village with an iron fist. In this remote rural area, it would take the police about an hour to arrive. When the officers finally reached the scene, it was evident that the caller had not exaggerated. A life had indeed been lost. The scene was one of utter devastation. The room was in disarray, a large pool of blood staining the floor. The drunken man lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide in death, mouth agape, devoid of life. His skull had been pierced by a sharp wooden stake, the remnants of a stool leg he had shattered in his attack on his wife and daughter, the nails protruding ominously toward the ceiling. In a corner, the battered woman lay, barely clinging to life, curled protectively around her child. Little Anning's pale face was smeared with blood, the blood of her mother, while her small body was well protected by her. Upon seeing the arrival of the police officers, little Anning, with a numb expression and a hoarse voice, managed to utter, "Save Mommy, please stop." In her round, glistening eyes, there was none of the innocence typical of a child her age. Instead, they were vacant and expressionless. The police officers were deeply pained by the haunting gaze of the child. They immediately sprang into action, establishing a perimeter to secure the scene. The deceased was a man named Gungxing, aged 59, who met his untimely demise after accidentally falling and injuring his head during a violent episode with his wife and daughter. The mother and daughter were injured and rushed to the hospital. Upon learning that the old drunkard had died by his own misfortune, the neighbors felt a sense of relief for the mother and daughter. Serves him right, he was malevolent all his life, and now he has reaped what he sowed. He brought this upon himself. Sooner or later, the heavens will take their toll. The daughter-in-law of a neighbor could hardly contain her joy, wishing to celebrate with drums and gongs. The son of the village head slipped into the crowd, and soon the village loudspeaker blared 2 songs, one titled Good Luck Comes and the other Happy Days. The mother and daughter, one simple-minded and the other small, lacked the means to handle the old drunkard's remains. Villagers noted that the couple had an elder daughter named Jing, who must be around 36 or 37 years old now. However, this Jing had fled 20 years ago, driven away by her father's brutality. She had left her mother a message: "Mom, I will return to save you as soon as I earn some money." After that, she vanished without a trace, and finding her was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The police, unable to locate her, informed the funeral home to take custody of the old drunkard's body. While the mother and daughter recuperated in the hospital, the old drunkard was cremated and his ashes went unclaimed. Nevertheless, the police ensured that the ashes were returned to the family. Both the simple-minded mother and her small daughter trembled with fear at the mention of the name and Gengqing, instinctively rejecting it. The simple-minded one waved her hands in refusal, exclaiming, "We don't want him, we don't want him." The small one shook her head vigorously, repeating, "No, no, no." With the family refusing to accept the ashes, the police were left with no choice but to dispose of them. The village head assisted the mother and daughter in applying for social assistance, and the neighbors were eager to lend their support. The police entered Jing into the missing persons database and collected DNA samples from the simple-minded mother to aid in the search. It seemed that brighter days lay ahead for the mother and daughter. Fate, however, often targets the wretched. During the simple-minded mother's hospitalization, she was diagnosed with late-stage esophageal cancer. Deep down, she understood her situation and quietly left the hospital. Dragging her ailing body, using a wooden stick for support, she took her little girl to find an orphanage. "Mommy is not drinking, I'm sick. It hurts so much," she lamented. Although Anning was small, she understood everything. Seeing her mother bruised and battered, she knew they could not leave the hospital. With all her might, she tried to pull her mother back toward the ward. "Mommy, take your medicine, the injections won't hurt." But she was too little to tug her mother along. The simple-minded mother gently caressed her daughter's small face with her rough hand, foolishly stating, "We can't stay in the hospital, we must beg for food, or Ningning will go hungry. What shall we do?" Little Anning, unaware of her mother's impending death, endeavored to cheer her up. "My tummy is full. All what my pants, Ningning is so good." The simple-minded mother cherished her daughter's sweet, childish words, for they allowed her to forget all her suffering, bringing forth a blissful, silly smile. "Beg for Ningning." "Go beg," she repeated this foolish phrase, utterly at a loss for how to convey to her little daughter. Mother is nearing death. She must hastily ensure her darling is settled, so she can depart in peace. The sky was laden with ominous clouds, and by 10 in the morning, the world appeared as dark as night. The city was bustling, with vehicles traversing the streets. The ailing mother, in her frailty, grasped her child's small hand, stumbling forward, her eyes filled with confusion, helplessness, and dread. She only knew that orphanages sheltered abandoned children, yet she had no notion of how to locate one. As they wandered, the mother and daughter found themselves in a dead-end alley, inadvertently stepping into the jaws of peril. This place was a surveillance blind spot, with a van idling in the shadows. 3 men and 1 woman were hurriedly cramming children into the vehicle. For children, all of similar age, around 3 or 4 years old, were in a deep slumber, being shoved into the back seat of the van. The sudden appearance of the mother and daughter startled the clandestine group. Upon seeing the emaciated old woman clad in hospital garb, her expression vacant and dazed, the 4 quickly regained their composure, their eyes gleaming with malice. The woman, noticing little Ning, was instantly filled with delight. "Ah, what luck! Another few $1,000s." One of the tattooed men with a shaved head reacted swiftly, picking up a brick and in a few strides, lunged toward the mother and daughter, raising the brick with malicious intent, quick and ruthless. The foolish mother was struck down, blood spilling from her head as she lost consciousness in an instant. "Mommy," little Ning cried out in terror, but a man swiftly covered her mouth, whisking her away into the van. Chapter 2. Resurrection. In the van, little Anning was enveloped in a profound sense of terror and helplessness. For deranged human traffickers exhibited no semblance of patience. What is wrong with this little creature? She is not fainting. This is utterly ridiculous. As they approached the toll booth, one of them urged to increase the dosage. "We must render her unconscious quickly. This amount is sufficient to incapacitate 10 bulls, yet she remains alert. What shall we do?" The bald, tattooed man in the passenger seat ground his teeth and venomously declared, "Damn it, The little girl isn't worth much. We need to dispose of her swiftly and abandon her in a secluded area. No sooner had he spoken than the elderly, balding man took action. Anning was roughly restrained by a woman, rendering her immobile. The old man forcefully pressed a towel, heavily laced with sedatives, over Anning's mouth and nose. As oxygen deprivation set in, Anning's tear-filled eyes widened in agony, her struggles intensifying until her face turned a deep shade of purple. The woman and the old man remained eerily calm, as though they were merely dispatching a chick. Anning's suffering was brief. Her small body went limp, and her breath ceased. The woman slapped her face twice with brutal force and checked for signs of life, confirming her demise. Finally, peace, she mused. If the little girl had been obedient, perhaps I could have found her a good family instead of her ending up a short-lived ghost. With a dismissive flick, she discarded Anning beneath the back seat, amidst 4 other children who lay unconscious from the drugs. Not far ahead lay the toll booth. Once they passed this checkpoint, transferring the children would become challenging for the police to pursue. Unbeknownst to the traffickers, the recently silenced child was undergoing a peculiar transformation. Dark tendrils of energy invaded her nostrils, and her small hands stirred slightly, her chest rising and falling as breath returned. Suddenly, she opened her large, glistening eyes. Little Anning had come back to life. Upon regaining consciousness, her perception of the world had altered. The interior of the van was shrouded in a swirling darkness, emanating from the 4 villains surrounding her. She greedily inhaled the black mist, finding satisfaction akin to suckling. As the dark essence entered her being, a curious little creature sprouted from the top of her head. It resembled a cat, its form cloaked in darkness, with piercing red eyes and a long, arrow-tipped tail. Intrigued, Anning longed to pluck the creature from her head and play with it. Sensing her desire, the little being floated before her, a mass of black vapor that eluded her grasp. Anning, in a daze, reached for her small head, engaging in a silent stare-off with the peculiar entity. The creature tilted its head, blinking its round, red eyes in a similarly bewildered manner. At that moment, the van approached the toll booth. The little black creature suddenly revealed its fierce demeanor and darted back to the top of Anning's head. The traffickers ceased their conversation. The bald man donned cap. Just then, calamity struck. The nearsighted driver's glasses shattered with a sharp crack, shards embedding themselves in his eyes. "My eyes! Ah!" he screamed in agony, his hands abandoning the steering wheel as he clutched his painfully wounded face. The van careened out of control, hurtling toward the toll booth. The bald man leaned forward, frantically twisting the steering wheel while shouting at the bespectacled driver, "Hit the brakes! Hit the brakes!" The driver, with eyes ablaze in agony, lost consciousness, inadvertently pressing the accelerator. A deafening crash echoed as the van collided violently with the guardrail beside the toll booth. The front of the vehicle was utterly wrecked, claiming the lives of the 2 occupants in the front seat. The balding elderly man and the middle-aged woman in the second row were grievously injured by shattered glass, which severed their carotid arteries, causing blood to gush profusely. Meanwhile, at the back of the van, little Ning and the 4 children surrounding her were enveloped in an ominous black mist, remaining untouched by the chaos. And Ning stared blankly at the scene, her lips pursed in confusion, unsure whether to continue crying for her mother. The 4 children, jolted awake by the cacophony, began to wail. "Mama, I miscarried. Wah. Grandpa and Grandma, I want to go home. Daddy, Mommy, there are bad people. Daddy, help me." Just as Ning was about to succumb to tears, she hesitated. With everyone crying, who would comfort them? In her tender age, still struggling with bladder control, she sniffled and resolutely suppressed her emotions, attempting to console her older siblings. "Don't cry, be good. Mommy is coming. Mommy will hug you." The toll booth staff hastily summoned the police and dialed emergency services. Soon, a long line of vehicles formed. Staff members and drivers alike rushed to assist those trapped in the wrecked vehicle. Local traffic officers arrived at the scene in swift order, only to be met with a shocking sight. 4 human traffickers and 5 children. The children, demonstrating remarkable intelligence, identified their captors. "Uncle and Auntie, help. They're bad people, not our parents. Auntie, please call the police. They are traffickers trying to sell us." Providence intervened. As the four traffickers met their demise on the spot, while the five children emerged unscathed, albeit profoundly shaken. The children, all possessing kindergarten education, were able to recite their parents' names and phone numbers. The youngest, barely over a year old, had soiled his pants, leaving him unable to articulate anything. When asked about her father's name, Ning felt an instinctive aversion and remained silent. A small dark entity hovered above her head, invisible to others. Only she could sense it. Upon mentioning her alcoholic father, the entity grew furious, craving to consume. After much coaxing, the officers managed to elicit from Ning only a single phrase, "I don't want daddy, I want mommy." The four children swiftly reconnected with their frantic families. Fortuitously, all having gone missing from the same area, with several guardians having reported their disappearances. However, it was not a guardian who assisted Ning in reporting the incident, but rather a staff member from the Women's Federation. And Ning had just become an orphan. Mere hours ago, her mother had perished in that alley. The perpetrator who attacked her mother was identified as one of the deceased traffickers from the accident. The case was resolved with unexpected ease. The police entrusted Ning to the care of the Women's Federation staff. In the sweltering summer heat, her mother's body needed to be cremated expeditiously. At the crematorium, Ning did not comprehend what was happening as her mother was taken into that room. Several individuals clad in white uniforms were present. She mistook them for doctors, believing they were treating her mother. Patiently, she waited outside, her gaze fixed upon the door, remaining silent and composed. The little dark entity perched atop her head became increasingly unruly. The air in the crematorium was thick with a sinister gloom, as the small shadowy figure voraciously consumed the darkness, causing her tiny belly to swell and her greedy mouth to remain in constant motion. This relentless hunger resulted in little Anning frequently burping. Her short legs grew weary, and she wet her pants once more, longing for her mother's embrace. She squatted in a small, quiet ball, patiently waiting for her mother, exuding a heartbreaking obedience. Unable to contain her tears, she stood up, patting her little belly, offering herself a comforting mantra. Don't cry, Ning Ning is good. Mama will come and hold Ning Ning." The director of the Women's Federation, a woman in her 40s, approached and lifted the child into her arms. For reasons unknown, the moment she held the child, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine and goosebumps erupted across her skin. She brushed aside her discomfort, attributing it to the naturally oppressive atmosphere of the crematorium. Patiently, she helped the child out of her wet pants and into a diaper, gently stroking the child's head while softly reassuring her, "Little Anning is very good. Your mother blesses you to be healthy." Anning furrowed her tiny brow, pointing seriously at the door to the cremation chamber, saying, "Wait for Mama. Mama isn't in pain." Her limited ability to express herself indicated that she believed once her mother emerged from that room, she would be healed and free from suffering. The words of the small child pierced the director's heart, causing her eyes to well up. "Little Anning must be strong, must take care of herself. Your mother is watching over you from above." Anning, not fully understanding, nodded her little head in a compliant manner. "I want to go home. I want Mama to hug me. This world is filled with profound sorrow." Little Anning would never see her mother again, nor would she have a home. All that remained for her was a box of ashes. Her mother had diminished, so small that Anning could cradle her. Clutching the urn tightly, fearful of dropping it, she murmured to herself, "Hold it tight, don't drop it. Mama will come back." She remembered her mother saying she would bring food for Ning Ning, who was now feeling hungry. The director's eyes brimmed with tears once again, her heart heavy with anguish. Such a well-behaved child. One could only imagine the sorrow her mother must have felt when she departed. Anning understood this sentiment, shaking her head vigorously. "Mama isn't gone. Mama will come back." The director found herself at a loss for words. The village chief organized the burial. Just after the burial of her foolish mother, calamity struck little Anning. She began to vomit black blood, her tiny hands touching her head as she babbled nonsensically. "Little Kitty is full. It's not full. Not full." Initially, several villagers had expressed their willingness to adopt Anning, but this alarming turn of events frightened them away. She was hastily taken to the hospital. Upon arrival, Anning's condition worsened. Black blood erupted from her small mouth, and after a burp, another spray of black blood followed. She did not cry or fuss, instead repeatedly touching her head and speaking incoherently. There are little kiddies. It doesn't hurt. There are little kiddies. The hospital was rife with a heavy darkness. No one could see the situation atop Anning's head. A small, cat-like entity, with blood-red eyes, uncontrollably devouring the black mist, causing her round belly to swell to nearly the size of 10 basketballs. It was not a case of poisoning. All medical instruments failed to reveal the cause of the child's ailment, leaving the doctors bewildered. As her condition deteriorated further, preparations were made to transfer her to another hospital. An elderly and a young Taoist, weary from their journey, arrived amid swirling dust. In Chapter 3, we delve into the tale of the little malevolent spirit. The news had reported on a tragic car accident involving 4 human traffickers, where 5 rescued children made their faces known to the public. Upon seeing this news, the elderly and young Taoists hastened from 1,000 miles away. The elder Taoist, draped in a gray robe and exuding an ethereal aura, had silver hair elegantly coiled atop his head, secured with a simple branch of a withered tree. His eyes, filled with kindness and wisdom, scrutinized the sickly child on the hospital bed as he muttered incantations. The malevolent energy here is too strong. This child cannot remain in the hospital. Leave her to me. With that, he turned to instruct the young Taoist. My disciple, swiftly take her away from here. The young Taoist, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age, possessed remarkably delicate features. Clad in a white robe, with long black hair similarly styled atop his head, he looked charmingly endearing, a small twig serving as his hairpin. His eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at little Ning. Her cherubic face bore a small red dot beneath her left eye, a tear mole that inexplicably felt familiar. Is this the malevolent spirit my master spoke of? So diminutive? So adorable? The young Taoist was utterly enchanted, his lips curling into a smile, his eyes glimmering like stars. Yes, master. He hurried towards the little malevolent spirit, arms outstretched, eager to embrace her. At last, I have found you. Come, let us leave this place. Little Ning blinked her wide eyes, surprised to discover that this older brother had a small cat atop his head as well. A white feline with round, glistening golden eyes and a slender tail that ended in an arrowhead shape. To her astonishment, upon seeing the young Taoist, the cat atop her head ceased its greedy munching, yawned, and promptly dozed off, its swollen belly gradually deflating. No longer did she burp or cough up black blood, but rather, she felt a wave of drowsiness. Instinctively, she leaned into the young Taoist's embrace, resting her little head on his shoulder. Want mommy? Ning is looking for mommy. Such a small child, still yearning for her mother, unaware of her absence. The young Taoist found it somewhat burdensome to carry her, yet his eyes brimmed with excitement and tenderness as he softly reassured her. Little Ning, be good. We shall return to Tianji Peak, where master and I will take care of you. As if under a spell cast by the young Taoist, and Ning nodded absently. Okay, Ning will be good. The young Taoist, cradling Ning, hurriedly made his way outside, soothing her as he walked. Little Ning will become extraordinary. All things in this world exist in a delicate balance, and even malevolent spirits have their place within it. He gently ruffled her head, resting on his shoulder, and added, in time, master and I will help you discover your purpose. And Ning, unable to comprehend, felt her eyelids grow heavy, succumbing to sleep. The medical staff attempted to prevent the elder Taoist from taking the ailing child, but with the young Taoist's comforting embrace, her condition had improved. To assuage the medical personnel's concerns, the young Taoist carried the slumbering Ning and performed a series of checks once more. The results were astonishing. Normal blood pressure, normal heart rate, everything was normal. This was truly extraordinary. The staff from the Women's Federation assisted in processing her discharge, following the elder Taoist as they left with the child, too hesitant to inquire further. Having long distanced himself from the hospital, the seemingly composed old priest raised his hand to wipe away the beads of cold sweat. Fortunately, help arrived just in time. Otherwise, the calamity unleashed by the awakened vengeful spirit, suffering immensely, would have been beyond imagination. Cholera, plague, and the Black Death. How many such catastrophic disasters can humanity endure? The staff of the Women's Federation listened, somewhat bewildered, yet they sensed the gravity of the situation. The young priest gazed at the soft baby resting on his shoulder, struggling to associate her with the vengeful spirit. Master, she is still so small and so well-behaved. Please do not be anxious. Well-behaved? The old priest sighed in silence. Accompanying the staff to complete the adoption procedures for little Anning, everything proceeded rather smoothly. The two little ones quickly became fond of each other, leaving the old man far behind. The mischievous boy, reluctant to let go of the little vengeful spirit, introduced himself. My surname is E, a rare name among the 100 surnames, with a single character, Fu. Little Anning attempted to grasp the white kitten floating above his head, but could not reach it. The white cat turned its back to her, clearly uninterested in playing. The kitten resting atop her head had fallen into a deep slumber, resembling a little pig. The young priest continued to exuberantly express himself, endlessly chattering. Master said our fates are intertwined. Since that is the case, let me begin as your senior brother. The master had not even spoken yet. The impudent boy took it upon himself to recruit disciples. Alarmed, the master hurriedly interjected, "You little rascal. Do you wish for my longevity to be at stake? Let me consult the oracle upon my return and wait for an auspicious day." The girl's true essence was that of a fierce spirit, with a physical body marked by a lonely fate. Who would be qualified to accept her as a disciple? There would never be an auspicious day. The impudent boy, unfazed, affectionately patted the little head resting on his shoulder and assured the old man without looking back, "As long as I am here, your life is secure." This assertion was not mere boastfulness. The boy was protected by 6 auspicious entities: Tian Yi Tianda, Yuda, Tai Chi, Fu Xing, and Wen Chong. A rare fate indeed. He was the antithesis of the lonely star, which brought misfortune to those nearby. In contrast, he attracted good fortune, elevating those around him. Their fates, inherently opposing yet destined to accompany one another, left the master feeling uncertain. He cautiously advised from behind, "Do not underestimate the power of the vengeful spirit. Despite lacking worshippers, it is still a deity. We are but mere mortals and must harbor a sense of reverence." The audacious boy, brimming with youthful bravado, responded rather dismissively, "Understood, master." Little Anning remained blissfully unaware of her formidable nature. Currently, she was only concerned with 4 matters: missing her mother, eating, sleeping, and relieving herself. Having purchased tickets, the master and disciple set off for their return journey with little Anning. The old priest cast a glance at his disciple, then at the sleeping girl on the disciple's shoulder, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "My apprentice, though my skills are limited, I hope to be able to support this divine being." The impudent boy, determined not to let go, led the way towards the cabin, turning back to say, "With your current skills, master, do you still aspire to ascend? I shall ensure your longevity." The master retorted, "You ungrateful disciple. What nonsense are you speaking?" The little demon god, drooling as it slept on the shoulder of its disciple, awoke, rubbing its eyes in a state of drowsiness. The disciple quickly coaxed the child, saying, "Little Anning, we are on a plane. Quickly call for master. We shall accompany him to the heavens." The master retorted, "You wretched disciple, struck by celestial thunder." The sleepy Anning squinted at the elderly man trailing behind and, in a sweet voice, called out, "Grandfather." Startled, the old man clasped his hands in reverence, humbly begging for forgiveness. "I dare not. I dare not. You humble me." The mischievous child pointed to himself and encouraged Anning. "Good. Quickly call for your senior brother." Anning, easily swayed, sweetly exclaimed, "Grand brother." This delighted the mischievous child, who gently pinched her little cheek. "Are you truly a fierce deity? Your words are still unclear, and you even wet your pants. How adorable!" The master had never been so speechless in his life. At this age, it is my first time hearing that a fierce deity can be so endearing. The mischievous child continued to flatter her, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Good girl. Call for your senior brother again. Let me hear it." The little fierce deity bubbled forth, "Grand brother." The master, his forehead creased with frustration, could not help but admonish once more, "Though you are blessed, Do not be overly audacious. Take care." The mischievous child merely nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes, master." As they journeyed back, little Anning exhausted her senior brother. He carried her all the way, as she was merely 22 months old. Though her short legs moved quickly, she lacked stamina. The master dared not carry her himself. Having finally attained some cultivation, practicing the Taoist pure yang technique, he could not withstand even the slightest malevolent energy. Along the way, the master, feeling pity for his disciple's fatigue, considered relinquishing his cultivation to carry the little demon god, but was met with disdain from the two children. "Master, you are but an old bone. You cannot endure the strain. I can carry her. She is so small." Little Anning clutched her senior brother's neck tightly, shaking her little head in disapproval. "No, no, grandfather is not good. It doesn't smell nice." The demon god, fond of malevolent energy, naturally repelled the pure, yang energy emanating from the old man. Her statement about the master not being edible genuinely shocked him, and he dare not boast about carrying her again. After disembarking from the plane, transferring to the high-speed train, taking the bus, and finally hiking up the Tianji Peak, they finally returned to the Taoist temple. "Mischievous child, have you not had enough of carrying her? Quickly place her on the bed." The master was truly concerned. Climbing such a high mountain, the mischievous child, merely 7 years old, had nonetheless carried the little infant up the hill. His arms and legs ached painfully, yet he was reluctant to let go, worry etched across his face. "Master, why does she sleep so soundly? Like a little pig. Is she unwell?" The master was once again speechless. "You, with all your fortune and blessings, and she, a little black-hearted radish, brimming with malevolent energy. How could you not clash?" The master bent down to examine the little one closely and continued, "Having absorbed considerable malevolent energy recently, if you can help her calm down, she will naturally sleep more." The mischievous child felt relieved, enduring the ache in his arms and legs as he carried the little demon god towards the bedroom. "Master, she is still too small and needs constant care. It would not do for her to sleep alone. Let her sleep with me." The master pondered for a moment and concluded that this was indeed the only way. "You should take a rest as well. I shall boil water and prepare the meal." This Taoist temple is structured like a traditional courtyard. Usually, only the master and disciple reside here, though occasionally wandering Taoist friends will stay for a few days. During major holidays, many visitors come to pay their respects and enjoy the scenery. Having just placed little Anning on the bed and tucked her in with a light blanket, an unusual gust of wind suddenly swept through, rustling the leaves outside. Almost immediately, the entire Tianshi Peak resonated with a strange commotion. The two of them felt a shiver run through them and hurried outside to investigate. Upon seeing the scene before them, their faces turned ashen. Chapter 4. A surge of malevolence, they beheld the spectacle. All the beasts were fleeing down the mountain, while the birds soared towards the opposite peak. The 1,000-foot waterfall was flowing backward. Viewed from the summit, this scene was truly magnificent. Above the temple, thousands of crows circled ominously, blocking out the sun and cawing incessantly. The once-spirited mountain had suddenly turned dark and foreboding. Master Zhuan Chunzi hastily calculated with his fingers, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Such a vibrant aura enveloped Tianshi Peak. How could it be a harbinger of evil? His disciple, Yi Fu, swallowed hard, finally witnessing the might of the little malevolent spirit. "Master, I have just realized that with so many creatures in Tianshi Peak, are they all fleeing?" The master, also swallowing hard, stroked his beard with trembling hands and turned towards the study. "You, my boy, are blessed. It matters not. I must consult the oracle for myself." Just then, the cacophony of crows awakened the little malevolent spirit. Upon opening her eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings and not seeing her mother, she began to cry. "Mama, I wet my pants. Ning Ning wants to go home." Her cries only stirred the crows into further agitation. In a counterclockwise manner, they spiraled above the temple, resembling a dark vortex leading to the gates of hell. The master felt a chill enveloping him, abandoning the thought of consulting the oracle as he hurried towards the bedroom to soothe the deity. "Little deity, do not cry. As you arrive, the temple shall not be destroyed by you." The mischievous boy, undeterred by the chill, was instead awestruck by the spectacle of the backward waterfall and the sky above. Hearing little Anning's pitiful cries tugged at his heartstrings, prompting him to rush inside to comfort her. "Do not cry, Anning. Your senior brother is here to hold you." He swiftly scooped up the sobbing little malevolent spirit, who was blowing bubbles from her nose, a sight that truly put his family's dignity at stake. "All right, do not think of your mother. Your senior brother will play with you." Little Anning, looking woeful, nestled against her senior brother's slender shoulder, tears glistening like droplets of dew. "I'm not crying anymore. I'm hungry," she said, nibbling on her tiny hand. Wearing a diaper, she thankfully did not soil her senior brother's bed. Once she calmed down, the swirling crows in the sky became quiet and dispersed in an instant. The oppressive darkness that had loomed also vanished, and the waterfall returned to its normal flow. Seeing he could not assist, the master quickly turned to leave. "I shall first prepare formula for Anning, and then I will cook." The senior brother, displaying a commanding presence, taught little Anning proper etiquette. "Quickly say thank you to the master." Little Anning, sweet and obedient, replied, "Thank you, master." This truly nearly took the master's life, as he was left terrified and pleading for mercy. "No need for thanks. It is of no consequence. You have truly exhausted me." The master hurried off to attend to his duties. Ifu struggled to hold the little Anning in one arm while rummaging through his bag for his phone to call home. There was a mobile signal tower atop the nearby hill, and his phone displayed full bars. Little Anning, obediently, did not snatch the phone away. Unable to grasp the small cat perched atop his senior brother's head, she instead seized the little bun coiled there, inadvertently dislodging the hairpin. His cascade of silky black hair tumbled down, and with his striking features, he now appeared androgynous. Taken aback, little Anning opened her mouth and addressed him. "Sister, sister." Ifu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I am a boy, not a sister. I am your senior brother. You may also call me brother." Before he could explain the reason behind his long hair, the call connected. "Hello, young Master Fu." Ifu politely instructed, "Grandfather Yu, could you please procure all the necessary items for a baby of 22 months and arrange for them to be sent to the Taoist temple at your earliest convenience?" On the other end, the elderly man inquired gently, "Is it a boy or a girl? Has the old Taoist taken on another disciple?" Ifu turned his gaze to a painting hanging on the wall, confusion evident in his eyes as he softly replied, "My master, and I have found her. She is not 16 or 17. She is not even 2. The painting depicted a strikingly beautiful girl of around 16 or 17, exuding an aura of mischief. Beneath her left eye, a red mole resembled the one on little Anning's face. It was said that this painting was created when he was 3 years old. From the ages of 1 to 3, he had incessantly cried out for Anning. His parents, upon seeing this vivid portrait, were astounded, unable to believe that a child of 3 could render such a lifelike image. After completing this painting of the girl named Anning, he fell ill. His parents, feeling unsettled, took him to the Taoist temple for guidance, and from that point onward, the old Taoist, Xian Chunzi, took him as a disciple. He could no longer recall any memories from before the age of 3. He could not fathom why he painted this girl or why he sought Anning. His master had told him that he had painted a deity of misfortune. Ifu withdrew his gaze, perplexed as he looked at little Anning, then spoke into the phone. "There truly exists a little Anning with a red mole beneath her left eye. My master, and I have just found her. Please inform my parents." On the other end, the old steward was clearly taken aback. "What? There really is a person from the painting? You found her? Not even 2 years old? Are you certain it is the Anning you depicted?" Little Anning was busily nibbling on his hairpin. "Don't eat that. It's very dirty." Ifu admonished the little food lover while urging, "Yes, we've found her. Please hurry to gather the baby supplies, and don't forget to buy plenty of toys. Children love to play." He issued his instructions with a gravity that belied his own youth. "All right, I will go right away." By this time, evening had fallen, and it was impossible to deliver the items to the mountain that day. That night, neither master nor disciple slept well. Perhaps young children tend to cling more to their mothers at night, for little Anning cried incessantly for her mother. Each time she wailed, crows flocked around the temple, creating a raucous uproar. The two endured half the night in this manner. Ifu's master sighed wearily. "I told you, this deity of misfortune is not easy to care for. The mischievous boy felt as if his arms were no longer his own. Yet he remained defiant. It's perfectly normal for such a small child to cry and cling to her mother. You should rest, master. I can take care of her. The master, filled with concern for the boy, sat by the bedside, perusing texts in a desperate search for a remedy. When the mother arrived, there was no plea for food, only a longing to return home. Little Anning bore the pain of losing her mother, appearing pitiful and helpless, yet in truth, she radiated a fierce energy. The young disciple, though frail, found it increasingly strenuous to hold her, yet he patiently soothed her by gently kissing her small head. You must be strong, Anning. Do not be sad. You are a child of misfortune, destined to endure a life of solitude and hardship. As he spoke, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced his heart, leaving him breathless. It felt peculiar prior to meeting Anning. He had learned of the fate of the calamity spirit from his master, yet it had not deeply affected him. Now, encountering Anning, that feeling of empathy intensified, becoming nearly unbearable. Sensing her brother's sorrow, Anning nuzzled against his shoulder, calming herself. Tears glistened on her eyelashes as she drifted into slumber. The two of them had endured considerable fatigue during their journey, and after finally lulling Anning to sleep, the latter half of the night brought a welcome reprieve. Under the moonlight, a multitude of crows settled upon the temple's roof. The entire Tianji Peak was undergoing a mysterious transformation. The following morning, master and disciple rose early as usual, tending to chores, practicing, and preparing breakfast. While cleaning the courtyard, they discovered an abundance of strange, tender shoots emerging at the edge of the yard. Master, what sort of grass is this? It grew so much overnight. The master peered closely, furrowing his brow, and hurried to the courtyard wall to gaze down mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a profusion of this vibrant green foliage. The master's expression grew grave, his complexion paling. In just one night, an astonishing number of zephyr flowers had sprouted. Their emergence exceeded even that of bamboo shoots after rainfall. Upon hearing the master's words, Ifu also frowned. The zephyr flower bore many ominous names. The flower of the other shore, ghostly fire, mountain poison, phantom flower, hell flower, flower of life and death. Ifu's usually sharp mind momentarily faltered. Master, if these flowers bloom across the mountain, it would be quite a sight. It was better left unsaid, for as soon as the words escaped his lips, the master dropped his broom and dashed to the study. You little rascal, I must consult the oracle again. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within, the boy reassured the master's retreating figure. Did you not say, I am blessed with great fortune? With me guarding the temple, all will be well. Hearing her brother's voice in the courtyard, Anning stirred awake, rubbing her eyes and sitting up. She did not cry, realizing that tears would not bring her mother back. The little black creature above her head howled silently, rolling about in a fit, its tears manifesting as black vapor. Anning felt tempted to inhale the dark essence, but the mountain was too pristine, and both master and brother were devoid of any trace of darkness. At that moment, her bladder full, she felt uncomfortable. Grasping the blanket with her small hands, and with considerable effort, she turned to climb down from the bed. The height of her brother's bed was not daunting, and her short legs safely reached the ground. Spotting a clean diaper on a nearby stool, she knew she could change herself. With all her might, she managed to remove the soiled diaper. Her tiny hands and feet were clumsy, and the little black ball beside her wailed as it assisted in the effort to put on a fresh diaper. Whether it was on correctly remained uncertain, but at least it covered her little bottom. She dragged the dirty diaper along, a crying bundle atop her small head, her bare feet pattering as she ventured outside, calling out in a sweet, babyish tone. Wes, father, the little kitten is crying. Ning ning gisen kring, ning ning husvet herbans. How messy. Chapter 5. Terrifying thoughts upon hearing the commotion. The master, who was engaged in divination, lost grip of the 3 copper coins in his hands, which rolled away and vanished from sight. He took a moment to calm his racing heart, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, one can do their utmost, but fate is beyond our control. The senior disciple, who was sweeping the courtyard, dropped his broom and hurriedly replied, Little Ning, it's all right to wet your pants. It's not messy at all. Big brother will help you clean up. As he glanced towards the door, he was once again struck by her adorable demeanor. There stood little Ning, dragging the dirty diaper, awkwardly clad in a fresh one, her short legs struggling to cross the threshold. Fearful of falling, she cried out in distress. The door doesn't listen, my legs don't listen, the little kitten doesn't listen. Wes, father, hug me. The senior disciple's gaze fell upon a patch of hell flowers nearby, and then returned to the irresistibly cute little imp. The contrast was endearing and struck a chord in his heart. With one hand, he took the dirty diaper while lifting the little imp with the other, feeling increasingly fond of her. Little Ning is quite capable. She can change her own diaper. I shall prepare some milk for you right away. The foolish mother, now aged, had not produced milk for little Ning since she was 6 months old, feeding her rice porridge instead, and by her first birthday, she was eating noodles. Recently, under the care of her master and senior disciple, she had been indulged with milk powder. She delightedly patted her round little belly, exclaiming, "Ning Ning is hungry." The little black ball atop her head had ceased crying and was lazily unmoving, while the little white ball hovering above the senior disciple was lively and energetic. "First, wash your face. Then I'll prepare the milk for you," said the master, who was already mixing the milk in a bottle. Little Ning recalled the senior disciple's teachings. "Thank you, West Father." Her sweet, milky voice was irresistible to the old man. "No need for thanks. Please don't make me feel old. Next year, the hell flowers will bloom on my grave." Just then, a mosquito bit him, prompting an instinctive slap to his own face. Looking down at the blood on his palm, he paused and muttered to himself, "The divination last night foretold a calamity. Has that prediction come to pass?" The disciple did not hear him, having taken the little imp to wash up. Otherwise, she would have certainly mocked him irreverently. The little child was quite dexterous, styling the little imp's hair into a small topknot, dressing her in a pale yellow skirt and a pair of white sandals. The little imp adored these shoes, making a delightful clattering sound as she walked, which made her giggle with joy. After finishing breakfast, the trio cleaned the temple inside and out. Little Ning trailed behind her senior disciple, purely causing mischief. Her not crying was already a significant help. The little black ball atop her head was also causing trouble, charging about and creating a whirlwind of chaos. The little white ball above the senior disciple was frantically busy, constantly intervening and rolling about with the little black ball. This made little Ning quite angry. The little kitten does not strike, nor does it listen. It smacks the air in frustration, its tiny fists clenched. In the eyes of the master and senior brother, it appears to be conversing with itself. With a moment's contemplation, the master comprehends the situation, raising a hand to stroke his beard in astonishment. Has the little one already begun to perceive its own ferocious spirit? From the child's words, it becomes evident that there are several. Turning to his disciple, the master expresses greater astonishment and muses. Could it be that the child can also see the auspicious spirit that resides within you? Ifu scratches his head, utterly bewildered, unaware of what kind of auspicious spirit he possesses, an ethereal entity he has never encountered. Meanwhile, little Anning scampers around the room, engaged in her own monologue. "If you do not run or listen, I shall become angry. I drink, I strike, it hurts so much." The master and disciple share a moment of levity, reminiscent of a haunted temple, which is rather comical. As the clock strikes 11 and preparations for lunch commence, visitors from the Ifu family arrive. 6 porters have been hired to transport a plethora of items for children, food, toys, and more, up the mountain. The steep path proves treacherous, and Ifu and his spouse have left their 4-year-old son behind, specifically to visit little Anning. "Son, your father and mother have come to see you and your master." Ifu inquires, "Have you found the girl you drew?" Hearing the commotion, Ifu quickly scoops up little Anning to greet them. "Mom and Dad, this is Anning. Look." The couple's eyes widen as they gaze at the tiny child cradled in their eldest son's arms, momentarily at a loss for words. Yipping Zhu, the father, points at the little girl, stammering in disbelief. She truly resembles the girl our son drew. She is a miniature version of Anning. The mother, Fu Wanmin, equally astonished and delighted, echoes his sentiments. "Oh my goodness! This is astonishing. Such a little Anning truly exists." As the father of 2 sons, Yipping Zhu finds himself unable to move, captivated by the soft, adorable little girl. The old Taoist is remarkable. He has indeed found her. It must be fate that has brought her to our family. Fu Wanmin shares his sentiment, marveling at the exquisite and charming little girl. Not even 2 years old. She is so delightful. There is no need for me to give birth myself. In an instant, they forget the old Taoist warnings from 4 years prior regarding the girl in the painting, which bore ominous and malevolent traits. Unbeknownst to the couple, as they draw near to the child, waves of ferocity emanate from her, unnoticed by their mortal eyes. Simultaneously, the auspicious energy surrounding Ifu envelopes his parents, not capable of obliterating the ferocity, but merely mitigating its potency. Come, come, let your uncle experience the joy of holding a daughter. Little darling, may I hold you dear? Yet, little Anning instinctively dislikes the proximity of uncles and aunts, clinging tightly to her brother's neck. Ifu, recalling little Anning's formidable nature, swiftly avoids the outstretched hands of his parents. She embodies a fierce spirit, and the ferocity surrounding her is strong. It is best that you refrain from holding her. Despite her innocent appearance, she seems anything but benign. The father, quick to act, scoops her up. This little rascal has been clamoring to find Anning since he began to speak. Now, he has found her, our daughter. However, before he can properly adjust his hold, his wife snatches the child away. Oh, my darling, I have dreamt of having a daughter. My wish has come true. Little Anning clutched her baby bottle, frozen in place, too timid to move. Her uncle and aunt appeared immaculate, devoid of any appetizing dark aura, while the fierce beast radiated an irritable energy, disapproving of their embrace. Ifu reminisced about his first encounter with little Anning, recalling how his parents, in their blissful ignorance, mirrored the same naivety. He finally comprehended his master's exasperation. "Do not hold her," he exclaimed, for she truly embodied a fearsome spirit, having claimed dominion over Tianji Peak upon her arrival. His parents' reactions were strikingly similar to his own back then. "Oh my, how remarkable! How did this little darling assert her rule? Do share with your uncle." They laughed. "Is our precious one the king of milk, or perhaps the monarch of diapers?" Ifu, in his urgency, felt an overwhelming urge to snatch little Anning away. "Mom, Dad, I'm not jesting. Have you not noticed the abundance of ghostly fire on the mountain? Did you not realize the eerie silence, devoid of even a bird's chirp?" His parents, oblivious, continued to fawn over the infant. His mother remarked, "I haven't noticed anything unusual. Every ascent to the peak has nearly taken my life." His father chimed in, "Indeed, it is quite a challenging climb. My dear, we should invest in a cable car for easier transport supplies." Little Anning, momentarily dazed, began to resist, pushing against her aunt with her tiny hands, pouting and struggling to be set down. No, it's bad. I want to go down." At that moment, the master emerged, hurriedly interjecting, "You too?" Quickly set her down. This child must not be overly excited. Only then did Fu Wanmin release the baby onto the ground. "Oh, master, is this child truly as you described? How could such a weaned little creature bring about any misfortune?" The couple, feeling intimidated before their meeting with Anning, found their skepticism dissipating upon her arrival. Little Anning lunged toward her senior brother, a sweet and clingy little one. "Westfier's hug," she exclaimed, and her brother adored being so attached. "All right, I shall hold you." Little Anning nestled against her brother's shoulder, settling into tranquility. The old Taoist invited the couple indoors and elaborated on Anning's condition using Taoist terminology. Essentially, he conveyed that the child bore a toxic fate, one that could bring harm to others, making her challenging to nurture. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled knowingly, saying, "From the perspective of fate, my disciple has been a benevolent soul in 9 past lives, which has culminated in such a fortunate destiny in this life. He is the only one in the world capable of coexisting with a malevolent spirit." The couple was left speechless. Their elder son indeed possessed extraordinary fortune. From humble beginnings, their family had prospered immensely since his birth, amassing wealth rivaling that of nations. Due to pressing matters at their company, the couple did not linger long at the Taoist temple. Upon returning home, they discovered their son's claims were true. From the mountain's summit to its base, numerous stone lily shoots had sprouted, and the entire mountain exuded an uncanny stillness. Meanwhile, The old Taoist had successfully dispelled the couple's terrifying notion of bringing little Anning home for care. In the afternoon, 6 audacious little rascals ascended the mountain, unafraid of danger. These mischievous boys, with impressive backgrounds, arrived and immediately attempted to snatch the child, doing so with a sense of entitlement. Chapter 6. The 6 nephews after a refreshing afternoon nap. Little Anning delighted in a bottle of milk. Kluching a plushkatoi. She played in the courtyard with her senior brother, who was busy dipping a brush in cinnabar and inscribing talismans on yellow paper, filling the yard with symbols. As he sketched, he murmured to himself, "This is the talisman for exorcising demons. This is the talisman for dispelling evil. This is the heavenly gang's 5 thunder charm. And this is the 5 thunders ascending law." After drawing so much, he turned to the little one beside him, affectionately referred to as Xiao Anning. "Which one are you afraid of? Show it to your senior brother." Clearly, his intent was to study how to confront her directly. The little black fluffball, in a fit of rage, charged forward and leapt onto the little white fluffball, growling and nipping at it, as if to say, "Do you still want to bully me? Take that." Surprisingly, the little white fluffball did not retaliate, submissively allowing the bites, as if to indicate, "Who is the one being bullied here? I can't be bothered with you." Xiao Anning understood. The senior brother was teasing her. She stood up, stomping her tiny feet upon the talismans, fiercely retorting, "Not afraid, not afraid. Stepping on a mess, dirty, sloppy." Indeed, she was unperturbed. The senior brother appeared disheartened and continued his scribbling. "Ah, but Xiao Anning is not a malevolent spirit. She is a deity, and these charms cannot suppress her power. However, I yearn to bring her home. What should I do?" He knew that his parents would undoubtedly treat Xiao Anning as their own daughter, wishing to ensure her childhood was filled with love and not deprived of parental affection. Observing the swift changes on Tianji Peak, it became evident that Xiao Anning did not belong to any family. In the meantime, Xiao Anning was happily playing with her cat toy, showering it with kisses and nibbles. Suddenly, the light above her dimmed as several individuals blocked her view, followed by a series of inquiries. "Is Taoist Xianxian here?" "Hello, young Taoist, is this child named Anning? May I ask, is this child the daughter of Jianxing and Huang Chunyan?" The 2 little ones playing in the yard simultaneously looked up at the group, bewildered. Who are they? How do they know about Xiao Anning's parents? Yifu, filled with caution, stood up and embraced Xiao Anning. "Do you have business with us?" Xiao Anning, clutching her cat toy, imitated her senior brother's tone, saying, "Do you have a show to perform?" The 6 boys, the eldest no older than 17 or 18, gazed at Xiao Anning with increasingly peculiar expressions. The youngest boy, visibly awkward, pointed at Xiao Anning and replied evasively, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, if this is true." "You certainly wouldn't be able to say it out loud. She's so small, I and 4th brother and 5th brother can barely acknowledge our elders." The boys referred to as the 4th and 5th brothers were 12 and 10 years old, respectively. They looked at Xiao Anning, awkwardly scratching their toes against their shoes. "No, I can't say it either. You, 6th brother, think too highly of us." Confused and bewildered, Yifu found himself grappling with the situation. Just then, the master emerged from the house. What was all this noise about? Upon seeing the old Taoist, the eldest boy hurriedly explained their purpose. "Excuse us, esteemed Taoist. This child belongs to our family. You cannot adopt her. She is still so young and not destined to be a Taoist nun. I am here to take her home." The old Taoist regarded the 6 boys with skepticism, scrutinizing them closely. "Oh, and who might you be?" This question left the boys momentarily speechless, each wearing an expression of embarrassment. The 8-year-old boy, however, was less fazed. He pointed to Xiao Anning and boldly declared, "She is our little aunt. You can verify it. Trust in science." This statement left both the master and his disciple utterly astonished. Is there truly a kinship to the celestial solitary star? Xiao Anning is your little aunt? The 6 young men nodded awkwardly, introducing themselves one by one from eldest to youngest. "I am Lan Tian, Lan Ti, Lan He, Lan Yu, Lan Tun, and I am Lan Ju." The master and disciple quickly discerned the significance behind these names. The harmony of heaven and earth, a farewell to you. Literally interpreted, their parents seemed to share a deep affection. However, The old Taoist calculated with his fingers and found treachery hidden in every character, devoid of any marital affection. He also sensed that these 6 young men were in trouble. Why would you bring her to your home when your family is in disarray? At such a tender age, do you presume to take charge? His words left the 6 young men in shock. They had heard tales of Taoist Xuanzhen's abilities, but they were astounded that he could perceive their family issues upon their first meeting. The 5 younger siblings, still minors, fell silent, casting their gazes toward their newly adult eldest brother. Lan Tian, composed like a dashing, melancholic prince, lowered his eyes and pondered, then spoke eloquently. Our mother, named Shui Meijin, was unable to bear children. Thus, we 6 could not possibly be hers. Since my earliest memories, Ani has been a caregiver, residing in our attic, raising my brothers and me. 2 years ago, she took her own life. At the mention of this, the 5 younger brothers bowed their heads, their expressions heavy with sorrow, revealing their deep affection for their caregiver. Lan Tian took a moment to steady his emotions before continuing. I suspect Ani endured 16 years of captivity and abuse. We 6 may have been the result of illegal surrogacy. While sorting through Ani's belongings 2 years ago, my second brother and I inadvertently discovered a note in her savings book, "The harmony of heaven and earth, a farewell to you." The wretched say to live by these words, to bear another without a name. Auntie and the child within me have no way out. The larvae breed too quickly, densely growing within my womb, causing unbearable pain. Mother, forgive me. I love my children, but I cannot escape. I can no longer endure, and I cannot return to save you. In the next life, I shall be dutiful to you. Our father destroyed the savings book containing the note and burned all of Auntie's possessions, leaving nothing behind. The image of Auntie's suicide by the sea lingers in my mind. On our family's yacht, despite our pleas and cries for mother, she would not turn back. Her pain resolute, she plunged a knife in her abdomen and leaped into the depths. The sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, swarmed, staining the sea a deep crimson. She despised her own filth, loathed this world, and wished to leave no trace behind. Lan Tian inhaled deeply, forcibly severing his thoughts. I only sought the truth after reaching adulthood, and am certain that Ani was our biological mother. She was pregnant with her 7th child at the time of her death. Upon hearing this, both the master and disciple were profoundly shocked, realizing why they had failed to foresee that Xiao Anning had relatives. These 6 had always had a nominal mother, while their biological mother remained nameless and had passed away, resulting in a discrepancy in their destinies. Lan Tian turned his gaze to Xiao Anning and conveyed his intentions. Our father denies that we are the offspring of Njing. I recently visited her hometown and learned that the family consists only of a Ning, whom you have adopted. We wish to conduct a genetic relationship assessment with a Ning to establish that she is our biological mother, seeking justice for her. The profound maternal love that one would expect from a mother was never bestowed upon them by their nominal parent. Instead, they were subjected to oppression and suffocation. From a young age, they secretly regarded their wet nurse as their true mother. At the age of 16, Lan Di lost control of his emotions, echoing his brother's words, to implant horsefly larvae into a pregnant woman, such wickedness to drive her to death. We must uncover the truth. The youngest, Lan Ju, pointed at little Ning and hurriedly interjected, "If we discover she's indeed our biological aunt, we will care for her. My elder brothers have excelled in their studies and earned substantial rewards. Little Wu, Lan Jun, continued the conversation, in our quest for the truth. We have severed ties with our family. Our aunt supports us and has purchased a villa for us, and we have already moved out. The third brother, Lan He, a reserved 14-year-old, also spoke up. Our home is not far. It takes just 2.5 hours by high-speed train. It is feasible for a little child to live with us." The term aunt was something he could not utter. Lan Tian indeed harbored intentions regarding this matter, and he and his brothers had been struggling to come to terms with the death of their wet nurse. Regardless of whether she was their biological mother, the family had faced such turmoil that, out of compassion and reason, he felt compelled to take good care of Ning. Initially preoccupied with her toys, little Ning sensed their sorrow. The malevolent spirit hovering above was also agitated, exhibiting a kind of empathy. It was rare for little Ning to willingly leave her senior's embrace. She tilted her head back, selecting the highest point, and trotted over to Lon Tion, wrapping her small arms around his leg and uttering a heartwarming phrase that would surely make her senior envious. Hug, brother, hug. Chapter 7. The haunted Taoist Temple Lon Tion found himself momentarily taken aback, clumsily lifting the tiny figure. Do not call me brother just yet. First, we must establish a genetic relationship. Little Ning, not comprehending, smiled at him with her eyes, squinted, and offered her saliva-soaked plush toy. Don't cry, don't cry. Her childish words failed to convey her true sentiment, which was to reassure him not to feel sad. Being favored by a malevolent spirit was certainly unfortunate. As they embraced, the dark energy surged towards Lon Tion's forehead. Both master and disciple observed the ominous darkness gathering on his brow. Without needing to utter a word, Ifu hastily followed his master's teachings, utilizing his thoughts to summon good fortune and dispel the dark energy. Then little Ning witnessed an astonishing scene. Her black cat did nothing but bring darkness to those it favored. In the blink of an eye, 6 foreheads darkened. One could only wonder who could withstand such favoritism. The master, stroking his beard, feigned calmness, choosing silence to avoid alarming the 6 youngsters. The spirit of fortune, belonging to her senior, sprang into action, darting to Lon Tion's head. With a little lift of its behind, it exerted itself and released a golden gaseous excrement, which plopped on Lon Tion's head. The dark aura on his forehead vanished, entirely unnoticed by him. He remained awkwardly holding little Ning, his arms rigid, lacking the comfort to soothe the little one, merely clutching her stiffly. The second brother, Lon Di, approached his elder brother, gently touching Ning's cheek, equally incapable of comforting her, merely observing her with an awkward gaze. She bore a striking resemblance to their mother, Jing. The group of boys gathered around, eagerly touching her small face, hands, and arms, filled with adoration. Mother Jing remarked that she had a foolish mother, but one who was exceptionally beautiful, renowned as a great beauty in the region. It was no wonder that the child appeared so lovely. After all, Mother Jing was also quite enchanting. This must be the innate charm of familial ties. Little Anning inexplicably adored them, her sweet smile revealing her tiny milk teeth. Oblivious to the ominous aura that was almost suffocating them, her senior brother anxiously thought, these 6 fellows must be well, for if they truly are blood relatives, they must not be consumed by Anning. With this thought, the fortune beast promptly obeyed. It floated up to Londi's head, raising its little rear and exerting itself with a grunt. This time, it released 2 golden farts that landed on Londi's head. Next, it floated up to Lon He, varying its antics. It lifted its short legs and released a stream of golden gaseous urine onto Lon He. When it reached Lon Yu, it no longer needed to use its rear. Instead, it tilted its little head back and sprayed 2 jets of golden snot from its nostrils onto Lon Yu's head. Upon reaching Lon Jun, it sneezed twice, emitting countless golden droplets of spittle. When it was Lon Ju's turn, it tilted its little head and scratched its ears, producing a multitude of golden earwax. This left little Anning in awe as she pointed at the little white cat with disdain, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how filthy! Daddy, so messy." Indeed, it was quite dirty, but also dispelled the malevolent energy invading the 6 boys' bodies. This remark led the 6 boys to misunderstand, thinking they were being scorned, which made the situation even more awkward. Lon Tion quickly set her down. Yet, having not had enough of being held, little Anning turned and reached for the second tallest. Landi. She stretched out her little arms, eager for another cuddle. Her senior brother squeezed in, scooping her up, and with a pout, he expressed his jealousy, more intense than the malevolent energy itself. Little Anning, are you certain they are your nephews? Do you not want your senior brother anymore? Little Anning still favored her senior brother's embrace, flashing a sweet, milky smile. Ning Ning wants to be fierce, she pouted playfully, her tiny hands reaching toward the little white cat atop her senior brother's head, requesting the heap of filth from earlier. Influenced by her, the fortune beast increasingly cherished this little deity of mischief, naturally giving her whatever she desired. It pooped, farted, urinated, blew its nose, and dug out earwax, bestowing blessings with all its might. However, it proved to be of little use. The fortune that reached the little deity was instantly assimilated, turning into a dark, ominous aura. Consequently, little Anning gazed longingly at her hands receiving black poop, black farts, black urine, black snot, and black earwax. This deeply frustrated the little deity, who rubbed its hands across her senior brother's face in a haphazard manner, exclaiming with exasperation, "Oh dear! Oh dear!" The utterance contained at least 100,000 curses. Her senior brother feigned innocence, asking, "What's wrong, little Annie?" Oh dear, how filthy!" The 6 boys looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the baby's babbling. After a prolonged silence, the master stroked his beard and finally spoke. "There's no need to rush. It is currently summer vacation, which will not hinder your studies. You may stay at the temple for 3 days, and after that, I shall accompany you on a journey." In truth, a few strands of little Anning's hair could suffice for the task at hand. The fated star of misfortune brings doom to kin, and judging by the earlier circumstances, it is highly likely that the 6 boys share blood ties with little Anning. This matter pertains to her elder sister, and it is indeed necessary to pay a visit. Whether Anning met an unjust demise can be discerned simply by visiting her former residence. The spirit of vengeance will make its presence known. The malevolent energy of a wronged soul is particularly potent, forever entangled with its adversaries. However, once little Anning appears, the legal proceedings may falter. The wrath of the vengeful spirit is formidable, inducing trepidation even in the celestial and infernal realms. Whether human or otherworldly, the weight of sin dictates the severity of retribution, and the essence of the vengeful spirit is rooted in the principle of karmic justice. Allowing the 6 boys to reside at the temple for 3 days is purposeful. The vengeful spirit cannot simply be appeased by a handful of unruly youths. The master and his disciple, both with shrewd minds, are in accord, wishing to expose them to the might of the vengeful spirit. The 6 boys willingly settled in, and the master and disciple warmly assisted them in arranging their accommodations. Lan Tian summoned a courier service to deliver toiletries and changes of clothing to the mountain. Everything was prepared. Just before dinner, they were about to witness the power of the supernatural phenomenon. In an unguarded moment, little Anning slipped out of the courtyard. A small figure crouched on the steps, gazing longingly down the mountain. As dusk approached, the little one couldn't help but miss her mother. Her tiny nose reddened, and her lips quivered as she cried out, "Mama, come. Anning wants to go home, Mama. Hug me." At that moment, chaos ensued. The waterfall beside the temple reversed its flow, mist rising high into the air. A large flock of crows darkened the sky, enveloping the mountaintop. The once radiant sky, illuminated by the setting sun, was swiftly overshadowed by a terrifying aura heralding the descent of a malevolent deity. The crows circled counterclockwise, cawing mournfully without cease. The master and his disciple were accustomed to such oddities, remaining remarkably composed as they switched on the lights inside and outside the temple. The 6 boys were utterly terrified, particularly the 2 youngest, who clung to their older brothers in fear. Lan Ju was on the verge of tears. "Big brother, I'm scared. This temple is haunted. I want to go home. I want to stay here." Lan Jun was nearly wetting his pants. "Old Taoist, little Taoist, what is happening? You must cast your spells. Drive away the demons." The crows, drawn to carrion, possess acute senses. Their gathering foretells death, a most ominous sign. Lan He and Lan Yu, steeling themselves, did not seek the comfort of their brothers, but rather remained calm enough to identify the source of the problem. Lan Yu pointed tremblingly towards the courtyard entrance, saying, "The little child has gone out. She is crying." Lan He added, shivering, "It seems that her crying suddenly changed the weather, causing the crows to appear." Lan Tian and Lan Di turned pale, glancing at the elder, and almost simultaneously inquired, "Old Taoist, what is going on? Why are there so many crows on Tianji Peak?" The master and disciple remained silent. Having sufficiently frightened them, he leisurely stood up and walked towards the courtyard gate, intending to appease the seemingly fierce little deity. The master, holding a small milk bottle, respectfully coaxed, "Little divine one, do not be upset. Please do not be agitated. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. I hope you'll be magnanimous." The senior brother, holding a cookie, tenderly encouraged little Anning, "Be good. Your brother adores you. Come, let's go have dinner." Little Anning was quite responsive to their coaxing. Having endured beatings and scoldings from her foolish mother, she could genuinely feel the kindness of her master and senior brother. She sobbed softly, trying valiantly to suppress her tears. Mother is begging for food. Ning Ning is obedient, waiting for Mama. The master and senior brother were touched by her words and fell silent. The little black creature atop her head also calmed, retracting its fierce aura and pouncing towards the little white creature on the senior brother's head. The two small beings resumed their playful antics, darting around the temple in a lively chase. Little Anning stretched out her tiny arms, inviting her brother to hold her. "Ning Ning wants food." The master promptly handed the milk bottle to the child, kindly exclaiming, "Anning can control herself. She will surely become a benevolent deity for humanity in the future." The moment she ceased her cries, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The cawing of crows abruptly stopped, and the gust of wind dissipated. The waterfall returned to normal. The 6 boys standing in the courtyard were utterly astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their minds blank. Lan Zhu glanced at the sky and then at little Anning, who was being cradled in the courtyard, and exclaimed, "This temple is not haunted. It is merely the antics of a little ant." Chapter 8. A bloodshed calamity. The 6 mischievous boys discerned that little Anning was extraordinary and bombarded the old Taoist with questions. Why did her cries attract crows? How could they influence the weather and the waterfall? Though it was merely the cry of an ordinary child, what bizarre magic was at play? The master and apprentice feigned profundity, adopting an expression that suggested the secrets of the universe could not be divulged, leaving the 6 boys feeling quite uneasy. At the dinner table, each one stared intently at little Anning. She was indeed a perfectly normal baby, albeit extraordinarily adorable, with no apparent faults. She was also a non-picky eater, consuming whatever was offered. Clumsily, she grasped a small spoon and stuffed food into her mouth, managing to spill half into her bib. After dinner, the old Taoist assigned the 6 brothers a small task. Tomorrow morning, rise early and gather some vegetables from the garden behind the house. Be sure to wash them thoroughly, or they will be inedible. This task was simple, and Lan Tian, as the eldest, readily agreed. All right. Once the younger brothers had washed up, Lan Tian made his way to the old Taoist room to inquire once more about the earlier strange occurrences. This time, the old Taoist was willing to speak. Anning is a celestial calamity star, bearing a particularly ominous fate. If you are indeed her blood relatives and live with her, it may bring adverse effects upon you. The old man was somewhat reserved, not directly stating that she was a fierce deity, merely hinting that if they were not cautious, they might find themselves in peril. To his surprise, the 2 mischievous boys were even more stubborn than the old Taoist, their resolve unwavering. Under the vast azure sky, Lan Tian spoke with utmost courtesy. "I sincerely apologize, venerable Taoist, but I find it difficult to place my faith in destiny. This world is riddled with imperfections, merely a stage for the malevolent." Lan Di, fiery in temperament, lacked the steadiness of her elder brother. "If she were indeed our blood relative, we would never abandon her in the temple. She must attend school, and staying here is inconvenient." They were all good-hearted lads, full of affection and loyalty. The old man stroked his beard, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, and chose to remain silent. As the brothers exited the Taoist chamber, they could hear their younger siblings bickering with the little Taoist from a distance. Lan Jun howled like a wolf. "She is just a little girl. You cannot help her bathe." The little Taoist, in a state of exasperation, retorted, "She hasn't even weaned yet. She requires care." Lan Ju growled like a tiger. "Even though she still wears diapers, she deserves her privacy." Lan Yu bellowed like a bear. "In such a large temple, are there no nuns?" While Lan He, with an air of civility, suggested a female caretaker would suffice. "Were there no preparations made when you adopted her?" The little Taoist, with the bravado of a dragon cub, declared, "I am her senior brother. I ask you to leave." Immediately, little Ning, imitating her elder brother, added with an innocent tone, "I demand that you leave at once." Lan Tian and Lan Di hurried towards the source of the commotion, fearing that their 4 younger brothers might resort to violence on unfamiliar territory. Upon opening the door, they were rendered speechless. 5 mischievous boys were squatting around a large wooden basin. Little Ning, still clad in her clothes and diaper, was joyfully splashing water, expressing her disdain for their interference in her aquatic play, even dismissing her senior brother. "I want to wash my tummy. Wash my feet. I don't need you. Go away." Lan Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Di. "I entrust these 5 rascals to you," he indicated. Lan Di, reluctant to understand the implication, found the little toddler far more endearing. With sleeves rolled up, Lan Tian approached, asserting, "All right, all of you, out you go. I, as an adult, shall attend to the diaper and safeguard her modesty." Lan Di also rolled up her sleeves and, with one hand grasping each of the 2 younger boys, ushered them towards the door. "Be gone swiftly. This temple is a serene sanctuary. Must you create such a ruckus? Is this your notion of civility?" The 3rd and 4th boys were easier to manage, following reluctantly without needing the elder brother's intervention. However, the little Taoist was unyielding. "You have yet to perform your duty. You are not necessarily connected to little Ning. Even if you were, you are not fit to care for her." He remained by the edge of the bath, calmly using a children's towel to gently wash the little girl's face. Lan Tian bent down, casting a sidelong glance at the little Taoist, who remained composed unlike the others. "You make a valid point. My younger brothers may have overstepped. I hope for your understanding." He assisted little Ning in removing her dress and the bulky diaper. Subsequently, the duo, one large and one small, tenderly attended to the baby's bath. Little Ning splashed water at them, even getting some of the bath foam in Lan Tian's eyes. Though his left eye stung painfully, he remained exceptionally patient. Turning to the little Taoist, he spoke softly. "This children's bath gel is rather harsh. We ought to find a gentler foam." The little Taoist found it hard to dislike such a polite, towering figure, responding awkwardly, "I shall procure a different one for little Ning tomorrow." The azure sky was witnessing Blue Sky's inaugural experience intending to a little one. The tender skin of a toddler is inherently slippery, and with the application of bath foam, the child resembled a small loach, nearly impossible to grasp. Fearing she might bump or hurt herself, Blue Sky merely rinsed her off a few times before wrapping the little loach in a towel. The child, reveling in her playfulness, arched her tiny backside, eager to return to the water. "We must wash. We must wash. Ning should be fragrant." Blue Sky, flustered, reassured her, "No more washing. You are already fragrant." It was hardly convincing to the little one. It required the elder brother's gentle persuasion. "Which plush toy would you like to hold while sleeping tonight? Let's choose one together. Would you like a bottle of milk afterwards?" Instantly, little Ning's attention was diverted by her elder brother, and she nodded her tiny head, displaying remarkable obedience. Cuddle the kitty, sleep with the fierce one, and drift into slumber. Amidst a plethora of children's toys, the kitten plush and her elder brother were Ning's utmost favorites. "You hold the kitty, and I'll hold you. You're so small. How could you possibly lift me?" The 7-year-old child, equally innocent and adorable, bubbled with pride, her expression clearly taunting Blue Sky. "Look, little Ning cannot be without her elder brother. You go cool off over there." Blue Sky, humbled, followed the little one to the bedroom. Ultimately, he had little to do. "Be good, and Ning, first dry your hair, then your elder brother will fetch you some milk." "All right." With her hair dried and dressed in her little pajamas, when her elder brother went to prepare the milk, he left her a small task to keep her from crying, to put on her own diaper. Clumsily, she managed to do so. Once dressed, she lay patiently awaiting her milk, softly patting her plush toy while soothing herself. Ning is good. Don't cry. The kitty is good. Let us sleep. No fighting." Blue Sky, unable to assist further, retreated to the adjacent guest room. That night, aside from little Ning and her elder brother, the master and the 6th boy from the Blue family faced a minor calamity. The following morning, upon seeing the master's aged visage, Ifu was taken aback. "Master, what has happened to your face?" Before the master could respond, Ifu turned to the 6 who had also risen early. "Why do you all bear similar marks?" The master, his expression darkened, remained silent, wielding a peachwood sword and gracefully practicing Taoist swordplay in the courtyard. The 6 from the Blue family, scratching their faces and foreheads, were nearly driven to despair. Blue Sky muttered, fearing an abundance of mosquitoes on the mountain. I specifically instructed the errand boy to procure mosquito coils and repellent. What could have gone awry? Are the mosquitoes in the temple particularly resilient? Blue D continued to scratch his face, pondering aloud. Could it be that the constant incense burning in the temple has granted the mosquitoes immunity? The four younger ones, scratching and lamenting, cried out, "The temple's mosquitoes are exceedingly venomous. It itches unbearably. Alas, I am disfigured. Such large welts all over my face. Those wretched mosquitoes only target my face. Last night, I battled the mosquito army to a standstill. They didn't feast sufficiently, and I hardly slept." Upon hearing this, Ifu suddenly realized the situation. Such misfortune was inevitable, with good fortune only capable of dispelling the deadly wrath. He glanced down at little Ning, who was gleefully flaunting her milk bottle, and could not help but smile. "Master, did you not consult the oracle before sleeping last night? Is there yet another calamity to befall us?" The master wielded his sword with a hint of irritation, responding to his wayward disciple. "Thanks to your fortunate presence, we have averted disaster." Little Anning, oblivious to the exchange, playfully flaunted her milk while thanking the person assisting her. "Thank you, Western Father." The senior disciple, sensing the master's displeasure, quickly interjected. Little Anning, say, "Thank you, Master." With her eyes closed, Anning mimicked, "Thank you, Western Father." The master's swordplay faltered, nearly injuring his back. As he hastily replied, "Oh, Divine One, it is my duty to serve you. Do not trouble yourself with thanks." Each time she expressed gratitude, the master grew increasingly anxious, fearing he could not endure it. The 6 brothers of the Lon family observed the dynamics between the master and his disciples. The young priest was unafraid of Anning, but the elder priest held her in considerable regard. Recalling the elder priest's command from the previous night, they proceeded to the vegetable garden behind the house. Having stayed at the temple for 3 days, they could not expect to eat and sleep without contributing. Upon reaching the garden, the 6 brothers were left speechless. The sight before them induced a wave of nausea, almost causing them to lose their stomachs. Chapter 9. An overwhelming stench. The back mountain was largely a patchwork of vegetable gardens, cornfields, and orchards. The elder priest had cultivated an impressive array of fruits and vegetables. However, the current scene revealed that the entire garden was blanketed in bird droppings, leaving no place to set foot. Water spinach, dragon beard vegetables, lettuce, and chives were in a truly deplorable state. The brothers instantly recalled the scene from the previous evening, where thousands of crows circled ominously above the mountain peak. The refined Lon, he could no longer contain himself. Ugh! His initial retching ignited a chain reaction. One by one, they doubled over, heaving uncontrollably. Goodness! Ugh! How could this be? It became clear why the elder priest had assigned such a task to them. He was quite the trickster. Lon Ju, initially at the forefront, now desperately sought refuge behind his brothers. Lon Tianquang, after several heaves, recognized this as a small test from the elder. He did not waver, covering his mouth and nose. He stepped gingerly over the layers of droppings, leading his brothers with determination. A real man should be able to overcome such trivial psychological barriers. What else can he achieve in the future? His encouraging words were commendable. Had he not retched, he would have exhibited even more of a brotherly demeanor. Londi promptly followed suit, suppressing his disgust and gesturing to his younger siblings, "Don't be cowards. Onward." One by one, the brothers ventured into the garden, each footstep squelching into the soft bird droppings, leaving remnants on their legs. "Ah, I can't eat breakfast anymore. This is revolting. I want to eat either. Can we eat this?" The droppings were unbearably hot underfoot, and the brothers continued to retch. The task of harvesting vegetables was daunting, requiring them to sift through the thick layer of droppings. The 6 brothers were uncertain how they overcame their psychological hurdles. In any case, their stomach acids had been expelled. At the mountain's peak, a waterfall cascaded from a cave, a continuous flow of mountain spring water. At such a high altitude, to witness such a robust spring was truly miraculous. Below the cave lay a reservoir, secured by a dam to prevent anyone from tumbling down the waterfall. The brothers, disregarding the circumstances, stripped off their clothes and splashed into the cool waters of the pool, which was shallow yet refreshing. After finishing their baths, The six brothers tidied themselves up by the mountain spring cave and washed a pile of vegetables soiled with excrement. They toiled for over 4 hours, and by the time it was lunchtime, Lantian carried the poorly washed greens to the kitchen. Master Dao, the vegetables you requested have been cleaned. The old man was busy preparing lunch, which consisted of dried bamboo shoots, sauté egg with cured meat, pan-fried cured fish, and seaweed soup, all devoid of fresh vegetables. Without even glancing at the greens in Lantian's hands, he waved dismissively. Breakfast is over. Discard them. Upon hearing this, Lantian merely paused momentarily, displaying a composure uncharacteristic of an 18-year-old, maintaining his politeness. I feel quite ashamed that we have failed to accomplish even this small task. The old man, not wishing to burden him, kindly replied, "Go set the table. It's time for lunch." Lantian expressed his gratitude with courtesy, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you, along with my brothers." Meanwhile, in the dining area, the few who had missed breakfast were hungry, their stomachs audibly protesting, their appetites unquenched even by the most unpleasant sights. They encircled the little Anning, eagerly eyeing her as she nursed. Lanjue gulped, realizing for the first time how delightful the milk a baby drinks could be. Little Wujuan could not help but scorn little Lu. "Lanjue, you're 8 years old and still craving milk? Aren't you ashamed?" The senior brother, holding little Anning at the doorway, found the group bothersome. "Let her drink in peace. Do not disturb her." Anning clutched her bottle tightly, her big round eyes watching them warily. The baby felt a surge of anxiety. This world is truly chaotic. I've barely arrived, and already someone wants to snatch my food. She drank too quickly, struggling to swallow, the sounds of her labored breathing indicating her exhaustion. Landy, unable to resist, pinched her little cheek, chuckling, "Take your time, little one. There is no need to rush." Lanhui gently reassured her, "We want tea, take it from you. Just slow down, or you might choke." Lan Yu, observing the young Taoist, suddenly inquired, "Little Taoist, how old are you? What's your Dao name?" Lan Jue, ever the conversationalist, interjected, "He must be younger than I am. He is not even as tall as me." Just then, Lantian approached and continued, "You're so young, and you're already a Taoist on the mountain? Don't you go to school? What is your name?" Under the scrutiny of 6 curious gazes, the young Taoist found himself momentarily paralyzed. I'm 7 years old. I go to school occasionally. And I don't have a Dao name. Only 7? No wonder you lack a Dao name. Occasionally going to school? Is that even allowed?" The 6 brothers simultaneously pressed on. "Then what is your name?" The young Taoist, his delicate face rigid, looked down at the milk-drinking prodigy, feeling for the first time that uttering his name was a challenge. Previously, he had only thought of his parents' affection in naming him and his brother, derived from their mother's name, Fu Wanmin. Thus, his name became Ifu, while his brother was named Yuan. The remaining character, Min, was meant for a daughter they hoped to have, who would be named Amin. Now, under the persistent questioning of the 6 brothers, he internally lamented his parents' choices. A father, 1,000, a life. What a jumble of names. No one could derive proper names from such a mess in 50 years. Feigning calmness, he stammered, "A mere nameless junior, not worth mentioning." Little did he know that Lan Ju was quite persistent, probing further. "Don't you have to attend school regularly? I envy you so much. I wish to ascend the mountain and become a Taoist too." As he spoke, he mimicked the adults, extending his right hand for a handshake. "Little Taoist, let's be friends. My name is Lan Ju, and I am a year your senior. What is your name? Don't be shy." Seeing her senior brother silent, Xiao Anning grew anxious and, with a soft voice, interjected, "Xishan calls you uncle." Her senior brother's face flushed crimson, fearing they might misunderstand, and hurriedly clarified, "I possess a rare surname from the 100 family surnames, with only about 2,000 people in the nation sharing it." Lan Ju furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. "What did Annie just say? I didn't catch that. What surname? Only 2,000 left in the whole country? So rare?" Fortunately, the master arrived with dishes, interrupting their inquiries. "Boys, it's time for lunch." The 6 brothers immediately felt embarrassed, eager to serve the dishes and fill their bowls. After lunch, the old Taoist headed to the vegetable garden behind the house. Lan Tian, brimming with questions, followed suit. The other 5, reluctant to return to the garden right after a hearty meal, feared they would be unable to hold it down. Ifu was utterly exasperated with these five, who constantly clung to Xiao Anning. He held Xiao Anning in his arms and followed to the garden as well. Lan Tian was persistently asking, "Master, why are these crows attacking your fruits and vegetables with their droppings? Is there some ominous sign? It's strange that there are so many crow droppings, yet none on the roof or in the courtyard, all concentrated in the garden." The old Taoist turned and pointed at the little ancestor in Ifu's arms. "I too am puzzled. We must inquire with the little deity." Lan Tian promptly addressed the unweaned child, attempting to speak respectfully, yet unsure how to convey it. "May I ask, why do the crows you attracted choose to defecate in the vegetable garden?" Ifu recognized that Xiao Anning did not comprehend. He pointed at the garden and simplified the question in a manner a toddler could understand. "Xiao Anning, why are the little birds so messy, leaving droppings on the vegetables?" Xiao Anning was preoccupied with lulling her toy cat to sleep, but her little ears were still attentive. "The vegetables have 7 pp and poop. We have 7 veggies." Lan Tian was bewildered. "What does that mean?" The master and disciple exchanged knowing glances. The child from the countryside was accustomed to seeing adults use manure to fertilize crops. On her first night at the Taoist temple, with the crows rampant, their droppings also ended up in the fields, sparing the courtyard from mess. It turned out that her everyday knowledge had influenced the flock of crows. The master felt a headache coming on. "Little deity, our fields and gardens are sufficiently fertile. Please refrain from crying in the future." The little deity, unfazed by her ability to comply or not, clapped her tiny hands on her plush toy and boasted nonsensically. "No crying, no crying. Ning Ning is good, the little cat is good." Lan Tian finally grasped the meaning and was once again astounded. So many crows, and their behavior is influenced by her. The master and disciple chose not to elaborate on the obvious. That night, a torrential downpour lasted well into the night, effectively washing away the bird droppings from the fruits and vegetables. The memory of that foul stench lingers, rendering the thought of fresh vegetables utterly unappetizing. These past few days have revolved around little Ning, as we anxiously sought to prevent her tears, chasing her tiny figure around the temple. The moment her lips pouted, signaling her longing for her mother, Lan Jun and Lan Ju hastened to light incense and bow in adoration. "Amitabha, dear auntie, do not cry. I shall offer you 3 respectful bows." Only Lan Ju, with his audacity, dared to call her aunt and genuinely performed the 3 bows. Lan Jun, incense in hand, knelt as well, directing his reverence towards Ning while admonishing his younger brother. "Lan Ju, Amitabha is the saying of monks. This is a Taoist temple." Lan Ju, undeterred, retorted, "You think you know everything. Then tell me, what do Taoists say?" The second grader momentarily stumped the fourth grader. Lan Jun scratched his head, pondering, and finally replied, "The old Taoist with the cow nose would say, quickly as the law commands, 'The Supreme Lord, manifest your spirit.'" Lan Ju, dismissing his elder brother, returned to Ning, bowing thrice once more while chanting, "Amitabha, good, good, dear Annie, do not cry. You are the best." With both hands cradling the lit incense, Lan Jun continued his worship, fervently repeating, "You must not cry. Otherwise, the crows atop the mountain will frighten the onlookers below, making them think the temple is haunted. Lan Ju interjected, "If that happens, no one will dare to come and burn incense, which would harm the temple. The old Taoist would become impoverished, and Annie would have no milk to drink, nor money for diapers." And Ning, bewildered by their antics, found her rhythm of tears disrupted, her emotions more chaotic than droppings in the vegetable garden. Ifu, observing these 2 brothers, often felt at a loss, unable to engage in their peculiar game of comforting the little one due to a lack of eccentricity. During their 3 days at the temple, the 6 brothers of the Lan family were plagued by mosquito bites, their bodies adorned with welts. Mosquito coils, repellent sprays, and floral water proved futile. Even a mosquito net was ineffective, either torn or collapsing upon them in the night. Throughout these days, the master had been busy altering several white Taoist robes worn by his eldest disciple at the tender age of 3 or 4. The old man's hands were truly skilled. The modified robe fit Ning perfectly. On the 4th day, the 3 of them donned their Taoist robes, with Ning clutching her small bottle, descending the mountain alongside the 6 boys. Chapter 10. The great descent. The path was lined with the flourishing ghostly fire plants, their long leaves a deep green. At this extraordinary rate of growth, they were likely to blossom by next month. The old Taoist led the way, with the boys following closely behind. And Ning clung to her senior brother more tenaciously than 502 glue, her attachment unwavering. The master observed the mountains filled with ghostly fire, habitually calculating the auspicious and the inauspicious. Ever since Ning had arrived at Tianji Peak, his daily calculations had yielded unfavorable results. Today was not a propitious day for descending the mountain. Just as he concluded his divination, a soft, white mass fell from the treetops, narrowly missing his head and landing squarely on his shoe. Looking down, he discovered a large, squishy pile of crow droppings. The old man's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors, black, white, and green, more vivid than ever before. After another calculation, he deduced that this was indeed a stroke of misfortune, albeit one shielded by the boy's fortunate charm. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly wiped the bird droppings off his shoe in the grass and continued down the mountain. Little Taoist, let me carry her. Lang Tiang, seeing the little one struggling to descend with her bottle, reached out to take her. The delicate face of the young child was filled with possessiveness, and her rejection was quite resolute. I'll hold it myself. I'm too lazy to keep driving away the negative energy for you. The 6 brothers were utterly unaware of what this negative energy truly was, as it was neither visible nor tangible. For the past 3 days, the old priest and the young priest had repeatedly mentioned that their foreheads appeared dark. Lan Ju, scratching his head, interjected, I don't think my forehead is dark at all. My body feels perfectly normal. It just attracts mosquitoes. However, Lan Jun remarked, I occasionally feel an inexplicable chill running down my back, almost giving me goosebumps. Upon hearing this, the brothers shared a sense of eerie unease. Only Xiao Anning could perceive it. During these days, the little white cat belonging to her senior brother had become quite exhausted, incessantly defecating, farting, urinating, and even sniffling above their heads. At that moment, the little white cat, tongue lolling, sprawled lazily atop her senior brother's head, too weary to move. In contrast, her little black cat was remarkably lively, excitedly bouncing about, sensing that there would be delightful black energy upon descending the mountain. Xiao Anning was nearly brought to tears with craving. That black energy was far more delectable than milk. A droplet of saliva dangled from the corner of her mouth and dripped on her brother's shoulder. Such a disgraceful act did not escape the notice of Lan Tian and Lan Di. Lan Tian pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth and inquired with a smile, Are you yearning for milk again? Such an addiction. Xiao Anning shook her head, unable to articulate her desires clearly, expressing instead, Chi-Chi, smoky, running away. How wonderful. In Xiao Anning's perception, the more malicious a person was, the denser the negative energy they emitted, and the more she yearned to absorb it. Lan Di pinched her cheek and chuckled, offering no semblance of restraint. Dressed in a Taoist robe, she still could not escape the need for milk and diapers. Alas. Her attire seemed in vain. Lan Tian also chuckled. This little Taoist maiden, merely 22 months old, descends the mountain to vanquish demons. Ha ha. The little milk child, her hair styled in a topknot, donned a white robe over her diaper, clutching her milk bottle tightly, an utterly adorable sight. The brothers' remarks did not sit well with Yi Fu, who promptly retorted, No matter how young Anning is, she is not to be trifled with. There is no one in this world who dares to provoke her. He paused, then added, Can you guarantee that you will not commit evil in this lifetime? Are you certain that you have not done so in your past lives? Even my master does not dare to assure himself of his previous deeds. Families that can attract malevolent spirits to reincarnate typically fall into 2 categories. One is filled with heinous offenses in this life, while the other harbors wickedness from past lives. Both are rooted in malevolence without exception. Only such families possess enough negative energy to draw down the malevolent spirits. This implies that Xiao Anning's foolish mother and her sister, Jing, were no paragons of virtue in their past lives, hence they suffer this tribulation in the present. This is the true reason why malevolent spirits afflict their kin. The malevolent spirit bestows karmic retribution, liberating the souls burdened by sin, so that in the next life, they may be free of afflictions, allowing Anning to find happiness. Naturally, the malevolent spirit does not exempt itself. It too bears its karmic consequences. Having consumed excessive negative energy and purified countless evil spirits, it possesses only the lifespan of a mortal, eternally subjected to the pains of reincarnation, making it the most solitary being in existence. The old priest, overhearing the boys' conversation, turned to offer a few words of caution. Regarding Anning, one must harbor reverence. Do not speak irreverently. The azure sky nurtured a serene atmosphere, prompting the group to promptly cease their playful antics. The eldest brother took the lead in acknowledging their oversight, saying, "Indeed, we have been remiss. We appreciate your guidance." His 5 younger brothers did not find Xiao Anning intimidating, but rather endearing and approachable. Nevertheless, they still endeavored to emulate their elder brother's humility and politeness. Lan Di remarked, "If she truly can bring retribution upon evildoers, I would gladly bow and offer incense and reverence." Lonnie concurred, "Indeed." Lan Yu added, "We shall undoubtedly hold her in awe. Laying Yun slightly decreasing into Shigdal. We must show respect. The filth of crow droppings is exceedingly foul." Lan Ju then completely shifted the topic, exclaiming, "Fifth brother, with your crow's tongue, spare us the mention of crow droppings. I am yearning for ice cream once we descend a mountain." The group chattered animatedly as they made their way down the slope. Yi Fu carried Xiao Anning, gritting his teeth as he managed to hold her until they reached the mid-mountain, taking more frequent breaks. The master, feeling a pang of concern for his disciple, disregarded his own cultivation and reached out to carry the little black-hearted radish. "Let me take her, my age permits it," he offered. However, should the malevolent energy enter the master's body, it would swiftly consume his pure yang essence, inflicting grave harm to his cultivation. Yi Fu's fortunate aura could only dispel the malevolent energy, but could not protect the master's cultivation. Subconsciously, Xiao Anning understood the irreversible damage it could cause her master. The little black creature atop her head bared its teeth at the master, tail erect, displaying a fierce demeanor. She vigorously shook her little head in refusal, expressing her disdain for the master's embrace. "Don't let Western father hold me. It's not good." Yi Fu was taken aback, hastily evading the master's outstretched hand. "Master, please do not worry. I am capable of carrying her." Lan Tian, an ordinary person, had fewer qualms and took Xiao Anning from Yi Fu. It pained him to see a little child burdened, and he insisted, "Let me carry her. You take a rest." Yi Fu cast a glance at his forehead, letting out a resigned sigh. "Ah, the malevolent energy has entered again. Just how much of a scoundrel were you in your past life?" Lan Tian zet ponde. One should never provoke a Taoist, regardless of age. Their mystical nature can be quite formidable. Yi Fu sensed that he could no longer summon his fortune through intent alone and would have to take matters into his own hands. "Stand still," he instructed, climbing atop a large stone to barely reach Lan Tian's chest. Following his master's teachings, he pinched his fingers and recited an incantation, aligning his right index and middle fingers to tap at Lan Tian's brow. Xiao Anning observed as her senior's head, adorned with an unwilling little white cat, lazily sprayed a couple of droplets towards Lan Tian. The dark aura at Lan Tian's brow dissipated. Patiently waiting for the young Taoist to complete the incantation, Lan Tian kindly assisted him in descending from the stone. Only then did he continue to carry Xiao Anning down the mountain. "All right, young Taoist. Your effort in dispelling the evil is commendable. To avoid further trouble, allow me to carry her to our destination." The 6 brothers, determined to keep Xiao Anning close, knew that should they let go, the malevolent energy would re-enter, necessitating another dispelling. Yi Fu hurried closely behind, gazing up at Lan Tian's towering figure, effortlessly cradling Xiao Anning, which filled him with envy. He fantasized about possessing such a tall stature and indignantly corrected, "Xiao Anning is not a malevolent spirit. She is merely bestowing you with her energy, indicating your own karmic burdens." "Well, indeed, her divine name does leave much to be desired," he conceded. The azure sky remained silent as the tall figure, standing at nearly 6 feet, descended the steps with little Ning securely cradled in his arms. Ning, soft and snugly, nestled against his shoulder, finding it far more comfortable than her senior brothers. The senior brother trailed behind, appearing diminutive in comparison. With a playful smile, she turned her head to him, her voice a melodic babble. "Cece, hurry up. Don't fall." "All right, I'm coming," he replied. The others followed closely behind, none lagging. Young Shun had a remarkable memory, recalling each of them, chattering adorably. "You mustn't fall." "Good, Aunt." Jun slow down. "Understood." He don't run." This was directed at Lan He. "Okay, I won't run." You don't be afraid." This was aimed at Lan Yu. "All right, I won't be afraid." Then, an unexpected turn took place. The obedient younger brother, nearly 6 feet tall at 16, grumbled, "I give up. Could you please refrain from calling me that?" After thoroughly chattering away, little Ning had not overlooked the one at the forefront. "Shifu, be good." The master, momentarily choked by his own words, managed to reply, "Cough, cough, cough, you're good. You're good." The group, attending to the little fierce deity, descended the mountain amid laughter and chatter. Upon reaching the bottom, matters grew serious. After more than 2 hours on the high-speed train, they arrived at the neighboring district. Instead of returning to the Lan family home, they headed directly to the local police station. Lan Tian filed a report, urging the police to thoroughly investigate the cause of the nanny Jingjing's death. The 6 brothers, along with Ning, requested a kinship verification. Chapter 11. The Dark Malevolence. While awaiting the results of the verification, the trio of master and disciples took residence in Lan Tian's villa. Nestled in a prime location, the 4-story European-style mansion was grand and opulent, having been newly renovated just 6 months prior. A 40-something-year-old housekeeper, hired by the 6 brothers' aunt to oversee their daily needs, greeted them as they entered. The moment the trio stepped into the villa, the housekeeper discreetly contacted their aunt. "Miss, the 6 children have returned. It's uncertain if they found Jingjing's family, but they brought back an elder and 2 young Taoists. Their aunt, Lan Meiying, was 3 years younger than their father, Lan Tuhai. She had a son and a daughter, but 3 years ago, their uncle's business collapsed, and now the couple worked at the Lan family company." Lan Tian observed the housekeeper's actions with keen eyes, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Upon returning home, he adopted a demeanor that was both cold and vigilant. The housekeeper, hiding in the storage room, finished her call and opened the door only to be startled by him. Nearly dropping her phone, "Young Master Lan, I have tidied up the guest room. I will prepare dinner now." Lan Tian's expression remained impassive, showing no inclination to divulge more information. "That child, not yet 2 years old, is the biological sister of the nanny. I believe my aunt desires a particular outcome, which will soon become evident." The housekeeper was taken aback, her shock evident. "What? The nanny has such a young sister? Younger than all 6 of you?" Lan Tian's demeanor was frosty, his response tangential. "What toppling my father? The Lan family lacks no heirs. You may inform my aunt that I fear I shall disappoint her good intentions." With a slight smile, he added, "I cannot be a mere pawn for my aunt. I must ensure she does not suffer losses. This villa is a gift from her for my 18th birthday, and she may reclaim it at any moment." He had no interest in vying for family wealth and was weary of the treacherous life within the elite circles. The 5 underage younger brothers moved out of the Lan family to live with him, and in order to secure assistance from his influential aunt, he accepted the villa. The nanny's expression froze, utterly unprepared for his bluntness. A newly adult child, well aware of the underlying truths, recognized that his aunt sought a share of the inheritance, which motivated her support in investigating Jing's cause of death. "Master Lan Tian, your aunt," the nanny began, wanting to express that she genuinely cared for them. However, in such a prominent family, where interests reigned supreme, how much sincerity could one expect? If she lacked affection for her own brother, could she truly love his children? Lan Tian, disinterested in idle chatter, turned to leave, stating over his shoulder, "I merely wish to uphold the law and seek justice for the deceased. I have no intention of assisting my aunt in undermining my father." The nanny took a deep breath, suppressing her panic, and returned to the storage room to relay his words verbatim to Lan Meiying. On the other end of the line, Lan Meiying seethed, grinding her teeth before finally managing to utter, "You little brat and ingrate." Despite her anger, she nonetheless instructed the nanny. Continue taking care of those 6 boys who have never known hardship. The nanny responded respectfully, rest assured, Mississippi. In the living room, little Ning was curious about everything, scurrying around like a small wild boar. Yifu, Lan Yu, Lan Jun, and Lan Ju chased after her, trying to entertain. Be careful, and Ning, slow down. It's a strange environment. Watch out for falls. Can I turn on the TV? Let's find an anime for you to watch. Please don't cry. Our villa isn't as vast as Chinji Peak. If crows attack, their droppings could bury us. At the thought of such a scene, Lan Ju shuddered, interrupting his brother. The police will arrive at the scene in 3 minutes, trending in 2, and there we will stand, covered in bird droppings, explaining to the cameras that it's just a family squabble, not a haunting. And Ning, now quite perceptive, understood much of what they said and realized they feared her tears. She had even learned to frighten them, narrowing her big eyes and pouting her little lips, showcasing her acting skills. Oh dear, I'm going to wet my pants. Her performance, though clumsy, was undeniably adorable. She wasn't lying. She had indeed wet herself, her diaper bulging significantly. Lan Tian turned to instruct the nanny, quickly change her diaper. Of course, the nanny replied. As she approached Ning, she was enveloped by a cloud of dark energy, though it was not as severe as what the 6 brothers had experienced. Yifu instinctively shielded her, effortlessly dispelling the negative aura. The nanny was meticulous, carrying Ning into the washroom, cleansing her little backside with warm water before putting on a fresh diaper. In the washroom, they exchanged playful compliments. Oh, those round, sparkling eyes and that chubby little face. How did you become so adorable? Auntie is pretty. You're so young and already acting like a little fairy. How precious. The nanny continued her sweet praises. You're so clever. You even know when you need a change. Soon enough, you'll be out of diapers. And Ning remembered her older brother's lessons on polite expressions and sweetly replied, Thank you, Annie. Annie helps wash my bottom. Oh dear, how embarrassing. How messy. The concept of thank you is something the little one couldn't quite grasp yet. It can only be understood that there exists an elderly aunt, a teacher, and an elder brother. The nanny diligently attends to the little ancestor, indeed relieving some burdens. The 6 brothers create quite a tense atmosphere at home. In the evening, after much deliberation, Lan Tian ultimately decided to call his parents. As soon as the call connected, a booming voice filled with rage erupted from Lan Tuhai. You ungrateful wretch. Are you still alive out there? You know to call me? What's the matter? Can't make it on your own? Come to your senses? Without waiting for Lan Tian to respond, Lan Tuhai continued his tirade. It's too late. I'll act as if I never had you. Don't think you'll receive any benefits from me in the future. Once you step out of the Lan family door, be prepared to die out there. Typically, one would expect parents to be deeply worried if their child had not returned home for several days, especially in a wealthy family. The greatest fear would be that the child had encountered kidnapping or extortion. Yet abnormal parents react differently. Lan Tian, without hesitation, placed a call on speaker in front of the old Taoist priest. The priest showed no surprise, having sensed from their first meeting that the 6 boys lived in an unstable home with shallow ties to their parents. Lan Tian displayed no emotions on his face and replied in a calm tone. Thank you for your concern. My brothers and I are well. Regarding the nanny's death, he wished to persuade his father to confess, yet it was evidently futile to communicate. The old Taoist stroked his beard, observing silently, while the young Taoist listened in bewilderment. As a child from a wealthy family himself, his parents had always cherished him and his siblings, never uttering harsh words. A woman's voice emerged from the other end of the line, elegant yet laced with sarcasm. Tian, you've even been accepted into a prestigious university. Your intelligence should be intact, right? Do you really believe that continuing this way will yield any benefits for you? Lan Tuhai seized the phone again. Furious. Why on earth did I bring forth such ungrateful little creatures? Fools! No eggs remain under a collapsed nest. You meddle with Lan Meiying and oppose me. Do you? The nanny was merely a servant. A worthless life? Let her die. Lan Di could no longer endure it. She snatched the phone from her elder brother's hand and hung up. Unbeknownst to anyone, the quiet little girl who had been listening intently to the call was enveloped in an eerie black-red aura. Unlike pure black energy, This was distinctly more intense. The black-red energy began to seep into Lan Tian's phone, traversing the signal towards the person on the other end of the call. Sucking on her pacifier, she remained blissfully unaware of her own formidable power, innocently babbling. Drinking, fighting, it hurts so much. She recalled a cruel, alcoholic father. And, through the magnetic field, she could keenly sense whether the person on the other end was good or evil. Every day, be good, don't fight, don't hurt. Ow! Indeed, her instinct was merely to protect Lan Tian, who was enduring the scornful insults. The black-red energy only managed to penetrate a small portion through the phone signal before Lan Di, in her anger, hung up, severing the connection. The teacher and elder brother did not take Little and Ning's mutterings to heart, as they had not encountered the person on the other end of the line. However, that night, a calamity befell the Lan family. Chapter 12. Retribution descends that night. Little and Ning was somewhat restless, nestled in her elder brother's embrace, murmuring softly throughout the night. In a moment, Shi Xiong, hug me, I am embracing you. In a moment, Shi Xiong, pat pat, very well, I shall gently pat your little bottom. Quickly, Ning Ning, go to sleep. In a moment, Shi Xiong, kiss kiss, alright, I shall plant kisses. The elder brother repeatedly pressed his lips against the fragrant little head. In another moment, she lifted her little feet high. Shi Xiong, smell? This was an invitation to sniff her tiny toes. The elder brother showed no reluctance at all, grasping her little feet to inhale deeply, praising. Indeed, Ning Ning's little feet smelled delightful, not at all foul. After the little foot sniffing, she placed her soft little hand over the elder brother's mouth and nose, seeking compliments. My hands smell good. The elder brother yawned, kissed her little hand in a hurry, and exclaimed, Ning Ning's little hands are both fragrant and adorable. Little and Ning incessantly fidgeted with the elder brother. Meanwhile, their little spirit beasts floated above the bed, with the little black ball riding the little white ball, playfully nibbling and nudging. The little white ball, submissive and yawning, appeared utterly disenchanted. Indeed, each was loyal to their own master. This playful commotion continued until 1 a.m. before they finally settled down to sleep. At the tender age of 7, the elder brother experienced the trials of being a caretaker. Fortunately, the European-style villa in the blue sky was not besieged by a flock of crows during the night, nor overrun with hellish flowers in the yard. This indicated that the little troublemaker had only chosen Tianji Peak as its target. The following morning, the couple, Lan Tu-hai and Shui Mei-jun, found themselves trending online. The lavish 2,000-square-meter villa of the Lan family had been struck by lightning the previous night. Lan Tu-hai and Shui Mei-jun lay in bed, repeatedly hit by lightning. According to a servant from the Lan household, the employers were knocked unconscious in bed, and upon awakening, terrified, they fled to the basement. The lightning seemed to navigate with precision, curving and pursuing them, even striking into the basement. A group of servants remained unscathed by the lightning. The butler, in a frantic rush to close the windows, found that the lightning even bypassed him. Surveillance footage captured this terrifying and bizarre scene. A female servant quietly posted on social media to lament, "Do we laborers serve merely as beasts of burden? Is wealth truly so remarkable?" This is the bitter end of callousness, struck by lightning, no doubt. The servant's video went viral unexpectedly, spreading rapidly across the internet. The online reactions were filled with jest. Wow, who is facing divine retribution? What grave sins must one commit to be pursued by lightning? A friendly reminder to all present. Do not make oaths during rain. Did the weather forecast not predict no rain? Last night, the rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, seemingly only to accompany the few strikes of lightning. Lan Tu-hai and his wife were not killed but sustained serious injuries, necessitating an emergency hospital visit in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this news, the master and disciple swallowed hard, instinctively glancing at the little darling, who was contentedly flaunting her milk. The contrast between appearances was striking. Both raised their hands to calculate. Indeed, the Lan family was beginning to face the consequences of their actions, thanks to this little milk-flashing prodigy. The master's hand, stroking his beard, began to tremble once more. The elder brother stuttered, "Master, it appears you possess only a rudimentary understanding of malevolent spirits." There is no need to engage with wicked individuals. Divine retribution travels vast distances, serving with remarkable efficacy. The master feigned calmness, taking a sip of tea, striving to salvage his dignity. I am but a mere mortal. How could I possibly comprehend the might of the divine? Had I the ability to fathom such power, I would have achieved enlightenment and ascended to immortality. At that moment, the little demoness nestled on the sofa, her tiny feet bare. Clutching a baby bottle in one hand, she playfully toyed with her little toes, an endearing sight of innocence. Noticing the master and his apprentice gazing at her, she generously offered the bottle to them. The master and his apprentice broke into a cold sweat, their mouths twitching as they chorused, "Go ahead, you eat, you eat." Who could have anticipated that even the storms and thunder would heed the summons of this bubbly little demoness, bestowing upon them karmic retribution without hesitation? As the master and apprentice continued to watch her, she clumsily crawled over to them, insisting on sharing a sip. Such a good baby, not wanting to eat alone. The apprentice, his pretty face flushed, pretended to sip from the bottle. "Thank you, little Ning Ning, but please enjoy it yourself. I am quite full." The master, unwilling to lose face, hastily stood up and made his escape. "I shall check the kitchen to see if lunch is ready." After finishing her milk, little Ning Ning did not manage to share with the master. "Oh dear," she sighed, sitting beside her brother, blissfully continuing to play with her toes. The 6 brothers, upon learning that their parents had been struck by lightning, initially perceived it as mere misfortune, displaying little emotional upheaval. Having grown up amidst a backdrop of fierce rivalry among family members, they understood that only through cunning and deceit could one inherit more of the family fortune. The darker aspects of humanity were vividly displayed within the Lan family. Lan Tian, being sensible and understanding, did not wish to confront his parents like adversaries before uncovering the truth behind the nanny's demise. Despite the harsh words exchanged with his father over the phone last night, he reminded his brothers, "Our parents have cared for us for so many years. Their kindness should not be forgotten. Should they truly be guilty of a crime, it is the law that will address it, not us." Lan Tian composed himself and, with his brothers in tow, proceeded to visit their injured parents in the hospital. Little Ning scampered toward the entrance, fussing to accompany them. "I want to cuddle my big brother." Understanding her intentions, the master and his apprentice exchanged glances. Fully aware of the implications, they dared not allow her to accompany them to the hospital. She had yet to learn self-control, and her presence might endanger the frail patients. The apprentice's protective aura was not yet capable of encompassing all, while her malevolent energy was omnipresent, wielding a formidable influence. The apprentice quickly embraced her, saying to Lin Ning, "How about we watch some cartoons for a while?" As soon as he held her, she nodded eagerly in agreement. Alas, the little demoness was easily swayed by charming figures from a young age. The 6 brothers were absent for several days. The little demoness had merely tapped into her milky powers, yet she had not truly unleashed her might. Meanwhile, the situation in the hospital grew increasingly dire. Lan Tuhai suffered severe burns on his back and abdomen from the lightning strike, and his heart sustained damage, necessitating admission to the intensive care unit. Xuemei Zhan's entire face was charred, leaving her severely disfigured and mentally unstable. Clutching a silver cross pendant tightly in her hand, she oscillated between shock and despair. Since the demise of Njing, she has worn this pendant, purchased from a priest in France. Her gaze was vacant, her words a cacophony of fury. "The ghost of that wretched woman has returned. Here, to collect her due. Damn that harlot. D. Just die, you vile creature. You dare to find me? The little bastards will suffer for it." Ha ha! The 6 brothers stood silently by the bedside, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Lan tightened his fists at his sides, grinding his teeth as he inquired, "Is the harlot referring to Njing? Are the little bastards us?" The woman stiffened, her eyes gradually clearing as she focused on the 6 children surrounding her bed. A searing pain struck her face, and she rolled her eyes back, fainting once more. Lan Tian discreetly recorded her previous utterances. Chapter 13. A heart turned to malice. I must find my mother. Ever since the 6 brothers were admitted to the hospital, little Ning had persistently clamored to go, perhaps sensing some unspoken connection. The master and senior disciples surrounded the little ancestor, attempting to soothe her from dawn till dusk. The master bent his weary frame, trying to reason with a child clad in diapers. Little deity, once you can harness your powers, you may go wherever you wish. But during this awakening phase, I cannot allow you to visit the hospital. Frail patients cannot withstand your strength. What scripture was the master reciting? Little deity could not comprehend, her round belly protruding as she blinked her innocent large eyes, pouting her lips, ready to cry for her master. Be a good girl and play at the hospital. Der ning ning. The baby understood she could not touch her master, her tiny hands clasped behind her back, suppressing the urge to tug at his beard. Conversely, the master, oblivious, often leaned towards the baby, sometimes yearning to hold her. The little deity must not cry. She must not become agitated, for her power was too great, potentially harming the innocent. Indeed, the master continued to chatter, extending his hands to embrace the baby once more. No, no. Fortunately, the baby was as slippery as an eel, darting away each time. The senior brother quickly scooped her up and headed towards the small garden, fabricating tales as he went. Little Ning Ning. Let us search in the grass. Perhaps Lon Tion and the others are hiding in an anthole. Why Haven Tea? They returned. The master interjected. Young one, monks do not speak falsehoods. This is not only the rule of bald monks, but also that of Taoist priests. Alas, the child in diapers fell for this ruse. She pouted, genuinely crawling into the grass to search. They must come back. The senior brother, undeterred by the possibility of misleading the precious child, pretended to rummage through the grass, calling out, Lon Tion, are you here? Little Ning, with her soft voice, mimicked, Are you in there, Londi? Big brother, are you there? Seeing no response, she clutched her little head, feeling quite disheartened. Oh, if only I could make them listen, my head would not ache. The senior brother, utterly charmed, planted several kisses on her little head. Ha ha, a kiss from your brother will make the pain go away. The master, unable to bear the sight, slipped away, retreating to the park to wander, as he was unaccustomed to the lavishness surrounding him. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Schwem Meijin had fully regained consciousness, struggling to accept the disfigurement she had endured. The hospital ward was left in disarray due to her outburst. Several young nurses bore the scars of her wrath. An elderly couple, visiting their son and daughter-in-law struck by lightning, were themselves knocked to the ground by their emotionally unstable daughter-in-law. One suffered a back injury, while the other sustained an injury to the leg, leading them to hospitalization as well. The police were investigating the cause of Njing's death. Today, several officers arrived at the hospital, interviewing the elderly couple who had sustained lighter injuries. Schwem Meijin was mentally unstable, and Lon Tuhai lay in the intensive care unit. Thus, neither could be interrogated. The servants working for the Lon family changed annually, leaving no one with knowledge of Njing. This case exemplified a classic instance of death without witnesses, presenting considerable challenges for the police, who could only begin their inquiries with the 6 children. It was discovered that Schwem Meijin was infertile. Could it be that these 6 children were indeed born of the nanny Njing? The police awaited the results of their investigations. This year had been tumultuous for the family. The elderly couple blamed their eldest grandson, Lon Tion, for leading his younger siblings astray. Just as the officers departed, the elderly couple severed ties with Lon Tion completely. The grandfather's sentiment was straightforward. A mere countrywoman had died. The life of a poor person was of little value, so what was there to investigate? Regarding their biological mother, the grandmother no longer concealed her disdain. That woman was not as innocent as one might think. A poor village girl with grand ambitions, who once seduced your father and bore you. At 68, the grandmother displayed no trace of kindness. If anything, she appeared increasingly menacing with age, her words dripping with bitterness. My daughter-in-law is reasonable. She brought you back to the Lon family to spare you the shame of being a bastard. That wretched woman clung to us relentlessly. My daughter-in-law, soft-hearted, housed her as a nanny to care for you, unaware she was inviting danger into our home. The grandmother's agitation grew. Her murky eyes filled with venom as she pounded the hospital bed, wishing to exact vengeance on Njing's corpse. Lon Tion listened to this so-called truth with calmness, refraining from interjecting. He understood that his grandmother was merely venting her own grievances. His grandfather maintained a harem outside, fathering 5 illegitimate children, all of whom harbored ambitions of usurping power. Lan Tuhai and Lan Ming were born of the grandmother to secure her position as the legitimate wife. The grandmother had fought tirelessly against her husband's mistresses, never finding peace. With the advent of a new marriage law granting equal rights to both legitimate and illegitimate children, the grandmother was adamant that the cause of the nanny's death should remain undisclosed, fearing it might affect her husband. Through relentless persuasion, she had convinced her husband to allow their daughter and son-in-law into the Lan group, aiming for unity among siblings to combat the illegitimate offspring. Little did she know that her daughter harbored ambitions that extended beyond merely contending with those 5 illegitimate children. She sought to undermine her own brother to seize greater shares and become the head of the Lan family. The aunt gifted him a villa, aptly named a coming-of-age present for her eldest nephew, yet it served as a covert means of supporting him against his father, bolstering his courage to incite rebellion among his younger siblings. Lan Tian withdrew into his thoughts, bowing his head and taking several deep breaths. Feeling the weight of being born into such a chaotic and tumultuous family. At this moment, the elderly woman clutched the oxygen mask, inhaling several breaths of oxygen, while vehemently continuing her tirade. That shameless, despicable woman seeks to elevate her status, employing every underhanded tactic to entice your father. Bearing countless children, she surpasses even a sow in her prolificacy. Lan Tian offered a self-deprecating cold laugh. He and his 5 younger brothers were born of a peasant woman, equally regarded as lowly in the eyes of their paternal grandmother. It was no wonder she had never shown them affection, reserving her love exclusively for her 2 granddaughters. The elderly woman inhaled more oxygen, her blood pressure stabilizing, as she unleashed further scathing remarks, entirely disregarding the fact that her eldest grandson was merely a newly minted adult. It's my daughter-in-law's fault for not being able to bear children. What can be done? She graciously accepted you all, shielding you from gossip, treating you as her own, and you ought to be grateful. Treating us as her own? Lan Tian chuckled again, muttering to himself. Perhaps she meant as a performance akin to one's own. The elderly woman, not hearing him clearly, continued her tirade. That wretched woman calculated every move. Yet when the opportunity for ascendance eluded her, she took her own life. What is there to investigate? As the eldest grandson of the Lan family, are you not ashamed? Previously, when the police had come to take statements, the elderly woman had uttered similar sentiments, vehemently casting aspersions on the deceased to absolve her son and daughter-in-law of any wrongdoing. Lan Tian maintained his composure. He did not even believe her words. Suddenly, the elderly woman grasped his hand, softening her tone, and urged him once more. Be obedient. Do not cause a ruckus. Withdraw the case. Xue Meijin will always be your mother. Let that wretched woman rest in peace. The living must maintain their dignity. No? Lan Tian locked eyes with the elderly woman, responding with grave intensity. The village woman lost merely her life, while we have lost our face. Is it acceptable to wield wealth and power to flout the law and dominate the world? Is that what you mean, grandmother? He freed himself from her grip, offering a sardonic smile. I apologize, but as a grandson lacking filial piety, I feel immense shame in forsaking my moral compass to be the eldest grandson of the Lan family. You, the elderly woman glared, her blood pressure soaring, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the elderly man, who had remained silent on the hospital bed, finally spoke up, unleashing a harsh warning. Public opinion can be terrifying. If you insist on making a mockery of yourselves before others, you shall receive not a single cent of my estate. Rarity adds value. With many grandchildren, the weight of these 6 was as light as a feather. He could easily forego them. Lan Tian, hands in pockets, exuded a carefree demeanor, declaring on the spot, "Rest assured, grandfather, we are all healthy and do not require your inheritance. Take care of yourselves, you and grandmother." Seeing him so obstinately unyielding, the elderly couple trembled with rage. The woman inhaling deeply from the oxygen mask. Lan Tian left for the adjacent ward without a backward glance. To uncover the truth, one must begin with a nominal mother. Just as the door to the ward closed, the elderly man made a phone call. issuing a cold and ruthless directive to the person on the other end. Leave no loose ends. Make it clean. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman trembled with fury, glaring at her husband, wanting to say something, yet ultimately managing only to utter, "He is also your own grandson." The elderly man, with a darkened expression, reclined on the hospital bed like a decisive old emperor, impervious to dissent. Those who cannot discern major matters are unworthy of being descendants of the Lon family. If this is not resolved, those 5 boys will surely suffer his wrath. The old man's mercilessness towards his eldest grandson can undeniably be attributed to the influence of the matriarch. In his youth, regardless of the man's numerous escapades, the matriarch maintained a composed demeanor, never raising her voice or contemplating divorce. She adeptly managed various scandals, ostensibly to preserve her husband's reputation, but in truth, she diminished the presence of his mistresses in the public eye. By firmly grasping her position, she established a solid foundation for their son and daughter within the business sphere. Consequently, none of the offspring born outside of marriage gained any recognition, all branded as illegitimate. The son and daughter born of the legitimate marriage were the ones who thrived in the commercial realm. The 6 boys born to Lon Tu-hai and Shuem Asian were universally acknowledged as the legitimate heirs of the Lon family. Should the scandal of Lon Tu-hai and his wife escalate, particularly involving a grave matter such as a homicide, and should these 6 boys sever ties with their parents and confront the Lon family in court, the repercussions for the Lon Group's stock would be unimaginable. To preserve his dignity and, more importantly, the family's honor, the old man was compelled to relinquish his obstinate attachment to his eldest grandson. One cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. With a heavy sigh, he turned to offer some words of comfort to the matriarch. The 5 boys are still minors. There is time for their education. We shall personally guide them. After all, they were his legitimate grandchildren, and he held them in high regard. The matriarch chose not to elaborate further. While Lon Tian led his brothers in gathering evidence against their father, a top-notch assassin was also set into motion. The grandfather, in his effort to cleanse this blemish, was employing considerable cunning. Unbeknownst to him, the assassin had provoked a formidable adversary. Chapter 14. The blood relation. The 6 younger brothers remained at the hospital, not returning for the night. Lon Tian called the old Taoist priest, filled with remorse. Although the priest was eager to return to Tianji Peak, he did not disrupt the brothers' plan to pursue legal avenues for uncovering the truth. With the divine intervention of the minor deity, evil deeds would be met with retribution. The truth was no longer necessary. Unexpectedly, that very night, a malevolent figure came seeking destruction. In the stillness of the night, a shadow stealthily approached Lon Tian's villa. The figure, a man, nimbly scaled the courtyard wall. Inside, Xiao Anning was pressing her senior brother, who was fast asleep, when she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, signaling the arrival of something delicious, and her little head began to sway joyfully. As she chanted, "Yay, good food," her confused senior brother mumbled, "Be good, go back to sleep." The little white dumpling nestled within her brother's body also drifted off to rest. Meanwhile, the small black entity, suspended in midair, widened its blood-red eyes and swiftly darted out the window, immediately tracking down the miscreant. This individual, bearing the weight of 14 lives along with 2 police dogs, was attempting to scale the courtyard wall when an exceptionally powerful malevolent wind struck, sending him hurtling off the wall. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground over 20 meters away. Inside his black waist pouch lay a syringe filled with poison, and as he fell, the cap was dislodged, causing the needle to pierce his side. In the ensuing struggle on the ground, the entire contents of the syringe were injected into his body. The original assassination plan was to stealthily infiltrate the bedroom of Blue Sky and insidiously introduce poison into his toothpaste. Brushing his teeth would inevitably cause damage to his gums, allowing the toxin to seep into his system through any cuts in his mouth, leading to a swift demise. This poison was extraordinarily potent, capable of extinguishing the life of a bull within a minute, manifesting symptoms indistinguishable from sudden death. Such a sudden death, indeed. The grandfather seemed intent on ensuring his grandson's end was both inconspicuous and devoid of suspense. It is often said that those who engage in nefarious deeds are destined to meet their own downfall. Upon the introduction of the syringe filled with poison, the assassin had no opportunity to even emit a groan. He writhed in agony on the ground for a brief moment before succumbing to his fate. The affluent neighborhood enjoyed a commendable level of security, with patrols conducted by guards throughout the night. In the dead of night, 2 security guards stumbled upon the deceased and, alarmed, promptly notified the authorities. From there, the matter fell into the hands of the police. Meanwhile, the young child responsible for this horrifying act was blissfully indulging in a delightful treat, utterly satisfied. Like a little caterpillar, she nestled against her senior brother, her tiny bottom raised as she drifted back into a peaceful slumber. Her presence had even begun to affect the calculations of her master and brother. In the past, any ominous signs would have been detected by the master. That night, the trio of master and disciples slept soundly, though the master awoke with 2 sizable mosquito bites on his face. The 6 devoted brothers, keeping vigil at the hospital, had not enjoyed restful sleep, plagued by mosquitoes biting them incessantly, especially Blue Sky, who suffered the most. The hospital, typically a serene environment, was unusually besieged by an abundance of mosquitoes and moths that night, a phenomenon never before witnessed. Moths persistently fluttered towards Blue Sky. The night shift doctors and nurses were puzzled and hastily turned off the lights, leaving only a solitary lamp at the end of the corridor. As the light dimmed, the moths vanished. However, in the gloom, Blue Sky nearly became a victim of the mosquitoes. At long last, dawn broke. For the first time in his life, Blue Sky experienced an allergic reaction from mosquito bites, resulting in a rash that covered his body. He was on the brink of despair and sought the doctor first thing in the morning for antihistamines. The 6 brothers awaited the results of Ning's assessment and had to endure the slow progress of the police investigation. Blueprint High remained in a state of unconsciousness. The elder issued an eviction order to Blue Sky, deeming him an unfilial son unworthy of attending to his parents, urging him to leave immediately. Blue Sky paid no heed to this command and continued to stand guard with his brothers, determined to extract more compelling evidence from Shwem Majin, awaiting skin graft surgery, had her entire head bandaged, revealing only her eyes, nostrils, and mouth. She was oblivious to the police's prior visit to the hospital and unaware that her 6 brothers had located their quiet sister. At this moment, her gaze fixated maniacally on the beautiful faces of the 6 children, engaging in a moral coercion of sorts. Tian Air, you are the most understanding. Would you be willing to give a portion of your skin to Mother? You've always been such a responsible child. And your skin is the softest. Mother has always favored you too. Don't you feel for her? Pierre, your skin is as fair as a girl's, lacking any masculine quality. Would you consider offering some of your skin to help restore Mother's face? Mother doesn't need much. You are all capable young men. Can you assist her? The doctors had suggested using skin from her own thigh or buttocks for the graft, but she adamantly refused to have any surgery performed on herself, convinced that the children's delicate skin would be far more suitable. 6 brothers stood in silence, their expressions increasingly numb. 8-year-old Lanju understood all too well which mother could bear to harm her own child. They recognized the stark distinction between a mother by title and one by birth. Inevitably, memories of the past resurfaced. When Lanjun was 3, he accidentally knocked over the coffee table, sending a scalding cup of coffee spilling towards 1-year-old Lanju. Majin's instinctive reaction was to shift away, protecting herself from the burn. The wet nurse, however, unhesitatingly lunged to shield Lanju, suffering several painful blisters on her arm while anxiously checking if Lanju had been burned or if Lanjun had been injured. There was a time when Majin called them to her side, teaching them about filial piety, instructing them to massage her shoulders and legs. 1-year-old Lanju, oblivious to all, watched as his 5 brothers obediently complied. They surrounded their mother, attending to her whims. She jested that Lanju was a little useless, extending her foot towards him, playfully pressing it against his small mouth. It appeared to be a mother indulging her child in play. The infant, clutching her foot, opened his mouth to suckle. The wet nurse rushed over, kneeling down to pull Lanju away. Kneeling was her habitual gesture, almost always for their sake. Subsequently, she cradled the foot massaging it while apologizing softly. "Madam, I'm sorry for being late today. Let me massage your feet. You must be tired after last night's banquet in high heels." Every little detail of life accumulated, yet the wet nurse had no ulterior motives. She was clearly enduring a torment akin to hell. Lan Tian recalled how, before her tragic end, the wet nurse repeatedly urged him to take care of himself and protect his brothers. Frequently lost in thought, she would curl up in the attic, gazing through the skylight, murmuring to herself, "I didn't know he had a wife. Truly didn't he? It was he who deceived me into believing he would marry me. It's utterly revolting." Reflecting on these memories left Lan Tian breathless, and he turned to the woman on the sickbed, asking, "Did you or our father give us our names?" Xuan Meijin, preoccupied with coaxing them into sacrificing their flesh to restore her beauty, answered without thinking, "Of course, I named you." That wretch suddenly realizing her slip of the tongue. She hurriedly shifted her narrative. "Your father and I share a deep bond, hence I bestowed upon you names filled with profound meaning." What's wrong with that? Lan Tian's expression grew increasingly frigid, and he nodded slowly. He finally comprehended the wet nurse's last words. "The heavens and earth unite in your demise." The term beasts referred to whom exactly? He had always assumed it solely meant their father. He had thought both women equally pitiable. The legitimate wife, barren, forced to accept her husband as coercion of another to bear children. Who could believe it was the legitimate wife manipulating the wet nurse's womb? A woman unable to conceive, striving to secure her status in the Lan family, had indeed compelled another to share her husband. Even more disgraceful was their father, who reveled in this arrangement for a full 16 years. Lan Tian's complexion gradually paled, a suffocating discomfort constricting his chest. It was he and his brothers who had become the shackles binding their biological mother, preventing her escape from this prison. He could no longer bear the sight of this venomous woman, this so-called mother. He cast a glance at his younger brothers, subtly suggesting they continue recording her every word and action with their phones. There was no need for reminders. The 5 brothers were quite astute and had been covertly capturing everything. Today marked the 5th day, and, at long last, the results of the paternity test had emerged. 2 months prior, the police had included Jing in the missing persons database and had collected a blood sample from her mother, Huang Chunyan. The authorities retrieved Huang Chunyan's information from the database. Through comprehensive mitochondrial sequencing, a paternity analysis was conducted, and it was determined with a high degree of accuracy that Ning was the biological aunt of the 6 boys, while Jing was their biological mother. Just as the paternity results were released, a significant crisis ensued. Their aunt had vanished. Chapter 15. The demonic presence on the streets. How could such a small child, unable to reach the doorknob, simply disappear in the middle of the night? Lan Di, in a rebellious phase and with a fiery temper, stormed in and began to interrogate. At that moment, only the nanny was at home. The elder and junior Taoist had set out early to search for her. Before leaving, the elder Taoist had uttered a command. There was no need to trouble the police, as the little deity was not someone anyone could find. The nanny assumed little deity referred to the young child's title, and, heeding the elder Taoist's words, refrained from contacting the authorities. The past few nights, the young child had been restless, causing quite a commotion. The junior Taoist, still a child himself and utterly exhausted, had only asked the nanny for assistance the previous night. Little did they foresee such a grave event occurring immediately after she left their care. Upon seeing the young master's return, the nanny incessantly apologized. "I truly apologize. I failed to look after our little guest properly. I have no idea what happened last night. I slept so soundly that I didn't notice when the child slipped from her bed." Lan Ju, in a state of frantic anxiety, corrected her sharply. "She is not merely a guest. She is our beloved aunt. The results have come in, and what if she is lost? She is our only aunt." The nanny, plagued by guilt, was even more concerned about losing her job. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen." The brothers, their faces pale and filled with urgency, began to scrutinize the villa's surveillance footage. At 4 in the morning, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded on the screen. Little Ning appeared to be in a somnambulistic state. In the dim light, her eyes possessed an eerie glow, reminiscent of a feline's reflective gaze. and Ning's eyes were distinctly different from those of ordinary children. They radiated a crimson light. It seemed as though an invisible force was at work, unlocking and opening the doors to the bedroom, the hall, and the yard, allowing her to traverse freely. Before exiting, she remembered to take her belongings, clutching a baby bottle and dragging a small bag of diapers, her diminutive figure vanishing at the gate. After reviewing the footage, even the typically composed Lon Tion was thrown into a state of panic. He rushed to call the police while sprinting outside. "Hello, this is AI Hua Road. Building 10 of Hua Ninyushu. My child's name is Ning, a 22-month-old girl, wearing a white pajama set with a Peppa Pig diaper. She left home at 4 in the morning. The officer on the other end of the line must have been bewildered. A small diaper, a child awake in the middle of the night, and a disappearance? The 5 brothers pursued their elder brother into the night. Lan Ju was on the verge of tears. Just as they confirmed she was their beloved aunt, she had seemingly abandoned them. Lan Jun was also close to tears. She is truly no ordinary child. The door opened by itself. This is more mysterious than any ghost story. As the 6 brothers hastily exited the courtyard, the elder and younger Taoist priests returned, empty-handed. Upon witnessing this situation, Lan Tian's anxiety intensified. "Elder Taoist, are you not able to divine the future? Even you cannot locate her?" The elder Taoist, equally at a loss, replied, "Though a sparrow is small, it possesses all vital organs. Despite the divine still being in its infancy, its power is boundless. What can a mere mortal do?" Lan Di, overwhelmed with desperation and perspiration, became increasingly irate. The clock struck noon, and the child had been missing for 8 long hours. "Elder Taoist, why did you not report this immediately?" The usually composed Lan He's demeanor shifted dramatically. "She is so young. What if something happens to her? She must be starving." The 2 masters appeared weary, their concerns starkly contrasting the 6 brothers' worries. The true peril lay not in the divine, but in the world itself. Anxiety gripped the 2 masters, prompting silent prayers. "Little divine, take it easy. Spare the mortals. Little Ning, dear, keep that little mouth in check and don't indulge too much." The 6 brothers, in their frantic worry for their aunt, spoke disrespectfully to the elder Taoist, breaching etiquette. Lan Di, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "Elder Taoist, you are being far too careless." Lan Tian, suppressing impolite words, seized the emotionally volatile second brother and commanded, "Hurry and search. We cannot delay any longer. Go." Yi Fu, unable to tolerate any disrespect towards his master, scowled and interjected, "My master is powerless. Reporting to the authorities is futile. You do not understand little and Ning's abilities. Once she has had her fun, she will return." He mentally added, fearing that malevolent individuals might not withstand her mischief, and worried she might become addicted to tormenting them. The elder Taoist, hands clasped behind his back, strolled into the courtyard and reassured the anxious boys, "Do not fret. She will return before nightfall." This was not a divination, but merely a guess, for no matter how profound one's cultivation, one cannot peer into the divine realm. A child longs for their mother as dusk approaches. In the absence of her, she would surely come scampering back to seek her elder brother's embrace. The master's guess was firm, yet his palms were slick with cold sweat. Meanwhile, on a certain street, little Ning had lost count of how many times she had been intercepted by passers-by. "Where is your mother, little one? Where are your guardians? Why are you all alone?" Frustrated, she clutched her baby bottle and dragged her diaper, scurrying along with her short legs. No, I want Chi Yin Yin Good Chi." Her emotions ebbed and flowed, just slightly, a hint of malevolence escaping and striking a passerby. The unfortunate man stumbled and fell, landing unceremoniously on a wad of chewing gum. Thankfully, he suffered no severe injury, merely experiencing a fleeting moment of amnesia, forgetting his previous intentions. The little one traversed the street unimpeded, erasing the memories of countless would-be helpers or those intending to call for assistance. She absorbed the malevolence from the crowd, her accompanying malevolent spirit joyously tumbling and leaping above her. In this world, true purity is a rarity, apart from her elder brother. Everyone else bears some form of karmic burden. Today, lacking her brother's fortuitous influence, any passerby who had encountered the little malevolent spirit, regardless of the severity, would suffer a stroke of bad luck. Trips, sprained ankles, stepping in dog waste, or being struck by refuse. These were trivial matters. However, the truly grave consequences were worthy of note. In front of them stood a thief, burdened by heavy karmic debts and radiating a sinister aura. He had just reached into an elderly man's pocket when, with a resounding crash, a stainless steel sign plummeted from above, striking the thief squarely. This blow was surely fatal, or at the very least, incapacitating. It was Saturday, and the bustling street erupted with terrified screams. Ah, someone's been hit. The elderly man, startled by the proximity of the calamity, stumbled and fell in disarray, dazed and confused. Oh dear, my back. The shopkeeper, a heartless merchant shrouded in malevolence, had installed the sign himself, now facing the prospect of compensating for the damage caused to an innocent bystander. The thief lay motionless in a pool of blood, his head bleeding profusely, a truly horrifying sight. Several passers-by swiftly dialed for emergency assistance. A throng of witnesses attested that the shop's sign had simultaneously struck two individuals. In truth, the elderly man had no intention of staging an accident. He was merely caught in a fortuitous twist of fate, now pressed by the crowd into an unwitting performance of victimhood. Bewildered, he pondered whether he was fortunate or unfortunate today. Yet it was certain he would receive a thorough examination at the hospital, with someone else footing the bill. The rotund shopkeeper, paralyzed by the scene unfolding at his doorstep, trembled with fear, sweat pouring down his face. Little Anning remained blissfully unaware that this chaos was a result of her actions. She delighted in absorbing the dark energy emanating from both the shopkeeper and the thief, her short legs scampering forward. Do not run, do not run. Ning Ning is coming for the next villain. The more intense the sinister energy, the more she relished its taste, finding it utterly delectable. This time, her gaze fell upon a burly man with a face full of excess flesh, causing her mouth to water with anticipation. Do not run. I want to hug you. The underlying message was clear. Halt. I intend to consume you. This seemingly innocent child was harboring deadly intentions, while others merely perceived her as adorable. Above her, the sinister beast glared with blood-red eyes, baring its fangs and flicking its long, slender tail, driven mad with hunger. Even from a distance, she commanded the beast to feast, drawing in the malevolent energy with fervor. As the dark essence flowed into her, little Anning discerned the true nature of this hulking figure. He bore the weight of 6 lives lost, 2 men, 2 women, and 2 children, grandparents, parents, a 5-year-old sister, and a 1-year-old brother, all obliterated in a single massacre. The tormented souls wailed incessantly, "Beast, return our lives." Startled, Anning dropped her bottle and diaper, covering her little ears while reassuring herself. Drink and strike, fear not. Ning Ning isprave. To her, drinking and striking were the simplest definitions of dealing with evildoers. This potent, dark energy greatly satisfied the cravings of the small deity of malice, simultaneously purging the malevolent spirits while delivering commensurate retribution. A life for a life, leaving no trace of the body behind. At the intersection ahead, a cash transport vehicle approached. Meanwhile, the pedestrian light was red, and people were waiting patiently. Suddenly, a burly man, seemingly possessed, charged towards the armored truck, bellowing, "I will kill your entire family," oblivious to his own actions. The little glutton excitedly wiggled her small bottom and stomped her tiny feet. Chapter 16. Nephew strikes Ant. Behind the armored truck was a police car, its sirens blaring. As the armored truck prepared to yield to the police vehicle, a deranged man suddenly collided with it. The driver's face paled in disbelief, and it was too late to slam the brakes. With a deafening crash, flesh met steel in a violent embrace. The incident unfolded with alarming swiftness. The police car, engaged in a mission and poised to overtake, had no time to evade the disaster, resulting in another collision. To make matters worse, a large truck occupied the adjacent lane. After being struck twice, the deranged man was hurled onto that lane. The truck's inertia was formidable, and the screeching sound of tires desperately attempting to halt echoed through the air. As the driver finally managed to steady the vehicle, the unfortunate man was caught beneath it, reduced to a gruesome pulp with his entrails strewn about. This transpired within mere seconds. The pedestrian light was still counting down. 16, 15, 14. Clearly, the full responsibility for this calamity lay with the deceased. Almost immediately, the air was filled with high-pitched screams from onlookers, and the scene descended into chaos. Someone had died. It was their own fault. How terrifying. What was going through their mind? Don't look. There are guts everywhere. Amidst the cacophony of gasps and shrieks, little Ning stared wide-eyed, paralyzed by fear, unable to contain her bladder. She had yet to realize that her fright had caused her to wet herself. Thoughts of her father and brothers flooded her mind, overshadowed by the dread of the outside world. I want to go home. As this thought emerged, the fierce spirit led the way, no longer wishing to play. Her short legs felt heavy and weary, resisting the urge to walk. Pouting, she contemplated crying out for her mother and brothers for a comforting embrace. However, before she could let out a sound, darkness loomed above her, and a pair of large hands scooped her up. A gentle voice inquired, "Little one, where are your parents? Why are you out here alone? This is quite dangerous." It was a traffic police officer. Several officers, alerted by the commotion, had rushed to the scene of the accident. Ning gazed at the officer with wide, innocent eyes. Without any delightful treats, the officer seemed rather unappealing to her. Upon seeing the chaos on the ground, the officer furrowed his brow and asked, you've even brought your belongings? Have you run away from home? You're quite the brave little one, aren't you?" Ning noticed that her dark aura enveloped the officer, but it did not penetrate his being. Realizing that she would not harm him, she nestled comfortably in his embrace and pointed in the direction from which she had dashed out the previous night, earnestly explaining, "My brothers and the others are over there." Although she struggled with her words, the officer, preoccupied with managing the traffic incident, had two colleagues already maintaining order and calling for backup. Following the direction of her tiny finger, he assumed it was close by and began to walk that way while holding the child. "All right, I'll take you home first. You shouldn't be wandering out alone, understand?" The uncle spoke gently, helping to carry half a bag of diapers, picking up the baby bottle, brushing off the dust on his clothes, and handing it to the child. Not far ahead were several dining establishments. "Little one, which family do you belong to? What is your name? What are your parents' names?" The child pointed ahead, saying, "Over there, my name is Ning Ning. I want my mommy, not my daddy, no." Yet, he seemed eager to move forward. The traffic officer followed the direction indicated by the child, winding through numerous turns, growing increasingly distant. Just as he was about to give up, the little one nodded confidently, appearing to recognize the way home. The officer, with lingering doubt, continued for over 10 minutes without reaching their destination, losing faith in the reliability of the little one. "Dear child, I suspect you might be attempting to deceive me. Let us go. I shall take you to the station, which seems more dependable." The officer, lacking compassion, promptly took the child to a nearby police station. The little one, embodying the spirit of a runaway, was handed over with haste. "I've got to attend to an accident on Huawen Road." Impatient, the officer hurried out and tripped over his own feet. This unfortunate incident had nothing to do with the child. It was purely a stroke of bad luck. His handsome demeanor was thoroughly ruined, but he stood up, dusted himself off, and continued on his way. The officers, glancing at the adorable photo of the little one on the computer, could hardly contain their amusement when comparing it with the actual child before them. Just 3 minutes earlier, a family had reported that their 22-month-old toddler had wandered off at 4 in the morning. This was undoubtedly one of the most absurd reports of the year. The officers chuckled at the sight of the child, who seemed to have taken along a baby bottle and diapers for his escapade. A policewoman changed the child's diaper and gave him some water. "You really did run away from home. We thought your family might have been intoxicated," she exclaimed. "Come now, tell us what grievances led you to leave home in the middle of the night." One of the officers, cradling the child, was reluctant to let go. The child called out for his daddy, prompting the officer to say he would take him home. The little one, bewildered, looked up at the officer, trying to comprehend. "When did I have a daddy? Why can't I remember?" Before the child could process this, another officer chimed in, "Don't listen to him. Call me daddy, and I will take you home." The officers were all friendly, wearing smiles. The small black tuft of hair atop the child's head seemed agitated, clearly uncomfortable being surrounded by such earnest individuals. He felt overwhelmed and wanted to cry. Thus, the message he received was clear. They're not my daddies. They are deceiving me. The police are scamming children. The term scam was freshly learned from the traffic officer and was now being applied. While waiting for the family to arrive, the officers transformed into doting caregivers, playfully coaxing the child. Call me daddy just once, they urged. If you call me daddy, I'll buy you some candy. The child, overwhelmed by the flattery, became dazed and eventually yielded, calling out, Daddy. All the officers in the office burst into laughter. The child was utterly charmed, without a moment's hesitation in his response. Even the little black tuft atop his head surrendered, raising his tiny hands in surrender. The police fathers eagerly vied to embrace the little darling, bombarding her with endless questions. Sweetheart, are you hungry? When the baby has absorbed enough energy, only her eyes and mouth remain hungry. Are you hungry, dear? Daddy will bring you a little cake to enjoy. Call out for Daddy again, and I shall fetch you some milk. The little one has certainly struck a jackpot with her cries for Daddy, receiving both food and drink. However, the police fathers find themselves in a stroke of bad luck. The water dispenser suddenly malfunctions, spilling water all over the floor. In broad daylight, the lights flicker inexplicably, and 2 tubes burst, rendering them useless. Meanwhile, 2 police fathers preparing instant noodles simultaneously encounter the fabled curse. The seasoning packets are missing. Staring at the plain noodles, they exclaim in disbelief, "What are we supposed to eat?" A series of minor misfortunes ensue. Yet they do not diminish the adoration showered upon the little black-hearted radish by the police fathers. Just before chaos ensues, the family members arrive to pick up the child. The senior brother rushes in, scooping the darling into his arms. Little Anning, where have you been? Master and I have searched high and low for you. Little Anning, aware of her mischief, clutches her milk bottle tightly, covering her face with one small hand, attempting to hide herself, barely concealing her eyes. It seems she wishes to convey, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me," successfully evading the situation with her cuteness. The master sighs in exasperation, unable to voice his reproach, and can only politely thank the officers. "Thank you for your assistance. This is my child, named Anning." Ifu channels his intentions to summon good fortune, dispelling the ominous energy from the police uncles. The little white bundle of joy frolics mischievously within the precinct, and fortunately, no one bears a dark aura. No major issues arise. The police diligently verify the identities of the child's guardians before allowing them to take her home. Upon exiting the police station, little Anning finds herself in for a scolding. Surprisingly, it is the seemingly amiable and articulate Lon Tion who reprimands her. In a rare display of lost composure, he snatches the child from the young priest's grasp and delivers 2 swift smacks to her bottom. "Do you not understand the danger? If you were lost or something happened to you, how could I explain it to your poor mother? After all, she is merely a small child with a modicum of mystical abilities." Given the vast wealth of the Lon family, he fears his grandfather's wrath towards little Anning. He is acutely aware that such reckless behavior could provoke his grandfather's desire to eliminate him. The younger Lon D, feels a strong urge to retaliate. Had it not been for his older brother's preemptive action, he would have acted himself. The younger siblings are astonished by their brother's boldness. Having never been on the receiving end of his discipline, Lon Ju shrinks his neck, whispering with bravado, "If a nephew strikes his aunt, will lightning strike him?" Lon Jun, also recoiling, fears his brother's reprimand and whispers back, "With such a young elder, we must suppress our grievances. I certainly won't strike." The old priest is momentarily taken aback by Lon Tion's actions. What audacity! Did he just strike a fierce spirit? Ifu is equally bewildered. Has my little Anning been struck? The formidable spirit, who would dare to strike her? Little Anning touches her bottom, her face a canvas of confusion, and exclaims, "Oh, it doesn't hurt at all. How strange. Why does it not hurt even a little when I get hit every day?" Experiencing abuse from an inebriated father is not quite as one might expect. The child quickly concludes that being struck daily is a form of amusement. She even pats her little backside and joyfully invites, "Hit me again." Such words nearly caused my nephew to choke on his blood. Lon D could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Haha, thankfully I was slow, otherwise I would have been the target of that attack." Lan He cast a gentle glance at the eldest and second brothers, softly remarking, "Has the elder brother adopted the ways of the second? Could you not exhibit a modicum of patience? We have only just confirmed our blood ties, and already you resort to violence. Do not overstep." Yi Fu, with a stern expression, reluctantly summoned fortune to dispel the malevolent aura surrounding the troublesome Lan Tian. As he entered the fray, he thought to himself, "You truly invite calamity. Should you show further disrespect to Xiao and Ning, I shall ensure you experience a rebirth in your next life." Lan Tian's complexion darkened as he cradled his little ant while walking ahead, the cautious manner in which he held the infant revealing the pain he concealed within. Under the influence of his master, the little white bundle of joy directed his ire at Lan Tian, relieving himself and kicking him several times, all in a fierce display of mischief. While Lan Tian's emotional wounds registered as 0, the atmosphere bore an injury index of an astronomical scale. Xiao and Ning, with her mouth agape, witnessed the entire scene in utter disbelief. The small black creature atop her head observed the spectacle with an expression of sheer bewilderment. Less than 2 hours after returning home, further complications arose. The individual awaiting skin graft surgery at the hospital began to wreak havoc, endangering the fragile life of Lan Ju. Chapter 17. Surrogacy is illegal. Upon returning to the villa, several police officers paid a visit. They were there regarding the case of Njing. Currently, there are only 6 children's testimonies and footage from the cruise ship showing Njing jumping into the sea in despair. Aside from this, there exists no substantial evidence to suggest that she was persecuted. The surveillance clearly depicts Njing losing control of her emotions as she leaps into the ocean, with the 6 children and the Lan Tu-hai couple attempting to console her. Lan Tu-hai promptly called for emergency assistance and reported the incident to the authorities. By the time the police and medical personnel arrived, it was too late. Njing was consumed by several sharks, leaving her remains utterly unrecognizable, with only fragments of fabric recovered. The case had been resolved 2 years prior, without a hint of doubt, and Njing died by suicide. The police contacted the deceased family to notify them. Due to the absence of a body to claim, they merely informed them of her passing. Njing's father answered the call, devoid of any emotion, immediately inquiring, "Did she leave behind any money? If not, then let her be. I severed all ties with her long ago." The police had indeed notified the family, yet they regarded her death as inconsequential, failing to take it to heart or assist in the local police station to cancel Njing's household registration. Njing's foolish mother remained oblivious to her eldest daughter's demise, as no one in the village was aware. Recently, the local police had even registered Njing as missing in their database. There were far too many individuals nationwide bearing the name Njing, making it impossible to ascertain that this particular individual had passed away. That detail has now come to light. Both testimonial and material evidence are indispensable. The lead officer's expression was grave as he continued, "The names of the 6 of you cannot serve as evidence. Njing's final words inscribed on her bankbook must be substantiated by tangible proof." The police were doing their utmost. The numerous individuals who had served as housekeepers in the Lan household over the years had come and gone in waves. Those who have a slight impression of Njing reflect that she is not fond of socializing, often retreating to the attic to read, unburdened by labor. Resembling a half-mistress of the Lan household, exuding an air of haughtiness while skillfully amusing the young masters. It is said that even those employed in the Lan family believe that the 6 children are the offspring of Xuan Meijin. They had only witnessed Xuan Meijin with her pronounced pregnancy, and, as she neared childbirth, all were dismissed under the pretext of requiring more specialized live-in caregivers for the expectant mother. Lan Tian closed his eyes to reminisce. He and Lan Di once observed their biological mother's burgeoning belly, innocently inquiring, "Nanny, why is your belly getting bigger?" Indeed, every 2 years, Nanny's belly seemed to swell anew. The ages of the 6 siblings only differ by 2 years. He is 2 years older than Lan Di, and Lan Di is 2 years older than Lan He. Whenever confronted with this question, she would respond with a stoic expression. Nanny has a hearty appetite and has gained weight. The year they were born, Lan Tian was merely 10, genuinely believing that Nanny had merely grown plump. He teased her, "You're always gaining weight. Your belly has become quite unsightly." Nanny would gently smile, stroking his head. Now, in the face of the police investigation, nearly everyone is certain that Anjing enjoys her freedom within the Lan household, unsubjected to confinement or abuse. The 6 children are equally steadfast. Lan Tian assured the police, "My brothers and I are the shackles that bind Anjing." Lan Di added, "We are the instruments of Anjing's torment. The more she cherishes us, the more she is at their mercy, subjected to severe mistreatment." Surely, you in the police can comprehend this simple logic? Lan He's eyes reddened as he softly echoed his elder brother's words, "Using us as leverage, subjected to years of psychological manipulation. This form of abuse is insidious and subtle. Is it not unjust that we cannot seek retribution without tangible evidence?" One of the officers, flipping through a thick notebook, methodically inquired, "Please, think carefully. Are there any substantial pieces of evidence?" The children were utterly dispirited, unable to produce any material proof, relying solely on their words. Lan Tian despaired and shook his head. All remnants of their biological mother had been cleared away by their father. Lan Di clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking, forcing out words through gritted teeth. Even the attic where she once resided has been destroyed. It was remodeled 2 years ago and now serves as a storeroom. They lamented their youthful helplessness, regretting their inability to protect these memories until Nanny's tragic suicide unveiled the truth, that she might have been their biological mother, subjected to 16 years of inhuman torment. She had been pregnant with a 7th child, leaving behind a final wish that another would remain unnamed. Infested with horsefly larvae, her life was fraught with suffering. Mother was indeed harmed by someone. How can we seek justice for her? They had recently recorded numerous extreme statements purportedly made by their mother in the hospital, uncertain if these could serve as evidence of crime. Upon hearing this, the lead officer eagerly requested to see the recordings. "Let me have a look." Lan Di handed over his phone. The officers attentively listened to all the recordings, but found not a single statement that could substantiate claims of Lan Tuahai and Xuan Meijian as persecution of Anjing. The children repeatedly attempted to guide Xuan Meijian to reveal the truth. Xuan Meijian remained vigilant, neither acknowledging that the derogatory term used referred to Anjing, nor admitting that the little bastards mentioned referred to her 6 children. Although the recording revealed her threatening the bastard with the little bastards, no explicit names were mentioned. Moreover, the recording was made during her mental breakdown due to disfigurement, rendering it inadmissible as evidence. Lan Tian understood the futility of the situation and endeavored to maintain his composure, politely inquiring, "If there are no physical evidences and the accused refuses to plead guilty, what charges could my father possibly face? After all, we are not legitimate children born in wedlock." The police officers fell silent for a few moments before delivering a response that was difficult for the children to accept. "Identification confirms that Anjing is indeed your biological mother. The surveillance footage from the cruise proves that she died by suicide. Surrogacy is illegal. Our laws explicitly prohibit the buying and selling of gametes, zygotes, and embryos in any form. Anjing's account holds 6 million, with 1 million transferred every 2 years, totaling 6 transfers." Hearing this, the 3 older children, Lan Tan, Lan Di, and Lan He, simultaneously turned pale, unwilling to hear more. This implied that the act of illegal surrogacy had turned Anjing's womb into a commodity for rent, with the fetus treated as an object of transaction. Both parties engaged in behavior forbidden by law. The lead police officer, however, continued to speak. "According to current laws, surrogacy and organizing surrogacy do not warrant imprisonment. At most, one might incur a fine." Lan Tian rudely interrupted, "Enough, officer. I do not wish to hear this outcome." Lan Di, unable to restrain his temper, slammed his fist on the marble coffee table. His hand suffered the consequences, for knuckles broke the skin, blood oozing forth, yet his fury remained unabated. "We are certain that our biological mother was coerced into bearing us. She was murdered. We demand justice from the law, immediately." Anjing had never withdrawn any of the 6 transfers. Investigations revealed that while she appeared to live a glamorous life with the Lan family, her clothing and shoes were cast-offs from Xuan Meijian. Despite possessing such a substantial sum of money, she neither utilized it nor left the Lan household, which seemed plausible. The children's affection for her was evident. She loved them dearly and felt unable to part with them, thus remaining humbly in the Lan family. The police, too, felt helpless. They were bound to follow procedural regulations and could not arrest anyone without evidence. The elderly police officer glanced at the irate boy and gently smiled. "Young man, don't let your temper get the better of you at such a tender age. Surely you've caused your teachers no end of trouble at school." He was clearly dealing with a rebellious student, the kind that was most difficult to manage. Lan Tian seized Lan Di's hand, noticing the injury on his knuckles, ready to retaliate. "How old are you? Are you out of your mind? Is self-harm going to solve anything? Can't you spare me some worry?" Lan Di, enraged, yanked his hand back and stuffed it into his pocket, obstinately retorting with the classic rebellious phrase, "None of your business." Such words could infuriate anyone. "Do you think I want to take care of you?" If it weren't for the police being present, the two of you would have ended up fighting. The police officers engaged in a dialogue with the mischievous child, attempting to guide him with their words. The seasoned monk sat quietly beside them, sipping his tea, refraining from interjecting. He had already calculated that the 6 boys' aspirations were fraught with insurmountable challenges, rendering their wishes nearly unattainable. The death of the Quiet One had become a foregone conclusion, suicide. The investigation had only unveiled illegal surrogacy, casting doubt upon the circumstances, but leaving no evidence to corroborate the claims. At that moment, they were all in the lobby downstairs, cooperating with the police to provide statements. Yifu was entertaining Little and Ning upstairs, ensuring she wouldn't cause a ruckus. Lanju had also ascended, having been urged upstairs by his brothers due to his incessant chatter and tendency to disrupt. Yifu, needing to visit the restroom, entrusted Little and Ning to his care, imparting a stern warning. "Lanju, just keep an eye on her, but do not hold her. You are quite the mischief maker yourself, and I'm not joking. It could truly be perilous for you." Lanju, enamored with his cherished little aunt, gazed at her with adoration, wholly disregarding the warning, and waved him off impatiently. "Hurry up. I can take care of my little aunt on my own. She enjoys playing with me more when you're not around." How pitiful it was that his elder brother was more beloved than his nephew. Little Ning sat obediently on the carpet, happily playing with her toys. Yifu glanced back with concern as he made his way to the restroom. "I'll be gone for a maximum of 5 minutes. You truly must not hold her. The fierce aura is quite formidable. You wouldn't be able to handle it." The stars were not in favor of Little Ning, as her blood relatives were not destined for longevity. Were it not for a nominal mother shielding them from a significant portion of calamity, it was likely they would have perished long ago. As soon as Yifu vanished from sight, Lanju began to act mischievously. He leaned closer and gave his aunt's chubby cheek a gentle kiss. With a baby of his own at home, he couldn't resist the impulse to do so. "Auntie, you are so sweet. I want to hold you. Just a little kiss, is that all right?" It would indeed be anything but all right. A surge of ominous energy surged through him, darkening his brow, yet he remained blissfully unaware. "Auntie, you are my elder. I think I shall cease my studies and join you on the mountain to become a Taoist priest, shall I?" "All right. Then if my elder brother scolds me and my second brother hits me, will you help me deal with them?" "Sure." To say, what could such a diminutive elder know? Lanju contemplated further trivial remarks when suddenly his phone watch chimed. The misfortune struck him swiftly, merely after kissing his aunt. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it was his nominal mother. He had initially hesitated to answer, feeling uncomfortable. The thought of seeking justice for his deceased mother and gathering evidence weighed heavily on him. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. His elder brother had taught him well. He was a well-mannered child, and he addressed her respectfully. "Mother, what can I do for you?" The word mother felt awkward on his tongue, a term he had reluctantly adopted from his brothers. On the other end of the line, the woman's tone was exceptionally gentle. Mother has thought long and hard. There is something I must share with you that cannot reach your brothers. Please come to the hospital immediately." Chapter 18. The grandfather's threat. My dear, please come right away. Be cautious on the bus, and pay attention to your safety." The woman urged softly over the phone, sounding like a kind and loving mother. Lanju, though occasionally fierce, was not foolish. With a vigilant demeanor, he inquired, "Do you wish for me to donate my skin?" Before the woman could respond, he resolutely declined, stating, "No, I must consult my elder brother. I have moved out of the Lawn family. He is now my guardian." The woman, unfazed by his rejection, softened her tone, her voice laced with affection as she replied, "Silly child, how could a mother bear to take your skin? I have already spent money to find someone willing to sell skin. I merely wish to discuss something important concerning your nanny." The naive child was blissfully unaware of the sinister glint in the woman's eyes on the other end of the line, her hand trembling as she struggled to contain her emotions. She had just learned that the police were investigating the cause of Njing's death. It was also revealed to her that 6 wretched beings had found Njing's sister and conducted a blood relation test. "My dear Jewer, mother is feeling quite distressed." She continued, taking deep breaths, her gaze as malicious as her tone was gentle, even choking back tears. "Your father remains unconscious, and I am truly worried. There are matters regarding the nanny that I cannot discuss with your brothers, so I can only confide in you, or I shall go mad from the pressure." Xiao Ning was captivated by a plethora of toys, momentarily oblivious to the woman on the phone. Moreover, she had already received her comeuppance, and that retribution had yet to dissipate. The small dark orb hovering above her head was a manifestation of her mental control, essentially a reflection of her own consciousness. At that moment, she played carefree while the dark orb lay comfortably on its back, sound asleep. The woman continued to coax gently. "Don't you and your brothers wish to know more about the nanny? I promise to share everything without reservation. This call was made at your grandfather's behest. You should talk to him." As she spoke, she handed the phone to someone nearby. The voice on the other end was that of the venerable Elder Lon, exuding an air of authority. "Xiao Ju, be obedient and come here immediately. Grandfather wishes to discuss this matter with you privately." Lon Ju, intimidated by his stern grandfather, refrained from further protest and dutifully responded, "Yes, grandfather, I will be there shortly." Though Xuemasian was not his biological mother, he could not deny the blood ties to his grandfather. After ending the call, he carried his little aunt to the bathroom door and moved the toys alongside her. He called out to the person inside the bathroom, "Little Taoist, I need to step out for a moment. My aunt is playing at the door. Hurry up with your business." His words, rather coarse, drew disdain from his brothers, who found his manner quite unbecoming. Infuriated, the little Taoist lost his composure and retorted, "You are the one who acts like a woman." Xiao Ning, gnawing on a toy, immediately echoed, "You act like a girl? Oh, how improper." She tossed aside the toy in her small hands, opting for another as she continued to deride. Once Lan Ju ensured his aunt was settled, he returned to his room to fetch some change and then ventured to his elder brother's room to grab a voice recorder. He intended to secretly document the conversation between Xuemasian and his grandfather. The child was quite clever, though still too young to fully grasp the depths of adult malevolence. Meanwhile, the police were engaged in discussions with his brothers, while the old Taoist fortuitously made his way to the restroom. The nanny pretended to serve tea nearby, but in reality, she was eavesdropping to report back to Lan Meiying. Lan Tian did not dismiss her, unafraid that she would inform his aunt, as knowing the developments of the case would only motivate her to assist more fervently in gathering evidence. No one noticed that the 8-year-old had slipped away. Lan Ju took the bus to the private hospital owned by the Lan family. At that moment, the doctors were already prepared to perform a skin graft surgery, awaiting the arrival of the young donor. An unforeseen medical mishap was about to unfold. Lan Ju realized he had been deceived and vehemently refused to donate skin for his mother. Yet his paternal grandparents unexpectedly applied pressure. His grandmother, injured and confined to a hospital bed, scolded the little boy outside the door, calling him unfilial. His grandfather, with a leg injury, sat imperiously in a wheelchair, commanding several bodyguards to seize the child like a tamed cub. Forget the kindness of your parents' upbringing, and don't blame your grandfather for being ruthless. Your elder brothers excel in their studies. Do you not wish to pursue your education? The grandfather's words were a blatant threat. Lan Ju, who had been struggling desperately, turned pale upon hearing this and immediately ceased his resistance. "No, grandfather, I will donate skin for my mother. I will help my brothers repay the kindness." The old man, seasoned in his ways, effortlessly manipulated his youngest grandson. Satisfied, he nodded, his expression devoid of any warmth. You will need to rest after the skin extraction. Return home to recuperate, and you are forbidden from causing mischief with your brothers again. Lan Ju pouted, tears as small as beans rolling down his cheeks. He yearned to resist, but dared not do so, fearing for his brother's safety. His grandfather was formidable, and he was well aware that his threats were not mere words. Then you must vow not to harm my brothers. The old man lifted his frail hand, signaling for the child to seal their pact with a handshake. Reluctantly, Lan Ju approached the grandfather's wheelchair, suppressing his tears with great effort, and unwillingly clasped hands with the old man. The grandfather patted the little boy's head, managing to squeeze out a word of praise. Good lad, truly a descendant of the Lan family. Go now. Your mother awaits the skin graft, discarding the irredeemable Lan Tion. The old man prepared to methodically manipulate the 5 boys, knowing each had their own weaknesses. He was not in a hurry. He would take them one by one. Unbeknownst to the old man, the assassin's mission had failed, and he had met his demise the previous night. The police, through the assassin's equipment, accurately identified his role. It was a wealthy district, and they had yet to ascertain the target of the assassin. There were no traces left between the grandfather and the assassin. Lan Ju was changed into a hospital gown. He was terrified and longed to call his brothers. His phone, watch, and voice recorder had been confiscated by his grandfather. He was taken to the operating room by a nurse, accompanied by 2 imposing bodyguards, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. The compassionate nurse softly reassured him. Do not be afraid. The anesthetic won't hurt. Dr. Tan's skills are exceptional. Children's skin heals faster than that of adults, and you surely won't be left with unsightly scars. In order to alleviate the tension, the nurse gently patted his backside and chuckled. A little embarrassment is of no consequence. After all, it will forever remain concealed within your trousers. Who will see it? Lan Ju's face contorted in displeasure. He was quite sensitive about being touched in such a private area by a girl, promptly distancing himself and assertively declaring, "But I intend to marry one day. What if my wife sees it and finds it unattractive?" The nurse, amused by the child's innocence, found it difficult to suppress her laughter, despite the gravity of the situation. "Oh, fret not. You are quite handsome and endearing. I assure you, your future wife will adore you and only feel sympathy, never disdain. Trust me, dear." Yet, Lan Ju furrowed his brow. An expression of worry etched across his face, and refrained from responding. He was unafraid of physical pain, but he dreaded the thought of undergoing surgery and being taken back to the ancestral home of the Lan family, separated from his brothers. Furthermore, he cherished his lovely little aunt dearly. The thought of never seeing her again was unbearable. The nurse, sensing the gravity of the child's concerns, chose her words carefully. In truth, there was no need for any surgical procedure on the child. With ample funds, the Lan family could easily procure whatever was necessary. However, in a bid to completely tame the little tiger, the elder made a decisive resolution: prepare for surgery. Indeed, the procedure to excise a part of the child's flesh was the elder's intention. This particular area, once treated, would require the child to lie still for a while, under the watchful care of a family doctor, allowing him to return to the ancestral home and regain his composure, to prevent the child from crying or resisting. General anesthesia was chosen. Prior to the procedure, a skin test confirmed that the child exhibited no allergic reactions to the anesthetic. However, once the anesthetic was administered, calamity struck. The child suffered a severe allergic reaction, leading to respiratory and cardiac arrest. Chapter 19. A matter of life and death, adrenaline injection, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Hurry! The severe allergic reaction of the 8-year-old child to the anesthetic caught all medical personnel off guard. A young nurse, overwhelmed with panic, cried out, "But we conducted a skin test. The child has needle marks on his arm. I'm certain he had no allergic reaction. How could this happen?" Alarms blared from the machines, and the child's condition was critical. Alongside the distraught nurse, all medical staff in the operating room engaged in the desperate rescue efforts. Shuemasian lay on an adjacent operating table, having just removed her bandages to cleanse and treat her facial wounds. Her concern was not for the child, but rather for the potential delay of her skin graft surgery. Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? This little rascal has a robust constitution. He should be quick to recover. I cannot afford any delays in my surgery. As a medical team worked tirelessly to save the child, They also had to manage her complaints. "Madam, please remain calm. We will first attend to the child and ensure your skin graft surgery is executed flawlessly." The young nurse, crouched on the floor, was on the verge of tears and shot a reproachful glare at Schwem Asian, silently thinking, "Are you even human?" A child's life hangs in the balance. Yet she dared not voice her frustration. After all, she was merely a staff member in a facility owned by others. She cannot afford to speak out. Meanwhile, in the ward, the elder couple remained unaware of the unfolding crisis within the operating room. The old man continued to instruct the director, "Once the surgery concludes, the child will return with me to the ancestral home of the Lon family. Ensure that 3 or 4 doctors are arranged to attend to him." The director respectfully acquiesced. "Rest assured, I will assign the most skilled physicians to Master Sunday." Unbeknownst to him, the situation within the operating room was dire, and he was on the verge of losing his own position. The child lay with his eyes tightly shut, his small face ashen, and the skin on his forehead took on an ominous dark hue, so pronounced that it was evident even to the untrained eye. Just half an hour prior, during a skin test, he had sensed the moment the needle pierced his flesh. Grasping her senior brother's hand, the young Ning insisted on leaving, her agitation palpable as she cried out in her childish voice, "X11 G. Must go. To the hospital. Must go. Must go." The police had already departed, and it was then that everyone realized Lan Ju was missing. Ifu suddenly recalled that Lan Ju had mentioned something at the bathroom door, stating he had to step out for a moment. And Ning, in a fit of desperation, stomped her little feet, confidently proclaiming Lan Ju's whereabouts. "To the hospital, to the hospital. Must go, must go. Ning, must go." There was an inexplicable connection. Another blood relative was about to leave her. Simultaneously, Lan Tian and Lan Di retrieved their phones, dialing Xiao Lu. Lan Di, impatient, acted with swiftness. The call was answered. But it was not Xiao Lu on the line. It was their grandfather. "Your brother is more sensible and filial than you. He is undergoing a skin graft to treat your mother's disfigurement, to suppress the scandal involving the eldest son's improprieties." The old man immediately disseminated this poignant news. An 8-year-old child displays filial piety to the world, sacrificing his flesh to heal his mother. He invested heavily across major online platforms to buy traffic and manipulate public opinion, promoting this narrative vigorously. What a scandal! As long as the children remained dutiful and acknowledged their parents, the disgrace could be buried easily. The news of Lan Tu-Hai's unconscious state remained undisclosed. Lan Meiying attempted multiple visits to the hospital to see her brother and parents, but was consistently barred at the entrance. This was the old man's directive, a blatant warning to his daughter that if she wished for a greater share of the family fortune, she ought to behave. The old man, having built the family enterprise to its current stature, was not oblivious to the schemes of those around him. His 5 children from outside the marriage were of no use, each a fool, lacking any aptitude for business. However, the children of his legitimate wife had the potential to sustain the Lan family legacy. Yet, the siblings mirrored his own temperament too closely. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, leading to discord as each aspired for dominion, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. The old man was acutely aware everything remained under his control. He chose to turn a blind eye, providing a subtle hint and warning to his daughter. Those with wisdom should know when to retreat. The stewardship of the family business was destined to pass to his sons and grandsons. That was the tradition. With his thoughts collected, he hung up without waiting for Lan Di on the other end to respond. He cast out the bait, anticipating the 4 underage boys would soon be ensnared. After concluding the call, the old man issued orders to his cadre of bodyguards. They were to intercept Lan Tian, allowing only the 4 younger ones to enter the hospital. The old man surmised that the assailants had likely prepared their ambush the previous night, and once all 5 boys were captured and returned to the Lan ancestral home, Lan Tian would finally be at peace. Without a leader, the 5 minors would pose little threat. Upon hearing that Xiao Lu was about to face a dire fate, the 5 brothers hastily made their way towards the exit. The old Taoist, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed his brow and commanded his disciple, "The life of Lan Ju hangs in the balance. Little divine sovereign must remain. Fuer, hurry and follow. Quickly." He had discerned that Lan Ju was under the influence of the little divine sovereign. The old Taoist also realized that it was ill-fated for Lan Tian to venture outside today. Trouble was imminent. There was no time to stop him, and it seemed futile to attempt it. The little divine sovereign, in a state of agitation, radiated a fierce aura. A trip to the hospital could potentially lead to chaos, endangering the lives of all patients within. Yifu understood his master's intent and quickly reassured Xiao and Ning, saying, "Little Ning Ning, be good. I will fetch Lan Ju from the hospital to play with you. You and master will wait here. I shall return shortly with delicious treats." The little divine sovereign, responsive to her elder brother's coaxing, patted her little belly and nodded her head, calming down. She wanted Ju back, wanted Qi Yin Yin. How delightful it would be. Her elder brother, rushing after the 5 companions, responded without a glance back. "All right, I promise to bring him back." Though Yin Yan's elder brother lacked the ability to retrieve him, his abundant fortune could only dispel the malevolent forces. The master sighed in relief upon seeing the little one refrain from crying. Had she done so, who could predict the calamities that might ensue? Earthquakes, tsunamis, lightning, and volcanic eruptions could all be summoned. The little divine sovereign, possessing rare understanding and maturity, reflected inwardly on the difficulty of nurturing a fierce deity. It was truly a matter of life and death. The master wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bent his old back, and instinctively reached out to embrace the child. "Little divine sovereign, let us stay inside and await their return." Yet, the little divine sovereign, disdainful of her master, refused even the slightest touch, let alone a hug. No, with Old West Father, it's not sweet at all." The cherished little one scampered away, rejecting her master's embrace, while also recalling the polite phrases her elder brother had taught her. "Thank you, master." The old man, oblivious to his own demeanor, pursued her little form, eager to please. "Little divine sovereign, how about I prepare a cup of milk for you? Shall we watch some cartoons?" Devoid of any malevolent energy to absorb, the little divine sovereign was indeed tempted by the milk. A little coaxing was all it took for her to be compliant, a picture of obedience. The European-style sofa purchased by Lan Tian was rather high, and the little one struggled to climb up, her tiny legs straining in the effort. In moments of emotional stability, she was but a bundle of innocence, lacking any divine might. "Oh dear, what a good child you are. I shall prepare your milk right away." The nanny, smiling, gently lifted the little one onto the sofa and set her down comfortably before turning to assist with the milk preparation. "I shall attend to this. You keep an eye on the child and find a cartoon she enjoys," the old man remarked. As the nanny settled the child on the sofa, the old master discreetly dispelled the malevolent energy surrounding her with a subtle incantation. For individuals burdened with minor karmic debts, he could easily alleviate the negative energy without requiring his disciple's fortune. The old man took the bottle and began to prepare the milk powder, clearly relishing the opportunity to serve the little sovereign. Meanwhile, the nanny turned on the television, swiftly locating the Children's channel. It was only after the old Taoist had prepared the milk that the nanny rose to prepare dinner. She quietly closed the kitchen door and dialed Lan Meiying, providing a detailed account of the day's events. In the hall, a man in his 70s sat alongside a toddler, both engrossed in a whimsical animated show featuring the Calabash brothers. The scene was quite amusing. Within the animation, the Calabash brothers exclaimed, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" The toddler, while eagerly nursing, mimicked the characters, her tiny feet pointed at the television as she tilted her head, calling out to her elderly companion, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" The old man, as always, appeared flustered. Oh no. Just the sound of you calling me master is enough to overwhelm me. Hurry and drink your milk before it cools." He muttered to himself, "Little God, if you keep calling, I might just fade away." Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the toddler beamed at her master with an endearing smile. "Grandpa," she chimed, as a serpent spirit appeared on the screen, pointing excitedly at the television, chattering away. Oh dear, I'm scared, Grandpa." The elderly man stroked his beard, maintaining a calm demeanor, unperturbed that such a young child could grasp the storyline. Children endowed with divine consciousness are innately different from their ordinary counterparts. Possessing a significantly higher intelligence, at their developmental stage. The elderly man and the child remained unhurried, watching the animation. Meanwhile, in the hospital, time passed agonizingly slowly. Inside the operating room, frantic efforts to save Lan Ju continued. His 5 brothers and Ifu arrived just in time. The underage siblings managed to enter the hospital unhindered. Ifu, blessed with good fortune, navigated through the security with ease, while a group of bodyguards overlooked him completely. However, Lan Tian was blocked from entering by a swarm of bodyguards. The leading guard coldly articulated the reason. The old master has officially declared that from this day forth, the Lan family severs all ties with you, forbidding you from stepping on a Lan territory ever again. Lan Tian, who had never been in a fight before, lost his composure completely. Stand aside, dare to lay a finger on Xiao Lu, and I will battle the entire Lan family. He had promised his mother to protect his brothers, yet he had forgotten that he also needed to safeguard himself. He raised his fists and engaged the bodyguards, his once genteel demeanor replaced by a fierce determination to fight to the bitter end. The bodyguards, seasoned fighters, easily overwhelmed him. Facing 6 opponents, he stood no chance. With the old master no longer recognizing him as the heir, the bodyguards no longer treated him as a young master, and their strikes grew increasingly brutal. After a few blows, Lan Tian was knocked to the ground, his mouth bloodied as he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Desperate to prevent his brothers from entering, he lay on the floor shouting, "Come back! It's a trap! Come back!" His brothers, eager to rescue Xiao Lu, had already ventured into the lion's den. "Don't go! Don't leave me!" Astute as he was, he had already deduced the old man's intent to separate his brothers from him. A memory flashed in his mind of the police officer's casual question as he left earlier that day. "Has your grandfather offended anyone in the business world?" He had responded with audacious laughter. "With my grandfather's nature of rewarding those who comply and punishing those who oppose, it's quite difficult not to offend anyone." The police officer pointed towards the gate, kindly warning, "Last night, a hitman met with an accidental demise near your home. The mastermind behind this incident is still under investigation. You, a newly minted adult, should not create tension with the adults in your household while caring for your 5 younger brothers. It would be prudent to return home and stay safe, given your family's affluence." Not far from his residence, a cordon had been established. With the ground marked in the position the assassin fell, officers and forensic specialists were diligently gathering evidence at the scene. As he passed by at noon, he cast a casual glance. The deceased lay with his head facing forward and feet directed toward his home, resembling a forward motion, suggesting he was not targeting the Blue family. The law enforcement and forensic teams drew their conclusions from the position of the body, momentarily overlooking the possibility of implicating the Blue children. In a wealthy neighborhood, anyone could be a target for a hitman, and it was fortunate that the assassin had not succeeded before his untimely end. Upon returning home with his younger siblings, he learned that his aunt had gone missing. Preoccupied with thoughts of his biological mother's case, he paid little heed to the incident occurring nearby. At this moment, the bodyguards of the Blue family treated him like a stray dog, prompting a sudden recollection of the incident. Could it be that his grandfather had hired the hitman to eliminate him? He curled up in anguish on the ground, desperately convincing himself, "No, that cannot be true. I am merely being paranoid, overly sensitive." However, the brutal blows from the bodyguards struck him with a clarity that dispelled his doubts. This was not mere sensitivity. It was the harsh reality. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. Could his grandfather truly wish to harm his grandson? His conviction in the pursuit of justice crumbled in an instant, leaving him devoid of the strength to demand the truth from the law. The truth was far too cruel. He preferred to believe the words of the old Taoist. Perhaps his aunt could ensure retribution against the wicked. Thus, he resolved not to fight against insurmountable odds. He must survive to care for his aunt and siblings. "Stop. I will hand over my brothers to you." The bodyguards, motivated by their compensation, paused upon hearing his capitulation. A group of older men assaulting a newly adult child did not truly intend to inflict mortal harm. The elders' orders were to press on without mercy. The leading bodyguard, evading eye contact and concealing a flicker of sympathy, coldly stated, "We find ourselves in a difficult position. Please understand and leave quickly." Staggering to his feet, Lan Tian wiped the blood from his lips, choosing not to engage further. As he turned to depart, he declared over his shoulder, "Tell the old man that as long as I live, I will ensure my brother's escape the wretched Blue family. With the loss of his truly loving mother, no one would take any of his brothers from him." At that moment, a singular, frenzied thought consumed his mind. He must return immediately to find the old Taoist and his aunt, to ensure that all wrongdoers within the Blue family face their just deserts. Lon D charged into the operating room with several younger siblings in tow. With a fortunate stroke of luck, they encountered a doctor who, in a panic, opened the door. Emerging alongside the doctor was Xue Meijin, her disfigured face still unbandaged, having yet to undergo skin grafting. Supported by a nurse, she stumbled out of the operating room, angrily hurling insults. "You incompetent fools! What good are you? A simple procedure resulted in a life lost. Prepare yourselves for prison." The elderly gentleman gazed out the window and noticed several of his grandchildren had arrived. The hospital director promptly pushed the old man's wheelchair out of the ward. Just as the old gentleman was about to issue commands to gather the children, the lead surgeon burst forth from the operating room, his voice trembling as he delivered the devastating news. "Sir, the child has suffered a severe allergic reaction to the anesthesia. Despite our efforts, he has succumbed." The old man's usually sharp mind momentarily dulled as he struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "What did you say? What has happened to my grandson?" The director, instantly grasping the situation, felt his legs weaken, collapsing beside the wheelchair, his voice quaking uncontrollably. "How could there be an allergic reaction? Wasn't a skin test performed prior? Where's the anesthesiologist?" At that moment, the anesthesiologist was paralyzed with fear in the operating room. "Lun Di, Lun He, Lun Yu, and Lun Chun Rusit in," only to find all medical staff with their heads bowed, gathered around the operating table. The instruments wailed, and all the readings on the monitors plummeted to zero. Lan Ju lay lifeless on the operating table, his face and lips devoid of color, as pale as paper. "Xiaolu, brother, Lan Ju." The brothers frantically surged forward, pushing past the medical personnel. Ifu was so frightened his legs turned to jelly, yet he struggled to maintain composure. He quickly inhaled deeply, seated himself cross-legged, bit his finger until it bled, and retrieved a blank talisman from his pocket. Chanting incantations, he swiftly drew symbols on the paper with his bloodied finger. Then, with his left hand forming a seal and his right hand pinching the talisman between his index and middle fingers, he desperately channeled his fortune. He was unaware of the auspicious beast hovering above him, no longer bestowing minor blessings, but rather engaging in a self-destructive sacrifice. Lan Ju had already 1 foot in the realm of the dead. Without this act, he could not be saved. All he knew was that Xiao and Ning was destined to be alone in this life, and he would fight with every ounce of his being to preserve her blood ties, ensuring she would never again face solitude. The little white dumpling radiated light, gradually fading from pure white to transparency. Lan He, Lan Yu, and Lan Jun stood in stunned disbelief, unable to accept the reality before them. Their minds were still replaying the image of Xiao Lu's cheeky demeanor from that morning. "No, it can't be true. Xiao Lu is fine. This is not real. It can't be. Doctors, what are you doing? Hurry, save him. Save him." Lan Di, too, stared blankly at Xiao Lu's lifeless form, tears streaming down his cheeks, oblivious to his own sorrow. Suddenly, he turned, his crimson eyes filled with hatred and a thirst for vengeance, seizing a scalpel to confront the medical staff in a deadly confrontation. "You beasts! I will kill you all." The cross-legged Taoist priest urgently intervened. "As long as I am here, Lan Ju will not die." At these words, everyone turned to look behind them. The Taoist priest sat with his eyes closed, legs crossed, clutching the talisman, a golden light shimmering above him. As he chanted, the light began to weave its way into Lan Ju's forehead. Everyone in the operating room, along with the elderly gentleman and the director who had rushed in upon hearing the tragic news, widened their eyes in astonishment. Witnessing this miraculous scene, no one dared to utter a sound. The scalpel in Lan Di's grasp hung frozen in midair, ready for carnage. As the golden light penetrated into Lan Ju's body, an astonishing scene unfolded. The instruments emitted a series of beeps, and suddenly, faint cardiac signals appeared. The fluctuations intensified, growing stronger. And just as signs of survival emerged for Lan Ju, the onlookers had yet to revel in their joy. The young Taoist, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground, fainting. Before losing consciousness, he weakly uttered, "Continue to save him." Chapter 21. Metaphysical Medicine Quick. Perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Inside the operating room, the medical personnel resumed their orderly efforts to revive the child. The fainted young Taoist seemed to be merely fatigued, exhibiting some weakness. The doctor promptly administered glucose to the child to replenish energy. Meanwhile, the child being rescued began to stabilize, with various indicators on the monitoring equipment starting to recover. Seeing that the child had a chance of survival, Old Master Lan exchanged a knowing glance with the director, discreetly exiting the operating room to avoid disrupting the medical team's efforts. As the director wheeled him out, Old Master Lan turned back, astonished by the sight of the young Taoist receiving glucose. He could scarcely believe that a child of such tender age had acquired such abilities through cultivation. Upon exiting, he inquired of several bodyguards which of the young fellows engaged this young Taoist. The day after the elderly man and the two youngsters moved into the Blue Sky Villa, he learned the answer. The lead bodyguard, bowing respectfully, replied, "Yes, he is indeed the disciple of the esteemed Taoist Xianshun, one of the young master's companions." The bodyguard nearly referred to him as Little Ant, but hastily corrected himself. That little Taoist girl, and Ning, who is not yet 2 years old, is also a disciple of Taoist Xianshun. Initially, Old Master Lan regarded the toddler as a thorn in his side, contemplating her removal to prevent rampant rumors. He had dismissed the two elderly figures as mere charlatans. Today, however, he had gained insight into the true capabilities of cultivators. Old Master Lan's gaze grew profound as he turned and commanded, "The young Taoist saved Lan Ju today. He is a distinguished guest of the Lan family. Instruct the old residents to prepare a banquet to properly honor him." Understood. Operating room. The doctors continued their efforts in performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Lan Ju, and hope for his revival was beginning to emerge. The four elder brothers, in unison, clenched their fists, wishing they could impart their own vitality to the youngest brother, shouting encouragement to him. "Come on, little six. You're too weak. Fifth brother disdains you. Little Jew, wake up. Don't you want third brother's phone? Wake up and third brother will give it to you. Don't even think about giving up. Second brother will give you a beating. Little six, wake up quickly. Fourth brother has a set of figurines for you." On the other side, the young Taoist, just receiving glucose, was roused by their clamor and rolled his eyes weakly. After a moment, he joined in the derision, speaking in a feeble tone. "Lan Ju, I told you that you were cursed. You never believed me, but now you do, right? And you dare to compete with me for little and Ning? How naive." Upon hearing him, Lan Di, Lan He, Lan Yu, and Lan Jun simultaneously turned their heads. "Young Taoist, you're awake. Young Taoist, do you feel better now? It's good that you're awake. How splendid. The young Taoist possesses remarkable abilities. Thus Lan Ju must surely be fine." Before gratitude could escape his lips, Lan Ju regained consciousness. All the indicators on the instruments returned to normal. Just as the doctors ceased their efforts, Lan Ju awoke, slowly opening his eyes. His mind was a blank slate. In his fleeting moment of amnesia, he gazed in confusion at the group of medical personnel and then at his four elder brothers. Struggling to comprehend his surroundings, he bewilderedly inquired, "Where am I? What is happening? Did you really give me your phone, third brother? May I download a few puzzle games?" Everyone, after such a lengthy discourse, this was the sole sentence that resonated. How desperately he yearns for third brother's phone to play games. The four brothers stood in stunned silence, their earlier fright rendering them momentarily sluggish. "Xiaolu, are you awake?" Second brother pushed aside one of the medical staff, bending down to envelop Xiaolu in a tight embrace, a moment of joy in the reunion. "You little rascal, I truly want to knock some sense into you." Second brother scolded, though his body trembled with emotion. Third brother, initially dazed, regained his composure, his eyes reddening as he stifled a laugh, instantly retracting his earlier words. "Dream on. With such poor academic performance, you wish to play games on a phone? I see you're just itching for a beating." Before fourth brother and fifth brother could deliver their own blows, Lan Ju burst into tears, burying his small face in second brother's embrace, wailing heartily. After this brief lapse of memory, he recalled the events, crying as he recounted to his brothers. Grandfather and mother conspired to bring me to the hospital. They intend to cut flesh from my backside, and grandfather even threatened me with you all, saying he would confine me to the old residence of the Lon family. Woe is me! His cries were so loud that they threatened to deafen everyone present, indicating that he was indeed all right. I don't want to go to the old residence. I wish to live with you all. I have only just recognized my aunt. I want to hide in the mountains and become a Taoist priest. I will not return to the old Lon residence, even if it costs me my life. The doctors, listening to this coherent lament, began to relax as well. Remarkably, the child's brain showed no signs of damage. All vital signs gradually returned to normal, and he had even removed the oxygen tube himself. This astonishing phenomenon drew the medical staff's attention back to the young Taoist. In stark contrast to Lan Ju, who was full of vitality, the young Taoist appeared quite weak, exhibiting symptoms of physical exhaustion after a detailed examination. The attending physician dared not jump to conclusions and hurried over, gently inquiring, "Young Taoist, do you feel any shortness of breath or discomfort?" Another doctor, equally concerned, added, "Child, your situation is unique. You fainted while chanting spells. I wonder if the glucose would be of any use?" Ifu shook his head, closed his eyes, and formed a hand gesture, silently reciting a spell. He could no longer sense the fluctuations of auspicious energy and felt utterly drained. Above him, the little white orb, eyes tightly shut, had turned transparent, on the verge of dissipating. Upon chanting, the extremely weakened orb dove into his body, falling silent. "I must seek my master immediately." With that, he forcefully removed the needle from the back of his hand. "In my condition, glucose is of no benefit. My master will help me restore my balance." The attending physician hastily pressed a cotton swab against the child's bleeding puncture wound, anxious to avoid any potential medical mishap. With concern, he inquired, "Will the glucose administered to you have any adverse effects on your body?" Ifu weakly shook his head, resolutely affirming, "It will not have any impact. I am merely an ordinary person." The anesthetist, who had previously been terrified, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply to the young Taoist priest. "Though I do not believe in such matters, today I am truly grateful to you, child. Thank you for saving a life and, in turn, reviving my career." Following suit, all the medical staff bowed to the young priest. "Child, thank you. Thank you for saving a life and for preserving all our professions." The young priest, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. After expressing their gratitude, the medical personnel unanimously reached a decision. "I quit. I'm leaving. This unscrupulous private hospital is a nightmare to deal with." We were fortunate today that no life was lost. At that moment, Lan Ju was still wailing like a pig. "I want to go home, back to my elder brother. Grandfather is utterly ruthless, and his second brother certainly cannot contend with his bodyguard. We must flee, quickly." He was blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped death. It was not the king of hell he feared, but rather his grandfather. Sighs of resignation echoed through the room. Second brother disdainfully handed the weeping child over to third brother. "You've covered me in tears and snot. Get lost." He approached the young priest, turned, and patted his back, adopting an uncompromising tone. "Come, I will carry you. We must return to find your master." Lon, he reluctantly accepted the crying child, his expression one of helplessness as he asked, "Will it be third brother carrying you, or will he hold you?" Lan Ju attempted to stand on his own, wanting to shift from the operating table, but found his limbs somewhat weak. The refusal was on the tip of his tongue when he abruptly changed his mind. "Carry me. A princess carry is too distasteful. Save your strength for when you carry my third sister-in-law in the future." Lan Hie's face flushed, and he begrudgingly complied. "You rascal. Even the king of hell cannot cure your loose tongue." Lan Di and Lan He each carried one child as they exited the operating room. The circumstances surrounding the two children were extraordinarily unique. It was a matter of metaphysics rather than medicine, leaving the doctors perplexed. Upon the young priest's suggestion to release them, the doctors immediately complied. It was only then that the brothers noticed their elder brother had not followed. Without a doubt, he had been intercepted by their grandfather. Lon D and Lon he exchanged knowing glances, swiftly analyzing the situation. Why had their grandfather allowed only them to enter while barring their elder brother? Lan Zhu, perched on third brother's back, urgently urged, "Hurry. If grandfather discovers us, I'll want to be able to leave. You want to see me again." That's what grandfather said. A reminder from sixth brother sparked alarm among the four elder siblings. Something is amiss. Is it possible that grandfather intends to take us minors back to the old lawn residence to sever ties with elder brother? It seemed highly probable. They needed to escape immediately. Just as the younger brothers came to this realization, the elevator chimed, and several bodyguards emerged, blocking their path. A voice resonated with authority behind me, belonging to the venerable Mr. Blue. "Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the young Taoist for rescuing my dear grandson. The Blue family is indebted to you. Dinner has been prepared, and I kindly request your presence to join us for the evening meal." Chapter 22. Let us take a rest. I shall not be graced by your invitation. The young Taoist, reclining on the back of Blue D, turned to face Mr. Blue, retorting quite impolitely, "I have trained in the arts since the age of 3, and though I have only 4 years of experience, I possess a modest understanding of physiognomy. Your visage, I must say, does not suggest benevolence." The 5 young brothers nearly burst into laughter. Blue Jew clung tightly to the neck of his third brother, fearful of being separated from his siblings. Blue he also tightened his embrace, softly reassuring, "Do not fear, little six. Your third brother will not let go and will not hand you over to grandfather." Blue D, now incensed, showed no deference to his own grandfather and addressed the little one on his back. "Well done, young Taoist. Continue." It was truly unexpected that this boy, who resembled a little girl, could display such audacity. Mr. Blue, who had been flattered throughout his life in the business realm, was accustomed to everyone bowing to his whims. Now, faced with such disrespect from a mere child, his countenance darkened, and he was filled with indignation. The young boy did not allow him the opportunity to retort. Instead, he swiftly produced a talisman from his pocket. Chanting a few incantations, the talisman spontaneously ignited. "The resentment in your Blue family's domain is profound. You are a man burdened by deep karmic debts. If you remain obstinate, it is likely that the entire Blue family will face utter catastrophe. My words end here. I take my leave." The old man, provoked by this declaration, felt a surge of blood rise within him, both infuriated and inexplicably chilled. Having fought in the commercial arena for a lifetime, he quickly stifled his rage. "Pardon my boldness, and thank you for your advice, young Taoist." With a forced smile, he commanded the bodyguards blocking the way, "Prepare the vehicle, escort the young Taoist home." "Yes, sir." The old man then turned to his most obstinate grandson, issuing a command. "You 5 are prohibited from causing any further mischief. Return at once." Before he could finish, a phone call interrupted him. Blue U.S. emergency call connected. Cutting through his words. "Hello? Is this 110? This is Blue U from the Blue Private Hospital. The shareholder, Blue Yuanzhong, has abused his power, coercing doctors into improper conduct, and has forced an 8-year-old child to donate skin from his buttocks, resulting in a severe medical incident where the child nearly lost his life. Please come immediately. Thank you." At just 12 years old, the 4th little boy was not to be trifled with. Blue D and Blue he exchanged approving glances. "Well done." The 5th, Blue June, displayed similar wit, also dialing for help. Unfortunately, his phone watch malfunctioned, allowing his elder brother to precede him. Little 6 would have done the same had his phone watch not been confiscated. Under pressure from the adults, these minors had little voice, and calling the police before an incident was futile. Now that a crisis had arisen, it was imperative to alert the authorities. Surely, it would prove somewhat useful. At the very least, it assured their immediate escape. The old man's subsequent words were lodged in his throat, rendering him pale and trembling with rage. "Rebellious, you little rascals." All 6 grandsons were astute, while outside, a throng of unruly grandchildren appeared utterly foolish. The foolish and naive often yield obediently, while the legitimate grandchildren are determined to rebel against him. Coughing violently, the old man angrily pounded his chest. "Dear elder, please do not be agitated. Calm down. Do not stoop to the level of the children. They're still young and do not understand." The head servant, resembling a flustered old eunuch, hurriedly assisted the old emperor in patting his back to ease his discomfort. Lon had just hung up the phone. He felt a twinge of fear at having angered his grandfather and sought refuge beside his second brother. Steady and composed, Lon carried the young Taoist priest on his back. Casting a cold gaze at the 8 bodyguards blocking their path, he mockingly addressed his grandfather behind him. "Grandfather, the police will arrive shortly. If you allow us to leave now, you can still fabricate a narrative to suppress the incident. Otherwise, you risk becoming a laughingstock." Lon, maintaining an air of elegance, echoed his second brother's sentiment. "Grandfather, you have just concocted a fabricated report of filial piety, and its fervor has yet to wane. Once the police arrive, if the news of you coercing your grandson to donate skin to your daughter-in-law spreads, it will indeed become quite the spectacle." The old man, slumped in his wheelchair, coughed violently, gasping for air, his face turning a deep shade of purple, as if on the verge of spitting blood. The head servant, alarmed, urgently instructed the medical staff. "Quickly, bring oxygen. Hurry." A young nurse rushed to fetch the necessary equipment. Overwhelmed and unable to muster the strength to contend with his ungrateful grandchildren, the old man gestured to the bodyguards, signaling them to let the rebellious grandchildren pass. The bodyguards promptly parted to create a path. No sooner had the children departed than a throng of medical personnel surrounded the old man, exacerbating his distress. This was the entire surgical team from today, led by the chief surgeon and the anesthetist, all of whom removed their identification badges from their chests and resigned in front of him. The old man, fuming and coughing, clutched the oxygen tank, unable to utter a single curse. With the police's impending arrival, another wave of turmoil awaited. Today, the once mighty emperor of the Lon family was on the brink of collapse, if not from fury, then certainly from sheer exhaustion. Lon and his brothers carried their respective younger charges, with Lon and Lon Jun following closely behind. Upon exiting the hospital, they hailed 2 taxis, hurriedly returning home to find their eldest brother. As anticipated by the younger siblings, the eldest brother had been thwarted by their grandfather and had even come to blows with the bodyguards, emerging battered and bruised. The 6 little ones returned home to find the old Taoist priest in the upstairs bedroom, tending to Lon Tian's wounds. At that moment, Xiao and Ning was fast asleep. Earlier, when Lon Tian had returned, he had knelt before the old Taoist priest, pleading for him to take Xiao and Ning to enact retribution on all the villains of the Lon family. The old Taoist had consented, urging him to first attend to his injuries and wait for his brothers to return. He had believed the return of the younger siblings would prove challenging. Once again, the old Taoist's predictions had proven remarkably accurate, as they had indeed returned smoothly. Upon entering, Lan's heart sank at the sight of Lon Tian's swollen face, his abdomen, back, arms, and legs all marked with bruises. When had he ever witnessed his courteous brother in such a state? Who dared to lay a hand on him? Instantly, he felt a surge of anguish. Have you lost your mind? Do you really think you could take on that group of bodyguards? Are you not aware of your own strength? He was nearly driven to pounce on his older brother and deliver a few blows of his own. How can you still have the audacity to lecture me and tell me not to fight, when you are in such a pitiful condition? Have you gone mad? His explosive temper was indeed a peculiar manifestation of his profound concern. The old Taoist priest brushed aside the unruly boy and continued to apply medicine to Lon Tian. There were no serious injuries. The bruises would fade in a few days. Lon Tian held an ice pack to the left side of his face to reduce the swelling. Ignoring his own injuries, and immediately asked, "Is Xiaolu all right? Are you all okay?" Seeing him in such a pitiful state made Landy feel increasingly distressed, and he snapped, "Just take care of yourself. We're fine. It's so annoying." Once out of taxi, Lanjue sprang back to life. The little brothers were gathered in the lobby, surrounding the Taoist priest, who appeared to be in poor condition. Upon hearing that his brothers were unharmed, the heavy burden on Lon Tian's heart finally lifted, and he inquired further, "What about the Taoist priest?" Landy was about to address the matter when he interjected, "The Taoist priest is not well." He grasped the old priest's sleeve and pulled him downstairs. "My brother Wan Ti Dai, please go check on your disciple." After using his magic to save Lanjue, the priest had been left in a weakened state. There was no need for the impatient boy to elaborate. The old Taoist knew well how dire his disciple's condition could be. Having pulled someone back from the brink of death, it was likely that his good fortune was nearly exhausted. Landy, filled with urgency, continued to speak about the little one's condition. He is utterly drained. His face is pale, and glucose isn't helping. You must hurry and take a look. The old priest found it difficult to interject. This impulsive boy was quite responsible. The little one is this way because he saved my sixth brother. Whatever treatment is necessary, whatever precious medicinal herbs are required, just let me know, and I will find a way. He thought to himself that he must not let his brother worry about this matter, and that the little one should recuperate in peace. The old Taoist sighed, his calm demeanor being tugged along by the impatient boy as they descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Ifu lay weakly on the sofa, surrounded by Lan Yu, Lan Jun, and Lan Jue, who were busy providing him with water and wiping his face and hands. The nanny had been pushed aside and could not intervene. Lan Jue even helped to massage Ifu's legs and shoulders, carefully kneading and pressing, which only made Ifu feel ticklish. Little Taoist, you mustn't be in trouble. I'm only 8 and already owe so many favors. If you were a girl, I would marry you when you grow up and treat you well. As soon as these words left his mouth, his 3 brothers each gave him a light smack on the head. That's revenge, not gratitude. Are you being shameless? It was evident that the brothers were in a state of panic. Ifu found them annoying but lacked the strength to dismiss them. Besides, this was their territory, so it wouldn't be appropriate to chase them away. Upon seeing his master come down, he quickly sought help. Master, let us return to Tianjifeng soon. The old Taoist walked over, and the boys hastily made way for him. Lan Jue was on the verge of tears, pointing at the Taoist priest and anxiously saying, Old Taoist, please save your disciple. He sounds like he is about to lose consciousness. The old priest glanced at his beloved disciple, calmly stroked his beard, and turned to the impatient boy with a command that felt absurd. Landy, carry him upstairs and let him sleep with the little deity. That will suffice. The 5 little brothers stood there dumbfounded. What nonsense is the old Taoist saying? Why does this sound so awkward? If it weren't for one still being weaned and another only 7, this would surely be something a rogue would say. When Lan Ju's penchant for sharp remarks resurfaced, he exhibited no regard for the setting or individuals present, abruptly inquiring, Old Taoist, have you not become muddle-headed? My aunt possesses such capabilities? Ifu instantly grasped his master's intent and, with considerable effort, maneuvered himself off the sofa, determined to ascend the stairs independently. Master, my fate is intertwined with Xiao and Ning. In other words, my fortune cannot be bestowed upon her, as it would be transmuted into malevolent energy. Likewise, her malevolence cannot be granted to me, lest it be transformed into good fortune, correct? This was clearly an explanation meant for the 5 rascals, to prevent their incessant chatter and disrespect towards their master. The master smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the child is teachable. The 5 brothers, though not fully comprehending, felt a sense of awe. Without further prompting from the old Taoist, Lan Di swiftly lifted the frail young Taoist, who could no longer stand, and hurried upstairs. You 2 little ones should take a nap, rest well, and awaken for dinner. Chapter 23. Poison or Medicine. In the bedroom, the cherubic little one favored sleeping on her stomach and had a troublesome habit of sucking her tiny hands, leaving a damp spot on her pillow from drool. Lan Di, treading lightly, placed the young Taoist beside the little darling. Oh, sleeping so sweetly. I hope you won't cause a ruckus tonight or run away from home again. It seems I must keep watch by the door. He gazed at her rosy, plump face and, unable to resist, reached out to pinch her cheek. Do not touch her. I currently lack the strength to dispel any malevolent energy. Ifu was startled, but quickly reacted, blocking Lan Di's large hand. How many times must I repeat this? You are relatives of Xiao and Ning by blood, and you are indeed a source of misfortune for her. She was not meant to have relatives. Your presence is entirely fortuitous, and today, Lan Ju nearly met his end. Exhaustion weighed upon him as he had already given countless warnings. Do you believe me? If you touch Xiao and Ning, within 3 minutes, calamity will befall you. If you doubt my words, go ahead and test it. I assure you, you will fare worse than Lan Ju. Testing it could be fatal. Lan Di reluctantly withdrew his hand, visibly displeased. How can I not touch my own child? Where's the justice in that? You, young man, should sleep and recover. It was no wonder they could not retain the warning, with such a soft, tender, and adorable little darling in their midst. Who could resist but to hold and kiss her? Even a passerby would be unable to refrain. Fu, disinterested in his complaints, turned over and embraced the fragrant Xiao and Ning, muttering softly, "Only I can hold her. You all keep your hands to yourselves." Strangely, being in close proximity to Xiao and Ning lulled him into instant slumber, and he was oblivious to when Londi departed. Xiao and Ning, in a drowsy state, sensed something amiss with her senior brother and nuzzled her small face against him, mumbling incoherently, "Xixiong," as her brother succumbed to deep sleep, entirely unaware. It was as if he had heard her call, instinctively tightening his small arms around her. A small black orb hovered above him, exerting all its strength to extract the little white orb from within him. This scene, if materialized, would indeed be quite terrifying. The little black orb's claws penetrated the top of his head, as if fishing in water, thrashing about vigorously. After considerable effort, it finally succeeded in retrieving the frail, translucent little white orb. The little black fluff ball swiftly pulled the little white fluff ball out, and with a playful bite, it clamped down on the white fluff ball's mouth. Dark energy surged into the little white fluff ball, and as soon as it entered its body, it was instantly assimilated, transforming into a radiant gold. With each wave of dark energy flowing in, the transparent little white fluff ball began to expand like an inflated balloon, gradually turning pure white from the tip of its tail. In less than a minute, the once transparent little creature was entirely white again. It opened its round, golden eyes and floated up, bursting with vitality. The little black fluff ball merely intended to rescue it for easier teasing. It jumped onto the back of the little white fluff ball and playfully bit its neck. The little white fluff ball joyfully retaliated, and the two of them chased each other around the room, creating a delightful ruckus. Little Anning displayed a sweet dream smile as she turned over and nestled on her senior brother, finding it much more pleasant to sleep while pressing down on him. Her senior brother's face flushed with color, and his breathing steadied. It was already 8 in the evening, and dinner had yet to be served. The caretaker had reheated the meal multiple times, but hesitated to urge them, as the atmosphere was quite oppressive. Young Master Lon Tion had returned with numerous injuries inflicted by the bodyguards of old Master Lon, and the little Taoist priest appeared utterly dispirited. The caretaker attempted to go upstairs to attend to the injured, but was blocked by the 5 young masters at the staircase. Lon Di, wearing a stern expression, asked bluntly, "Is there poison in this food? You eat it first." Today, their grandfather had struck their elder brother with great severity, instilling fear in their hearts. And no one dared to trust, not even their aunt. The caretaker found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "There's no poison, young masters, rest assured. I'm merely a worker with family to support. I dare not engage in illegal activities." The little masters were evidently worried about their brother being harmed in secret. Thus, the caretaker had no choice but to sample the food on the spot. After tasting every dish, they no longer required her assistance with the injured. Lonnie took the food upstairs to serve his elder brother. At this moment, everyone awaited the 2 little ones to wake up for dinner. Little Anning stirred awake and immediately began to fidget, causing a stir for her senior brother. Xixiong, I want a hug." "Oh dear, dear, Ningning has wet her pants. I need a change, and I want to play." Her senior brother, roused from slumber, took a moment to gather himself before quickly comforting her. "Is little Anning hungry?" He turned to sit up, feeling a surge of energy throughout his body. "I'll help you change your diaper, and once we're done, we'll head downstairs for dinner." His mind still hazy from sleep, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened. The bedside lamp was on, and he had been so deeply asleep that he hadn't even noticed who had turned it on. "Fly, Xixiong, fly," as her senior brother regained his vitality. Little Anning continued to act adorably and energetically. The little black fluff ball was relentlessly teasing the little white fluff ball, riding on its back and refusing to get off. The little white fluff ball dashed around the room, carrying its companion. "Ha! I can't really fly. Sword riding is quite difficult. Even Master hasn't mastered it yet. But you will surely be able to one day, for our little Anning is remarkable. Her senior brother patiently assisted little Anning in changing her diaper, holding her as they bounced down the stairs for dinner. Meanwhile, everyone was seated in the hall downstairs. They had given the caretaker a break, as there were certain matters they wished to keep from their aunt. The azure sky has awakened, yet my mouth is cracked, causing unbearable pain that has hindered my ability to eat. The left side of my face remains swollen, and I continue to apply an ice pack. Hearing commotion at the stairway, only the old Taoist remains unfazed. My 6 brothers and I cast our gazes towards the 2 little ones. To our astonishment, the young Taoist, beaming with vitality, descends the stairs with little Anning securely in his arms. It appears he has merely awakened from slumber, leaving us all in disbelief. The nearly lifeless blue Jew feels an overwhelming pang of sorrow, as though the heavens have crumbled and the earth has heaved. Why is it that our aunt serves as the remedy for the young Taoist, yet acts as our poison? Is this just? Is it fair? The 5 brothers rarely agree with him, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Even our master feels a tinge of bitterness within. The lad's metaphor is indeed apartment. The 6 brothers wholeheartedly believe the old Taoist words. Our aunt is a vengeful spirit, capable of meting out justice to the wicked. Blue Tian contemplates the assassins who perished near our home, recalling how Blue Jew nearly suffered grievous harm, leaving him on the brink of never seeing his brothers again. Setting aside the ice pack, he rises to greet the 2 little ones descending the stairs. Braving the pain coursing through his body, he kneels down, beseeching earnestly and resolutely. Our birth mother met a tragic end. I am powerless. I implore our aunt to exact retribution upon the malevolent of the Lon family. I seek justice for her, to clear her name. With the eldest leading the way, the 5 younger siblings gather around, kneeling in unison, pleading for our aunt to avenge our birth mother. Chapter 24. A plea for justice, hey? Could you all wait until I place little Anning comfortably on the sofa before kneeling? Ifu is taken aback by their gesture, feeling a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his arms. Even his master has not received such a grand display of reverence. Holding little Anning, he feels unworthy of such honor. Little Anning, with an innocent expression, scratches his head in curiosity, oblivious to their actions. Are they playing a game? It doesn't seem very fun. They all look like they might cry. The master sits composed on the sofa, sipping tea in silence. Ifu, feeling compelled, reluctantly begins to instruct little Ning Ning. Quickly say, all right, I will smite them. You all may rise now. The term smite is equivalent to kill, and it is fitting. Little Anning waves his tiny hands, his voice filled with childish innocence. Okay, I will blind them. You all get up now. Don't cry. Very good. Master, little divine lord, smite is not a term you should use. It diminishes your divine authority. This is your unique skill. Senior brother, little Ning Ning, it seems you are expressing the need to prepare your diapers and milk before embarking on a journey. The 6 brothers lower their heads in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, dear aunt. Today, they have all changed their tune. However, the expressions of the eldest 4 brothers still appear somewhat awkward. The 5th and 6th brothers have fully embraced the situation, no longer feeling embarrassed about their diapers being associated with their aunt. They rise and, forgetting the reprimand from their aunt, gleefully approach to touch her small hands and face, their eyes filled with adoration. Excitedly, the 5th brother inquires, Aunt, was it truly you who bestowed a small retribution upon the Lon family that night they were struck by lightning? The old Taoist had just recounted this tale to them. They only realized that on the very first night back, their parents were struck by lightning and admitted to the hospital. It was not an accident, but rather a form of retribution. Xiao Lu was even more exhilarated and quickly interjected. Annie, it turns out you are not just attracting crow droppings. Even lightning heeds your command. This is simply astonishing. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Ifu was left speechless. With such a forgetful and foolish demeanor, whether he could survive a lifetime was in question. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were being excessively mischievous, and as he observed their malevolent aura returning, Ifu felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed that the 6 brothers had become even more troublesome after developing feelings for Xiao and Ning. He was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Can you all be a bit more self-aware? Trouble, trouble, trouble. Step back, step back. Oh my goodness. Ancestor, With a heavy heart, he summoned his good fortune, just managing to dispel the malice surrounding the two. However, Lan Di swiftly snatched Xiao and Ning from his embrace. Once he had completed the necessary business, Lan Di ceased calling her auntie and behaved like a complete rogue. The little one insisted on eating first, claiming that only after a hearty meal could one muster the strength to deal with the bad guys. He awkwardly held the child, pinning her against his waist like a plush accessory as he strode into the dining room. Xiao and Ning, fearing a fall, swayed precariously on her short legs, gripping the back of her second cousin's shirt tightly. Lan Tianlan, concerned that the clumsy second brother might hurt the little one, hurriedly caught up. One supported her little legs while the other steadied her small shoulders. Lan Di, do you even know how to hold child? It's certainly not like that. If she bumps into something, I want to let you off easily. Second brother, you're so clumsy. Let me hold her. I'll feed her. It's already 8:30. She must be starving. Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu all rushed over, eager to assist the little baby during mealtime. Let me feed her. I have experience with little hamsters, Lan Yu chimed in. Fourth brother, you're being outrageous. This is your auntie. How can you compare her to a little rodent? Lan Ju, relying on his status as the youngest and accustomed to being domineering, argued with his brothers. I've already been cursed by Annie. I'm not afraid of death. You're all more troublesome than I am. So step aside and let me take care of her. Yifu found himself outmatched by them, his beautiful face flushed with anger, realizing that his little skills were about to be completely undermined. Master, we should take Xiao and Ning back to Tianji Peak sooner. I truly cannot communicate with these 6 big fools. Why aren't you intervening? The master, the old fox, feigned ignorance at the troublesome scene, immediately acting deaf and blind. All right, let us go eat. Yifu angrily followed into the dining room, dispersing the malice surrounding the 6 big fools once more before mealtime. The little white bundle was busy with its own affairs, and the 6 mischievous hands showed no awareness of their actions. The most concerning part was that despite knowing Auntie had a curse on them, they not only did not shrink back, but cherished her even more. Yifu jabbed his chopsticks in his bowl with force, glaring at the 6 brothers circling around Xiao and Ning, feeling utterly sidelined and silently gritting his teeth. How utterly foolish. Truly, they deserve their fate. The little white bundle was equally distressed, unable to relieve itself, and it whimpered silently, its golden gas and tears of sorrow, also a form of fortune. It floated in mid-air, wailing loudly, with tears cascading like rain upon the heads of 6 bothersome fellows. Little Anning observed this scene, clutching a small spoon, muttering to herself as she dined, "Do not cry, be good. My head aches so dear. Oh dear, my head aches." Accustomed to the little white dumpling bestowing blessings in a rather unpleasant manner, the wailing baby found it disconcerting. The others could not quite decipher what the young child was murmuring as they busied themselves attending to the infant's needs. Anning was overwhelmed, juggling mealtime and soothing her senior brother's little white cat. Be obedient. You must relieve yourself. Do not cry. Hurry and do your business, and scold them. Dealing with these 6 troublesome souls was no easy task. It was utterly impossible to calm them down. Remarkably, the little black dumpling had ceased its mischief, also preoccupied with soothing the teary-eyed little white dumpling. Occasionally, it would nuzzle its head or nibble at its neck. Fearing that it might exhaust its good fortune with its incessant wailing, the little black dumpling would intermittently nip at its howling mouth, infusing it with a few breaths of vital energy to transform its lamentations into blessings. In short, the crying seemed endless, a veritable cascade of tears. This exasperated Anning, who managed to consume a small bowl of rice. Her senior brother, irritated, downed 2 large bowls of soup and 3 sizable cups of water, perplexed by his own thirst. After dinner, considering that there would be no caretaker to attend to the little one that evening, the 6 rascals contemplated helping with the child's washing routine. Their master finally voiced his concern. Are you 6 out of your minds? Do you not wish to seek justice for your mother? As your master, I have yet to hold our little deity. Finally, tranquility returned. Yifu swiftly took Anning and retreated to the upper bedroom. The master had been observing the 6 rascals, noting the patterns of their exposure to malevolent energy. While he did not uncover any definitive trends, he did observe a promising phenomenon. After passing through the ghost gate, Lanju's absorption of malevolent energy was notably slower than his 5 brothers, and the degree of darkness upon his brow was considerably less. The elder quietly calculated, feeling a surge of joy within. It seemed that Lanju's life-and-death tribulation had been resolved. Henceforth, he would likely face merely a streak of bad luck, without the threat to his life. This was information that the 6 must not be privy to. They needed to remain mindful and avoid close contact with the little deity, lest their disciple attract misfortune and excessively deplete their fortunes, harming both spirit and body. The elder retracted his thoughts, clasped his hands behind his back, and ascended the stairs to rest, calling out to the 6 youngsters, "Retire early. Tomorrow, I will take you to visit your aunt at the Lawn family. As long as we visit the attic where your mother once resided, justice shall be served, and this matter will be resolved. The day after tomorrow, the 3 of us shall return." Chapter 25. The arrival of the malevolent deity. The following day, Lan Tian, bearing wounds, rose early to prepare breakfast. An indescribable sorrow filled his heart, fearing the treachery of his grandfather. He was too afraid to even order takeout. Last night, he had discarded all his personal belongings, replacing them with new ones. Lan He joined him, hastily descending the stairs a few steps ahead of his elder brother. "Brother, your cooking is dreadful. Let me handle it instead." While he feigned disdain, he truly felt concern for his brother's injuries. Still unable to believe that their grandfather could treat his elder brother as though he were a stray dog, Lan He dashed into the kitchen, though he was a moment too late. The old master had risen at an unknown hour, and breakfast was already prepared. Lan He was quite bashful, rubbing his hands together, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Old Taoist, I truly apologize. Your esteemed reputation deserves far better hospitality than what we have provided, and I regret that you have been burdened." The elderly man, uninterested in his polite remarks, casually commanded, "Quickly go wake the lazy ones for breakfast. After the meal, we shall attend to the important matters at the Lawn family. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return." "Understood." In truth, it was still quite early, merely 6:50 a.m. The old man was anxious to return to Tianji Peak. Before long, the little ones descended the stairs, yawning profusely. Only Xiao Anning was full of energy, chattering away. "Don't hold me, big brother. I won't wear shoes. My feet are so big. I need to wear 8 pairs. Early in the morning, she had already charmed her 6 older cousins and the senior brother. Lan Di, unable to resist, affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. Ah, ignorance can be quite alarming. Lonnie playfully swatted away his second brother's large hand, laughing, "You only have 2 little feet. Wearing 8 pairs makes you a little crab." Xiao Anning, not grasping the implications of their teasing, tilted her little face up and giggled sweetly. Ning Ning, the little crab, wearing 8 pairs of shoes. Lan Tian couldn't help but tease her as well, bending down to gently pinch her cheek. All right. I shall buy you a few more pairs of shoes." Poor Yi Fu, yawning heavily, helped to dispel the negative energy while dealing with the playful antics. The little white dumpling also yawned, half closing her eyes, and aimed a stream of mischief at Yi Fu. After breakfast, Lan He eagerly began to tidy up the dishes in the kitchen. It was Lan Di's first time in the kitchen, intending to assist his third brother, but ultimately ended up causing more trouble. He smashed all 8 bowls, leaving only the sturdy children's bowl belonging to their aunt. Lan He couldn't be bothered to disdain him, merely casting a glance that suggested he should deal with the mess himself. After Lan Di finished cleaning up, he vowed never to enter a kitchen again. Well-fed and refreshed, they all regained their spirits. The 6 brothers, accompanied by Xiao Anning and the little Taoist, set off for the Lan family. The old Taoist did not accompany them. In such a prominent household, any disturbance would attract attention. As a hermit with simple desires, he preferred to remain out of the media's gaze. The 2 children followed their older brothers, resembling playmates, thus avoiding excessive scrutiny. 2 taxis pulled up in front of the Lan family's grand entrance. This was the villa of Lan Tu-hai and his wife, while the elderly couple resided in the old home. The weather today was rather peculiar, despite the bright sunshine. A thick layer of dark clouds loomed over the Lan family estate, obscuring only this small domain. Yi Fu glanced at the ominous clouds, attempting to calculate the situation like his master, secretly wiping cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, this was the foreboding sign of calamity approaching the Lan family. Lan Tian had reduced the swelling on his face today, though a bruise still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He held Xiao Anning in his arms. Leading the way, Yifu, not wearing his Taoist robe today, sported a beige casual outfit with a bun on his head, appearing like a delicate young girl. He closely followed Lan Tian, helping to dispel the ominous energy. The younger brothers instinctively formed a protective circle around the little Taoist to prevent any prying eyes from capturing his image. The blue sky did not conceal little Anning, unperturbed by the outside world, knowing she was their aunt. The brothers had no intention of returning to the Lan family after moving out. Hence they left without a key card. They rang the doorbell, and the old butler hurried over to open the gate. Upon seeing the visitors, he was momentarily dumbfounded. "Young Master Lan, you are back, and this little child in your arms must be the late lady's sister. How could you bring her back? This seems quite inappropriate." The old butler stood frozen, not immediately opening the door, his mind racing. "Your father awakened last night, and your mother just underwent skin graft surgery. I had no idea you would return home. I shall call the hospital immediately." Coldly interrupting, Lan Tian stated, "There is no need to inform them. Just open the door. I need to fetch my belongings from the attic and leave." The old butler appeared troubled, remaining immobile. "Young master, bringing this child inside may not be proper." The brothers were about to unleash a barrage of arguments. Yifu, seizing the opportunity, urged, "Uncle, please open the door quickly. It seems there are reporters lurking." Lan Di clenched his fists, adopting a thuggish demeanor as he interjected, "Be sensible and let us in. We will retrieve our things and depart quietly. If you continue to obstruct us here, it could lead to an undesirable scene." The old butler had already taken out his phone, intending to report to the family. Perhaps it was the reckless second young master who frightened him, or the polite demeanor of the child that swayed him. The old butler's mind short-circuited. He returned the phone to his pocket and opened the door. Lan Tian, cradling little Anning, headed straight for the attic where his mother once resided. 2 years ago, after the attic was remodeled, 2 nannies had stayed for a few days. However, they were plagued by nightmares or felt as if they were being oppressed by spirits, leading to much commotion, and they claimed the attic was unclean, so no one dared to occupy it afterward. It became a storage room. Typically, servants would venture to the storage room in groups of 2 or 3. They whispered among themselves, saying that even during the day, being alone in the attic sent chills down their spines. Lan Tian wished fervently that their chatter held truth, if such feelings existed. It would mean that Mother Jing had not left. Thus, he secretly slipped into the attic to sleep, night after night, often lingering there for an entire day. Yet, he never experienced the sensations described by the servants. There were no nightmares, no oppressive feelings, just the warm memories of love and an unquenchable longing. It was this yearning he could no longer bear that kept him from sleeping in the attic again. It had been a year since he last set foot there. Now, it was cluttered with items, a disarray that no one bothered to tidy up. At the entrance, Yifu reached out to take little Anning. "Let me hold her. The quiet spirit may still linger here. If she truly met a tragic end, little Anning might become uncontrollable. The malevolent spirit has not fully awakened. It lacks the compassion to embrace all living beings. Encountering the tragic death of a loved one, it is impossible for it not to lose control. I can help soothe little Anning to prevent any innocent from being affected." "All right." The azure sky presented little Anning to the young Taoist priest. Gazing at the firmly closed door before them, the 6 brothers were overcome with emotion, their hearts heavy with an indescribable sorrow. "We shall never see our mother again. We will forever be deprived of witnessing the graceful aging of our mother's silver hair." With reddened eyes, the azure sky took a deep breath and raised a hand to push open the door. From the moment they entered the courtyard, little Anning became withdrawn and eerily quiet. Yifu, holding little Anning, had yet to cross the threshold when she exhibited a pronounced reaction, her small body trembling violently. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" The attention of the 6 brothers and Yifu converged upon little Anning. Just as the azure sky finished speaking, little Anning's expression shifted dramatically. It was as if she had glimpsed something dreadful. Her tiny fists clenched tightly, her small frame quaking, and her once bright, round eyes transformed, the pupils shifting to a dark crimson. Chapter 26. Revealing the true form as little Anning's pupils morphed into a dark crimson hue. The red tear mole beneath her left eye sprouted crimson veins, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. In mere seconds, the red veins enveloped the left side of her delicate face. This was the manifestation of a sinister spirit. The true essence of the malevolent deity revealed itself, rendering the ominous aura of the beast irrelevant, compelling it to retreat into the depths of consciousness. Little Anning's demeanor was no longer that of an innocuous infant. She radiated an aura that instilled dread. Ifu, sensing the impending danger, swiftly summoned forth the energy of fortune. Little Anning, pacified, resolved only to deliver retribution to the wicked. Gradually, little Anning turned her head, her dark crimson eyes fixating on the spot where the bed once stood in this very room. It was a place steeped in wickedness. The buried truths materialized in the air, projecting vivid images, each a haunting tableau. Lan Tu-hai, much like his father, was ensnared by numerous romantic entanglements. Xue Meizhen, unable to bear children, could only silently endure her plight while catering to his whims. The rural girl, Jing, was chosen by Xue Meizhen as a mistress due to her docile nature. Xue Meizhen advised her husband that country folk were simple-minded and easily manipulated, suggesting he pursue such a girl to bear him sons, ensuring she would never aspire to claim a higher status. The children would bear her name. Thus she could feel justified in her actions toward the Lan family. Gonsen kun, wit su maizen et gonsen, Lan Tu-hai feigen sing leho, deceiving ding et ap fetino. Unbeknownst to her, Jing became a mistress and bore the first child, Lan Tian. While the first child was conceived willingly, the subsequent 5 were forced upon her. Lan Tu-hai ruthlessly subdued the fragile Jing, repeatedly coercing her into bearing child after child. For each son born, he would bestow upon her a sum of 1 million. Jing, however, desired not the money, only the hope of escaping with her children, an unattainable dream. Xue Meizhen wielded the children as leverage, repeatedly unleashing her pent-up resentment upon Jing. For 16 long years, Jing was akin to livestock confined within the loft, compelled to bring forth one child after another. In her final act of conception, Xue Meizhen bound Jing to the bed in a star-like position, brutally injecting her with 6 test tube larvae of the horsefly. The larvae fed upon the nutrients of the human body, growing at an alarming rate. Within a month, the tranquility of the entire womb, the intimate areas, and the inner thighs was shattered, infested with an abundance of wormholes. The grotesque sight of black fly larvae writhing within the flesh, voraciously consuming nutrients, was unbearable. The last time Lan Tu-hai visited the attic, he forcefully pressed Anqing onto the bed, intent on inflicting violence once more. Upon witnessing the horrific state of her lower body, Lan Tu-hai retched violently at the bedside. Anqing, unable to endure the torment worse than death, repeatedly implored Xue Meizhen for a merciful release. In the final moments of Anqing's life, Xue Meizhen continued to use the children as leverage, demanding Anqing to take her own life, insisting that she must die cleanly for the sake of the children's future. Otherwise, none of the 6 children would reach adulthood. During a cruise trip taken by Lan Tu-hai and his wife along with the children, Anqing, serving as the beloved nanny of the young masters, naturally accompanied them to cater to their needs. Thus unfolded the tragic event of her perfect suicide by jumping into the sea. Ever since witnessing Anqing's body infested with fly larvae, Lan Tu-hai developed severe psychological issues, resulting in impotence and a loss of interest in women. Xue Meizhen, enduring hardships for 16 years, managed to mend her husband's infidelities. In the eyes of the elderly Lan Tu couple, Xue Meizhen was a commendable daughter-in-law, sacrificing her own happiness for the sake of the Lan Tu family lineage. Yet, all of this came at the cost of an innocent woman's 16 years of youth and life. To Xue Meizhen, Anqing was less than an insect, merely a pawn in her quest to secure her position as the Lan Tu family daughter-in-law. The scenes of wickedness, painted in such cruel strokes, were only visible to the young Anning. Thankfully, her 6 nephews, mere mortals, were spared from witnessing these horrors, otherwise. They would be driven mad by the lifelong psychological scars. Only little Anning could hear the anguished wails of the tormented souls echoing throughout the attic. Beasts, I want to take Tion away. Return Tion to me. Beasts, I cannot bear to live. I cannot protect my children. Beasts, do not harm my children. I will kill you. The immense suffering endured in life had fragmented Anqing's vengeful spirit, scattering remnants throughout the attic. Little Anning's pupils shifted from dark red to blood red, her trembling growing more intense, nearly overwhelming her elder brother's embrace. Calm down, Anning. Please calm down. The 6 brothers were paralyzed with fear. Aunt, don't frighten me. What is happening to you? Little Taoist, why have her eyes and face changed like this? Will Aunt be okay? We must take her back to find the old Taoist. Quick, Aunt, stop. Little Taoist. She seems to be in great pain. Please intervene. Aunt, wake up. We want to seek revenge. We implore you to be safe. Please wake up. Ifu hurriedly sat cross-legged, tightly holding little Anning, fervently praying. Little Anning, good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Please forgive the innocent. As if responding to her brother's call, little Anning ceased her destructive power. She suddenly tilted her head back, as if inhaling something from the air. It was Anqing's vengeful spirit. With that inhalation, the dust settled, and Anqing was no more in this world. Little Anning consumed and purified the vengeful spirits of her tragically departed kin, the depth of her inner turmoil unimaginable. The fragments of the vengeful spirit gradually coalesced. Revealing Anqing's visage. She gazed at the little Anning, finding tranquility as a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of her late foolish mother. A profound connection blossomed between kin. Quiet opened her mouth, yearning to convey something to her dear little sister. Alas, her fragmented soul felt unworthy of engaging in dialogue with such a formidable presence. Yet, little Anning understood her sentiments and conveyed, through her thoughts, release your resentment and obsessions. Find peace. The 6 of them shall grow up well. Quiet felt reassured, turning her gaze towards the 6 children, smiling tenderly, devoid of regrets and attachments. A soft breeze caressed her face, and the 6 siblings seemed to sense something, simultaneously directing their attention to a particular spot. There was naught there. They could only surmise, their voices trembling as they addressed the emptiness. Mother, is that you? Mother, like the wind, are you departing? Mother, forgive us. We were the burden. Will we be able to dream of you in the future? Why have you never appeared in our dreams? Mother, shall we meet again in the next life? The response to their inquiries was a gentle, cool breeze, akin to a warm embrace and farewell. As the last remnants of vengeful energy entered her being, little Anning widened her crimson eyes, letting out a furious cry. Was it a roar? No, that was too grand. It was merely a wail of a child. Ifu's forehead dripped with beads of cold sweat as he continuously kissed Anning's small head, pleading for mercy on behalf of the world. Little Anning, deliver retribution only to the wicked, spare the innocent. In that moment, the 6 siblings fully believed their aunt to be a fearsome deity. According to the old Taoist, the vengeful spirits purified by her would no longer suffer, but instead lead fulfilling and happy lives in their next incarnation. They squatted in a circle, mimicking the young Taoist, and began to plead for mercy. Auntie, do not harbor anger towards the wicked. Auntie, please calm down. Do not be agitated. Auntie, you are a fearsome deity. Do not waste your wrath on these trivial characters, for it diminishes your majesty. Grant the wicked their due punishment, and we shall depart from here, never to return. Lang, with an ill-timed jest, exclaimed, Auntie, I implore you, transform back into a normal baby. Your red-eyed, feline visage is rather frightful and far from adorable. Perhaps her words resonated. Little Anning gradually settled down, yawning, feeling drowsy. She turned to rest her head upon her senior brother's shoulder, murmuring indistinctly, West, hug me. Ifu quickly embraced her, gently patting her back. I hold you, little Anning. Be good, sleep now, and forget everything upon waking. As drowsiness enveloped her, the blood-red hue in her pupils faded, reverting to a deep black. The crimson veins adorning her left cheek converged towards the red teardrop mark, as if being absorbed by it. transforming back into the cherubic visage of a plump infant. Little Taoist, let me hold her. Allow me to carry her. The blue sky, the blue earth. The blue contract extended hands to cradle the child. Ifu, genuinely alarmed, urgently intervened. No. I warn you all. At this moment, you must not touch little Anning. It is best to keep her distance from me as well. I may not be able to contain her. Ifu cradled the sleeping Anning securely as he descended the staircase. Then turned to address those behind him. Retribution has arrived. Just look at the sky above the Lan family. Upon hearing this, the brothers hesitated to show off their strength by carrying the child and promptly followed the young Taoist down the stairs. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. The sky above the Lan family was dark and foreboding, crackling with lightning and booming with thunder, heralding an imminent torrential downpour. In stark contrast, just a wall away, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Ifu, holding the peacefully sleeping Anning, had just crossed the threshold of the Lan family's courtyard when a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deep rumble of thunder, and suddenly, a heavy rain began to pour. The six brothers turned back in disbelief, their jaws dropping. Inside the courtyard, a deluge raged, while outside they basked in sunshine. The elderly steward, who had seen them off and was closing the gate, was instantly drenched. Not a single drop of rain fell upon them. The ruffian from the Lan family, with a mischievous grin, beckoned to the steward. Aren't you going to come out and dry off? Such dedication. The steward raised his hand to shield his face, looking up at the sky in confusion. It was indeed curious how the heavens could rain in such a localized manner. The ruffian had intended to deliver further sarcastic remarks, but Ifu urged without looking back. Let us go. The retribution that is due has already taken effect from this moment. The brothers hurried to catch up. What kind of retribution would it be? Ifu, still holding the sleeping Anning, quickened his pace to maintain some distance from them. He was uncertain himself. All he knew was that upon hearing any unpleasant news regarding the Lan family, as long as they remained unaffected, it was simply their rightful retribution, an inevitable occurrence. The intricacies of this matter had already been explained by his master. Chapter 27. A display of dominance upon their return. 3 taxis were summoned. Ifu, carrying Anning, took one cab, unwilling to share a vehicle with his brothers. The confined space was filled with a formidable aura emanating from Anning. Earlier, her emotional fluctuations had been intense, truly a display of overwhelming presence. Once inside, Ifu quietly assisted the driver in dispelling any negative energy. The driver felt a chill sweep over him and quickly increased the air conditioning, politely addressing his young passenger. Little one, are you feeling cold? We would want you or the little darling to catch a chill. Ifu glanced at the sleeping child and, looking up at the rearview mirror, forced an awkward smile. The air conditioning is a bit cold, but it's much better now. The temperature feels just right. The driver, being quite affable and fond of children, chattered on. Is the little darling asleep? Is she your sister? You should lay her on the seat. I'll drive slowly so you don't tire yourself holding her. You look only 6 or 7 years old. It was Lan Tian who had hailed the cab at the intersection, providing the driver with the address to ensure the safe delivery of his child. Although aware of the capabilities of the 2 little ones, Lan Tian still took a photo of the license plate with his phone. Ifu, his face stiff, replied earnestly, She is my little junior sister. I'm not tired at all. I like holding her. If I lay her down, she will wake up. I'm already 7 years old. I'm not a baby anymore. Today, he wasn't wearing his Taoist robe, and the term little junior sister sparked a multitude of topics for the driver. As the conversation flowed, he occasionally adjusted the air conditioning. Today, the outdoor temperature soared to 40 degrees, rendering it unbearable. The driver, perplexed, rubbed his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. What's going on? Is the air conditioning on the fritz? Little one, are you not cold? Quite the opposite. Ifu was drenched in sweat, but could not candidly express his discomfort. He simply had to endure. Uncle, I'm not cold. I'm actually a bit warm. Little Ning, however, was quite comfortable, neither cold nor hot, her small face resting against her senior's chest, soundly asleep with her little bottom tilted. Not cold, warm. The driver assumed the child was merely offering polite reassurances. Just then, they reached a traffic light and halted. The driver, concerned, checked the air conditioning, baffled by the issue. Goodness, this old company vehicle has switched to heat mode, and yet it's still cold? There's a child asleep in here. We cannot let her freeze. Ignoring his own discomfort, the driver hastily removed his white shirt and tossed it to the back seat. I sincerely apologize, little one. This vehicle's air conditioning is malfunctioning. Please cover the baby quickly. We must prevent her from catching a cold. An air conditioning-related illness in summer can be quite troublesome and hard to shake off. You must be freezing too. Just hang in there for another 10 minutes and we'll arrive shortly. The driver spoke rapidly, adopting a tone of an adult addressing a child. Not feeling cold, Ifu had no way to interject, so he complied, wrapping little Ning in the uncle's shirt. After all, the changing seasons of the world could not affect her. Upon being wrapped up, a curious phenomenon occurred. The driver suddenly felt warm and realized the temperature inside the vehicle had risen significantly, prompting him to adjust the setting lower. What on earth? This air conditioning is truly bizarre, fluctuating between hot and cold. Little one, are you still cold? Ifu looked down at the shirt enveloping Ning and understood the situation. No longer cold. It's starting to feel warm. The driver must be a genuinely kind-hearted individual, devoid of any malevolent energy. The shirt, free from negative influences, combined with the driver's good fortune, seemed to have soothed the little spirit, calming her essence. The journey proceeded smoothly, leading them back to the villa under the blue sky. The six brothers arrived in 2 taxis, one trailing the other. As they disembarked, little Ning awoke, her mood completely stabilized. The house erupted in a flurry of activity. Tissues scattered everywhere, shoes tumbled out of cabinets, and her little mouth chattered incessantly. Little Kitty is awake. Let us play. I want to play with Brother Shi, nor with Hee, you, June, or Jia. I want to go out and play. Blue Jew, feeling dejected, pouted and complained to his brothers. Annie says I can't play with my senior. Her favoritism is so biased. Am I not her nephew? How can that be? The brothers were too preoccupied to comfort him. Their focus was on the little action-oriented Andy, who seemed ready to run away from home. Run, run. Ning, ning, kui. Let us run. We need to find Yin Yin. Find 8. Find Minnie. The baby believed that 8 was indeed Minnie, impossible to count. Chattering away, she began to gather her belongings, which consisted of just 2 items, a bottle and diapers. She climbed onto a small stool, striving to reach the diaper perched atop the cabinet, exerting every ounce of strength yet failing to grasp it. Resolute in her independence, she refrained from seeking assistance, turning instead to seize the milk bottle from the coffee table. Cradling the bottle, her short legs scurried swiftly as she dashed towards the door. The entrance to the hall opened automatically. The master, stroking his beard, observed in silence. Musing to himself, the little deity is still too young to manipulate objects from a height. Once she grows older, she will undoubtedly become even more troublesome. Alas, my old bones cannot endure this. At the threshold, she waved her tiny hand behind her. Goodbye, no need for courtesy. At this moment, everyone was seated in the hall, engrossed in the news, scrolling through headlines. Any movement from the Lan family would soon be exposed by the media. They were also keenly aware of the little one's mischievous antics. Lan Ju, momentarily taken aback, struggled to forget that fiercely charming little aunt with her striking red eyes. He remarked, the little baby simply cannot stay indoors. In truth, neither could he, as he longed to venture out and play with classmates. Before the master or his senior brother could coax the child, the eldest nephew swiftly intervened. At the door, he caught the child and gently patted her behind twice with a touch so light it barely stirred the dust. Where are you running off to in such glaring sunlight? Little Anning squirmed in her elder cousin's embrace, exuberantly exclaiming, I want wine, I want wine. No need for courtesy, goodbye. Regardless of whether it was laboring every day or having an elder every day, the 18-year-old nephew could not bear the weight of such formalities. In a flash, darkness clouded his brow. Lan Tian, cradling the little one, made his way toward the Taoist priest. Acutely aware that he had fallen into yet another trap and was instinctively seeking remedy. Apologizing for the trouble caused to the young priest, he expressed his gratitude. The phrase that had once held power now escaped his lips as he gritted his teeth to help Lan Tian dispel the ominous aura. Lan Tian did not release his hold on the child. Instead, he squeezed past his younger brothers, settling onto the sofa, and soothingly cooed. "All right, let us watch some television. Shall I find you an animated show?" The little one promptly forgot her earlier adventurous intent. "Okay, good girl." Lan Tian reached for the remote control, just as he was about to change the channel. The financial news unfolded, the female host articulating in impeccable Mandarin, reporting, "The Lan Group's stock plummets. Chairman Lan Yuanzhong is critically ill from a stroke." Unexpectedly, the retribution for the Lan family arrived swiftly and with great severity. Elder Lan suffered a stroke, resulting in a significant cerebral infarction and hemorrhage. A critical condition notice had been issued, indicating a high likelihood of imminent death. Having commanded respect for a lifetime, the old man now lay helpless, connected to a respirator, drooling, utterly devoid of mobility and speech. That very afternoon, the ailing matriarch of the Lan family faced an unfortunate incident. While attempting to use the restroom, she inadvertently became trapped, her body contorted in a manner that left her in a rather compromising position. Emergency medical personnel had to call upon firefighters, who expended considerable effort to saw through the toilet and rescue her. Not long after her extraction, she passed away, having lived a life of grandeur. The manner of her demise soon trended on social media, evoking a collective sigh of dismay. Last night, the once conscious Lan, too high, succumbed to a sudden exacerbation of his condition, suffering extensive burns on his back from lightning and undergoing skin graft surgery. The pain was excruciating, plunging him back into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Xuan Meizhen, who had also undergone skin grafting, experienced a severe adverse reaction, rendering her unconscious as well. The Lan family, with its vast enterprise, was left without a will from the elder Mr. Lan, who had stubbornly withheld power from his children, believing he would live to 100 without issue. Alas, with the matriarch's unexpected passing and both son and daughter-in-law incapacitated, the old man briefly regained consciousness and wished to draft a will, but it was too late. Speech evaded him, his left hand trembling with 6, his right with 8, his entire body shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's, rendering him incapable of writing. In the meantime, Lan Meiying, who was on a business trip, rushed back upon hearing the tragic news of her parents. Misfortunes swiftly followed, culminating in a severe car accident that claimed her life on the spot. The elder Mr. Lan's 5 illegitimate sons, lacking in intellect or being overly simple-minded, had never made their way into the Lan Group. Of course, the late matriarch had played a role in this. Upon learning of the series of calamities befalling the chairman's family, 34 old shareholders, like ravenous wolves, eagerly prepared to act. At this critical juncture, the stock market plummeted, with shareholders likely to withdraw their investments, leaving the Lan family as mere remnants of its former self. Financial news reports revealed that the Lan Group might be on the brink of disintegration. Tragically, in his dying moments, the elder Mr. Lan recalled his intelligent and courteous eldest grandson, Lan Tian, a truly exceptional child. The other 5 grandsons were also promising, yet still minors. The old man's heart brimmed with resentment, blaming the wretched village girl, who, even in death, continued to sow discord within the Lan family. At that moment, only the adult Lan Tian could bear the weight of the entire family, employing his wits to outmaneuver the old foxes within the corporation. The old man, now regretting his earlier decisions, sought to retract the order given to the assassin. Coincidentally, the police had uncovered clues revealing that the intended target was the eldest grandson of the Lan family. An anonymous medical staff member from the Lan private hospital reported overhearing a mysterious phone call from the elder Mr. Lan. Due to Lan Tian's relentless inquiries into his biological mother's death, which stirred public uproar, the elder Mr. Lan severed ties with him, intending to bring back the 5 minor grandsons to the ancestral home, and ordered their eldest grandson's elimination to ensure peace. The mastermind behind the assassination plot was revealed to be Lan Yuanzhong. The grandfather, astonishingly, had plotted to assassinate his own grandson. Veteran detectives, with decades of experience, could scarcely believe this truth. The lead detective, assigned to the case, visited the hospitalized elder Mr. Lan, donning protective gear, entering without a word, merely to observe. Upon seeing the police officer, The elder Mr. Lon assumed the assassin had succeeded. Regret crashed upon him like thunder. The Lon group was doomed. His eyes widened in terror, his body trembling violently, unable to produce sound, but his lips seemed to form the words, retribution. The machines emitted urgent beeping signals. The detective hastily called for medical personnel. After a frantic attempt to save him, the individual ultimately succumbed. This sequence of retribution, occurring over merely a day and a half, has gone viral across various online platforms. The future of the entire Blue family remains an unsettling mystery to the 6 younger brothers. Their grandfathers entangled in numerous illicit enterprises, tax evasion being a common occurrence. The Blue group, so vast in size, has long been riddled with corruption. They harbor no desire to inherit even a fraction of such a sordid family legacy. With their grandfather, grandmother, and aunt having faced their just deserts, the repercussions for their parents are still unfolding. They feel neither joy nor profound sorrow. Their only wish is to escape this stifling environment. Tomorrow, the old Taoist will take the young Taoist and their aunt back to Tianji Peak. After much contemplation, Blue Tian decided that with a month and a half left until the end of summer vacation, he would take his younger brothers to accompany the old Taoist. Having excelled academically, he had skipped a grade and spent the previous year studying abroad. To care for his brothers, he relinquished the opportunity for further studies overseas, arranging to attend university locally this year, now entering his sophomore semester. As for his brother's education, they could rent a place near the school and return to Tianji Peak during holidays. However, they must first seek the old Taoist consent to take them in. When Blue Tian shared his thoughts with his brothers, there was no need to solicit their opinions. They unanimously supported the idea with enthusiasm. Blue D, ever impulsive, tugged at his brother and headed towards the old Taoist room. Brother, it's not that I look down on you. After knowing you for 16 years, you've only done one thing that aligns with my wishes. This was a veiled complaint about his brother, lamenting the sacrifice of studying abroad for their sake. Blue Tian felt a surge of irritation and restrained himself from retaliating, reluctant to unleash his frustration. The younger brothers trailed closely behind. Blue Ju seized his elder brother's arm, exclaiming with excitement, "If the old Taoist refuses us, I'll take the blame for the tears. You all must help me set the mood. United as brothers, we shall collaborate harmoniously." Upon hearing this, the brothers granted the youngest a sliver of indulgence. "All right." The eldest brother ruffled his hair affectionately. "Then we'll rely on our 6 treasures." The second brother playfully thumped him on the head. "From now on, don't call yourself my 6th brother. You're more of a cat's pea, nearly his 6th sister." Blue Ju felt indignant but dared not retort, well aware of the second brother's strength. As they approached the old Taoist door, Blue Tian carefully contemplated his words, taking a deep breath just as the door swung open. The old Taoist, with an air of understanding, stroked his beard and preemptively declined, "I shall no longer accept disciples. Spare me your entreaties." The old Taoist had already packed his belongings into a drab gray bundle, resting on the bedside table, poised to leave at dawn with his 2 apprentices. Blue Ju, not waiting for his brothers to set the scene, threw his head back and wailed, "I want my aunt. Wah. I have no mother left, only my aunt. I don't want to stay here. Wah. We have no home. We shall become Taoists. Wah." His cries were genuine, stemming from the profound psychological trauma he suffered after witnessing his mother's tragic suicide. It was not a matter of immaturity. He was genuinely unwell. 5 elder brothers, the old Taoist priest and the little Taoist priest, Xiao Anning, who had been awakened by the raucous wails, all surrounded Lan Ju, attempting to console him. Xiao Anning's method of comfort was rather peculiar. "Do not cry, do not cry, ah woo woo ah ah." It was merely a frivolous attempt to join in the commotion. The 5 elder brothers employed a more deceptive approach to soothe him. "Lan tian gen li lai fet Lan Ju," his heart aching, and said, "All right, my little treasure, do not cry. We will negotiate with the old Taoist priest about your separation from your aunt." Landi, unusually temperate, forced himself to soften his tone. "Little 6, be good. It is true that if the old Taoist takes your aunt as his disciple, our 6 could create some confusion in terms of hierarchy. However, we can still be your aunt's disciples. Stop howling." Lanhi, with a sly grin akin to his 2 elder brothers, picked up their aunt and cheerfully urged her, "Aunt, can we 6 be your disciples? After all, we are of similar standing. Would you accept 6 disciples on behalf of your master?" The little one, nestled in her 3 nephews' embrace, shivered slightly. She had indeed wet herself. Amidst her whimpering, she chirped, "All right, master, senior brothers. What'll be done? 1 in, 6 out." In Chapter 29, Daily Embrace, the old Taoist priest, having consented to take the 6 boys back to Tianji Peak, had to endure a few more days of waiting for Lan Tian to finish the matters. With a grave expression, he summoned the 6 boys and earnestly warned, "You 6 must absolutely refrain from attending any funerals within the Lan family. Remember, you cannot participate in any burial rites of the Lan family. Such retribution is no trifling matter, as the bloodline of the Lan family, if severed, it must be done cleanly. Mourning and memorials will bring upon you misfortune, leading to great calamity." The 6 brothers felt a chill run down their spines as they stood upright before the old priest, repeatedly assuring him, "We understand. We will definitely not go. We shall obey your command." Upon hearing the second brother's address, the old Taoist priest's white beard trembled in irritation as he waved his hand dismissively. "Go away. Go away. I did not agree to acknowledge you 6 as my disciples. Just do what you must and return to Tianji Peak early." Despite his words of disdain, the twinkle in his wise eyes betrayed a smile. The 6 mischievous boys, undeterred, continued to pester the old man with their requests. Lan Tian said, "Grandmaster, you mentioned that we 6 should sever ties with the Lan family completely. Could you perhaps grant us new names?" The names Tian Di He and Junju were laden with the pain of their mother-esque legacy. The brothers shared this sentiment and quickly echoed their elder brother's words. "Grandmaster, we do not wish to bear the surname Lan any longer. It is exceedingly unfair to our mother. I would like to take Aunt's surname, and yes, we shall change our surname to An. Please grant us new names." The old Taoist priest's face turned ashen, and he promptly doused their aspirations with a cold splash of reality. "Change your surname to An? You may not see tomorrow's sun. The little divine being has no blood relatives. Do you dare to share her name? Names cannot be altered frivolously. Some individuals, despite lacking the fortune, bear grand names, only to invite illness and disaster. Do not act recklessly." The 6 mischievous boys, in unison, swallowed hard, their hearts racing as they uttered a single sound. "Ah?" The old Taoist sighed and remarked, "The Lan family is currently reaping the consequences of their past actions, and you too are caught in the midst of this calamity. According to your fate, not a single character can be altered. In essence, you shall forever remain disconnected from Njing. This implies that in this lifetime, your parents can only be Lan Tuahai and Shuem Meijin, and your biological mother can only be acknowledged in your hearts, for they cannot bestow upon you a legitimate status." The young boys were utterly disheartened, their hearts heavy with sorrow. "I merely feel that bearing the surname Lan is a disservice to our deceased mother. We are but a misfortune to her. With her tragic demise, must we continue to carry the name Lan, which serves only to tarnish her memory? The only remaining family from our maternal side is our aunt. Can we not take the surname and to continue our lineage?" The old Taoist remained silent for a considerable time before unveiling the truth. "I fear your grandfather is also a man of unspeakable wickedness. With such a lineage, do you still wish to carry on the family name?" The boys fell silent, rendered speechless. Lan Tian, composed and sagacious, quickly came to terms with the situation and turned to comfort his younger brothers. "Enough of this entanglement. A name is merely a label. What truly matters is to cultivate our character." The old Taoist was greatly pleased by this wisdom, his eyes sparkling with kindness as he praised, "You possess a commendable understanding." The younger brothers were still quite obedient to their elder sibling. "Very well, if we are not to change our names, then so be it." Li Lanzi, with a handsome yet disdainful expression, refrained from contesting his brother's words. After breakfast, the old Taoist once again reminded the 6 boys that they must not attend the funeral of the Lan family, lest they be branded as unfilial descendants, which would allow them to evade disaster. Once he had finished his admonitions, the old Taoist wandered to the park, anxious to return to the mountains, unable to find peace. The 5 younger brothers, along with Yi Fu, were frolicking in the garden with little and Ning, thoroughly exhausting the garden with their antics. All thanks to the efforts of the small child. Meanwhile, Lan Tian was preoccupied with important matters, calling the nanny back. The nanny had just learned of Lan Meiying's tragic accident and death, fretting over her wages, which had always been provided by Lan Meiying for caring for the children. With her passing, she was uncertain if she could continue working in that villa. Upon receiving Lan Tian's call, the nanny hurried over. Upon entering, Lan Tian wasted no words, pointing to two items on the table. One was an envelope containing her wages, and the other was the property deed and related paperwork for the villa. Could you please make a trip to my uncle's house to deliver this property deed and convey my condolences? My brothers and I have become Taoist disciples and will not be attending the funeral. He had no intention of claiming anything from his aunt, as he had already arranged for the necessary paperwork for the property transfer with his lawyer. The nanny was momentarily taken aback by the mention of becoming a disciple, but quickly regained her composure. Very well, young Master Lan Tian. I shall deliver these items and convey your message. As she reached for the property deed and transfer documents, her gaze lingered on the thick envelope of wages. Lan Tian, seated gracefully on the sofa, exuded an air of elegance and humility as he continued, I appreciate your efforts in caring for my brothers and me. You will no longer need to do so. This is compensation amounting to 3 times your usual wages. This came from a portion of his scholarship. Given that he would soon be responsible for 5 younger brothers and their aunt, the pressure on him was significant, yet he generously offered the nanny her compensation. The nanny's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the envelope of wages, her joy radiating as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, young Master Lan Tian. I truly appreciate it. I thought this month's salary would go to waste along with my job, but I never expected such generous compensation upon my dismissal. She hesitated to reach for the envelope, a shy smile gracing her lips as she added, There's no rush for the salary. I must first deliver these important items. They cannot be lost. After I've ensured their safe delivery, you can call your uncle to confirm, and I will return to collect my wages. As she spoke, she retrieved her identification card from her bag, placing it alongside the salary envelope. This is such an important item. I'll leave my ID here as well. Once everything is safely delivered, I will come back to retrieve it. Lan Tian recognized the nanny's commendable character. Although she worked for his aunt, she was dedicated and honorable, virtues that deserved respect. This was precisely why he was willing to offer her thrice the usual compensation. Go ahead, there is no hurry. You can take your time organizing your belongings here. Thank you, young Master Lan Tian, she replied appreciatively. The nanny conducted her duties with great care, and approximately an hour later, his uncle's call came through. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with harsh words, a torrent of scorn unleashed. Lan Tian, you wretched creature, fooling around with your brothers. You haven't even bothered to visit your grandparents or your aunt, who are gravely ill. Are you even human? Your parents raised you, and now they're suffering in the hospital. They've been transferred 3 times. What use are you, you despicable being? Your aunt even bought you a house. Yet you have the audacity to return. I swear I'll burn that house down, depriving you of everything. I want to see how long you can manage without the support of the Lan Tian family and your relatives. Lan Tian listened impassively, responding calmly, I apologize for disappointing you. Please take care. Coincidentally, the little one, Anning, had just entered the room and overheard. Instantly displeased, she pouted. It's not fair. How can anyone scold my dear Tian Tian? He is always so well-behaved. As Lan Tian hung up the phone, a slight chill emanated through the signal. Unaware of this, he turned his attention to the little child who had entered, quickly rising to attend to her. Are you thirsty? Would you like some milk? Shall I prepare for you? The little one opened her arms, sweetly demanding, Tian Tian, hug me. I've been scolded and need a hug. I cannot let you suffer quietly. Lan Tian's heart melted at her words, and he scooped her up, gently tapping her nose in an affectionate gesture. What good girl you are. How did you become so wonderful? You are the most precious treasure in our family, deserving of all praise. Indeed, she was exceptionally well-behaved. Meanwhile, his uncle was preparing a funeral hall, which suddenly caught fire. Fortunately, no serious harm was done, though there were minor injuries, and the hall would need to be rebuilt. On the other hand, Lan Tian, in a moment of weakness, embraced his beloved little aunt once more. and once again found himself in trouble. Fortunately, the little darling was self-aware, pointing her tiny finger toward the door and sweetly reminding her elder cousin that it was time to find the kitten, as it was getting dark. The little cat needs to relieve itself, she chirped. Only then did her cousin recall this matter, hastily scooping up the little one and rushing outside. The image of the dashing young man was tarnished as he began to call out from a distance, "Little Taoist, I've fallen into the trap again. Please assist me." Upon hearing the commotion, the young Taoist's composure was once again shattered. The thought of these troublemakers residing at the Heavenly Ridge Peak in the future filled him with despair. "I truly cannot fathom it. I warned you not to meddle, not to hold little Ning. Why did you not heed my advice?" The 6 brothers echoed in unison. "No way." Little Ning chimed in, "No way." Ifu added, "The jester is indeed myself." After returning the house to his uncle and settling all affairs, Lantian packed his belongings and, accompanied by his younger brothers, followed the old Taoist, the young Taoist, and their aunt, embarking on a new chapter of life. Chapter 30. The unfortunate one, an elderly figure, and 8 young ones traveled for 2.5 hours by high-speed train, and then half an hour by bus, finally arriving at the foot of Heavenly Ridge Peak. Ifu longed to visit home, having not been there for quite some time. Such a modest request could surely be granted by his master. He intended to bring the adorable yet fearsome little Ning along. "I shall not accompany you. I will ascend the mountain first. You can take the little divine being for a few days, but do not linger too long, as it may cause disruptions." "Understood, master," Ifu replied. The Ifu family was incomparably wealthier than the Lantian family, possessing true riches that could rival nations. The 6 young brothers from the Lantian family remained unaware of the young Taoist's name and did not know that this little master was a top-tier heir. The elder emphasized the importance of a life of simplicity. Living in extravagance only brought discomfort. He had only visited the Ifu household once and had no desire to return. Regardless of their persistent invitations, which he declined, citing the preservation of his Taoist conduct. Emulating his master, Ifu remained unencumbered by desires, even neglecting to call for a ride home. He held little Ning in his arms and hailed a taxi, which she had summoned with a wave of her tiny hand. The old master felt a sudden pang of concern. "Oh dear, little divine being, I fear this driver may be a harbinger of misfortune. Let us hope for no calamities." The 6 brothers, laden with bags, felt hesitant to intrude and thus followed their master up the mountain. Lantian, accustomed to overseeing his younger siblings, instinctively pulled out his phone, feeling uneasy, and recorded the taxi's license plate number. Despite the disapproval from his 5 brothers, even their grandfather rolled his eyes. The elder's only worry was the driver's potential karmic burdens. Should they be too significant, the little divine being might struggle to maintain her divine presence, resulting in disaster. "Ifu, keep a close watch on Lil Ning. If any innocents are harmed, I shall hold you accountable." The elder's right eyelid twitched, sensing that the driver carried a heavy karmic weight. Through the car window, with the driver donning dark sunglasses, his visage remained obscured. The elder could not discern his identity or birth details, making it impossible to calculate the situation. He could only repeatedly advise his beloved disciple, "Throughout this journey, pay close attention to little Ning's emotions, soothe her well, and ensure she does not indulge." Fu Zizi discerned his master's subtle hint, immediately feeling an immense pressure. With a forced bravado, he replied, "Master, rest assured, I shall attempt to lull Xiao Anning to sleep. She is quite well behaved once she drifts off." Even he lacked conviction in his own words. The last time she fell asleep, she exuded an overwhelming presence, nearly causing the driver to freeze in shock. This driver appeared to possess a rather short temper, as he started the engine before the adults outside could finish their chatter. The old man watched the departing vehicle with unease, rubbing his twitching eyelid, feeling quite unsettled. The 6 rascally boys tugged at their luggage, urging Master, "We must be on our way. It is sweltering." Londi was growing impatient. "Master, it is nearly noon. The sun is becoming increasingly oppressive. Do hurry." Lanju, the youngest, had already begun to pout. "Ah, such a steep mountain. The last time I climbed it, I was utterly exhausted. Brother, carry me." Lan Tian, ever indulgent, swiftly snatched the little one's backpack away. Very well, Lu Bao. Keep your eyes on the ground and walk carefully. Lan Di showed no leniency, kicking towards the little one's rear. Carry you? Hurry and roll up that round bottom. Lan Ju scampered off, clutching the largest leg. Master, look, my second brother is a bully. You must discipline him more. You little rascal, dare to utter another word? The noise throughout the journey left Master's ears ringing. Meanwhile, two little ones in a taxi back to E encountered a tricky situation. Xiao Anning, bubbling with excitement since boarding, pointed at the back of the driver's head. Chattering away, 8 sisters, so many sisters are crying. Only the precious child could see them. One sister, shrouded in dark mist, perched on the driver's lap. 2 more entangled on his back, and another in the passenger seat. One of the sisters, the youngest, wore a high school uniform. A newly arrived sister, enveloped in dark mist, sat beside her and her brother, weeping incessantly. Xiao Anning leaned over her brother's leg to peer beneath the seat, discovering a drop of blood, a hair tie, and several strands of hair in an inconspicuous spot. Oh, the 8 sisters are crying. Her innocent counting was merely a representation of all numbers. Upon hearing this, Yifu felt a jolt of alarm and discreetly glanced into the rearview mirror. Was the driver harboring a life? No wonder Xiao Anning managed to call upon him with just a little hand gesture. The Grim Reaper indeed bore an imposing presence. The sunglasses could not conceal the driver's fierce demeanor. His broad lips and taut jaw bespoke a volatile temperament. Upon hearing Xiao Anning proclaim, "So many sisters are crying," the driver visibly stiffened, forcing a strained smile. "What nonsense are you spouting, little one? Where are all these sisters? It is just the 2 of you." Yifu scrutinized him impassively, responding with polite decorum, "Please do not take offense. My little sister and I are practitioners of the Tao, and it is a matter of habit. My little sister means to say that your vehicle does not appear very clean." The driver's expression grew even more rigid, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Through his sunglasses, one could sense that he was scrutinizing the 2 of them in the rearview mirror. Today, they were both adorned in white robes. One sported a bun while the other wore a playful topknot, both equally charming and delightful. The driver cracked a wide grin, seemingly speaking casually. "Oh, so it's 2 little Taoist priests. What could possibly be unclean in my vehicle? Why don't you help me dispel it?" His tone carried a hint of condescension towards the youngsters. Yifu nodded generously. "All right, if I intervene to assist you, there will be a fee. However, my little junior sister can help without charge." He silently added that should Xiao Anning lend her assistance, not only would there be no charge, but also a generous reward. Upon hearing this, the driver saw through the little charlatan's trickery, his demeanor darkening with contempt. "Enough of this, little con artist. Don't tell me your family hasn't given you the mere fare of a few dozen bucks. At your tender age, trying to play tricks on me? If you don't pay, don't expect to get out. Believe me, I can sell you both off." Feeling misunderstood, Yifu chose not to explain, instead lowering his gaze to Xiao Anning's round little belly, secretly feeling a twinge of regret. To prevent Xiao Anning from becoming restless during the ride, he had filled her up with milk before leaving and even prepared a bottle for the journey. If she had drunk so much, surely she would be eager to absorb the negative energy immediately. Xiao Anning let out a contented burp, pointing her tiny finger at the back of the driver's head. Addressing her senior brother politely, "Xiong, there's so much smoke. I want to suck it all up." Her senior brother chuckled. "If you can't finish it, I can't help you pack it up. Look at your belly. It's only been 2 minutes since you last ate." The little glutton was struggling to contain her eagerness, raising one tiny finger to say, "I want to suck just a little." Her senior brother kissed her little head and granted her wish. "Go ahead. I've heard Master say that Xiao Anning doesn't need to personally hunt down evildoers to deliver retribution. Each year, on the day of her birth, the negative energy peaks, and all creatures that have committed wrongdoings in the world will automatically face their retribution. This process involves a queue. Some receive immediate consequences while others face delayed ones, seemingly in a random pattern. Even the god of misfortune can be lazy at times. Master heard this from the ancestral master. They have no sect, only a legacy of guarding Tianji Peak for generations. As for the reason behind this guardianship, Master only recently discovered it was to await the return of the god of misfortune. Today, the driver was fortunate. a random recipient of the god of misfortune's favor, avoiding the wait for his own reckoning. Xiao, I want to suck it all up. Ha! Go ahead and eat. If it weren't for your full belly, you wouldn't be so polite. But take it easy. Don't overdo it. The driver was bewildered, his eyes darting behind his sunglasses. These two little ones seemed to possess some abilities, as they could sense the problem upon entering the car. How was he to resolve this? Before the driver's ill intentions could surface, Xiao Anning's mischievous thoughts took precedence. She could no longer hold her belly, releasing a small dark cloud and inhaling deeply. Oh no, the little dark cloud is equivalent to her own intake. Her belly cannot hold any more. With a series of violent hiccups, she was overwhelmed by the piercing wails of the sisters around her. Don't touch me. Let me go. Help. Before her eyes, the driver's head morphed into a grotesque little television, replaying the malevolent deeds he had committed. The taxi was registered not in his name, but in that of a relative afflicted with gout. Unable to drive due to severe leg pain, this relative, having a troubled past, could not find work, and out of kindness, entrusted the vehicle to him. Since taking over the taxi last year, he had committed 6 heinous acts of violence. Those who have served time possess a remarkable ability to evade detection. Their operations are meticulously orchestrated, concluding with silencing witnesses and disposing of bodies in areas devoid of surveillance. The police were fervently pursuing the perpetrator of this serial crime. As Xiao Anning endeavored to purify the 6 vengeful spirits, the driver suddenly lost his mental composure. Instead of continuing on the intended route, he panicked and spun the steering wheel, veering towards the nearby fire station. With a thunderous crash, the taxi collided with the iron gate of the fire station, rendering it completely wrecked, along with the front of the vehicle. The driver was momentarily protected by the deployed airbag, but was left dazed. In the back seat, Yifu remained unscathed, instinctively covering his eyes with a cry. Xiao Anning, you've overexerted yourself again. Hiccuping uncontrollably, Xiao Anning shamelessly mimicked her senior brother, covering her face with her tiny hands and pretending, it's not me. You can't see me. Even her senior brother dared not glance outside, as the massive iron gate lay toppled. Oh no, I've damaged state property. I just promised my master to take care of you and avoid trouble. With her hands over her face, Xiao Anning echoed, oh no, I've ruined state property. I promised my master to take care of you and avoid causing trouble. The startled firefighters on duty jumped at the commotion, their hats flying off as they rushed over to assess the situation. What happened? Was it a brake failure? Is anyone injured? Hearing the noise at the entrance, a group of firefighters training on the playground hastened to the scene. The captain, upon seeing the overturned gate from distance, exclaimed, what the heck? Who is trying to challenge us here? Yifu and Xiao Anning, completely unharmed, sat in the back seat with an innocent demeanor, resembling guilty bystanders. The driver, regaining consciousness after mere seconds, exhibited erratic behavior, frantically tugging at the airbag, panting heavily like a bull in heat. Noticing the driver's unstable condition and the presence of 2 children in the back seat without any other adults, the firefighters immediately heightened their vigilance, their first instinct being to rescue the 2 little ones. Stay still. Sir, calm down. Quickly, open the car door. Were you drinking? Don't get agitated. 2 firefighters, equipped with tools, efficiently pried open the back door. They promptly leaned in to retrieve the children. Seated by the window, Yifu first handed Xiao Anning to the firefighters. Remembering where Xiao Anning had previously crouched to observe, he pointed it out to the firefighters. A tragic incident had transpired within the vehicle. The driver was indeed a nefarious individual. Beneath the back seat lay a concealed object. Firefighters, please call the police at once, exclaimed the young Ning. It seemed that her retribution was imminent, as she would face justice and pay the price. Just as the words left Yifu's lips, the driver regained his composure. Realizing he had ventured into a den of firefighters, he hastily tore away the obstructive airbags and attempted to start the engine in a frantic bid to escape. However, after several attempts, there was no response. The collision had rendered the engine inoperable. Do not move. The firefighters encircled him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. 2 of the firefighters, each cradling a child, swiftly retreated to a safe distance to assess the situation of the 2 young ones. Little ones, do not be afraid. Please tell me, are Are you hurt? Where are your parents? Do you remember your home telephone number? How could you two, so young, travel alone in a taxi? Were you kidnapped by a villain? The 7-year-old girl blushed and struggled to stand, her eyes darting towards the wrecked entrance of the fire station, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. We're not hurt. Thank you, firefighters. She shamelessly provided her home address and her father's phone number, thinking it necessary for her parents to make a donation to the fire brigade. With her still being weaned, her lack of embarrassment was striking, due to having overeaten. When one of the firefighters picked her up, she let out a burp followed by a couple of toots. However, the firefighter did not grant her any leniency. "Ha ha, it seems you're truly fine. How delightful," she exclaimed, playfully patting her backside and declaring, "Oh dear, Ning Ning has let out a little fart. Ha ha ha, such a lovely child. No need for shame. Uncle will prosper," Ifu remarked, and Ning, "Your farts are truly extraordinary." Meanwhile, the firefighters had subdued the criminal and, feeling no need to dial the police, directly escorted him to the precinct. The vehicle, now a repository of evidence, was towed to the station. Ifu and Ning were detained by the firefighters, unable to leave without their parents. Ultimately, they shared a meal at the fire station while waiting for their guardians to arrive. Inevitably, they were spoiled by the firefighters, who lavished them with food. Ifu, feeling embarrassed, hesitated to eat freely, while Ning, being too full, could only nibble a little to show her appreciation to the firefighters. As they were enjoying their lunch, a call from the police station commended the firefighters for their efforts. Indeed, they had apprehended a criminal with a history of sexual offenses. In the vehicle, they had discovered skin flakes, hair, and blood from 3 deceased victims, with 3 others unaccounted for, as detailed by the suspect. After concluding the call, the firefighters were left increasingly puzzled. Just as they were about to inquire how the 2 little ones knew the man was a criminal, Ifu's father, Ipingzhou, arrived to collect them, his voice echoing before his presence was even felt. "My son, my daughter, Daddy is here." Chapter 32, The Sibling Showdown. His father, unabashed, immediately seized the opportunity to embrace his so-called daughter without letting go. "My precious daughter, at long last, you have descended the mountain to join us. Come, let us return home together. The venerable Taoist has granted his approval, so there should be no issues." Little Anning recognizes this uncle. They have met before. Upon hearing her senior brother call him father, she innocently echoes, "Father." Her brother is momentarily taken aback, spinning his head in contemplation. The thought of correcting her, knowing she has lost her parents, weighs heavily on his heart. He worries that their father may not bear such a title well. What sort of fierce character would dare respond to being called father in such a manner? Alas, their father is a rather formidable figure, and he is overjoyed, quickly forgetting his master's admonition. "Ah, my darling daughter, that is splendid. Ha ha ha. Ifu cannot possibly put a stop to this. He can only allow their father to bear the financial burden." He reaches into his father's wallet and pulls out a bank card. "Father, the fire station's gate is broken. You must lend a hand." Ipingzhou had noticed the same upon driving in. "Very well. Assistance is imperative. Our brave firefighters work so hard." Their father is completely captivated by the soft, cuddly child in his arms, allowing his son to squander his resources. As Ipingzhou departs with the 2 children, he intends to donate $1 million to the fire brigade. How many gates could that buy? This causes quite a stir among the firefighters, who insist on their discipline, firmly refusing to accept bribes from the public. The father and son are left bewildered. How has this turned into a bribe? Little Anning tilts her head, munching on her tiny hands, feigning confusion to join in the commotion. Ultimately, the father and son manage to channel their donation through official government channels, thus facilitating the funding for the fire brigade. This ordeal results in them arriving home just in time for dinner. At 4 o'clock, Fu Wanman enters, learning from the old steward that her elder son and little Anning are on their way back. She promptly instructs the chef to prepare a lavish feast. She eagerly waits at the entrance with her 4-year-old son, her neck straining with anticipation. The traffic at this hour is notoriously congested. "Wanbao, your brother has brought home a little sister who will stay for just a few days before returning to Tianjifeng. You must be kind and get along with her." Iwan, brimming with excitement, bounces about in agreement. "Yes, mother, I will share my snacks and toys with the little sister. Her mother continues to advise. You must not bully her. Be accommodating. Faced with his mother's questioning, Iwan's mood sours, his little brow furrowing as he insists. I shall not bully the little sister. I am a strong young man. His mother bites her lip, stifling a laugh, and ruffles his hair. Well, Wanbao is indeed a fine young man at 4. Whether this statement is praise or critique remains ambiguous, but she chooses to regard it as a compliment. I want my robot play with the little sister. Just as he says this, Pingzhou's car returns. The 4-year-old, who had pledged just a minute prior to his mother not to bully the little sister, is suddenly confronted with the sight of his long-lost brother emerging from the vehicle, carrying another child. This is intolerable. The jealousy erupts like a tempest, its intensity rivaling the most tumultuous seas. Brother, carry me. Carry me. He is my brother. The elder sibling dares to hold another child, and the presence of yet another little dog outside only intensifies the situation. Alas, my mother, knowing all too well the mischievous nature of the younger child, swiftly reached out to take little Anning from the elder sibling's grasp. Darling, Ning Ning. Let us ignore the shameless little brother one. Come to Annie for a hug. In that moment, Anning's possessiveness surged forth. No, I want a hug from my brother. Her tiny hands clung tightly around her senior's neck, resolute in her desire for him alone. Juan, refusing to allow his brother to embrace any other child, lunged forward with a wail, displaying a rather domineering attitude. Brother, hold me. Don't hold the little sister. Hold me. Ever since little Anning lost her mother, her elder brother had been her sole caretaker, and now she could not bear to be apart from him, even for a moment. No, I want my brother to hold me. She furrowed her delicate brows, casting wary glances at the even younger boy, fearful of losing her brother's affection. Despite her emotional turmoil, she understood that she must not allow the dark energy to harm him. This was her first attempt at controlling the malevolent aura, a self-taught endeavor that was somewhat clumsy. She still needed her brother's assistance to dispel it. Clinging tightly to her brother's neck, she was reluctant to let go. Brother, hold Anning. I want a hug. The two little ones, their energies clashing, commenced a spirited competition for their brother's affection upon their first encounter. Observing this scene, the parents, rather irresponsibly, deemed it a matter beyond adult intervention, believing it was a child's affair and that adults should refrain from meddling. Without waiting for Yifu's plea for help, they crouched low and swiftly made their escape. Yifu lamented, when will you two emerge from this rebellious phase? Will you be proper parents? One tugged at his brother's clothing, wailing and bouncing, nearly beside himself. Little sister, he is my brother, not yours. He has always been mine alone. Anning pouted, sniffled, and could no longer contain her emotions, joining in with a wail of her own. I want my mother. I want my brother. I want my father. I want my big brother every day. I want 8 Ning Nings. I want to go home. This was a lazy way of encompassing the names of her remaining 4 cousins. When Juan wailed, it was manageable. But when Anning cried, the situation escalated dramatically. The malevolent energy surged, creating palpable ripples in the air. One could faintly hear the cawing of crows overhead, while the clouds began to churn ominously above. It appeared as if they were about to encircle the Yi family's grand estate. Yifu glanced up at the sky, cold sweat instantly beating upon his forehead. He hurriedly patted the little head, soothing her. Little Anning, be good. Stay calm. Your brother loves you the most. He will hold you. He will keep holding you until you grow up, until you find him bothersome, all right? Thankfully, with his comforting words, she ceased her tears. Though she still sniffled and felt a tinge of sadness, her little hands remained firmly clasped around her brother's neck, her gaze watchful of the encroaching little brother. The cawing of the crows gradually subsided, and the tumultuous clouds began to disperse. Yifu, drenched in cold sweat, continued his soothing efforts. Now turning to his younger brother, Little Juan, be a good boy and stop crying. You are over 4 years old now, starting kindergarten. Don't you feel ashamed needing to be held? Despite his teasing, he squatted down, gently embracing Anning with one arm, offering his younger brother a small hug as well. All right, just give her a hug. Look, the little sister just turned 23 months yesterday, which makes her quite a bit younger than you. How can you possibly compete with her? Upon hearing this, The kindergarten graduate stared at the little sister in disbelief, her small face expressing shock. Brother, that's incorrect. She is already 23 months old, while I am merely 4 years old. 4 is significantly smaller than 23. Why is she referred to as the little sister? How come she appears younger than me? Ifu nearly choked on her words. Cough, cough, little piglet, by months you are already 50 months old. Iwan, grasping her small head, was taken aback by the revelation of her other age. I am already 50 months old. How old are you, brother? And isn't mom and dad even older? As she pondered this, her brother took the little sister in his arms and swiftly fled. Xiao and Ning rested on her senior brother's shoulder, beaming as if victorious, and waved her small hand at the abandoned older brother. Goodbye, little tease. I want to play with you, no hard feelings. Thus commenced yet another round of sibling rivalry. Wait for me. He is my brother, not yours. Chapter 33. The Enchanted Realm of the Yi family as one steps into the grand courtyard of the Yi family estate. Even the 23-month-old little one was captivated by the breathtaking scenery within. Wow, there are flowers, so many beautiful flowers. This place was entirely crafted to resemble a celestial paradise. With quaint bridges and flowing streams, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, and by the lakeside, a red-crowned crane leisurely hunted for fish and shrimp. Spanning over 60,000 square meters, it was equivalent to 8.5 World Cup football fields in size. This enchanted realm lay hidden amidst the bustling city. Inside, flowers blossomed throughout the year, showcasing rare flora from around the globe, while various small animals made their homes here. Over 100 gardeners tended to the plants, and 30 caretakers looked after the animals, all to create a harmonious tableau of nature and humanity. As they made their way inside, the gardeners, caretakers, and housekeepers warmly greeted Yi Fu and Xiao and Ning. The young master has returned. Oh, is this the little Ning that Mr. and Mrs. spoke of? The young master and the little darling look so adorable in their robes. Master Xian Qinzi's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. I am humbled by this exquisite robe. After several months apart, the young master had grown significantly taller. You have finally returned. Dinner is ready. Yi Fu carried Xiao and Ning inside, casually greeting the workers. Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhou, Uncle He's been a while. Grandpa Yu, how is your leg pain? Did the ointment I brought you last time prove effective? Grandpa Yu, the elderly steward, in his 60s, followed closely behind the children, his face radiating warmth. It worked. It worked. This minor ailment of mine, you still remember it with such care. Behind them, Iwan's loud wail shattered the serene atmosphere, startling the birds and squirrels into a frenzy. Brother, carry me. Ifu's back stiffened. Xiao and Ning also tensed, clutching her senior brother's neck tightly. Run quickly. It's so scary. Her brother took off at once. Two embraced together, yet he struggled to lift the plump little Wan, who had grown as round as a ball, significantly heavier than little Anning. Iwan, witnessing his elder brother carrying the little sister away, became infuriated, jumping in place several times while chasing after them and bellowing. Put that little sister down. You're not allowed to carry her. It was simply too outrageous. His affection had vanished, and this household had lost its charm, sobbing all the while. Countless birds took flight in alarm, and numerous little heads darted about in the grass. The caretakers, flustered, scrambled to retrieve food in an effort to soothe the frightened animal babies. The Yi family housed many rare creatures, all legally acquired and cherished. The workers, taken aback, erupted into unrestrained laughter. Little young master, may I have a hug? They teased. Oh dear, look at how much our little young master is pouting. I must record this. When you marry in the future, I shall reveal it, and you mustn't deduct my wages. Iwan stamped his foot in frustration. I wouldn't let you see my wife. I'll keep her hidden. Humph. The workers nearly doubled over with laughter. Ha ha ha. Their parents had instilled good manners. No matter the teasing, the little young master would not threaten to dismiss or fine them, while the elder brother exhibited even greater decorum. A large estate brought its own complications. They traversed expansive gardens, navigated several artificial hills, waded through a vast bamboo grove, and crossed 2 small bridges before finally arriving at a grand villa in the style of the Song dynasty. Regarding his excessively lavish home, Ifu disparagingly remarked. This wretched bun is thick-skinned with scant filling. One bite in, and I still have 2 kilometers to go before reaching the meat. To promote health and avoid disturbing the small creatures, their parents had canceled the sightseeing car, opting instead for a leisurely stroll. Ifu, breathless from exertion, set little Anning down and took her hand to continue onward. All right, my brother has run out of steam. We've arrived. Let us go inside. Little Anning, puffing out her tiny rear, pretended to huff and puff, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I'm so tired." Ifu chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Mischievous one. How can you be tired? I've been carrying you." Behind them, he wanted caught up, his chubby cheeks bouncing as he ran. "Brother, you didn't wait for me. Put down that little sister. Do you know you are my brother, not someone else's?" Little Anning, frightened, clutched Ifu's hand and dashed into the house. "Help! Help!" Ifu replied. "Little Anning, such dialogue does not suit your character." Ipingzhou and Fu Wanmin promptly came out to greet them. Come here, come here. Let Dad hold you." Little Anning, fixated on the approaching brother, felt a surge of fear, suddenly forgetting what was so frightening about him. She stretched out her little arms, allowing her doting father to pick her up. "Daddy, hold me. Quick, run. The little brother is coming, and I'm so scared." Her father, utterly enchanted, carried the little one into the house. All right, Daddy has got you, little treasure. We won't pay any mind to that rambunctious little one. It's quite disgraceful to compete with a little sister. Ning Ning, my darling, it's time for our meal. Your first meal at our home. Such a memorable occasion. I'll take a picture later." Fu Wanmin also cheerfully coaxed the little darling, her heart itching to hear her call out Mama. Reflecting on the words of the venerable elder, she dared not act rashly. She pinched the flesh at her partner's waist, subtly reminding him. Alas, her man was captivated, entranced by the repeated endearments of Daddy from their beloved child. "Daddy, I am hungry," little Ning exclaimed, genuinely in need of nourishment, oblivious to the fact that her brother had been taken away by another boy. "All right, Daddy will feed his little girl." Fu Wanmin was consumed with envy, stamping her foot and gritting her teeth, temporarily disregarding her own life. "Darling, if you call him Daddy, you must also call me Mommy. Hurry, call Mommy." And Ning, having met this aunt before and hearing her brother call for Mommy, joyfully echoed, "Mommy, ah, how obedient. You fulfill my dream of having a daughter." Unbeknownst to the couple, as they embraced their child and entered the house, the deities they worshipped, Guangong, the god of wealth, and Guanyin, instantly darkened. Even the pure white lotus in the pond of their yard gradually transformed into a deep gray, ultimately becoming 2 black-hearted lotuses, all from just those uttered words of Daddy and Mommy. Ifu, pulling along his tear-streaked younger brother, sensed the ominous changes that had descended upon their home. Living in the villa beneath the blue sky for so long, they had been spared significant repercussions, as they referred to little Ning with the respectful title of aunt. However, his parents, audacious and bold, dared to assume the role of Ning's elders. Every night, the venerable master recited Taoist mantras several times before sleep to mitigate the influence of little Sha Shun's title of master, for he could not truly regard Ning as his disciple. Ifu tended to his sobbing brother while also attending to his parents, simultaneously urging fortune to dispel the malevolent energy. The little white creature returned home utterly exhausted after a long day of attending to the workers' needs. Now, it required considerable effort to restore the lotus to its pristine white state. It drifted off to serve the 3 divine figures, Guangong, the god of wealth, and Guanyin. Indeed, it was in service. The little white creature dared not relieve itself in front of these sacred statues, but instead meticulously licked them clean. A fortune beast suffering more than a sycophant. In contrast, the little black creature floated above Ning, its belly exposed, peacefully napping. Ifu eyed the now darkened statue of Guanyin, hastily invoking fortune while marveling at the scene. No wonder the fierce deities preferred not to dwell in the celestial realm. Being among these ethereal beings alongside the sinister was undoubtedly perplexing. As the saying goes, one who stays close to ink is bound to be stained. All right, little one, stop crying. And Ning is our esteemed guest. Can you exhibit a bit of decorum? Iwan clung to his arm, wiping away tears and snot, feeling utterly wronged. How could such a tiny girl, still in diapers, be described as an esteemed guest? Oomph. I am already a big kid in the middle class of kindergarten. You can't fool me. Ignoring the childish remarks, Ifu turned his attention to the two adults. Mom and Dad, stop fooling around. You cannot assume the role of Ning's parents. Have a little self-awareness, please. His parents, vying to hold Ning, turned away from him, pitifully retorting, little Taoist. Can we just indulge for a few days? The implication of this statement is clear. Spare us the incessant chatter, especially for those unfortunate souls who lack daughters. Ifu glanced down at his troublesome younger brother, then lifted his gaze to his even more concerning parents, letting out a deep sigh towards the heavens. Master, I wish to abandon this path and become a monk. Little Anning nestled in his father's embrace, mimicking his elder brother's tone with a childish lilt. Master, I wish to change my profession and become a monk as well. Meanwhile, leading a group of 6 unruly youngsters who had just ascended the peak of Tianji, yet had yet to enter the temple, a certain master abruptly sneezed twice, nearly losing his balance. Achoo! Achoo! The elder, in a habitual gesture, raised his hand to perform a quick calculation. Are there 2 rebellious disciples cursing me? Lan Di helped the elder, theatrically mimicking his gestures while shaking his head in a mock-serious manner. No. There are 2 traitors planning to kick you out, and we don't even know when they arrive on the mountain. This infuriated the master, who promptly pinched the ear of the mischievous boy. You ungrateful disciple, you are the most deserving of punishment on this journey. Lanju was the first to burst into laughter, leaping up to applaud. Ha ha ha! Grandmaster is formidable. Go, Grandmaster! My long-awaited revenge has finally been realized. Lan Di howled a couple of times, wriggling free from the elder's grasp, just as he was about to seize Lanju, who was making all this ruckus. The temple's main entrance creaked open, revealing 7 or 8 men, 3 of whom wore safety helmets typical of construction workers. The leading man, in his 40s, rotund, and exuding an air of a scheming merchant, emerged and took in the sight of the elderly man accompanied by 6 noisy youngsters. He frowned, his expression distinctly displeased, and barked, "Are you here for a visit? This area is under development and is not open to tourists. Please leave immediately." Upon hearing this, the 6 youngsters stood there in bewilderment. Us? Tourists? Is a master also considered a tourist? The true master of the temple, Taoist Xianchun, could hardly believe his ears, raising his hand to clean out his ears. I have guarded this temple my entire life. What does it mean that it is under development? The leading man scrutinized the elder with a dismissive look, throwing a string of questions without courtesy. Guarded your whole life? Do you possess the property deed for this temple? Or perhaps a business license? A younger man, grinning maliciously, quickly added, "There's no record of registration at all. You have nothing. Our company, Hongxin Developers, has acquired the land and will soon renovate the temple to establish a tourist area." The leading man pointed inside the courtyard and continued to shoo them away. Those personal belongings inside must be yours, right? Hurry and remove them. This temple now has an owner. Once the renovations are complete, you will be tourists and will need to purchase tickets to enter. Upon hearing this barrage of information, the elder finally grasped the situation, his head nearly steaming with fury as he laughed in disbelief. So, what you mean is that after just half a month away, the temple my ancestors have guarded for over 2,000 years has been usurped by thieves? Is that the implication? Having lost his composure, he had even resorted to calling himself this old man. Indeed, there was no so-called business license or property deed. But the temple had been passed down through generations and was genuinely protected for over 2 millennia. In the elder's master-s era, there had still been dozens of disciples. In the era of the old man, life has improved significantly, and few can endure residing in these mountains. Once the old man had numerous disciples, yet none could be retained, with the longest staying by his side for merely a year and a half. Consequently, he felt a profound sense of remorse towards his ancestral master, fearing that the lineage of guardians would end with him. Now, having reached the venerable age of 70, he finally found a cherished disciple, Fu, who devotedly accompanied him in quiet cultivation, eager to inherit his legacy. However, unexpectedly, just as a successor had emerged, the malevolent developers set their sights on the land, even securing approval from the state. Such absurdity! The old man took a deep breath and silently recited the Taoist meditation mantra, attempting to quell his anger. Yet it proved fruitless. The 6 young men cast their luggage to the ground. Lon, gesturing towards his brothers, prepared to stir up trouble. Master, do not be upset. Let's take action. Lon Tian, refraining from using coarse language, swiftly armed himself with a bamboo broom from the courtyard. Lon Yu, Lon Jun, and Lon Ju quickly fetched sticks, stones, and a large hoe from the courtyard wall. The 6 of them, emboldened, approached the 8 men. You band of robbers, thugs, dare to lay a finger on our rightful land? You wicked capitalists, do you presume to seize our master's domain? State approval means nothing. Touch a single brick, and we shall fight you. The children escalated the atmosphere of confrontation, prompting their master to abandon pretense. With the hem of his gray robe lifted and tucked into his waistband, the old rogue's true nature was revealed. He did not restrain the children's actions and armed himself as well, snapping a branch and demonstrating a few swift moves, exuding an aura of power. The branch exuding a sword-like energy, pointing at the forehead of the leading man with a single word, scram. In a society governed by law, the 8 men were reluctant to engage physically, preferring instead to negotiate. Injuring anyone, young or old, would lead to significant trouble. The leader promptly altered his approach, his tone shifting drastically. Elder, please do not resort to violence. There is no need to be so agitated. We can discuss matters amicably. If this temple has indeed been preserved by your family for generations, we can offer compensation. We would never insist that you vacate without recompense. The accompanying subordinates chimed in hastily to pacify the old man. Considering your advanced age, isn't it inconvenient to traverse the mountains? These children are of school age, right? Are they your disciples? Living in these mountains poses various challenges. Without property certificates, forest permits, or operational licenses, we are merely following the state's formal procedures. This gentleman is our senior representative and assures you that compensation will be fair. The leading representative, acting as if hosting a guest, gestured invitingly. Come, venerable Taoist. Let us retreat to the courtyard for a discussion. Have some water. The ascent has been quite exhausting. Without a second thought, Lon acted, swinging his stick aimed at the leading man's plump hand. Lon Tian, witnessing this, closed his eyes, already preparing to assist his younger brother in the aftermath. The 4 younger brothers mimicked their elder siblings' actions, closing their eyes and inwardly murmuring, "It's over. The second brother is a professional fighter." In this critical moment, the old master took the initiative, preventing the children from getting into trouble as he thrust the branch in his hand toward the man's arm with a sharp jab. The man's entire arm went numb, and he instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the blow from the azure stick. Observing this, several of the henchmen became furious. Hey, you actually dare to strike? Don't think you can rely on age or youth to intimidate us. You have no evidence, yet you wish to become squatter? If you want to discuss compensation, sit down and negotiate properly. Must you resort to violence? Living on the mountain for so long has turned you into savages? If this escalates, we will resort to legal proceedings. Old man, you might not end up in a favorable position. I've heard that this temple was on the verge of collapse 40 years ago and has been renovated without approval. Is that legal? You are damaging a cultural relic. With the destruction you've wrought, you could very well find yourself imprisoned. The old man pointed the branch down the mountain, reiterating his command. I will say this one more time, leave. The henchman attempted to retort, but the old man interrupted. Do you not see these hell flowers covering the mountain? Do you dare encroach upon the territory of the god of death? The leading man chuckled at this remark. Hell flowers? The god of death? What nonsense! He continued, this project has already been approved and all paperwork is in order. I am conducting legal operations and merely informing you to vacate. I'm not here to negotiate. The 6 youths aimed their weapons at the 8 middle-aged men, united in their defiance, exuding an aura of solidarity. Leave. All right. If you refuse to listen, we shall resort to legal means. Just wait, old man. Recognizing their obstinacy, the leading man snorted coldly and led his group away. As he descended the mountain, he made a phone call. Chairman, there has been a complication with your investment in the Tianji Peak project. I just brought some people up to survey the site and encountered the old priest of the temple. He's quite a tough nut. I checked, and this temple is operating without a license and lacks both property and forestry certificates. The person on the other end of the line was infuriated. You fool. I invested in Tianji Peak merely to construct 2 cable cars. Who the hell authorized you to meddle with the temple? Who? Chapter 35. The Precious King of Hell. What a mess. The man nearly stumbled off the steps, saved only by a nearby henchman who caught him. The voice on the phone continued to curse vehemently, oblivious to the image of himself as Asia's richest man. What are you doing? Don't you know my eldest son's master is the Taoist Zuinshenzi? How dare you run rampant on Tianji Peak? The 8 fierce henchmen were taken aback by this revelation, their tension palpable as they listened to the tirade on the other end. The old man was actually Yifu's master. Suppressing his surprise, the man forced a smile and weakly reminded, "Please calm down. With your esteemed status, your son's apprenticeship at Tianji Peak has been kept so well hidden from the public. I only just learned of it from your words. You mentioned investing in Tianji Peak, and I hastily rushed to complete all necessary procedures, believing that you intended to develop a tourist area. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. I will go and make amends to the old Taoist priest right away." On the other end of the line, the big boss was furious, demanding that I immediately descend the mountain and cease to trouble the old priest. Expressing his outrage over this grave misunderstanding, he insisted that he would personally go to apologize the next day, exclaiming in exasperation. Meanwhile, Yipingzhu stood with hands on hips, unleashing a torrent of profanities into the phone, oblivious to the 3 children at the door of the study, 2 wide-eyed and gaping, and 1 clutching a milk bottle and proudly displaying its contents. It was not until the milk-drinking child babbled a phrase that echoed with surprising potency that the tension broke. Startled, the 8 formidable henchmen of her master stumbled, shrieking as they tumbled down the mountainside like rolling stones. Fortunately, the lush green hellflowers cushioned their fall. Otherwise, they would have ended up as nothing more than a heap of ground meat or shattered bones. On this side, Yifu swiftly covered the mouth of the milk-drinking child, forbidding any foul language. "Little Anning, you mustn't speak like that." Upon noticing his brother silencing his little sister, Yifun felt neglected and sought to be included, exclaiming, "What the hell? What are you doing?" Yifu promptly covered his brother's mouth again. Wan. The 2 little ones found the situation amusing, exchanging glances and wiggling their small bottoms as they giggled. In the spirit of fair play, they could still momentarily be friends. Little Anning generously offered her milk bottle, prompting a delighted response from Xiaoda. "Thank you, little sister. It tastes so good." Yifun, feeling bold, opened his mouth to take a sip from the bottle, only to be silenced once more by his brother. "No foul language, and you cannot have the little sister's milk bottle. How old are you?" Hearing the children mimic such words, their father's formidable aura dissipated. He hurriedly attempted to compose himself, striving to regain the demeanor of a cultured and refined father. In truth, it was the first time he had lost his composure in such a manner, and he attributed it to the insufferable person on the other end of the line. "My dear children, we must not curse. It is wrong to use such language, and we shall not speak like that again." Receiving a disparaging glance from his eldest son, the father felt a pang of guilt and, with a smile, attempted to change the subject. "Tomorrow, I plan to install 2 cable cars at Tianji Peak to facilitate easier access to and from the mountain. The government has already approved it, and I will personally visit the old Taoist priest to offer my greetings." Yifu deduced from the earlier call that his father's subordinates had caused a misunderstanding, much to the annoyance of his master. However, little Anning had also overheard the conversation, and he suspected she had likely defended her master. There was no denying that his little darling was quite remarkable. "Dad, can little Anning and I accompany you back to Tianji Peak tomorrow?" Given little Anning's unique status, it would be unwise for her to linger outside for too long. Fueman, who had just come upstairs with freshly cut fruit, was disheartened to hear this. "Fu Bao, you've only just returned home. Are you leaving again after just one night? It's been ages since we had a proper chat. You and little Anning have finally come down the mountain. Can't you stay a few more days?" Yifu felt a deep sense of guilt towards his parents for not being able to remain by their side more often. The master spoke of a possible connection spanning several lifetimes with a malevolent deity, suggesting that this life bears a significant mission. First, to locate the deity, and what follows remains beyond his foresight. He himself possessed even less ability to discern matters related to the divine. Thus he could only accompany the little malevolent spirit, taking each step as it came. He retracted his thoughts and comforted his mother with understanding. Didn't father say he would install a cable car on Tianji Peak? Soon, traversing the mountain will take but a few minutes, allowing me to return at will and making it convenient for you to visit. Pingzhou also gently soothed his wife, a stark contrast to his earlier outburst towards outsiders. In no more than 5 months, transporting supplies to Tianji Peak will be a breeze. You can send meals to the 3 of us daily if you wish. Yifu and little Ning simultaneously thought of their brothers. Yifu mused, there are still 6. Little Ning thought, there are still 8. The melancholic mood of Fu Wanmin dissipated in an instant. Let us hasten the installation of the cable car. It should have been done 2 years ago. Pingzhou did not mind providing the 3 little ones with snacks, kissing his wife gently on the forehead, assuring her, rest easy, my love, I will personally oversee this matter, ensuring it is completed to the highest standard and ahead of schedule. Yuan transformed into a clingy little whirlwind, refusing to let go of his brother. You can't go, don't be a Taoist anymore. It's not fun at all. Soon, little Ning joined in. Xiong, hug me. Igan tohuk, Ning. Just moments ago, they coexisted peacefully, yet the fragile vessel of friendship capsized at once. Little sister, this is my brother, Mine. I've said it 1,000 times. No. Ning s Xiong. I've said it 1,000 times. He is my brother, not your senior brother. Little sister, you're being unreasonable. It became clear that little Wan harbored an aversion to his brother being a Taoist, as it often meant separation from him. Thus, he merely disliked little sister calling him senior brother. The very utterance of that title made him feel as though his brother was being claimed for the mountain. Little Ning clung to her senior brother's leg, her possessiveness intensifying. Xiong, let us run. Little Didi is so scary, help. Though her little mouth was vocal, her formidable demeanor did not intimidate her elder brother at all, which frustrated her little spirit immensely. Iwan spread his tiny arms, blocking the doorway, pouting and reddening his eyes, on the verge of tears. You can't run. He is my brother, not your senior brother. He is my brother at home, not from mountain. The parents sensed an impending crisis and hurriedly retreated. It's a matter for the children. Let us adults refrain from intervening. Yes. You two resolve it yourselves. Mother scattered the fruit platter without a backward glance, and father kicked off his shoes, neglecting to retrieve them. In essence, when the child behaves, they are their treasure. When the child misbehaves, they become their tormentor. Ifu was on the brink of tears, with one child wanting a hug on the left and another wanting a kiss on the right. Even at bedtime, they were in this combative mode, piling on top of their brother like a human tower. The poor little white dumpling was exhausted, nearly foaming at the mouth, tirelessly helping Iwan dispel the malevolent energy. The little black dumpling had not emerged since dinner, remaining obediently still, seemingly striving to contain the malevolent energy. Unfortunately, the effort was inadequate, and it only intensified. Between Iwan and the little demon, there was an elder brother, and his sleep was inevitably affected. In the dead of night, he developed a high fever and was plagued by nightmares, flailing his little hands and mumbling incoherently. Brother, help. Brother, don't go. So many wolves. The big black wolf with red eyes. It's black. So many. The little sister is riding on the big black wolf. The little sister is here to take away brother. Chapter 36. Reverence for tranquility as dawn broke. Dad quietly slipped away. It was not until last night that Mom whispered in his ear to leave the 2 children behind, so they could stay a few more days at Tianji Peak. Just as Dad left, Yifu, straining to carry his chubby younger brother, anxiously kicked the door at the entrance of the master bedroom. Mom and Dad, something's wrong. Xiao Wan has a fever. Little Ning, clad only in a diaper and with bare arms, anxiously followed her senior brother. Mom and Dad, something's wrong. Xiao ode de ish unvel. Yifu knew he shouldn't have allowed his younger brother to misbehave and sleep with them. He looked down at little Ning, exasperated yet amused, and sighed, "You can only sleep with your senior brother. No one else will do." And Ning clutched the hem of her senior brother's shirt, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the feverish little brother, mimicking, "You can only sleep with your senior brother. No one else is allowed." Fu Wanmin heard the commotion outside and rushed out without even putting on her shoes. Oh, what happened to Wan Bao? She felt the little one's forehead. Such a high temperature. Fu Bao, quickly bring an ice pack. She took the little one into her arms and headed toward the bed. Just as she was about to dial the family doctor, an uncanny phenomenon occurred. Yuan awoke, propped himself up, rubbed his eyes, glanced at his mother. Then at his little sister who was leaning against the bed, utterly bewildered. "Mom, wasn't I sleeping with brother and little sister? How did I end up in your and dad's bed? Did I sleepwalk? Did I disturb your private time? No way. I'm not a wean baby." As he spoke, Yuan became annoyed. That little sister stole my brother for the whole night. How outrageous. Fu Wanmin put down the phone and touched the little rascal's forehead, only to find he was no longer burning up. "Ah, you're better so quickly?" Little Ning, barely tall enough to reach the bed, gripped the sheets and began to quarrel with her brother again. Ning Ning's senior brother, "I won't fight." Ignoring shouted, "Ning Ning will drink, hit, and it hurts." As she said this, she playfully slapped the air twice, looking fierce. The little brother, frustrated, lay on the bed, butting heads with her as they engaged in a fierce battle of words. "He is my brother. He is my brother. Not yours. Definitely not yours. He is my senior brother. I won't give him to you." Both were quite fierce. Their mother, frightened, stood by, hesitating to intervene, and quietly dialed the kindergarten teacher's number. Ifu returned with the ice pack, only to stumble upon a rather perplexing scene. The two little ones were head-to-head in a heated argument, while their mother was on the phone seeking parenting advice from the kindergarten teacher. Indeed, this was a situation typical of a mother with two children. "Dear Teacher Zhang, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest during the holiday. It seems that the little ones are at odds with each other and are constantly bickering. How do you typically guide them in such situations?" The eldest baby is exceptionally well-behaved, never engaging in quarrels with the younger one, while the younger one tends to be a bit of a rascal, unaware of the need to yield to the littler ones. Unfortunately, I lack experience in this area. On the other end of the phone, I could hear Ms. Fu Wanmin struggling with the situation. Discussing reasoning is not my forte, especially when both children are rather unreasonable, leaving me at a loss for words. Ifu could no longer bear to listen, feeling embarrassed for his mother. He approached and tossed an ice pack to Yuan, noticing that she had a fever. "Little Yuan, you are running a high fever, which explains your temper. Quickly, hold this ice pack to your forehead, otherwise you might get confused." Upon hearing this, little Yuan immediately ceased hostilities, obediently lying down and pressing the ice pack against her forehead. "Little sister, I will not argue with you now, as I am unwell. Once I recover, we can resume our quarrel. Just wait." Ifu then dragged the little diaper away from the battlefield. "Little Ning Ning, you messy one, hurry and change your diaper. Then get dressed and wash your face. This one is easier to coax." After changing, she wants milk and to continue the quarrel. She is aware that they are arguing, and once her tummy is filled, she is determined to resume battle. As Ifu exited the bedroom, carrying his brother on his back, he promptly picked up little Ning and gave her a kiss on the cheek, soothing her with kind words. No fighting. Fighting is not the behavior of a good child. As long as his elder brother holds her, she is overjoyed and listens to everything he says. No fighting. Ning Ning is good, and little Dote is good. A mother of a second child observed the scene of the eldest leading the youngest away and awkwardly expressed her gratitude to the kindergarten teacher. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for your advice. My eldest has already resolved the minor conflict. Goodbye." Ifu no longer required a nanny to attend to little Ning, nor did he need his mother's assistance. He had grown accustomed to caring for her. Having washed her face, styled her hair, and donned the pink dress that Grandpa Butler had bought for her the previous night, Ifu was ready. With everything in order, he carried the adorable little one downstairs, only to discover that their father had abandoned them and dashed off. He pulled out his phone and angrily dialed a number, realizing that his father was already halfway up the mountain. "Son, be a good boy and spend some time with your mother. She's quite pitiful. How about this? I will offer you a flat rate of 100,000 a day." Yes. Your mother is indeed pitiful, the esteemed wife of a wealthy tycoon, pursued by a throng of socialites, causes quite a stir even with the slightest cough. Yet she is so unfortunate. Not only Ifu, but even little Ning, sitting on his lap, was left speechless. On the other end of the line, after a brief rest, their father resumed his ascent up the mountain, finally speaking in a more relatable manner before hanging up. Be good, my child. Your father is busy helping your master secure the Mountain 4 certificate, property deed, business license, and a plethora of other documents to prevent any short-sighted developers from laying claim to it. Your master possesses 8 volumes thicker than the Xinhua dictionary, listing the names of every generation of leaders and their disciples. These 8 volumes can indeed be regarded as relics. The paper has been soaked in a special solution, rendering it impervious to insect damage even to this day. Generations of guardians have upheld their legacy for over 2 millennia, undoubtedly substantial enough to facilitate the processing of these documents. Rest assured, my dear, your father will ensure that your master's affairs are handled with utmost care. The understanding young Ifu replied, All right, I will stay home to keep mother and little brother company while you attend to your tasks. His father, ever indulgent, treated him like a 3-year-old, his tone dripping with affection. Yes, my wonderful son. Ifu felt a strong urge to remind his father that he was already 7 years old. He opened his mouth, but thought better of it. Reminding his father would likely be futile. Little Anning seized the phone, her sweet voice chiming. Daddy, Anning is so good. And you haven't praised the baby yet. You mustn't forget. This nearly startled the elder brother, prompting him to quickly interject, Father, you cannot bear the title of Little Anning. In his absence, misfortune could befall their father. At dinner the previous evening, when their mother attempted to take a photo of Little Anning, the phone battery suddenly overheated and was flung away, resulting in a loud explosion. You should get back to your tasks. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye. He swiftly ended the call before his father could respond. Little Anning, clutching the phone, continued her chatter. Daddy, hurry back to work. Be good. Bye-bye. On the other end of the line, their father stumbled, nearly falling down the stairs, but thankfully regained his balance with swift reflexes. Meanwhile, the chef had prepared breakfast and was about to call the lady and the children to dine. Suddenly, several caregivers rushed in, shouting from outside, Madam, something terrible has happened. All the animals have been acting strangely since last night. They refuse to eat and are fleeing en masse from the estate. We've spent the night chasing them, and all the birds have flown away, including 3 pairs of cranes. As Fu Wanmin and her youngest son descended the stairs, the news of their beloved animals fleeing sent her into a panic. What? How did this happen? Were they frightened? Ifu calmly led Little Anning outside. It's all right, Mother. They simply hold Little Anning in reverence. I have a way to bring them back. Little Anning hopped along, turning back to offer reassurance. Don't worry, Mother. They are good, and Anning is good, so they will return. Chapter 37. A frightening escape today. Everyone at the Ifu family estate witnessed that Little Anning, this tiny infant, was a force to be reckoned with. Ifu instructed the caregivers to bring various foods for the animals and, with a gentle nudge, encouraged Little Anning to perform a small task. Little Ning, please call the animals that have run away back for their meal. Little Anning was far more astute than the average toddler. With just a hint, she grasped the task at hand. She casually grabbed a handful of birdseed, tossed it into the air, and with a fierce yet adorable shout, proclaimed, Come home for dinner. If you don't listen, I'll spank you. Hurry back. What followed was an astonishing spectacle for Fu Wanmin, Yimin, and the caregivers. The bird seemed to heed her call, swiftly returning from all directions. The 3 pairs of cranes also hurriedly made their way back. Even so, no small creature dared to approach Little Anning. They merely lingered at a distance, clearly filled with trepidation. Animals possess the ability to perceive what remains invisible to humans, an ability that diminishes by the age of 3, rendering Iwan incapable of seeing such things. Thus he did not find Little Anning frightening. Ifu understood this and entrusted Little Anning to his mother. You are remarkable. Anning, you go ahead and have your breakfast. Seeing your brother will soothe the little animals, and they'll be here shortly. The little creatures had been quite startled, necessitating immediate comfort to prevent illness. Fu Wanmin suppressed her astonishment, gathered the little darling, and retreated from the scene. Ning Ning, my dear, let me feed you. At last, the mother gained self-awareness, no longer daring to call herself the mother of the fearsome darling, observing her affection, which resided deep within her heart. It seemed to be a temporary realization of her own limitations. Iwan did not follow. Seizing the opportunity while his little sister was absent, he monopolized his brother. Brother, let us comfort the little animals together. They like me very much. They like you indeed. Ordinarily, the animals would scurry away upon seeing little Juan, valuing their fur too highly. Ifu had no intention of revealing his younger brother's shortcomings. He knelt down, took some food, and gently reassured the little creatures. It's all right. Do not be afraid. There is no danger here. This is your home, and it is very safe. The caretakers were aware that the young master had always attracted various small animals. When he sat there, birds would alight upon his shoulders and head, while squirrels and moles frolicked at his feet. Only those with a genuinely kind and tranquil heart can inspire such trust in small creatures. With gentle words, Ifu coaxed them, and the little animals began to peek out, gathering around him. Iwan reached out to play with one, but his brother caught his hand to stop him. Don't be naughty, little Juan. You'll frighten them. Iwan, pointing at the animals in frustration, complained, but they want to play with me. I need to catch them for them to play. Observing the creatures that soared above and scampered below, all favoring his brother. They nuzzled against his hand, seeking affection. Iwan grew increasingly irate, jealousy bubbling within him. They're just like my little sister, always clinging to you. It's so annoying. You are my brother, not theirs. Ifu sighed in resignation. Yes, I am your brother. Come here, let me hold you for a moment. Taking advantage of Anning's absence, Ifu settled onto the grass, pulling his brother onto his lap, comforting him alongside the little animals. When your brother is not home, you must be good. You are still young and lack the ability to care for our parents. Instead, you can learn to manage their emotions, ensuring you do not provoke them. That would be splendid. Sitting on his brother's lap, Iwan, who was not much smaller than Ifu, unabashedly pouted. I want to help take care of our parents' feelings with you. It's no fun alone, and there are no other children at home. Ifu's mind raced, and he suppressed a mischievous grin to change the subject. There are plenty of children at your kindergarten. Tell me, what did you learn last semester? Upon hearing these words, Iwan furrowed her delicate brows, distancing herself from her brother with palpable disdain. We don't discuss work at home, she insisted. Yet the irony lay in the fact that their conversation was indeed centered around work. The teaching methodology at Shanglon Zioiza Kindergarten is remarkably unique, affectionately dubbed a vocational technical preschool by the parents. The children do not merely engage in singing, dancing, and literacy. They are also instructed in sewing, horse training, embroidery, weaving, and cooking. Each day, Yuan does not merely say she's going to school. She exclaims, "Hurry up, Uncle Driver, or I'll be late for work. There is a mountain of tasks awaiting me." This innovative kindergarten stands alone in the nation. Ifu bit his lip to stifle laughter while feeding the little animals, attempting to redirect his brother's spirits. All right, let's not talk about your work. Instead, tell me, have you made any new friends last semester? Yuan pouted, sounding like a seasoned employee as she complained, "Don't even mention it. The two newcomers are utterly clueless and so slow. We're all swamped with work. Who has time to make friends?" Ifu struggled to contain his amusement, gritting his teeth as he pressed on. "With so many classmates in your class, why not introduce your best friend to me?" Iwan puffed out her cheeks, crossed her arms, and seriously corrected him. "Our kindergarten is anything but childish. We don't have classmates. We have colleagues." Ifu could barely hold it together. "Then what is your best colleague's name?" Ivan Tiltet Herchin. Her arrogance palpable, and her next words nearly sent her brother into fits of laughter. "Our teacher says it's too troublesome to call out names, so we just refer to each other as Worker Li, Worker Wang, Worker Zhao, and I'm Worker E." At this, Ifu completely lost his composure, collapsing onto the grass in laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Iwan, unable to withstand the ridicule, burst like a firecracker. "Brother, don't laugh. We are the most serious kindergarten in the country. We are not childish little kids. We are quite mature compared to those other preschools." Ifu lay on the grass, clutching his stomach, struggling to regain his composure. "All right, I want to laugh, ha ha." The little animals, too, were infected by the delightful spirit of their young master. As the fear instilled by the mischievous antics dissipated, allowing them to frolic joyfully on the grass, the caretakers were equally amused. "Hurry, worker, it's time for breakfast." "Young master, we'll take care of this. You and worker, should hurry and eat." Ifu stood up, brushing the grass off his clothes, and took his brother's hand, leading him towards the house. "Indeed, it is inappropriate to discuss work at home." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "You're already worker with over a year of experience. Can you perhaps be a bit more accommodating towards the little sister?" Yuan clung to her brother's arm. Her response, overly obedient. "All right, I'm just teasing the little sister. I'm a big worker in the middle class now, learning to make pastries. I wouldn't bully such a little sister." Her brother listened with skepticism, just outside the dining room. They could hear their mother using an unusually sweet and affectionate tone to coax the little baby into eating. "Ning Ning, my dear, you mustn't survive solely on milk. How about indulging in some porridge as well?" For those without daughters, it is essential to be gentle and tender when coaxing little girls. It is evident that Ning Ning relishes the comfort of a mother's presence, a sight that is both endearing and bittersweet. Grateful to the matriarch, the atmosphere is warm and affectionate. Ifu does not interrupt this tender scene. Instead, he quietly nurtures good fortune for the mother. Yuan, not feeling envious, enjoys being the sole focus of his parents at home. But once his older brother departs for the mountains, he finds himself competing for the affection of their little sister. Thus, he seizes every moment to outshine his brother. He had promised to yield to his little sister, yet in the blink of an eye, he reneges on that promise. During breakfast, the two little ones engage in a playful skirmish. The elder brother insists on sitting beside me alone, refusing to be next to his younger sister. His stubbornness is overwhelming. He occupies the center seat, leaving no room for compromise, necessitating a separation from his sister. Yet, the little sister is equally obstinate, unwilling to concede. Shi Xiong cradles Ning Ning, dismissing the little one's pleas, insisting on holding Ning Ning instead. The children's chair is abandoned as she stretches her small arms for a hug. The elder brother protests against hugging his sister, declaring that meals should be eaten independently. As the disputes escalate, their mother hastily gulps down a few bites of breakfast and swiftly withdraws, refusing to intervene. The caregivers on the side observe with amused smiles, choosing not to meddle in this troublesome affair. These two little ones engage in a war of words rather than physical conflict. Ifu, exasperated with the commotion, opts to seat them together while he retreats to a distance. "I'm no longer involved. You two can bicker at your leisure. Whoever emerges victorious, I shall sit with," he declares. It is quite comical as the two engage in quarreling while simultaneously feeding one another. The kindergarten has taught them well, with every morsel landing accurately in the younger sister's mouth. Clumsy with her diaper, she smears porridge across her tiny face, prompting peals of laughter from both. "Ifu Moses, what exactly is the nature of your relationship? Are you close, or is it fraught with discord?" In the brief span of 3 or 4 days at home, these two have been at odds from dawn till dusk, exhausting little Ning. She not only competes with her brother Juan for the affection of their older sibling, but also contends with a multitude of small creatures, jealousy rampant in the air. Only Juan, oblivious to the consequences, dares to challenge the little tyrant. Even if fever fails to instill a sense of caution, once it subsides, he resumes his playful skirmishes. The small animals, lacking his audacity, retreat in fear, only to be summoned back home for reprimands by their little overlord. Her fierce demeanor has frightened many of the small creatures away. Fortunately, the older siblings soothe their emotions, and the caretakers are attentive, preventing any major issues. It is indeed easy to invite a deity, yet challenging to send them away. On the 5th day, Father finally returns after a busy stint. A call from the mountain follows, ringing on Ifu's phone. The voice on the other end is laden with impatience. "Kid, how much longer will you laze about? Hurry back to the mountains. It's time to harvest corn." Before Ifu can respond, the phone is snatched away, and a furious shout follows. "Bring my little aunt back immediately. I miss our little baby." Chapter 38. Trouble arises. The master had descended the mountain a few days prior and has been residing at a hotel. Yipingzhou has been accompanying the elder, staying in the hotel without returning home. Taking advantage of a weekday, he accompanied the elder to handle various permits for the Taoist temple. Everything went smoothly, and they successfully acquired all the necessary documentation for the entire Tianji Peak forest. With all the permits now in hand, they were set to return to Tianji Peak. The master was indeed quite stubborn, waiting at the entrance of the Yi family residence with the two children, refusing to step inside for a moment's respite. The elder disliked causing a fuss and bothering others. Yipingzhou felt quite apologetic. Alas, I have been remiss in attending to you, esteemed elder. Please wait a moment while I fetch the children. The elder, with a benevolent and amiable expression, waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. It is I who delayed you these past few days. Unable to refuse the elder's insistence, Yipingzhou promptly entered the house to summon the children. Before long, Fu Wanmin emerged, holding her tearful younger son, reluctantly sending off her eldest and little Anning, chattering all the while. Fu Bao, if you miss home, do call your mother and father. We will come to get you. You mustn't venture down the mountain alone with little Anning. The path is treacherous, and a fall could be disastrous. Suppressing her feelings of sorrow and guilt, Yifu repeatedly assured her, I understand, mother. You and father must take care of yourselves. Do not let business consume you. Money is but a material possession, one that can never be exhausted. After finishing her admonitions to her eldest treasure, she turned to her youngest with equal tenderness. Ning Ning, my darling, if you wish to visit, just return with your senior brother. I will prepare delicious treats for you. The little one, with a sweet and incessant chatter, replied, Okay, Mama. Ning Ning will come to play. Listen to what senior brother says, what father says, and what big brother Tian Tian says, along with 8 other things. The baby cherished the time spent with her mother and enjoyed playfully bickering with her elder brother. Yet, a faint awareness of their impending separation cast a shadow over her heart, causing her to pout in discontent. The mother's heart melted at the sight. Ning Ning, my sweet little darling, you are the best. Iwan, in a fit of frustration, cried out, vehemently arguing with his little sister. Don't forget, this is my brother. You cannot monopolize him. That is simply unreasonable. His protests were met with tears. Yifu could not help but turn around to tease her younger brother. Alrighty, Gong. You're already a big shot in kindergarten. Aren't you afraid your colleagues will discover you are such a crybaby? At the mere mention, their mother struggled to contain her amusement, continuing, Indeed, if you keep this up, I will have to inform Teacher Zhang, and you might be demoted to the little class. Iwan, exasperated, wiped his tears and snot away, his small face serious. No, I merely release my bad mood like a cannon. Once it's out, I am fine. Do not let my supervisor and colleagues find out. The term supervisor referred to the teacher, while their principal held the title of director. The entire kindergarten was filled with lively characters, none of whom were particularly serious. Their mother and brother could hardly contain their laughter. This topic could not continue, for should they break into laughter, Igong would surely explode on the spot. Upon exiting the house, they spotted the master standing by the landscaped area, braving the scorching sun. Fu Wanmin would always chide the elder, You truly ought to come inside, sit for a while, and have a cup of tea. It is no trouble at all. The summer heat is unbearable. The elder remained steadfast, replying with his usual phrase, No, no, it would be detrimental to my cultivation. The atmosphere was rather opulent, which the old man found quite uncomfortable. Fu Wanmin, unable to contend with the old man's stubbornness, sighed heavily. If you continue like this, I might just set this wretched house ablaze. The Yi family employed many workers with disabilities, offering them the same treatment as anyone else, enabling them to support their families and live without worry. The old man chuckled silently. The couple was well matched for wealth, and the Yi family's overwhelming affluence seemed destined to be enjoyed for generations to come. Not knowing what else to say in response to the old man's silence, Fu Wanmin remarked, Please don't pass on your obstinate temperament to my eldest son. Every time Iwan encountered the old Taoist, he kept his head lowered, suppressing a small tide of emotions, yet he greeted him with commendable politeness. Greetings, esteemed Taoist grandfather. The hierarchy was indeed convoluted. He was the disciple of Iwan's elder brother, hence the term of endearment. Though not formally accepted as a disciple, by virtue of his age, He was indeed warranted to address him as grandfather. The old man, unfazed by such trivialities, stroked his white beard and nodded with a smile. Good child. The boy possessed a full forehead and well-defined features, exuding an air of authority, clearly a child of extraordinary destiny. Fu Wanmin entrusted the two children to the old man and bid him a simple farewell. The old man consistently refused the luxurious car of the Yi family, insisting on hailing a taxi at the intersection to take them to the foot of Tianji Peak. This time, it was Yi Fu who summoned the cab. The master and disciple thought to themselves that the driver should pose no significant issues. She was a middle-aged woman, her demeanor suggesting a kind-hearted individual. From the utterly disinterested reaction of Xiao Anning, it appeared she was indeed a person devoid of substantial karmic burdens. Throughout the journey, the female driver praised the old Taoist's two young disciples for their beauty, claiming they surpassed even the child stars on television. It was rare for the old man to engage in casual conversation, and he even offered the driver a fortune-telling, advising her to reposition her bed for better health, as well as to mitigate frequent quarrels with her spouse. The driver was astounded, exclaiming how accurately the old Taoist had predicted her circumstances. Since moving into their new home 2 years prior, both she and her husband had indeed been unwell, often quarreling, which they attributed to the stress of their mortgage. Determined, the female driver refused to accept any fare for the ride, disabling the meter and showering the old Taoist with gratitude. Throughout the journey, Xiao Anning obediently rested on her senior brother's lap, clutching a plush toy. The atmosphere was pleasant, and everything seemed perfectly fine. However, just as the car was nearing the foot of Tianji Peak, trouble struck. Chapter 39. Ning Ning Run. The female driver, having skipped breakfast, succumbed to low blood sugar, suddenly feeling dizzy and faint. Despite her condition, she remained focused on the safety of her passengers, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Summoning unexpected resolve, she managed to bring the vehicle to a steady stop by the roadside before losing consciousness, her head resting on the steering wheel. "Auntie, are you all right?" Yi Fu hastily leaned forward to check on her. The master, seated in the passenger seat, took the driver's pulse and calmly instructed his disciple, "It's not a serious issue. Call for an ambulance." The two were confident that this incident was not caused by Xiao Anning's malevolent aura, but rather due to the driver's poor health. Yi Fu retrieved his phone and quickly dialed for emergency assistance. During the wait for the ambulance, a grave situation unfolded. The master and apprentice, one assisting the patient while the other offered a sip of water, momentarily diverted their attention for less than 20 seconds. In that brief interval, little Ning slipped off the vehicle, clutching a plush toy, and dashed away. Today, she had not been fed to her heart's content, and thus, driven by her cravings, she set off on her own quest for sustenance. With her departure, the master found himself utterly lost, unable to ascertain her whereabouts, even with all 10 fingers at his disposal. The senior apprentice was equally at a loss. "What shall we do, master? It's entirely my fault for being careless. You came to fetch me and Ning in haste, without ensuring she was well fed. What do we do now?" The master, hands on hips and gazing skyward, appeared as though he wished to convey his displeasure to the heavens. Yi Fu, hesitant to speak, joined him in looking upwards, pondering whether any divine presence was watching over such a mischievous little spirit. Together, they silently recited their calming mantra, "Stay calm. Do not panic. Surely, it cannot be too grave an issue." After a prolonged silence, the master finally managed to utter, "The air, call those 6 boys. Let them come down and help us search." "Understood, master." Yi Fu dialed Lan Tian's number, internally lamenting his master's obstinacy, wishing not to trouble Yi's cadre of bodyguards in such a situation. Alas, even summoning a host of bodyguards would be futile if Ning remained unassuaged. No one could locate her. When the call connected, Yi Fu succinctly relayed the situation, and Ning has run off at the foot of Tianji Peak. Hurry down and join the search. Without waiting for Lan Tian's inevitable outburst, Yi Fu hastily ended the call. The master and apprentice surveyed their surroundings, feeling a sense of bewilderment they had never experienced before. Ultimately, they chose a random direction and began their aimless search. Meanwhile, little Ning, clutching her teddy bear, scurried across the road with astonishing speed, her short legs propelling her forward. Strangely, she did not disrupt traffic. The rushing vehicles, both large and small, seemed to instinctively steer clear of her diminutive form. She was fully aware of her mischief, muttering to herself as she ran, "Little kitty, run fast. Ning ning musturi. I need to find Yin Yin. The fierce she-father is coming to spank me. Run quickly." After quarreling with her older brother Juan for 4 days, her vocabulary had notably expanded. She-father and the fierce, she cannot find Ning Ning. The big brother cannot find her, nor can the 8 others. None of them can. Remarkably, she had also learned to hail a taxi, standing by the roadside and gesturing nonchalantly. A hapless soul, inexplicably drawn to the little one, stopped his car right in front of her, exited, and opened the door to help her inside. At the moment he noticed her, a dark cloud seemed to settle upon his brow, leaving him oblivious to his actions. Nestled in the back seat, and Ning mimicked her master and senior apprentice, instructing him, "Go forward." Unfamiliar with the names of places, she merely sought the direction of the malevolent energy. The man, as if entranced, stared vacantly ahead, his expression blank. Obediently responding, "All right." This was a private vehicle, not a taxi, and the man was a gambler. In broad daylight, the trunk of the car concealed a black lockbox containing a dismembered corpse of a woman who had been 6 months pregnant, murdered the previous night. The pregnant woman was the man's wife. In a cruel act to seize her hidden savings for gambling, he brutally took her life, resulting in a double tragedy. He intended to dispose of her body far away, casting it into the depths of obscurity. Within the confines of the vehicle, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped the space. On the hood of the car lay the terrifying visage of a vengeful female spirit. Her hair hung disheveled, her eyes, nostrils, and mouth oozing blood, while she cradled a bloodied infant, shrieking at the man in the driver's seat, "You demon, the baby has formed. It is so well behaved, it is your son. Demon, return my baby's life." Little Ning covered her ears with a plush toy, yet the piercing wails reverberated through her small mind, rendering her attempts futile. The pitiful cries of the infant added to her distress. Sniffling, she too felt the urge to weep. "No crying, no crying, be good," she cooed to the baby, comforting both it and herself. Instinctively, she absorbed the malevolent energy that permeated the vehicle, purifying the 2 malevolent spirits upon the hood. As the cleansing took place, the cries and shrieks faded away. Simultaneously, retribution descended upon the man. In a frenzy, he ran a red light, heading straight for the police station. Little Ning lay obediently in the back seat, her short legs crossed, playing with her plush toy as if she had no connection to the unfolding chaos. With a thunderous crash, the glass doors of the police station shattered. A Volkswagen collided violently, halting directly in front of the officers at their desks. The man emerged unscathed, but the contents of the trunk were soon revealed. The dismembered, blood-soaked body, still dripping, left a trail of crimson droplets on the floor of the police hall. Suddenly jolted back to reality, the man was enveloped in terror as he surveyed his surroundings. The officers, momentarily stunned by the commotion, quickly converged on the scene. What is happening? Did someone crash into the police station? Has he consumed too much counterfeit liquor? As the officers approached, the trunk, seemingly malfunctioning, popped open with a click, releasing a pungent stench of blood. "Don't move. What is this?" The officers drew their weapons, their attention fixated on the trunk and the driver, creating a momentary blind spot, allowing a small figure to slip away unnoticed from the back seat. The little one, clutching a plush toy in her mouth, crawled out using all fours, stealthily escaping by clinging to the long legs of the police officers. Chapter 40. The orphanage commotion emerging from the police hall, little Ning covered her face, stumbling as she ran. Ning did not see the baby, did not cause any trouble. The doors were not broken by the baby. She adamantly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, continuing on her way with determination. Dressed in a white robe, she was a sight to behold. On this journey, the unfortunate could not evade their fate, while those who were innocent faced calamity. Without her senior brother by her side to guide her, luck was nowhere to be found. Having inhaled a bellyful of malevolent energy, she finally felt satisfied. The small black ball of energy floated above her head, content and plump. Just as thoughts of her master and senior brother began to surface in her mind, they were abruptly drawn back by the lingering malevolence ahead. There was an inexhaustible supply, an endless well to draw from. The intense malevolence emanates from the Winter Sun Children's Welfare Institute. Little Anning, clutching her plush toy, approached the entrance, which opened automatically. The elderly gatekeeper, startled, leaned out of the window for a glance, his gaze directed downward until he spotted the tiny figure. "Oh, little one, how did you get in here? Where are your guardians?" The child, as if at home, scampered inside, babbling in a language known only to her. "I came for the 7 smokes and 8 smokes. So many, so fragrant." The old man stepped outside the gate. Observing the absence of any adults, and with a heavy heart, he cursed into the air. Who is so heartless, tossing a child here without a care for consequences? What a disgrace, bringing a child into the world without the means to care for them. Isn't this a form of cruelty? Cursing under his breath, he closed the gate and, with some difficulty, limped after the child. "Slow down, little one. Where are your guardians? Who sent you here? This is not a safe place." The child dashed ahead, her short legs moving so swiftly they seemed to smoke. Upon entering, she encountered several staff members, who swiftly intercepted her. "Hey, where did this child come from? Is she new?" The gatekeeper, despite his poor mobility, had keen hearing and, from a distance, shouted to explain, "Another heartless wretch has abandoned this small child, leaving her to run off alone." Such occurrences at the orphanage were regrettably commonplace. Newborns were often discarded at the entrance. For children too young to express themselves, reporting the situation seemed futile. The staff had become desensitized. Noticing the child's youth, they lacked the energy to inquire further and simply carried her to the office, making a cursory record. During the registration, a female staff member asked the child one question. "Little one, what is your name?" At this moment, the child clung tightly to one of the male staff members' legs, gazing up with wide eyes, absorbing the ominous energy surrounding him. As she did, the sound of an infant's cries echoed in the air. The man, with a sharp face and surrounded by several malevolent spirits, created a scene that was both suffocating and infuriating in Anning's eyes. The cries of the infants resonated. Some had been kicked to death, some suffocated, others choked during rough feeding. These forsaken orphans, many abandoned due to illness, knew no love or care. Thus, the reasons for the malevolent spirit's demise were uniformly tragic: death by disease, with no one to question or seek justice. Anning greedily absorbed the dark energy from the man, attempting to purify the malevolent spirits. The female staff member asked again, "Little one, what is your name? Are you 2 years old? Surely you know your own name?" The man, growing impatient and irritated by the child's clinginess, roughly kicked her away. Observing her vacant expression, which suggested possible intellectual challenges, he thought it best to register her quickly. The woman merely noted the date of abandonment and the colors of the child's clothing in the logbook. She intended to take a photograph of the child upon her arrival for documentation, but when she pulled out her phone, she found it dead, leaving her puzzled. "I had just fully charged it. Yet how could it run out in less than half an hour? That wretched phone of yours really needs replacing." The man grumbled, impatiently dragging the little Ning along like a small sack of sand. He carelessly tossed her into a pile of children, and as he stepped outside, an unforeseen calamity struck. From a 4th-floor balcony, a flower pot inexplicably plummeted, striking him squarely on the forehead. With a resounding crack, blood splattered forth, and he fell, unable to utter a sound, departing this world with an eerie tranquility. The children inside remained oblivious to the horrific scene, while several staff members were left utterly petrified. "Oh no, someone has been killed. Quick, call an ambulance." Inside the room, even the infants under 3 were startled. They looked at little Ning and began to wail. Amidst the cacophony of tears, Ning gained a faint understanding of her own situation. Panic set in, and her little head shook fervently. "Ning Ning isn't a monster. Don't cry, little friends." The babies, unable to comprehend why they feared her, cried even louder. They were all around the same age, and her attempts to soothe them only intensified their distress. Even several toothless infants joined in, crying out of fear that she might devour them. And Ning, desperate to reassure them, jumped up, opening her mouth to display her tiny milk teeth. Ning ning giskot, say. Don't cry, little friends. I want to eat you. At that moment, chaos erupted in the courtyard, and the staff focused on the incident, neglecting the wailing children. The older kids calmly comforted their younger siblings, a task they had grown accustomed to, and Ning, showing her little teeth, felt deeply wronged, still attempting to justify herself. Ning ning giskot, say. Don't be afraid of Ning Ning. Please stop crying. The infants under 3 could clearly see her true form, along with the small dark entity hovering above her head, glaring down with blood-red eyes, mimicking her every action, baring its teeth, and bouncing with agitation. Whenever she spoke, the fierce visage of the creature emerged, and the little ones wept even more fervently. Clutching her teddy bear, and Ning stood at the door, her round eyes wide with confusion. She murmured softly, "Stop crying. You're being naughty. Ning Ning is the best. The little kitty is the best. I want to play with you anymore." Her older siblings did not abandon her, offering reassurances. "Little sister, is your name Ning Ning? Don't worry, they're not afraid of you. You're so adorable. Who could possibly fear you? Please don't cry. You'll get used to it here in no time." It was unclear how long the babies cried, but soon, an ambulance and police arrived at the courtyard, swiftly clearing away the deceased. And Ning had intended to seek out her seniors and master, but her tummy was too full, and she felt drowsy. By the time she awoke refreshed, it was already the next day. The previous night, the welfare home had been filled with the cries of babies, startled and inconsolable, except for Ning, who slept soundly. After her restful slumber, she was eager to find her master and seniors, but delicious treats were once again presented, ensnaring her little legs. A corpulent, middle-aged man with pronounced features arrived to select a child for adoption. His gaze immediately fell upon little Anning, the woman in her 50s. The director of the orphanage trailed behind him with an obsequious demeanor, quietly introducing, "Mr. Huang, this child was abandoned just yesterday at our gate, and we are still unaware of her specific circumstances. An unfortunate incident occurred at the orphanage yesterday, resulting in a fatality, and we are currently cooperating with the police to address this serious matter, leaving us unable to attend to the newly arrived child. It would be prudent to have the police compile a report first to avoid complications later. Perhaps you might consider other children who are slightly younger." The man, however, remained steadfast in his decision, exuding an air of superiority typical of the affluent, leaving no room for negotiation. He had taken a liking to this child, and that was final. The director attempted to persuade him further, but he swiftly opened his briefcase and produced 40,000 yuan. The local orphanage had an unwritten rule that adopting a child required a fee ranging from 30 to 50,000 yuan. Little Anning, who had yet to even sip water from the orphanage, was fortunate enough to be whisked away for a price. The man appeared quite busy, instructing his subordinates to handle the adoption paperwork. The process for approval would not be swift. However, the director, in an uncharacteristic lapse of judgment, opened a back door and permitted the child to leave with him before the formalities were completed. This was decidedly against protocol, and she herself was puzzled by her sudden deviation from a norm. Mr. Huang took the child home that very day, unaware that this decision would lead to a catastrophic fate. Little Anning, beaming with delight, trailed behind, drooling in anticipation. Upon entering the house, the family's true intentions regarding the adopted orphan were laid bare. Chapter 41. Most sinister, a lavishly dressed, portly matron pinched Anning's cheeks, scrutinizing her with evident satisfaction. "Ah, splendid. These bright, glistening eyes are quite remarkable. They will serve my grandson well." A woman with a distinctly harsh demeanor approached, also pinching Anning's cheeks and expressing similar approval. "What beautiful large eyes. I shall call Dr. Gong immediately to arrange for my son's surgery at the earliest opportunity." Little Anning was even more exhilarated than this family. They exuded an aura of malevolence, tempting her senses and causing her to drool in anticipation. The matron continued, "How old is this child? Why not choose one a bit older? Quickly, inquire with Dr. Gong if a child this young can provide usable corneas." The man who had brought Anning home replied, "Her origins are unknown. The orphanage estimates her to be around 2 years old. We can keep her for a year or so, as young children do not remember much, thus avoiding complications." The matron began to fret. "We must not be careless. Once the corneas are harvested, this child cannot remain in the province. The man glanced at little Anning as one would regard a mere trinket and nodded. That's simple. We can just hand her over to the traffickers later. Don't worry, mother. I will handle it. Yet, the matron remained uneasy, continuing to nag. Ensure everything is handled discreetly. Our family is prominent, and we must exercise caution in all matters. This family was indeed malevolent. Little Anning, unable to comprehend their words, tilted her head upwards, absorbing the dark energy that surrounded them. She preferred not to summon the little black creature to speak, for whatever it consumed would go directly to her belly. She sought to savor the delicacies through her own nostrils. The height was truly inadequate. After just a few pulls, her delicate neck grew weary. Thus, she instinctively extended her slender arms and pouted, I want a hug. The woman, filled with disdain, kicked her aside. Get lost, you unwanted little wretch, dressed in filthy, cheap clothes. Who want to embrace you? The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively at the nearby nanny, instructing, take her for a bath and purchase a couple of outfits. Ensure she isn't seen, and let no one know we have taken her in. Understood, replied the nanny. Her demeanor also clouded with malice. Unbeknownst to anyone, little Anning nestled against the nanny's shoulder, her small nose taking in deep breaths. A peculiar expression of infantile satisfaction washing over her. This family remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying entity they had provoked. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, disaster struck without warning. Anning, sleeping in the nanny's quarters on the first floor, suddenly sat up, climbed out of bed, and stepped outside. As she waddled through the grand entrance of the three-story villa, the wiring crackled ominously, followed by electric sparks that ignited with a deafening roar. Flames erupted, consuming all appliances and flammable materials with ferocity. The small child, safely distanced from the inferno at the courtyard entrance, sprawled on the ground and returned to her slumber, unperturbed by the chaos around her. This had nothing to do with the little one. She simply wished to sleep undisturbed, unbothered by her stunted growth. Inside the villa, the slumbering occupants remained oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe, except for the 30-something chef who was jolted awake and escaped the flames. The only other survivor was the family's recently adopted 5-year-old blind son. The chef, in a panic, stumbled out and found the little orphan on the ground. Fire! Help! There's a fire! Someone please! In her state of shock, she scooped up the child and fled, hastily dialing emergency services. It was 3 a.m. By the time firefighters arrived, the blaze had escalated beyond control. None of the inhabitants could be saved from the inferno. The once wealthy estate was reduced to mere ruins. The chef, having narrowly escaped, sat dazed on the roadside, cradling the peacefully sleeping child. The tight embrace startled Anning awake. Realizing she was not in her mother's arms or with her elder brother, she rubbed her eyes and pouted, distressed. Ning is good. I want Mommy to hold me. Mommy doesn't hurt anymore. Let us go home. The chef bore no trace of malevolence, yet it felt unwelcoming. Anning stifled her tears, knowing that her elder brother and master despised her cries. She instinctively understood that to weep would provoke calamity. At dawn, the director and staff were left speechless as they beheld the swift return of the little one. They had just learned from the news that Mr. Huang's family had perished in the fire, rendering the adoption impossible. Anning yearned to return home, to her mother, to be held. Suddenly overwhelmed with longing for her mother, she fought back tears, her frustration manifesting in bubbles of snot. She pitifully perched on the director's desk, refusing to be embraced by anyone. The thought of her mother overshadowed her desire to reunite with her elder brother, master, and 6 nephews. All the children in the orphanage craved their mothers, perhaps empathizing with her profound sense of loss. Little Anning thus lingered in the welfare institution, marking the commencement of a peculiar era. She was exceptionally delicate and attractive, captivating the hearts of every prospective adoptive parent who laid eyes upon her. On occasion, multiple families would vie for her affection. In order to avoid displeasing anyone, the staff devised a solution. Let Anning choose her preferred parents. Grown-ups would line up, armed with delectable treats and delightful toys, employing every conceivable tactic to win over the child. The little one would merrily toddle towards the adult who most appealed to her. extending her tiny arms for a hug, thereby determining her adopters. Strange occurrences ensued repeatedly. No family managed to retain Anning for more than 3 days, as misfortunes would invariably befall them. They believed that their fates were incompatible with hers, deeming her presence to be inauspicious. Most would hastily return the child to the welfare home, relinquishing thousands in nurturing fees without a second thought. Ever since Anning's arrival, the director had inexplicably undergone a whimsical change of heart, instituting a trial adoption program. This meant that anyone interested in Anning could take her home for a trial period, and if they found compatibility, they could proceed with the formal adoption process. The number of trial adopters was oddly high. The record for Anning being returned was a staggering 8 times in a single day. This peculiar phenomenon garnered ample funds for the institution, but it also revealed the extraordinary nature of Anning's situation, leaving the welfare home hesitant to keep her. The director, in a state of exasperation, had lost count of how many times Anning had been returned. In the office, a group of individuals sat with furrowed brows, gazing at the enchanting little girl on the desk. How could such a beautiful baby be so troublesome? Could she possibly be the fabled harbinger of misfortune? Rumor had it that such a fate could be toxic and detrimental to those around her. Director, we should consult a master to assess the situation. Some unknown forces can be quite frightening. Meanwhile, Anning herself seemed to disdain their presence, waving her tiny hands dismissively, exclaiming, "No, I want my mommy. I want to go home. I love my mommy, and I promise to be good." The director and staff exchanged uneasy glances, pondering, is she truly as obedient as she claims? Why does a chill creep down our spines? Placing Anning among the other children proved disastrous. Those under 3 years old would cry incessantly, becoming night wakers, unable to be soothed. The staff had no choice but to care for Anning separately. However, a new dilemma arose. Those who took charge of Anning recently found themselves beset by a series of unfortunate incidents. Sprained ankles and mishaps involving overturned bicycles into muddy ditches became commonplace. It was indeed uncanny. Yet, the overall atmosphere within the institution strangely improved. Perhaps the recent passing of a temperamental colleague had unnerved everyone, leading to a newfound patience among the staff towards the children. Nonetheless, Anning continued to be a source of consternation for all. The director sought the wisdom of several monks at a temple, who offered a multitude of esoteric insights and bestowed upon Anning a name, Shiji, which signifies the 10 precepts, surpassing even Ju Beiji by 2. Little Anning detested her name, pouting her small bottom and clenching her tiny fists, vociferously disputing with the masters. "My name is Ning. I dislike you all and shall ignore you." The masters bore karmic burdens, seeking only wealth without causing harm. Their sins were not deserving of death. The infant found the few wafts of negative energy rather displeasing, rendering her unhappy. The masters pretentiously inscribed a few talismans, affixing them to the 4 cardinal points of the courtyard. They even duped the director into purchasing a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The masters profited handsomely, clutching their purses and uttering Amitabha before hastily departing. On that very day, the temple was engulfed in flames, leaving only the load-bearing walls and a congregation of bald monks behind. Upon learning of this incident, the staff at the orphanage were thoroughly alarmed. Surely, this could not merely be coincidence? The former director was so frightened that he developed a catchphrase. "This is truly distressing." He urgently called for someone with strong divination skills to exorcise this little entity. Chapter 42. Vigilance for treasures unbeknownst to the staff at the orphanage. An old man and 7 little ones were frantically searching for little Anning. The old man's ability to calculate was utterly unreliable, compelling him to rely on modern technology. The 7 children clutched their phones daily, scrolling through trending news. 9 days prior, they stumbled upon a shocking headline. A man murdered his pregnant wife, intending to dispose of her body, but in a panic, he inadvertently entered the police station and turned himself in. The comments from netizens flooded in. Does this count as a voluntary confession? The police station's door was nearly wrecked. Fortunately, no one was harmed. Is this truly a form of self-surrender? This only exacerbates his crimes. 1 corpse, 2 lives. How malicious must one be to commit such a deed against a heavily pregnant wife? Such inhumane beings pose a threat to society and must be executed. Clearly, this was the work of a certain unscrupulous individual. The old man, accompanied by the 7 little ones, hurried in that direction, but the trail had long gone cold. 8 days ago, news of a tragic incident at the Donyang Children's Welfare Institute made headlines. A middle-aged male staff member was struck on the head by a flower pot and tragically died on the spot. This individual lived alone and had no relatives. His demise went unnoticed, leaving the Welfare Institute in a state of melancholy. The old man swiftly led the children to the Welfare Institute, only to find nothing. Little did they know, little Anning had just been chosen by a man surnamed Huang and taken home. The old man had inquired, but the staff member, seeking to avoid trouble, had inexplicably lied, claiming that no children aged 1 or 2 had recently arrived at the institute. At that moment, they had not sensed little Anning's malevolent energy fluctuations. Her unique identity prevented the old man from divulging too much, leading to a perfect missed opportunity. 7 days ago, yet another sensational news story emerged in the city. A wealthy businessman's home caught fire in the dead of night, engulfing the luxurious mansion in flames, with only his hospitalized son and a chef escaping the inferno. Insiders revealed that the businessman, Mr. Huang, was involved in illicit dealings and operated a small drug manufacturing facility in northern Myanmar. It was rumored that his 5-year-old son had accidentally overturned some toxic powder while playing in the factory, resulting in blindness. A child underwent a corneal surgery in northern Myanmar, which unfortunately ended in failure due to inferior medical conditions compared to those in the homeland. Just after the child was transferred back to the country, a devastating fire broke out. Upon hearing this sensational news, the elderly gentleman, accompanied by 7 little companions, hastily set out to investigate. The outcome was predictable. They vanished without a trace. The elusive entity, unbound by earthly constraints, proved too formidable for mere mortals to contend with. As long as she wished to remain hidden, she would instinctively conceal herself. Neither the master nor the senior disciples had any recourse, and the 6 nephews were even more at a loss. It had already been 10 days, driving the elderly man and the 7 little ones to the brink of madness. They decided to pitch a tent at the foot of the Tianji Peak, patiently waiting for fortune to smile upon them. At this very moment, within the Winter Sun Children's Welfare Institute, the mischievous little one, adept at concealing her whereabouts, had been in the institution for 10 days. Influenced by her surroundings, she constantly longed for her mother. With no trace of her mother left in this world and no direction to pursue, she stubbornly remained there, waiting alongside the other children for her mother to return. Today, she hoped once again for someone willing to adopt little Anning. The elderly director was filled with excitement, lighting incense for the deities and personally greeting the visitors. The newcomer was a female live streamer. "Dear family, I have come to the Welfare Institute today. Ever since Dote left me, I have been unable to overcome my sorrow. After much contemplation, I have decided to adopt another child." She held up her phone, live streaming as she walked inside. Upon seeing the visitor, the elderly director felt a sense of unease, reluctant to entrust any child to her, especially the troublesome little Anning. However, before the director could voice his concerns, Anning had already taken a liking to the woman, clinging to her leg and acting adorably. "Auntie, hug me." Anning noticed a swirl of dark energy surrounding the woman, which belonged to a young male spirit, exuding a delightful fragrance. The elderly director felt a pang of dread. This was a disaster. Having caught the child's attention, it was unlikely that any good fortune awaited them. They would likely have to return her. Hearing the sweet word from the child's lips, the live streamer beamed, quickly bending down to allow the child to greet her online audience. "Family, look. This adorable little one is the child I wish to adopt. Her name is Shurjia, which isn't very pleasant. Once I adopt her, dear friends, please help me come up with a lovely name with a beautiful meaning." Little Anning nestled against her shoulder, greedily inhaling the dark energy. With each breath, she learned a bit from the malevolent spirit, mimicking the phrases she had heard online. "Big brothers, big sisters, uncles, aunties, please like and follow, shower me with love." How could anyone resist such an endearing little voice? The darling's adorableness and sweet tone melted hearts, and the audience erupted into a frenzy of gifts, eager to support the live streamer in adopting the precious child. Meanwhile, the elderly director and the staff were left in stunned silence. It was evident that no one had taught the child to speak in such a manner. Where'd she learn these phrases? Little and Ning clung to the woman, voraciously consuming the dark energy. The cries of the tormented spirit echoed in her young mind, pleading for salvation. Help. Someone, please save me. The wicked woman has tormented me. I plead for salvation. The doctor has warned that I must refrain from sugar due to my diabetes. Yet she relentlessly coerces me into consuming it daily, even administering sugar water into my veins with a needle, inflicting tremendous pain upon me. She denies me the solace of sleep, forcing me to broadcast live streams and solicit gifts from viewers, driven by her greed for wealth. Listening to the lamentations of the tormented spirit, Xiao Anning's eyes flickered with a crimson hue, nearly revealing her true form. The overwhelming presence of malevolence surrounding her was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Only her master and senior brother were aware of the grave consequences should she lose her composure. Having just awakened her consciousness, she might mistakenly conclude that the human realm was beyond redemption, deeming it fit for annihilation. Fortunately, the gentle voice of her senior brother resonated within her mind. Xiao Ning, be calm. Your brother cherishes you dearly and has held you close since your childhood, until you grow weary of him. Is that agreeable? The crimson in her gaze dissipated, and her true essence gradually receded. The child found an irresistible allure in the dark energy of the wicked woman, eagerly drawing it in. The internet celebrity, known as Shishan Yaomei, was utterly elated. Ah, how affectionate you are upon our first meeting. Truly, this must be fate. What a clever little one you are to engage with the uncles and aunts in the live stream. She cooed, utterly enchanted. The aging director of the institution found himself unable to interject. The young influencer was quite generous, immediately offering a nurturing fee of 40,000 yuan. According to the institution's special provisions, Xiao Anning could be placed in a trial care arrangement. The influencer was exceedingly pleased, eager to finalize the adoption process without delay. However, she had several live stream sales events to fulfill before she could take the child home for trial care. Director, I have taken a great liking to this little treasure. This 40,000 yuan secures my claim. I cannot allow anyone else to adopt her. Out of kindness, the old director attempted to advise her. Given your busy schedule, this child can be quite unruly and may not be easily soothed, he began, but was abruptly interrupted. I share a profound connection with this little darling. From the moment we met, I felt an overwhelming affection for her, she insisted. The live stream audience erupted in excitement, flooding the comments with enthusiasm. I want to adopt this adorable creature. Yaomei should adopt this little one. Those round, sparkling eyes and that rosy little face are simply enchanting. She is the embodiment of my dreams. The female streamer was overjoyed, playfully pinching the child's chubby cheeks, feeling as though she had struck gold. Little darling, in just a few days, your mother will come to take you home. In essence, she was captivated by the child's exquisite and charming appearance, the quintessential image of an internet darling. Her intentions for adopting an orphan were straightforward: to gain followers and accumulate wealth. Xiao Anning, having purified the tormented spirit, sweetly nodded in agreement. The wicked woman, her brow darkened with malevolence, felt the wheels of retribution set in motion. Would her demise be swift, or would she endure suffering before her end? The malevolent child, in a daze, was uncertain of her own fate. In any case, the evil would meet its inevitable demise. The wicked woman departed with a heart full of glee, scheming ways to mold the little one into her next monetary asset. Just as she reveled in her plans, preparing to bypass the trial care and directly finalize the adoption paperwork for the child, Chapter 43, the battle for treasure suddenly. An elderly man accompanied by 7 children burst into the welfare institution, intent on seizing her money-making tools. Upon discovering that the online sensation, Xiao Anning, had been exposed, her master, senior brothers, and 6 nephews finally traced her whereabouts. This time they acted swiftly. The old man and the 7 children entered the welfare home with a singular purpose: to claim a child. Their appearance was quite indescribable. Their clothes were tattered and filthy, and their hair a disheveled mess, resembling a ragged old beggar with a group of small beggars. The elderly director and the staff gaped at the unexpected visitors, utterly astonished. They expressed deep skepticism. Were these individuals truly here for assistance, or were they here to take a child? The venerable Zuan Chunzi had never been in such a disheveled state, wearing a somewhat awkward yet benevolent smile, calmly addressing the situation. Indeed, this child belongs to me. Her name is Anning. I have been searching for her for 10 days since she went missing. Upon seeing her visitors, Xiao Anning was overjoyed, wiggling her little bottom in delight. However, she suddenly remembered her misdeed. Covering her face with her small hands, she pretended not to see anyone while calling out, "West father, West brother, big brother, 8 of you." Lan He, Lan Yu, and Lan Jun exchanged puzzled glances. What on earth does 8 of you mean? It seemed she was also speaking to her own little feet. The brothers felt somewhat insignificant in her eyes. Lan Ju took the situation lightly, thinking it was still better than being called big brother, noting how their second brother seemed to struggle every time their aunt called out in such a manner, as if his intestines were about to burst. Lan Tian's refined demeanor was nowhere to be found. Without further ado, he reached out to snatch the child. Lan Di was quicker, seizing the little girl in his arms. With a darkened expression, Lan Tian pursed his lips and playfully smacked her bottom twice, the force barely enough to dislodge the dust. "Why are you so mischievous? Why do you keep running away?" This was the second time the brothers witnessed their older brother reprimanding their aunt, leaving them momentarily stunned. They had initially intended to say a few words to their aunt, but, in unison, opted to remain silent, unwilling to stoke the flames. Even Lan Di suppressed his grievances, wondering how they would handle it if she cried. Wouldn't it be heart-wrenching? Just when they had found her, she was slipping away again. This time, surprisingly, both the master and senior brother averted their gazes, pretending not to notice Lan Tian scolding the little imp. Only Lan Ju spoke up. "Annie is just too good at running and hiding. We should really secure her when we go out. Perhaps we should buy one of those leashes for little children, not like the ones for dogs." Instantly, all 5 brothers, along with their little master, uncle, and grandfather, turned to glare at him, as if to shift their ire onto him. "You be quiet." Lan Ju, ruffled and frustrated, tugged at his disordered, itchy hair, deciding to fall silent. "Humph. If you don't heed my advice, and she gets lost again, I shall scorn you all." Xiao Anning, unbothered by the playful reprimand, wore a puzzled expression, repeating her mantra, "Hitting my bottom every day doesn't hurt. It's just a fun game." Lan Tian felt a surge of frustration, silently chanting, "Cherish life, refuse marriage and children, refuse, refuse." Ifu approached, helping to dissipate Lan Tian and Lan Di's anger while gently taking the child into his arms. "Little Ningning, come here for a hug from your brother." Xiao Anning eagerly opened her small arms, ready to leap into her brother's embrace. "West brother, I want a hug and kiss." "All right, a kiss on your little head." The elderly director and a group of staff members quietly observed the scene before them. There was no need for the disheveled old man to provide further proof. The child's affectionate interaction with them clearly indicated a familial bond. A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone present. "Oh my, how wonderful. This little troublemaker actually has a family." They urged for the child to be taken away. "Please wait a moment, good sir. This child has someone who has paid the nurturing fee. I need to call that person. As a relative of the child, it would be prudent for you to inform them, lest they believe I have allowed someone else to adopt the child." The old man readily consented, replying, "All right." The director hastily dialed the female internet celebrity to inform her of the intention to refund the 40,000 yuan nurturing fee, briefly explaining the situation. The internet celebrity was instantly enraged, refusing to believe that the child had been found by a family member. She was convinced that the welfare institution had accepted a higher nurturing fee and permitted someone else to adopt the child. In a fit of fury, she rushed to the welfare institution. Upon entering the director's office, she was taken aback by the sight of the elderly man and the 7 children, and she immediately erupted in a tirade. "Hey, you impoverished old man. How could you possibly care for such a large group of children? Are they all yours? You must be a human trafficker." Although Lan Tian was tall and imposing, his youthful face betrayed his tender age, clearly indicating he was merely a teenager. Incensed by the woman's disrespectful remarks, the 7 children quickly rallied in defense. Lan Di ground his teeth, exclaiming, "How can you speak such foul words?" Lan Ju, emulating his second brother, added, "Dare to disrespect my master, and I shall tear your foul mouth apart." The master's stern gaze silenced the impudent boys. Ifu, holding little and Ning, furrowed his brow as he observed the woman's darkened aura. Only those with deep malevolence could be so profoundly tainted. Out of humanitarian concern, he instinctively summoned his benevolent energy to assist the woman in dispelling her dark aura. Yet, it proved futile. Her inner malice was insurmountable, and no fortune could protect her. The old man scrutinized the woman's countenance, his brow furrowing with concern, as he gently advised, "My dear, do not remain obstinately deluded. This child is indeed from my household. To be precise, she is the master of Tianji Peak." The internet celebrity, consumed by anger, refused to absorb his words. Hurling insults, "Cease your nonsense. You are clearly a con artist from the underworld. How could such a small child be the master of some decrepit peak? Do you think I'm a fool?" The young girl had merely shown her face in a live broadcast, uttering a few charming words, and that single session had garnered over 160,000 in donations. How could she possibly relinquish such a precious internet celebrity? I have already paid the nurturing fee. This little girl is the one I intend to adopt. You shall find another child to adopt. Lan Di was on the verge of exploding, and his brothers were equally incensed. Lan Tan, striving to maintain composure, interjected calmly before tensions escalated among the siblings. "Little master uncle, has her aura darkened?" he observed with concern. Ifu, playing with Ning's soft little paws, nodded with certainty. "Her affliction runs deeper than yours. It is particularly dark." Upon hearing this, the 6 brothers calmed down. Lan Ju, ever mischievous, could not resist voicing his thoughts. "Let her insult the master. I am magnanimous and shall not take offense, for I do not argue with those who are on the brink of demise." Little Anning was nestled in her senior brother's embrace, sound asleep, suckling her little hand as if it were a bottle. Recently, she had developed a voracious appetite, and whenever calmness enveloped her, fatigue would swiftly follow. The female internet celebrity continued to hurl insults, indicating that this matter was far from over. The old man sighed silently, stroking his silver-white beard, and offered her a piece of advice. "My dear, your fate is shadowed by dark omens. You should cease this pursuit. You cannot nurture this child with your life." These words further ignited the woman's fury, twisting her face in anger, her eyes nearly bulging. "Bah, you old charlatan. It is you who bears the dark omen. You are the one destined for demise." The director and the staff dared not utter a word. If this matter were to be pursued, the welfare institution would bear responsibility. After the child arrived at the welfare home, there had been no official report to the police, and they had carelessly accepted her as an abandoned infant, even collecting foster care fees, leading to such a significant debacle. At this juncture, the director merely wished to quell the situation, hoping to settle it by refunding the 40,000 yuan in foster care fees, thus closing the chapter. Clearly, the female internet celebrity had no intention of letting the welfare institution off the hook. "I have already made arrangements with the welfare home. I intend to adopt this child today," she shouted, reaching out to snatch the child. The old man intervened, blocking her with a gentle smile, and once again urged her kindly, "Miss, if you do not desist, you shall encounter calamity within 3 days." It was apparent that the woman was ready to resort to violence. "Bah, you old fraud. You are the one who will face calamity. Your entire family is doomed. Have some decency. Were you not so advanced in age, I would not hesitate to slap you." The old man shook his head, choosing not to engage further, and addressed the children. "All right, let us depart." The children immediately rose. If this continued, Lan Di would surely tear apart the foul-mouthed woman. Steady as ever, Lan Tian reached out to take the sleeping little one. "Let me hold her," to prevent the woman from seizing the child. Ifu had no choice but to allow him to carry little Anning. Lan Di clenched his fists, leading the way ahead. With his demeanor, who would dare obstruct him? After practicing taekwondo and sanda since the age of 6, 10 years of training was not in vain. The woman, blinded by greed, yet still possessing some rationality. Refrained from forcibly taking the child. After the old man left with the children, she continued to raise a ruckus at the welfare home. The little girl had been adopted by someone else, and she demanded an explanation. Knowing she was a social media influencer, the repercussions of her outcry could be substantial. The director brewed the finest tea, incessantly apologizing and uttering kind words. During her time at the welfare home, the children had been startled, crying in their dreams and sleeping restlessly. The Taoist master and his apprentice had come and painted several talismans free of charge, proving more effective than the monk's efforts. At this moment, the children were napping peacefully without a single disturbance. The old Taoist remarked that most people could not afford to adopt little Annie. The director relayed this peculiar matter to the female internet celebrity, suggesting that she choose another child who might better suit her. With so many children in the institution, she had ample options. However, the internet celebrity lacked reverence and was driven by greed, insisting on Annie. Faced with an impasse, the director resolutely refunded her the 40,000 yuan in foster care fees. She rejected the offer, immediately demanding 100,000 as compensation for breach of contract. The director and the staff were left in stunned silence. The welfare institution relies solely on government support and the benevolence of compassionate individuals. For the first time, someone audaciously demanded 100,000 from the welfare home, akin to draining the lifeblood of orphans. Was it not? The female internet celebrity, seething with anger, made a fierce remark and stormed out. Upon exiting the welfare home, she hastened to a law firm. To put it plainly, her intent was merely to generate further buzz. She did not genuinely seek compensation from that pitiful institution. Having failed to adopt a child, she orchestrated a wave of publicity, crafting a persona of victimhood to elicit sympathy, a lucrative opportunity, indeed. In her car, she applied makeup, deliberately enhancing her dark circles to project a weary appearance. While driving, she initiated a live stream. Dear viewers, I must express how wretched my life has been since childhood. Soon, over 20,000 viewers filled the stream. She positioned her phone on the car window's mount, adjusting the camera angle. With both hands on the steering wheel, she seamlessly slipped into character, tears flowing freely. My parents divorced during my childhood, each remarrying, leaving me in a state worse than that of an orphan. At 34, I have never experienced romantic affection. Just when I encountered two children I felt a connection with, one tragically passed away, and the other she convinced even herself, tears streaming down her face. The audience was frantic, bombarding the chat with inquiries. Don't cry, what happened to the child? Is it like Dote? Many abandoned children suffer from severe illnesses. Such a pity. Have you completed the adoption procedures? She wiped her tears, appearing both disheveled and pitiable. Continuing her performance. I truly wish to care for the little treasure 10 Jia. I've already paid several thousand in nurturing fees. Yet, to my shock, the unscrupulous welfare home has been selling children, the same child, to multiple individuals. Little did she know, the old sage's words would soon manifest. Chapter 44. The Nephews. You're in no right turn at this intersection. The female internet star was engrossed in her dramatic performance for her loyal viewers, oblivious to the approaching danger on her right side. Suddenly, a large truck crashed into her, offering her no chance to react. A high-pitched scream escaped her lips as the Audi was propelled through the air. The incident occurred so abruptly that her fans were equally startled. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle flipped onto its roof, skidding several meters away. Her phone shattered, the live stream abruptly cut off. The right side of the Audi was crumpled, the airbags failing to deploy. The woman was left bloodied, slumped in the driver's seat, a fragment of the phone mount lodged in her mouth, piercing her throat. Meanwhile, an elderly man accompanied by 8 children was climbing Tianji Peak, his eyelids twitching. The master and apprentice simultaneously raised their hands to calculate. After a brief moment, they both frowned. The master shook his head with a sigh, alas, with ill intentions and disregarding advice. The disciple, displaying a demeanor inconsistent with his age, also shook his head, speaking in a calm and composed tone. The karmic debt is profound. One must reap what they sow. The 6 brothers were left bewildered. Though uncertain of the events unfolding, given the recent sensational news surrounding their aunt, It seemed likely that the woman was in dire straits. Under the resplendent azure sky, the gentle blue sky cradled the peacefully slumbering little ant as they ventured forth. On this sweltering summer day, carrying such a tiny creature while ascending the mountain felt akin to bearing a miniature furnace, a veritable ordeal of heat and exhaustion. Beads of sweat cascaded down Blue Sky's forehead, soaking his back through his clothes. Yet, the little one nestled in his arms remained utterly unaffected by the oppressive heat, her brow untouched by perspiration. Just as Blue Sky pondered this curious phenomenon, a sudden warmth enveloped his arm, a damp wave swiftly spreading across him. A glance downward revealed the source, and he nearly dropped the little one in shock, immediately turning for assistance. "Master, the child has wet herself. The orphanage didn't provide any diapers." The little one continued to dream sweetly, a smile gracing her lips as she slept, leaving Blue Sky in disbelief. How was this even possible? Master remained remarkably composed. "It's no great matter. Let us proceed swiftly to the temple to clean up and change." In truth, he inwardly lamented, "Oh, little deity, what an embarrassment." He feigned calmness. After all, it was quite normal for a child not yet 2 years old to have an accident. "Yetemuset, litle ning ning. Couldn't you at least adopt a fiercer demeanor? Surely, you must feel a pang of shame for soiling your elder nephew." Blue Sky froze, feeling as if he were clutching a live grenade, paralyzed with apprehension. The warmth and dampness seeped down his arm, pooling onto the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, the instigator of this mischief slumbered soundly, her mouth curling into a giggle in her dreams. Blue Sky gazed down at the warm little bundle in his arms. Torn between disdain and affection, his spirits dampened by the situation. Surely, this was not intentional? The scene delighted his 6 younger brothers, who reveled in the misfortune with unabashed glee. Blue Sky, the most unkind, exclaimed, "Ha! Instant karma indeed." Blue Jew, the most mischievous, added, "How audacious of you to strike your aunt's behind. Who else would you wed if not her?" Blue He, the seemingly refined rogue, contemplated lending a hand, but ultimately decided against it. "Forget it. Big brother can carry her to the summit. Embrace this retribution from your aunt, dear brother." Blue, ever the cunning one, merely chuckled, refraining from any unwise remarks. After all, offending the eldest brother bore no benefit, and he had no intention of engaging in foolishness. Third brother's phone resided in Blue June's pocket. This shameless fellow discreetly pulled out the device, accessed the trending news, and surreptitiously recorded a snippet. He captioned it, "Family. Who can relate? The little ant has drenched her nephew." Little Wu, inspired by internet celebrities, exhibited a brazen lack of shame. The account had been registered by third brother using eldest brother's ID, specifically for the purpose of chasing viral stories. After posting the video, Little Wu wore a mischievous grin as he hastily returned the phone to third brother's pocket. Eldest brother won't let third brother off easily. Little Wu could never have anticipated that this video would go viral, shared fervently by countless netizens, eventually making its way to Douyin. The tall and handsome nephew, alongside the age and height disparity with his little aunt, struck a chord with viewers, evoking both amusement and affection. But that was a tale for another time. Today, the group toiled their way back to the temple, only to find that unwelcome troubles had come knocking at their door. Chapter 45. Visitors from the Blue family. The brothers had just enjoyed a refreshing open-air bath on the back mountain, their clothes yet to be washed. When visitors from the Blue family arrived, it was the driver and the elderly steward. The venerable Taoist priest, long esteemed for his virtue and reputation, found himself amidst an unsettling situation. At such a critical juncture, the driver's insinuation was rather impolite. With the Blue family in such disarray, "Is it truly appropriate for you to take away their 6 children?" The old butler, wearing a facade of cordiality, interjected, "Please forgive the Taoist priest. The children's parents are gravely ill, and the doctors have indicated that time is of the essence. Kindly persuade the children to return home, for filial piety is paramount." The couple had just returned from abroad, where their condition had worsened. Remaining silent and unperturbed, Xian Chunzi calmly brewed a cup of tea for the two. Brudi, still outside, chimed in, "Such foolish filial piety. Leave." Blue Tian was the first to enter, dressed in a crisp white short-sleeved shirt and black casual trousers, exuding a refreshing demeanor as he smiled politely at the two. Please convey a message. Our mother met a tragic end, and we cannot seek justice. Thus, we shall renounce our ties and pursue a life of asceticism, no longer concerning ourselves with the Blue family's affairs. Blue he followed suit, echoing his older brother's courteous yet pointed remarks. The fate of the Blue family has deeply affected us, and we are sorrowful. Your visit today only serves to rub salt in our wounds. Blue Jew burst into the room, exhibiting a lack of decorum and childlike defiance. Leave. I will no longer acknowledge my father and grandfather. They are dead to me. Blue June hopped in behind him, and upon seeing the old butler and the driver, his emotions spiraled out of control. One is responsible for my mother's death, and the other wishes to harm my elder brother and skin my sixth brother alive. How could such a vile father and grandfather be considered human? Blue Yu, even more tempestuous than his second brother, seized a broom at the entrance and charged in, swinging it in an effort to chase them away. Get out. The Blue family is no longer our concern. We disdain their possessions. They are tainted. We desire not the wrath of retribution. The six brothers entered, each more agitated than the last, leaving the old butler and the driver unable to interject. Blue Yu, however, showed some restraint and did not direct his ire towards the old butler, instead aiming his broom at the younger driver. They were all too aware of the Blue family's sordid past. The driver had an illicit affair with Shuem Asian, which Blue Yu and Blue June had once caught them in the act. Fearing the consequences of their indiscretion, she had threatened the driver with their three older brothers and the youngest brother, ensuring that this secret remained buried until now. The driver, unable to evade the sweeping broom, was struck, spilling his cup of tea over himself as he hastily jumped back. Fourth young master, please do not resort to violence. We are merely here to inform you. Whether you return or not is entirely your decision. The old butler, anxious to avoid confrontation, quickly stood and retreated a few steps towards the door, imploring, young masters, be wary of public opinion. With your grandparents and aunt gone, you have not even attended their funerals. Blood ties remain, no matter the circumstances. Your parents are gravely ill and wish to see you one last time. Calmly placing down his teacup, Xian Chunzi did not intervene in the children's emotional outburst, but interrupted the old butler's plea with serene authority. All things arise and dissolve according to fate. The depth of emotions is beyond our control. Everything exists due to cause and effect. I kindly ask you to leave. Meanwhile, Ifu had just finished bathing Xiao and Ning and was dressing him. Two little ones, hand in hand, entered the door and immediately recognized the old butler of the Blueprint's villa, who had opened the door for them that day. The other man was unfamiliar. Little Ning, upon seeing something delectable in this man, became instantly excited. She wriggled free from her elder brother's grasp and dashed over, wrapping her arms around the man's leg. Looking up at the cherubic face, she sweetly implored, "Uncle, hug me." Such a display of affection was truly disarming. The six nephews, along with their master, felt a collective tension rise. Those of good character pondered in unison. Does this fellow possess significant karmic burdens? Should we intervene? The master stood, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the man's features. From what he could discern, there was an air of greed and lust surrounding him. His overall visage, sunken eyes, sharp cheekbones, a hooked nose, a crooked mouth, and a scowling upper lip spoke of a cruel and unfeeling nature. Initially intending to assess the man's fortune, the master reconsidered after observing his countenance. It seemed likely that this man was destined for a grim fate. Ifu turned to the master, eyes questioning whether he should bestow blessings upon the man. Yet, fortune cannot be granted to just anyone. Some individuals are simply unworthy of it. The master's response was to lower his eyelids and resume his seat. Taking a sip from his teacup, Ifu understood immediately some matters are beyond intervention. He obediently approached the master to refill his tea. Little Ning, still gazing up with her innocent charm, continued her sweet coaxing. "Uncle, hug me." The driver, momentarily taken aback, clearly held no fondness for children, especially not for this quiet little girl. Years ago, he had assisted Shuem Asian in injecting horsefly larvae into Njing's body, binding her limbs to the bed. And Jing was indeed captivating. Even after bearing several children, her beauty remained undiminished. That night, after securing Jing, he had succumbed to temptation before Shui Meizhen ascended to the loft, a moment he could never forget, more tantalizing than his experiences with Shui Meizhen herself. Now, as he looked at the little one by his feet, and Jing's younger sister, he felt a pang of discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, the malevolent presence nearby was stirring the darkest corners of his heart. At that moment, his mind, uncontrollably replaying these thoughts like a film, laid bare all his sins before the sinister figure. The little demon, growing impatient, clung tightly to his leg, her tiny feet perched on his instep, fervently pleading, "Uncle, uncle, hug me, I want a hug." Meanwhile, the master, brother, and 6 elder nephews silently corrected the child's choice of words in their minds. Reckless miscreant, a being steeped in sin. Shouldn't you hasten to appease the little one? The old butler, ever supportive of the child, chuckled, "Driver Zhang, you've struck gold. The children adore you. Quickly, embrace her." Prompted by the butler's suggestion, Driver Zhang recalled his purpose for ascending the mountain. Blueprint High, Bedridden, had promised that if he could coax the 6 children back, he and the old butler would each receive a severance fee of 1 million. The Blue family had now completely crumbled, with numerous illegal activities unveiled, implicating several prominent figures in a web of corruption, leading to imprisonment for bribery. The Blue family conglomerate was seized, all assets confiscated. Yet, Blueprint High still retained some unlaundered money, a cache of cash hidden away, untouched by the investigations. The staff at the Lon family estate has been entirely dismissed, leaving only the elderly butler and the driver. It is indeed a rare opportunity to secure some compensation. The old master's illegitimate children and wild grandchildren have not gained a penny of the family fortune. And even the ancestral home of the Lon family has been sealed off. Lon Too High is merely lingering, counting down the days in a state of despair. He fears dying alone, with no one to see him off or to claim his body after he passes, which is why he remembers his 6 sons. The driver, pulling himself from his thoughts and driven by the prospect of a 100,000 yuan severance package, stiffly lifted the little one into his arms. "Little one, I hear you are the aunt of our 6 young masters. It's a pleasure to meet you. Could you please persuade your nephews to visit their father?" The child, not yet 2, was hardly capable of offering sage advice. This was merely a message for the 6 troublesome boys. Little Anning nestled against her uncle's shoulder, eagerly enjoying a treat, her small mouth obediently responding, "All right." The brothers, now aware of the situation, felt disgusted by the sight of their aunt leaning against the man. Lon D, with a somewhat rough demeanor, snatched the child away. "Eldest brother, don't get too familiar with just anyone. Is he not dirty?" Among the 6 brothers, he was the most hesitant to call her aunt. Having just finished her treat, Anning still craved more and playfully patted the handsome face of her second cousin, chattering away. "Big brother, there's so many games outside. Let's go play." Lon D was unable to comfort her, allowing the eldest brother to continue to poke and prod at his face. "Eldest brother, mind your manners. Don't let it spill on me." The eldest brother understood and quickly shook his head. "Ningning doesn't need to go to the bathroom. Her pants are clean." Ifu, accustomed to dispelling negativity with his habitual sarcasm, had already resigned himself to their future. Lon Tian maintained his polite demeanor, smiling at the 2 and bidding them farewell. "Please return and convey a message to my father. One reaps what one sows. I hope he reflects on his actions and seeks redemption to suffer less." With that, he turned and knelt before his grandfather, bowing 3 times with utmost respect, and continued, "Grandfather, I entrust my brothers to you." The 5 younger brothers were momentarily stunned, dimly realizing what their elder brother intended. He continued, "Our father is without virtue. We cannot follow in his footsteps. Despite his many faults, he is still our father, and in his final moments, he should not face death alone." Grandfather observed the kneeling youth with a serene and gentle expression, not intervening. "I am aware of your abilities. Grandfather, your prophecies have always proven accurate. Whether it is retribution or not, I will fulfill my duty as a son on behalf of my brothers." Grandfather had repeatedly emphasized that none of the 6 brothers should attend any funerals in the Lon family, let alone offer last rites, lest they invite misfortune and calamity. The 5 brothers immediately erupted in protest. Londi dropped their aunt to the ground and, with a swift motion, pulled Lon Tian up. Clenching his fists, he was ready to strike his elder brother. Dare you abandon us? Recently, they had acutely felt the power of their aunt and the series of consequences that were no laughing matter. Grandfather had made it abundantly clear. The Lon family was facing retribution, and acting as filial sons was akin to seeking one's own demise. Lonnie shared the same sentiment. If you are burdened with such heavy thoughts, I shall accompany you. The three younger brothers gathered around, their resolve unwavering. Lon Yu declared, if we are to go, let us go together. Lon Jun added, if we are to perish, let us perish together. Lon Ju, feeling a twinge of fear, stammered, I trust my dear aunt. My dear aunt loves kind words. With her head held high and eyes narrowed in a smile, she immediately enchanted her 6 nephews. Ju and Ning adore Ju. Lon Ju, feeling elated, lifted his aunt and planted several kisses on her cheek, playfully exclaiming, just let me die. I love my dear aunt even more than my brothers combined. At this moment, the others were too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Ifu attempted to dissuade them from returning to the Lon family to pay their last respects, but being mere children, they lacked the weight to do so. He then turned to his master, who, sipping tea, could hardly conceal the affection he held for his 6 disciples. They were virtuous, loyal, and each a gem in his eyes. The steward and the driver, sensing a potential fortune, were abruptly doused with cold water by the old Taoist priest, who offered a perfectly sound solution. Gentlemen, do my identity suffice? I shall represent my disciples in visiting the patient and resolve the karmic ties. The children's grandparent, being a respected elder of their parents, held enough authority to sway the situation. The steward and the driver's faces turned ashen, their attempts to argue stifled by the elder's protective nature over the children. I have calculated, and indeed, the days are few, the old priest continued. For the funeral, I shall assist in performing a rite to ensure the deceased finds peace. The misfortune of the family weighs heavily on the children. Let us spare them further distress. Chapter 46. The disarray of filthy old Taoist's formidable status was overwhelming. Should that couple pass away, their funeral could easily be managed by the children's grandfather. The Lon family had committed grievous wrongs, incurring divine retribution, and the 6 children, deemed unfilial, were sanctioned by the priest. He would take it upon himself to tidy up the mess. The elder's words brought tears to the children's eyes, their gratitude palpable. Lon Tian led the charge, and they all knelt before their grandfather, bowing thrice with utmost respect. The elder accepted their homage, wishing to alleviate the burden on their young hearts. With the conversation reaching this point, the steward and the driver found themselves at a loss for words. Lan Duhai spoke Daisy Sivin, stating that if he did not see his 6 sons, he would not dispense the severance fee. The 2, realizing their efforts had been in vain, felt their faces shift through shades of frustration. The driver, his expression darkening, muttered through clenched teeth, very well then. The steward, though displeased, maintained his decorum. Might I request the Taoist to accompany us? Having served the old master for so many years, I wish to assist in this final matter. Alas, I shall do my best. Exhausted, they climbed the mountain, having only sipped tea before taking their leave. Before departing, Xian Shinzi assigned a task to the children to keep them from mischief at home. I shall be away for several days. Once the corn is harvested, ensure that the grain is collected and dried. This agricultural endeavor was their first encounter, and after a day's toil, the 6 brothers would have completed their tasks had it not been for the untimely departure of their aunt, who wandered down the mountain for 10 days. They became acquainted with the venerable master. Such trivial tasks were entrusted to them. Ifu had accompanied the master for several years, acquiring knowledge of various agricultural duties. A commendable mentor indeed. Little Ning, clutching her baby bottle, was merely a playful distraction. The most concerning aspect was her, this diminutive yet formidable little creature. The old man bent his weary back, smiling as he coaxed her. Oh, little deity, do keep your divine prowess in check. We wouldn't want to dismantle our temple. The little deity nodded her head, responding with innocent agreement. All right. Her elder brothers and 6 larger nephews were quite unsympathetic, promptly dismantling her stage. Litle Ning Ning. Once the master descends from the mountain, shall we blow up Tianji Peak? All right. Little big brother, while the master is away, shall we set the temple ablaze? All right, auntie, once grandfather departs, shall we sneak down the mountain to cause some mischief? All right. The old man could no longer endure their antics. His face darkened as he hastily reprimanded them. Are you all conspiring to revolt? Go and transcribe the Tranquility Sutra 100 times. The 7 rascals instantly deflated. Ah? Little Ning, like a jubilant little shadow, echoed. Ah? The old man carelessly gathered a few changes of clothes and descended the mountain once more, accompanied by the Blue family's driver and the old steward. Throughout the journey, he discreetly observed Driver Jean. Uncertain of his burdens, the driver's brow darkened, and his eyes reflected a troubling pallor. The old man chanted incantations and attempted to alleviate his afflictions, but to no avail. His transgressions were quite severe. Retribution could be imminent. After a steady descent, they boarded the high-speed train, all remaining tranquil. The old man pondered how to broach the subject, wishing to impart some wisdom to him. Perhaps sincere repentance could mitigate his burdens. He contemplated his words for over 2 hours, and upon arrival at their destination, the 3 disembarked, each lost in their own thoughts. Just as they exited the station, the long-awaited retribution arrived. 4 police officers obstructed Driver Zhang's path. Are you Zhang Yuquan? I am. What is it? Last Wednesday and Thursday, at Pengfei Foot Bath, you engaged in solicitation, did you not? Upon hearing this, Zhu and Chunzi understood the nature of the retribution and sighed helplessly before taking the lead to depart. Good and evil ultimately meet their reckoning. Alas, each has their own fate. The old steward hurriedly followed suit, well aware of the driver's proclivities for such indulgences, having been married twice before. Behind them, the man facing retribution desperately attempted to deny the charges. No, you've mistaken me. I would never frequent such establishments. The officer's subsequent statements thoroughly terrified him. We certainly possess ample evidence to apprehend you. The 8th massage therapist is an HIV carrier, and the 23rd foot bath technician is infected with syphilis. Recently, you have been a frequent visitor to these 2 technicians. Their testimonies include your name, which means you're highly likely to have contracted both HIV and syphilis. The man's pants grew warm, and he collapsed to the ground in a faint. Quick! Take me for an examination. I must get checked. Meanwhile, for hours earlier, at Tianji Peak, the mischievous little rascals were diligently copying the Tranquility Sutra, while little Ning wreaked havoc throughout the room. She climbed atop a chair, scaling the coffee table, and with a swift motion, sent the teacup, recently used by the driver, crashing to the floor. With a resounding crash, it shattered into countless pieces. Just as the master departed, mischief ensued. The senior apprentice and 6 eager nephews lamented in unison. Oh, Litlening. This was a tea set meticulously crafted by our ancestral master, an invaluable relic of 2 centuries, irreplaceable and beyond purchase. Typically, the master would handle it with utmost care, forbidding anyone else from cleaning it for fear of breakage. Upon hearing the significance of the teacup, Lan Di felt a shiver of anxiety. Truly, my little elder brother has outdone himself. Lan Ju glanced at the scattered fragments, a tightening sensation gripping him. Oh dear, we are in deep trouble. Lan Jun set aside his pen, cradling his head with both hands. Experiencing a headache for the first time, when the venerable master returns, he will undoubtedly recite the calming mantra 100 times over. Lanya could only sigh. With the master absent, the little ant truly wreaks havoc. Maintaining a semblance of composure, Lan, he continued transcribing the calming mantra. Lan Tian approached, scooping up the little one and playfully tapping her bottom twice. Naughty child, no one is watching over you, are they? The little one, still defiant, pointed at the debris on the ground, her mouth uttering complaints. Messy. Filthy. So much poop. No, no. Chapter 47. A chilly dread, the senior apprentice, and 6 nephews, quick-witted, sensed a problem from the reaction of the usually reserved Ning. This teacup had previously been utilized by the driver, and there was a possibility he harbored a serious, contagious illness. Lan Tian entrusted little Ning to Lan He, the most adept at handling children, instinctively calling for the others in the room. Stay put, be cautious of the sharp shards. He hurried to fetch a broom, meticulously sweeping up the teacup fragments. Tomorrow, you will all stay home to husk corn, no mischief allowed. I will descend the mountain to procure some necessities and return shortly. Essential disposable items, such as cups and utensils, were needed to entertain guests. It was indeed a shame for the venerable master to use such a precious teacup for unfamiliar visitors. The little ones complied with his directives. Londi, feigning discontent, retorted, "If you wish to shirk work, just say so. That little task, I can lead the boys to finish in no time." In truth, he cooperated well with his elder brother, allowing him to depart without worry. Lanzu, like the little ant, found it unbearable to remain on the mountain. "Brother, I want to accompany you. I desire ice cream, which you cannot bring back for me." Lan Tian affectionately ruffled the little one's hair, indulging her. "Very well, you may come with me." Fortunately, the youngest child nestled in Lan He's embrace, oblivious to the conversation. Otherwise, she would have insisted on descending the mountain, which would be difficult to placate. Once Lan Tian had tidied up the shattered teacup, the little ones joined forces to clean the entire house. Little Ning, wielding a small cloth the size of her palm, busily wiped the floor, her little bottom in the air, excitedly repeating newly learned phrases. Oh dear, I've cleaned. Hurry up, or the master will spank me. My head feels so chilly." The latter sentence, inspired by her 6 nephews, echoed through the room. They would hold her and, with a furrowed brow, claim that they felt a chill at the top of their heads. Ning fels chilito. So scared. Hurry and work, the master is coming. Lanju was not one to assist with chores, but rather stirred up mischief, chasing the little ant around the house. "Auntie's little darling is not merely unclean. It has succumbed to filth." Your fierce demeanor lacks any semblance of intimidation. Auntie's little darling is quite adept at discerning commendable words and has automatically filtered this remark, murmuring to oneself, "It must be cleaned thoroughly. It is utterly filthy, and I am on the verge of tears. How frightening." At this juncture, the little one suddenly recalled and shouted, "The west is engulfed in darkness. How dark it is! My crown feels chilly." The senior brother was making his way to the restroom, but upon reaching the threshold, he quickly held back and retreated. I inquired if the 6 of them could exhibit a bit of self-awareness. Must they still require little Ning's reminders? How bothersome! There was no need for them to argue, as little Ning promptly interjected. "So annoying. It's dark again. It terrified me." The elder nephews seemed to attract shadows excessively. Among the 6 siblings, the 2 youngest bore the greatest seniority, and some rivalry was evident, particularly from the adult, Blue Sky. He thrust a rag into Blue's hands, pulled the little Taoist close, and posed the question he had long wished to ask. "Little one, what is your name?" Now that he had become their little master uncle, it was rather awkward not to know his surname or given name. Addressing him as little master uncle felt slightly uncomfortable, and calling him little Taoist seemed too distant. Referring to him as little one felt somewhat impolite. The 5 others turned to look. Indeed, having known each other for so long, they were still unaware of his name. The 7-year-old child. "Henceforth should we call you by your name?" Blue Sky wholeheartedly agreed. Auntie's darling had no choice. Being born into a position of elder status, I cannot address him as little master uncle. He is even younger than I am. Let's simply call each other by our names. Ifu had initially intended to relieve himself, but upon being interrogated, he lost all urge to do so. His name felt comfortable to share with anyone, except for these 6. He began to internally criticize his rebellious parents, who were quite whimsical in their naming choices. Such a name was merely a moniker. The more he stammered and fumbled, the more curious they became. Blue Sky bent down, regarding the little one with a doting gaze, his tone exceedingly gentle. "Then please share your moniker with us." Blue, he suddenly recalled. "I remember you mentioned that you have a rather unique surname, one that approximately only 2,000 people nationwide possess, correct?" This prompted the brothers to remember and grow even more inquisitive. "What surname? Do tell." Ifu glanced at little Ning, feeling annoyed by the questioning. With a determined grit of his teeth, he decided to reveal it. "My name is Ifu." As anticipated, as soon as the words left his lips, he nearly faced a backlash. "What?" Blue Sky choked on his own saliva. His composed demeanor vanished. "Little one, what kind of name is that?" Blue Earth raised a hand to his ear. "Any father?" "Little rascal, Repeat that for me. Blue, he sought another interpretation. Clothes? Blue. Blue June. Blue Jew could not endure this provocation, their teeth grinding audibly. Childhood betrothal? Was it arranged by the Grandmaster? You two are bound by fate. Is that the implication? Do not think we are afraid to confront the Taoist. We're Taoists now too. Blue Jew scooped up Annie's darling, maintaining a significant distance from the little master uncle, feeling exceedingly protective, as if someone had set their sights on his precious one. He is even younger than I am. How dare you refer to yourself as my uncle? I refuse to accept this marriage, regardless of what my Grandmaster has decreed. This is a forced union. Ifu's face flushed, and he clutched his head in distress, realizing that his only solution was to immediately call his parents. Once the call connected, he switched to speaker mode. His father's voice came through, still treating him with the endearing tone of a 3-year-old. My dear son, what's wrong? Do you miss your dad? The brothers recognized that familiar voice. It belonged to the man who had recently visited the temple with their Grandmaster to handle various paperwork and mentioned investing in 2 cable cars for Tianji Peak. Lately, there had been numerous workers in hard hats on the mountain, marking paths and drafting plans before commencing construction. Ifu stiffened his throat and asked a rather embarrassing question into the phone. Dad, could you remind me what my name is? After a few seconds of silence, his father responded seriously. Son, have you encountered something supernatural? Are you feeling unwell? Did you have a little spat with Ningning? Ningning quickly chimed in. Daddy, Ningning is good. Not arguing. Their father delightedly relished the title. Ningning, come back to see your dad in a few days. Oh no, that dad again sent the 6 nephews into a frenzy. Ifu's scalp tingled, and before they could react, he hurriedly explained to his father. Dad, the 6 nephews have misunderstood my name. If you don't clarify that it was you and Mom who chose a silly name, I might be in for a beating. Upon hearing this, his father instantly grasped his son's predicament and couldn't he help but burst into laughter. The boys are right there. Huh, listen to your uncle's defense. The name Ifu indeed sounds similar, but it's not a significant issue. The character, E, means to level, while Fu is the surname of the famous scholar, which is quite distinct. The 6 brothers stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly speechless. It was indeed a rather peculiar surname. Why must the surname be paired with the character? As if to provoke them? After Ifu ended the call, he made a swift escape. On his phone, his father, unable to resist the charm of Ningning's call of dad, had just been splashed with a bucket of foot-soaking water while passing a shop, a rather fitting consequence. Ifu darted into the restroom, and within a minute, he heard his brothers shouting. Ifu, quick! Lanju has fallen into the stinky ditch. What? Ifu, didn't you just help Lanju dispel the bad energy? Little Ning chimed in with her baby voice. Hurry, it's getting dark and cold. Oh no, he had forgotten about that. Lanju's clumsiness had led him to pick up little Ning again. Ifu hastily adjusted his trousers and rushed out, exasperated. Whereas my peachwood sword. If little Ningning doesn't scare you off, I will definitely take action today. Chapter 48. A slice of fortune as night fell. It was likely that the Grandmaster had reached his destination. Lan Tian hesitated for a while before calling the Grandmaster to inquire about his father's health. To assert that the 6 brothers feel no sorrow is a falsehood. The ties of blood can sometimes resemble poison, painful and grinding, affecting only the conscientious. When a call connected, before he could even inquire, he was interrupted by his granduncle. Child, ease your mind and live peacefully with your brothers at the temple. Since you call me granduncle, allow me to handle this matter. With that, the granduncle ended the call. Lan Tian, perceptive and introspective, discerned from his granduncle's words that their father was gravely ill, likely to an unbearable extent. He couldn't help but recall his tragically deceased mother, so innocent in her suffering. Taking deep breaths, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. Subsequently, he moved to the adjacent room to tend to the 2 youngest siblings. They were asleep, their cherubic faces pressed together. The mere thought of the troublesome child's name filled him with discomfort, and forgetting his own grievances, he reached out to lift the one in diapers, wishing to carry him to bed for the night. However, before his hand could touch him, the little one stirred awake, expressing his disdain. I don't want you every day. I want brother Shixiong to hold me. Ningning wants to sleep with Shixiong. Lan Tian was left speechless, fearing to awaken the other child. He softly corrected the wording. You mean you want to sleep with your little senior brother? not just sleep. The phrasing felt oddly off, regardless of how he turned it. Considering they were merely children, he let it slide. If they grew a bit older, it would be inappropriate to share a bed. He tiptoed out and gently closed the door. That night, Tianji Peak underwent a peculiar transformation. In just one night, the mountainside was adorned with blooming hellflowers, an awe-inspiring sight, radiating an eerie and mysterious aura. This spectacle attracted numerous visitors that very day, with many parents bringing their children on summer vacation to hike and explore. The temple buzzed with activity. With the master absent, Yifu, embodying composure, welcomed the worshippers visiting the temple. He adeptly resolved minor issues the visitors encountered, earning a bit of incense money along the way. The master, known for his talismans, exorcisms, divinations, and feng shui consultations, never charged a fee, relying on the generosity of those who sought his aid. This morning, Lan Tian descended the mountain early to procure disposable supplies. Lan Ju, reluctant to rise, was left behind by his older brother. The 6 little cubs, grumbling in displeasure, followed their second brother to the back mountain fields to assist with the agricultural tasks assigned by their granduncle. With an influx of visitors to the mountain, there was a reluctance to let Little and Ning mingle with them, now that the forested area of Tianji Peak was officially managed by their master. He bore the responsibility of overseeing the entire expanse. Should they encounter someone with a heavy burden of sin, and misfortune befell them within the temple or on the mountain, it would lead to complications. Yifu managed the worshippers alone, with Little and Ning strapped securely to Lan Tian's back. This was Lan Erxiao's first experience carrying a child while working the fields, all while tending to his younger brothers. He himself was notoriously unruly. It was utterly absurd. "Brothers, would you like some popcorn?" And Ning, nestled on his back, wiggled her tiny feet joyfully, exclaiming, "I want popcorn, I want popcorn." Lan He diligently husked corn, immediately recognizing that his second brother was leading them astray. "We can rest if we can't continue. Didn't he say we had to finish everything today?" Lan Yu discerned the intentions of his elder brother. "Second brother, do you truly wish to set ablaze the cornfields of our venerable master on this mountainside?" Lan Jun cast a disdainful glance at his brother. "If you dare to proceed with such audacity, I shall commend you as a true man, and you may claim the position of elder brother henceforth." Lan Ju's attention wavered, clutching a freshly harvested ear of corn, his eyes eagerly fixed on the treasure upon his brother's back. What a name that truly befuddles the tongue. Lan Ju spat once more, then corrected himself. "My dear junior uncle holds me in such low regard. Do you think I cannot carry my little aunt's darling? Second brother, if you could just endure for 10 more minutes. Allow me to take over." Upon hearing this, the brothers collectively regarded him with scorn. "Pray tell, have you not yet quenched your thirst from the stagnant waters of the ditch yesterday? Do not be deceived by your little aunt's diminutive size. After a moment of holding her, you will surely be in tears, exclaiming, 'It is so hot, so exhausting.' You, old 6, do you think I remain oblivious to your antics? When big brother returns, you will surely whine, claiming that second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers bullied you." The little ant detected the collective ridicule directed at Juju. "Very well, I shall swiftly assist in your plight. Juju stinks. He fell into the water and made quite the mess." Lan Ju could tolerate the disdain from the initial 4 brothers, but this last remark was intolerable. "Little ant, that was a matter from yesterday afternoon. It has been resolved, and I am quite clean now. If you do not believe me, come and sniff." Before little 6 could approach, Lan Di promptly placed his foot against his stomach, reminding him sternly, How revolting. You're truly a nuisance. My junior uncle is preoccupied attending to the patrons and has no time to ward off your ill humor. Behave yourself and do not provoke the little leader." While he bore the little leader on his back, dispelling any ill fortune, he could not release them. Should he let go and re-engage, he would surely be ensnared once more. At this moment, it felt as though he was bearing the sun upon his back. Overwhelmed by heat and fatigue, yet unable to relinquish the burden, he was nearly cooked to a crisp. The little leader found great comfort in his perch, pointing at the corn, and he would pluck whatever she indicated. "Big brother, there is yet another here. Little leader, could you kindly refrain from addressing me in such a manner?" The little illiterate showed no mercy. "Big brother, there are still 8 more. Landi lamented, a proud campus bully, am undone by the whims of a mere infant. The little leader directed with whimsical abandon, and thus he complied, haphazardly plucking corn here and there, akin to a dog gnawing at its food. Lanju was far more captivated by the charming scent of the little baby than by the corn itself. Little aunt, would you like some water? Yes. Before he could suggest carrying her to drink, third brother, with the flair of a magician, produced a bottle of water from his pocket and placed it in the little ant's hands. Third brother waved dismissively. Six treasure, go play elsewhere. Do not be a hindrance. We have much work to do. This remark ignited a fire within Lanju, instantly invigorating him. Who do you look down upon? I am at least in the second grade of elementary school. How could I not learn to harvest corn? His cheeks flushed, irritated by the prickly corn leaves. Lan, he, ever observant, detected something amiss and promptly reassigned tasks to the two younger ones, little 5 and little 6. You two shall transport the corn we have harvested to the courtyard, but do so in moderation. There is no rush. Very well, third brother. This task shall be undertaken by little 6 and myself. Lanjun incessantly scratched his face and neck, unable to bear the itch any longer, and tugged at Xiaolu as they made their way to the edge of the field. Land, oblivious to the peculiar behavior of Wudi, worked diligently like an ox. Without Lanjun's incessant chatter to disrupt the peace, Xiaoning, cradling a milk bottle, soon dozed off atop the back of his second nephew. Upon noticing the little one had fallen asleep, Lanjun gestured for silence towards Urge. Such a well-behaved sleeper. Urge, be a bit more gentle with your movements. Don't startle the child. Land froze, hastily moderating his actions. He felt utterly exasperated, struggling to peel corn as if defusing a bomb. After a decade of practicing taekwondo, he had never experienced back pain until today. Carrying such a soft little being for an entire morning had left his back nearly unbendable. As dusk fell, the tourists had finally descended the mountain, bringing a welcome tranquility. Lantian returned with an armful of supplies. Watching his wallet grow increasingly flat, he silently bore the burden of his responsibilities. Once Shirye returned, he would take the high-speed train to seek accommodation near the school, primarily to care for Xiaoxi, Xiaowu, and Xiaolu. Lan and Lan were in high school and could reside on campus. If he and his younger brothers could transfer their studies to this district, it would greatly facilitate their education. At the foot of Tianjifeng Mountain lay a bus stop with elementary, middle, and high schools just a few stops away, all three being the finest in the city, emphasizing educational quality while distance from the clamor of the urban sprawl. Near the high school was a university that aligned with his major, which was quite promising. Given his academic performance, transferring schools would be relatively straightforward, although managing the transfer for his 5 underage brothers posed a greater challenge. Without the Lanjia, he lacked the means to assist his brothers in their educational transitions. Moreover, the financial implications of tuition and living expenses for his younger siblings and aunt could not be allowed to burden Shirye, who was already advanced in years. While the eldest brother pondered these financial concerns, Lan, engrossed in his phone, was inadvertently struck by a small pie that had fallen from the sky. His social media followers surged, garnering over 100,000 likes and 60,000 comments. He was momentarily dumbfounded, clicking to see the source, only to be taken aback. What did I post this video? What on earth? Who secretly filmed Annie soaking the eldest brother? It had attracted such a crowd. Chapter 49. Auntie's display and brother-s sale land. Contemplating with his phone in hand, recalled that during those days, he had let Xiaowu and Xiaolu play with his device. Xiaolu was only interested in watching anime and playing puzzle games. It dawned on him. It must have been Xiaowu's doing. After quickly analyzing the situation, he delved into the back-end metrics of the video. To his astonishment, that single short clip had gone viral, earning over 1,000 yuan. For them, this was indeed a divine blessing, a serendipitous windfall. Suppressing his excitement, he gathered his brothers for a clandestine meeting. The agenda was remarkably straightforward, revolving around a single word. Lan beckoned mysteriously with his finger. For heads leaned in closely. He showcased the video and its earnings, inquiring, "What do you think? Let us lighten the burden on our elder brother and earn some money together. This is an endeavor that won't interfere with our studies and could yield some financial gain." Lan seized the phone and examined it closely, nodding in approval. Excellent. Lan, having snatched the device, widened his eyes and fervently nodded. Fantastic. Next was Lan Jun, who gazed at the impressive earnings, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Scarcely able to fathom his unexpected fortune, he enthusiastically nodded. Incredible. Lan Ju, merely a bystander, leapt up to grab the phone, hastily nodding without fully comprehending the situation. Yes. Yes. Ergu snatched the phone back and quickly tucked it away. The four brothers shared a silent agreement, wary of revealing too much to Lu Huzi, lest he disrupt their plans. The five brothers quietly reached a consensus. Let us make money. Lonnie promptly downloaded Douyin and linked it to their Tushio account. As they convened, the little protagonist was nearby, squatting at the door and playing. Suddenly, she jumped up, raising her tiny hands, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Let's make money." Her high-pitched voice startled the brothers, causing them to jump higher than ever. Goodness, little leader, don't babies walk quietly? They exclaimed, startled. What did you come in, little auntie? Sensing their mischievous thoughts, the little one dashed off to find Lan Tian. Even from a distance, she babbled their secret thoughts. Selling, making money, hurry up. Let us make money. The five brothers huddled by the door, alarmed. It's over. Our plan is ruined. With their elder brother's prideful nature, he would never consent to exploiting their little aunt online. Lan Tian, hanging clothes in the yard, heard the commotion and called back without turning. I'm here. Run carefully. Don't fall. The little one excitedly bounded over, hugging his long leg and shouting. Hurry, let us make money. We must make money. Lan Tian, Popeye, quickly finished hanging the freshly washed clothes and scooped up the little one. Before he could inquire, he felt warmth spreading down his arm. Oh no, you've wet yourself again. For the past few days, he had been weaning the little one off diapers, allowing them only at night, and now she wore only thin shorts. The little one, oblivious, finished her business and shivered slightly. Lan Tian looked down at the damp spot on his clothes, his mind blank with disbelief. You. The little one tilted her head and called into the house. Shixiong, come quickly. It's getting dark. I'm scared. Gradually regaining his composure, Lan Tian held the little one at arm's length, frustration boiling within him. Little rascal, have you developed a habit of wetting on me? Did you come over just to shower me with your pee? I just changed my clothes. Goodness. The little one unabashedly nodded in acknowledgement. I peed. Let us make money. This couldn't entirely be blamed on her. She had merely picked up the mischievous intentions from her five uncles. Thus, she felt compelled to assist in their endeavors. Lan Tian, at a loss for words, held the little one, overwhelmed by exasperation. Little rascal, could you perhaps adopt a different approach? This is rather unbecoming. He remained oblivious to the five heads peeking from the doorway of the side room. Two individuals equipped with smartphones captured every one of his frantic movements with utmost clarity. After acquiring the money, the little rascal, with a childish voice, called for reinforcements. It's so dark. Westmonster, help. Come save me. Baby has once again put the big nephew in jeopardy. The big nephew is in trouble. I'm terrified. Ifu was in his bedroom, drying his hair. Upon hearing the commotion in the yard, he cast aside his vanity, abandoned the hairdryer, and rushed out with his hair still damp. Lan Tian, why are you more difficult to manage than your five younger brothers? You're already an adult. Must I remind you, along with Xiao Ningning? You are driving me mad. The boy with flowing hair had a delicate and lovely face, resembling a porcelain doll, and his anger was utterly endearing. Wow, this must be captured. At the side room's entrance, the five mischievous individuals held their breath, discreetly filming. Ifu, fuming, attempted to dispel Lan Tian's anger while reaching for Xiao and Ning's wet pants. In her understanding of acquiring money, she believed that urine should only be directed at Tian, not on her senior brother. No hugs from Westmonster, no. She squirmed down, insisting on walking by herself. I need a wash. Ning wet her pants. It's so dirty, so messy. Lan Tian placed her on the ground, utterly bemused. You little rascal, you are aware of that? Then why aim for me? Reluctant to scold or reprimand her, he hurried to follow her little behind. Ifu quickly kept pace. As Lan Tian glanced back at the boy, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his charming appearance. Long hair flowing with his robe, evoking a sense of mirth. Hey, what name you have? He awkwardly corrected himself. Little Master Uncle, why are you mimicking little girls? Is the long hair for styling and donning a robe like a Taoist priest? Ifu, without a hair tie, maintained a serious demeanor and explained earnestly, what do you mean by having long hair like a Taoist? A true Taoist cultivates sincerity. It is not merely for appearance. This long hair is intended for cancer patients. The 5 companions followed closely, secretly recording, recognizing a promising subject. They listened intently. As Lan Tian led the little rascal towards the bathing room, the boy's words piqued his curiosity. Is it really for cancer patients? Can your hair heal and save lives? Ifu, clearly annoyed by the inquiry, spoke with an undertone of sadness. If only my hair possessed such efficacy. Alas, it can only be made into wigs for those undergoing chemotherapy and losing their hair, hoping to bring them some luck and alleviate their suffering. Lan Tian pauset momentia, grasping the little rascal's hand with his right while gently holding the boy's hand with his left, offering soft reassurance. Little Master Uncle, truly, as a practitioner, you are unfazed by others' opinions, steadfastly keeping your long hair to provide warmth to patients within your means. Many should feel ashamed in comparison. The little Master Uncle was, after all, merely a child, and with this comforting sentiment, his spirits lifted. My parents say the same, but I still wish I could lessen the suffering of cancer patients. My master proclaimed that I am blessed, and I fervently wish that each strand of my hair embodies this fortune, bringing good luck to those in need. He held hands without hesitation, taking small, lively steps, almost skipping with joy. The azure sky painted a gentle and handsome visage, as he patiently entertained 2 little ones on either side. With sincerity, miracles occur. I believe that every hair on my little master's head is infused with love and good fortune. Auntie, I must address you with such respect. Henceforth, you must refrain from any indiscretions, for in just half a month, you shall celebrate your 2nd birthday and must embody the grace of a young lady. It is no wonder that one with 5 younger brothers possesses a remarkable talent for charming children, as both little ones were thoroughly enchanted. One hopped about, completely unbothered by the opinions of others regarding his hair. I plan to have my hair cut next month to fashion a wig, and then I shall continue to let it grow long. One little fellow pranced, utterly indifferent to the fact that his pants were dampened. It was time for a bath and to don a diaper, as Ning Ning cheerfully exclaimed. The azure sky responded on both sides. Well done, you 2 are exemplary. I am in awe of you. The 5 of us captured this heartwarming scene, though the subsequent footage of bathing the gleaming little baby was not recorded. We concluded our work and departed to edit the video. I cannot help but wonder if I've been blessed by my little master's good fortune. The edited video, when shared on social media platforms, garnered immense popularity, startling the 5 of us in our bewilderment. On the first day, without our grandfather, the brothers took care of the children, laboring through a long day of farm work. The azure sky made a round trip, burdened with many items up the mountain. Thoroughly exhausted, each of us was worn out. We lacked the energy even to quarrel. Ifu hosted guests throughout the day and prepared 2 meals. Lacking culinary skills, he managed only to cook the food adequately, though some complained about the meals. Only little Ning seemed to relish everything, providing support to her elder brother. The azure sky watched the little one eat obediently and teasingly asked, "Little boss, how does the dark cuisine taste?" The little boss replied with a sweet voice, "Delicious." Even when asking if poison was palatable, it had to be. Indeed, at dinner, Ifu declared he was done for the day. We all slumped in our chairs, unwilling to cook. The brothers were preoccupied with a singular concern. Oh no, little master, will the little boss go hungry if he doesn't eat? At such a tender age, hunger must be unbearable. Surely, our little aunt will feel the pangs of hunger. The little master sat at the door, cradling the little boss, appearing utterly unperturbed. The ancestral texts state that little Ning can forego grains and instead absorb the negative energies of the world. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, my master has said that if she were to forego grains at such a young age, her physical growth would cease, leaving her a perpetual infant, developing only her spirit and wisdom." Upon hearing this, the brothers felt an uncharacteristic sense of relief. We chose to remain idle, content to lounge around, The azure sky rubbed his sore back after a day of carrying the child and retorted, "Little meatball, it's fine to skip a meal." Blue, he, with a feeble tone, remarked, "As long as Annie is not hungry, I am unconcerned." Blue was too weary to lift a finger, only able to speak. "The plump little ant is rather adorable. How delightful it would be if she remained this size forever." Lon Jun tirelessly transported corn to the courtyard, his feet sore and raw, utterly exhausted. He longed for the days when his little ant was still small, wishing his second brother could carry her. Lan Zhu, having wept from fatigue, still bore a red nose, and with a tone of grievance interjected, "If my little ant decides not to eat from today onward, remaining this small forever, then when I marry and have children, my little ant will be smaller than my own grandchildren." Before the rambunctious sixth brother could finish his words, the elder brothers sprang to their feet, rejuvenated. "Lan Tian et Gleam, bah!" Lon Jun retorted, "You old sixth." Lon Yu added, "Be quiet." Lonnie urged, "Boil some water quickly." Lon Di commanded, "Hurry and prepare formula for the little one." Only Yifu remained calm, urging them to act quickly, regardless of how little Ning Ning looked. He adored her as his own treasure, not merely as his aunt's child. Lon Tian boiled a large pot of water, preparing a full bottle of milk for the little one, seemingly intent on overindulging her. The remaining hot water was divided among the 6 nephews, each preparing 2 packets of instant noodles. The 6 elder nephews and their senior brother unanimously concluded that after purging so many impurities, the little rascal only needed milk and should avoid junk food. Under the cover of secrecy, the 7 of them, after lulling the little rascal to sleep, stealthily indulged in instant noodles. It was Ida Xiao Ye's first experience with such common fare, filling him with inexplicable excitement. After moving out from the Lon family, the 6 brothers had indeed grown accustomed to this humble food. As they gathered around, ready to feast, Ning Ning demanded, "I want 7. Naughtily, the little rascal had shed her clothes, clad only in a diaper, her bare belly and arms exposed, wandering overdrawn by the enticing aroma. The senior brother spilled soup from his bowl in haste, disregarding everything as he quickly tasted the noodles. "Little Ning Ning, you can't eat this," he admonished. Lon Ju turned his back, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and began to blow on the noodles before hastily stuffing them into his mouth. "Little ant, you can only drink milk." The others mimicked his actions, all facing away from the baby, blowing on their noodles and shoving them into their mouths. "Look at that belly full of milk. There's no room for junk food. This isn't for you. Be good and don't cry. We'll soothe you after we finish eating." The baby, frustrated, placed her little hands on her hips, tilting her head to glance around. Drool at the corners of her mouth. Despite her adorable antics, no one was willing to share even a bite with her. "Be good, you're not hungry. Go to sleep." They slurped their noodles loudly, turning in circles to sneak bites without letting her see. The baby, in a fit of desperation, grasped at their fleshy backs, even trying to summon aid. "Daddy, come back." Even pooping can earn praise at this age, and they treat the baby like this, denying her food. If the old man were here, wouldn't he whip them with a stick? "Come, let us beat 8 of them." They were unafraid, believing that distant water cannot extinguish a nearby fire. Lon Ju even taught the baby arithmetic. "Little ant, if we beat 8 and you count as 1, that makes 7. The baby, in a huff, retorted, "Beat 7. In the end, only the senior brother and Lon Ju showed a modicum of compassion, each reserving a small piece of noodle for the baby, just enough to squeeze between her teeth. On that night, aside from the elder brother who was impervious to all, the 6 nephews were either bitten by mosquitoes or plagued by nightmares. It was quite distressing. The following day, after breakfast, the 5 brothers stealthily evaded their eldest sibling and crept into the cornfield. With great excitement, they extracted their phones and, upon opening them, were rendered speechless. The several video clips they had edited the day prior had astonishingly garnered 340,000 followers overnight. Although the back-end revenue had yet to be calculated, they anticipated a substantial sum, as the 5 young men were astonished and planning how to earn a little money for their sustenance. Their extravagant elder brother nonchalantly discarded 8 million. The call from their esteemed grandfather arrived on Lantian's mobile phone. "Child, your father has come into a sum of money." Lantian, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, had his phone propped up on the counter, set to speaker mode. Without waiting for the old man to finish, he calmly interjected, "Grandfather, you need not bother. Just refuse on our behalf. I am well aware that my father's money will not be given to us without strings attached." He forced a bitter smile and candidly stated, "The money in my father's hands is tainted. I will not use it to support my younger brothers. We are capable of supporting ourselves and shall not starve. Though life may be arduous, it will be honest. It is difficult to remain oblivious to the affairs of the Lantian family, as news regarding the Lantian group has been rampant." On the other end of the line, the elder had anticipated that the young rascal would respond in such a manner. "With 8 million at stake, have you considered discussing it with your brothers?" The elder spoke with a gentle smile and a tone as casual as if discussing the breakfast menu. Lantian, upon hearing the figure, displayed no signs of fluctuation. "There is no need for discussion. My brothers and I shall refuse any conditions set by our father. It will be better for that 8 million to be used for some benevolent purpose. Grandfather, I kindly ask you to convey this." The elder sighed with a mix of relief and sentiment, advising, "Watch over the younger ones at home. Do not let them cause trouble." Lantian, now speaking with a tone befitting a child of his age, revealed a discernible reliance. "All right, then do return home soon." The elder said little more before ending the call. This conversation took place in the presence of Lanta Hai and his wife, who were languishing in agony upon their sickbeds. Their child's attitude was enough to dishearten the couple. They were not even remotely interested in the 8 million, let alone the conditions attached. The young rascal truly understood their father, recognizing that there were indeed stipulations for obtaining that money. The couple, having suffered a failed skin graft surgery, were now in a state of decay, their flesh festering and infected, wrapped in white bandages, resembling mummies with only their eyes, nostrils, and mouths visible. Not long ago, driver Zhang had enlisted the help of a Taoist priest to exorcise the couple's afflictions. The master provided them with a means of salvation, declaring that they were tormented by vengeful spirits, and that only by sacrificing the flesh of 6 children through skin graft surgery could they suppress the vengeful ghosts and achieve recovery. Of course, driver Zhang and the master profited handsomely from this arrangement, unbeknownst to the old steward. The couple, now in a half-mad state, continuously claimed that a silent ghost was tormenting them. In their current delusion, they believed that the quiet one had transformed into a vengeful spirit, and that only by sacrificing the flesh of these 6 children could they quell the wrath of the ghost. After Chenzi hung up the phone, he patiently advised once more, "The master you both engaged is nothing but nonsense. If one has a clear conscience, what fear is there of ghosts knocking at the door? Those with ill intentions cannot be saved by anyone. At this juncture, is it not more prudent to consider the future livelihood of your children rather than merely focusing on your own survival? It is indeed a disgrace to fatherhood. 6 rebellious little wretches, born to bring calamity. They have brought ruin upon the Lan family. The Lan clan is doomed. I shall see to it that these little miscreants pay for their deeds." The couple remained obstinately deluded until death, harassing Chenzi with their cries, "You old swindler, bring back my 6 little miscreants. If they return, I will give them money. You charlatan, have you sold my 6 sons? Hand me my phone to call the police." Chenzi had done all he could to advise them, sighed deeply, and turned to exit the hospital room, continuing to watch over the children until he could conclude this unfortunate fate. He calculated that their days were numbered. Their time was up within 3 days. The medical staff had done their utmost. The nurse, her face devoid of expression, entered the room and administered a sedative to each of the agitated individuals, hoping to calm them temporarily. Chapter 51. Ferocious beast. The sight of the hellish flowers blanketing the mountains was truly magnificent. Today, it attracted a throng of hikers eager to revel in the scenery. Ifu stood outside the temple, gazing down the mountain. The winding path was teeming with climbers. Unbeknownst to them, they had stepped into the territory of malevolent spirits. Ifu felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck and sent a text message to his master. "Master, the hellish flowers are in full bloom, and there are many visitors." His master, using an old mobile phone that could only make calls and send texts, replied promptly, "Take care of the little divine being's emotions. Rest assured, master. Without further ado, Lan Tian brought over a harness, assuming this heavy responsibility. Ifu inwardly lamented the detestable name he had been given. Little Shirshu, come. Today, I shall carry our little ancestor, while you continue to entertain the pilgrims. Fear not the little ancestor's malevolence. Rather, be wary of those who may perish on the mountain. Indeed, there are those burdened with significant karmic debts. The little ancestor gazed longingly down the mountain, a droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth, and excitedly exclaimed, Tian Tian, Cici, Yin Yin, the smoke is coming. It's going to be great. The baby is going to cause calamity again. One calamity for 8. The nephew and senior brother felt a jolt of alarm in their hearts, hurriedly soothing the child. No, little ancestor, you are mistaken. That is not food. You just had your fill of milk. Little Ning Ning. Every year on the 15th day of the lunar 7th month, which is your birthday, retribution will automatically descend without you lifting a finger. It is said that on this day, the gates of the underworld swing wide, marking the day of the year with the heaviest malevolent energy. In just half a month, it will be the birthday of the little calamity god. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, corresponding to August 30th in the Gregorian calendar, Ifu recalled his master's word from a few days prior. Feeling a pang of sorrow, his master had said that little Ning could never celebrate a birthday, as no one could afford to honor such an occasion. Mere mortals could scarcely avoid it, and even he, blessed with fortune, could not celebrate for little Ning. He had wished to buy a cake for little Ning, but his master had firmly declined. Ifu exhaled slowly, suppressing the sorrow that welled within him, and tenderly handed Xiao and Ning to Lan Tian. So, you shall carry Xiao Ning Ning today, he said, gazing up at the tall figure of Lan Tian, filled with envy and jealousy. If Xiao Ning Ning calls for me, just let Lan Ju know, and I will hug her and comfort her. He feared that Xiao Ning Ning might become accustomed to the company of these fellows and grow distant from him, her senior brother. Lan Tian, perceptive to his minor jealousy, playfully tapped his head, stifling a laugh as he teased, Little master uncle, consuming 3 large bowls of vinegar a day. Might that hinder your cultivation? Ifu, his face stiffened, refrained from responding, adopting a posture befitting his status as a senior disciple. Reluctantly, he summoned his fortune and secured Xiao Ning Ning onto Lan Tian's back. He could not resist a few words of admonition, seeking to assert his presence. Xiao Ning Ning, if you miss your senior brother, just call out, and I shall embrace you as soon as I'm free. Xiao Ning Ning, perched on her large cousin's back, attempted to grasp his ears, her little hands unable to reach. She responded sweetly, Okay. What do you mean, okay? Is it not good that I carry you? Lan Tian replied, heading towards the back mountain, gently patting her bottom and chuckling. Today, wearing a diaper, let us see if you still manage to wet me. The little one, unperturbed, continued her chatter. Every day, let us earn money, lots of money. Lan Tian had yet to comprehend the meaning of her words. Since the arrival of this little ant, he had unwittingly found himself smiling more often. All right, my little rascal is teasing me. I must devise a way to earn money to support our little troublemaker. The 5 companions had slipped away after breakfast, and Lan Tian assumed they were simply exhausted from the previous day's labor with the children, reluctant to engage again. Unbeknownst to him, they had been secretly filming various moments. Their account, boasting hundreds of thousands of followers, had been affectionately dubbed by Lan He's Adventures with My Little Ant. A myriad of young ladies became enamored with Lan Tian's striking looks and long legs. Their adorably goofy little ant and her senior disciple captivated numerous parents as well. The previous day, Lan Ju had worked so hard that he had ended up in tears, captured on video by the 5th brother. Under the blazing sun, the 6th child, drenched in sweat while hauling corn into the yard, lamented loudly, Grandpa is too old. My aunt is too young, and my junior uncle isn't even bigger than me. All my brothers are bullies. Why is my life so hard? It feels like this family would fall apart without me. Boo-hoo. To the unknowing observer, one might think that he, at such a tender age, bore the weight of the household. How pitiful. Surprisingly, this comical display gained immense popularity online, leaving many in the comments section in stitches. One uncle commented, The little rascal's body is screaming that he doesn't want to work, yet he is brimming with energy. How does this darling manage that? Upon seeing this embarrassing video, Lanju cried out in frustration, yet upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that he could still earn some money to support his little aunt. Londi, bare-chested and carrying the child while laboring in the fields, was secretly filmed by Lanhe. Wow, this sight left a multitude of young ladies in a swoon. The comment section was overwhelmed with admiration. I'm in love with this brother. Wow, such a remarkable physique at such a young age. Whose sunlit, handsome young master is this? He clearly doesn't look like a country boy. Indeed, regardless of their stature, the earnest demeanor of men engaged in diligent labor is undeniably captivating. Witnessing the Bao guiding Xiao Bao in their earnest endeavors is utterly enchanting. As Lan Di perused the data, he discovered he had unwittingly been photographed, nearly losing his temper with his younger brothers. Casting a glance at the comment section, young Master Lan Air found himself rather pleased. Grinding his teeth, he clenched his fists and declared, "This shall not happen again." His younger brothers nodded vigorously in agreement. Lanhe responded, very well, it shall not happen again." Lanyu added, "I assure you, this is the only instance." Lanjun remarked, "Second brother, your meager physique pales in comparison to that of elder brother." Lanju concurred, "Indeed, let's promote elder brother instead." His comments surpassed those of second brother by over 200. Landi, ever astute, remained unaffected by their provocations, his fists audibly cracking as he cast a menacing glare. Should anyone dare to photograph him again, they would face dire consequences. The younger brothers verbally acquiesced, their minds racing with schemes. Perhaps they could create a secondary account unbeknownst to second brother. For the time being, Lan He, Lan Yu, and Lan Jun, those three despicable souls, staunchly guarded their integrity, employing various tactics to thwart any attempts at being photographed. Today, they had only harvested a modest amount of corn, following the teachings of their junior master. The six brothers chopped down the corn stalks, stacking them in large heaps along the field's edge. Little Ning rested on her elder nephew's back, alternating between playful moments and slumber, thankfully avoiding any tantrums. Groups of tourists ascended the mountain, entering the temple to pay their respects and quench their thirst. Taking a moment to rest, Yi Fu, composed and diligent, attended to each visitor with unwavering patience, cautioning them about the dangers lurking in the rear mountain, where ferocious beasts resided. "Please be mindful of your safety. Those who trespass do so at their own risk," he warned. Yet, in his heart, he silently contested. Little Ning Ning is no ferocious beast. She is a revered being beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Harbor goodwill and refrain from malevolence. The narrow path leading to the rear mountain was cordoned off by a bamboo fence. Today, a conspicuous sign hung on the gate, boldly stating, "Beware of wild beasts. No entry." Perhaps it was the power of these 8 words that deterred visitors, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over them. Parents called to their children, and no one dared to venture inside. Meanwhile, the so-called ferocious yet adorable creature lay atop her elder nephew's back, sneezing daintily, producing bubbles of mucus. Her elder nephew, smiling with mild disdain, carefully offered a tissue to wipe her nose. I am at a loss. How can this little rascal be so unkind to me?" With both urine and mucus to contend with, the little mischief maker pointed at the sneaky individuals, diligently attempting to inform, "Every day, Big Brother is making money, and Fishy is making money too." Her elder nephew, having never indulged in frivolous online antics, could not comprehend her words. His infuriatingly gentle nature had been captured on film. Lan Di, without any edits, promptly uploaded online. Within an hour, the comment section was inundated with messages from enamored young ladies. "This young gentleman is far too gentle. He will undoubtedly be a wonderful father. Don't hold me back. I wish to be the future daughter-in-law. Let's have a brood of beautiful offspring." The 5 sneaky fellows balanced their agricultural toil with brotherly camaraderie. Lanju, unable to endure much labor, sought refuge in the shade, opting for a moment of respite. He took Senji's phone and secretly checked the data on Douyin and Tushio. Unintentionally, he clicked on an exceedingly terrifying trending news article, which immediately exacerbated his psychological distress. Chapter 52. A gruesome death. Lu Zai sat under the shade of a tree, engrossed in his phone, when suddenly he flung it away and screamed in terror. Brother! A ghost! There's a ghost! His 5 older brothers were startled by his scream, abandoning their tasks and rushing towards him. What is wrong, Lu Bao? What ghost? What happened, Xiao Lu? Were you bitten by a snake? Is it a poisonous insect? Xiao and Ning joined in with her sweet voice, absolutely not afraid. Be good, Woof. Lan Di was the first to reach Lu Zai, roughly examining him. Where does it hurt? Did something bite you? Lu Zai's face turned pale, trembling all over, as he pointed shakily at Sanji's phone on the ground, stuttering. There's a ghost. It's not Mom. It's that mother-s ghost. Lonnie hurried over, picking up the phone. What ghost? What did you see? Lan Tian, carrying Xiao and Ning on his back, along with the other 2 brothers, approached a moment later. Lu Zai shrank into Ji's embrace, too frightened to look at the phone again. Lan He, puzzled, unlocked the screen. The interface displayed a horrifying image, a brownish red, severely decayed face of a woman. The extent of decay unmistakable even beneath pixelation. This was a news report from an official account of a tertiary hospital, revealing a rare and perplexing case that had astonished numerous experts. The patient had been struck by lightning, resulting in wounds that refused to heal, with extensive skin infections leading to layers of decay, maggots infesting the flesh, and an unbearable stench. The suffering was immense, and the state of death was gruesome to behold. The photo of the deceased had only the terrifying face pixelated. The neck and arms displayed rotting skin, revealing layers of white maggots. Lan Jun clutched Sanji's hand, leaning in for a closer look, and shared the same reaction as Lan Ju. His face drained of color. Trembling in fear, he exclaimed, It's her, Mother. This is how she has decayed. Xiao Wu dared only a glance before turning away in horror. The 4 older brothers could hardly recognize it as Xuem Meijin, seeing only a face so disfigured. Xiao and Ning, perched on Lan Tian's back, craned her neck to see the phone, chattering away. Bad person, hey, bad person. Don't hit Jun Jun. Ning Ning wants to see just a little bit. The little one only wanted to sneak a peek at the phone, not to snatch it away. Lan He, unwilling to let the youngest see, turned off the screen and tucked the phone into his pocket. Be good, little one. Don't look. The phone isn't nice. At that moment, Lan Tian's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was from Grandpa Sure. He quickly answered. Grandpa, he said. The old man never wasted time with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Child, your nominal mother passed away last night at 10. Upon hearing this, the 4 brothers began to believe Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu's words. The old man spoke with a calm demeanor and then delivered the news. Just now. Your father has also passed away. For a brief moment, the air seemed to freeze. The 6 brothers bowed their heads, engulfed in an indescribable emotion. They would no longer have a father, which was indeed poignant. Yet, this father had never shown them a semblance of paternal love, rendering the sorrow less acute, merely melancholic. There was neither love nor hatred, no resentment nor longing, just a sense of mutual liberation. On the other end of the phone, the elder's voice was steady and gentle, offering them solace. Both were gravely ill, burdened by inner demons. Their passing can be seen as a form of relief. There is no need for the children to grieve. Even until death, the couple had continued to murmur about dealing with the vengeful spirit of Njing, threatening to skin their 6 children alive, to operate to survive. Lan Tian took a deep breath under the blue sky, quickly suppressing his emotions, and with a tone full of regret said, Elder, let us keep the funeral simple. I apologize for the trouble. The old man refrained from unnecessary words, offering the same advice he would give to his own children. Keep an eye on the younger ones at home. Don't let them cause any trouble. Lan Tian felt a sting in his eyes and softly replied, Understood. This sentiment was comforting, reminiscent of a grandfather's gentle reminders. The other 5 siblings also had red-rimmed eyes. Lan Di awkwardly turned away to resume his work. Born into a wealthy family, this was one of the rare instances they felt the care of an elder, yet it was a normal interaction for an ordinary family. After hanging up, Lan Tian collected his emotions and, appearing nonchalant, rallied the younger ones. All right, Lu Bao, stop playing with your phone. Sit here and don't run around. Drink some water. Look at how sweaty you are. Wu Bao, you two, stop working. Sit here and cool off with some water. As the eldest brother spoke, the 14-year-old Lon, he awkwardly raised both hands in surrender. Come on, big brother. I'm only 4 years younger than you. I don't need your reminders. I won't let Xiao Lu play with my phone anymore. The eldest brother pressed his lips together and turned to address the 12-year-old Si Bao. This fellow reacted even more dramatically and bolted away. Got it, big brother. I'll keep working. Xiao and Ning raised her small hands, babbling work, work. Ning Ning wants to work. Lan Tian then called over the smallest one, pulling a small bottle from his pocket and placing it in her tiny hands. All right, you can work too. Finish this bottle of water. Xiao and Ning embraced the bottle and immediately began her task. The brothers momentarily failed to notice anything amiss with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. These two under 12 children perceived the decayed face differently than their brothers. For them, the mosaic of horror was all too clear. The nominal mother, with her cold, glaring eyes and the terrifying visage riddled with maggots, lingered in their minds, impossible to forget. That night, the two little ones fell ill. Chapter 53. Encountering the unclean, they had entertained visitors all day. Several guests wished to stay overnight at the temple, offering several hundred yuan for lodging to witness the sunrise the following morning. Yifu declined, citing a lack of available rooms. By evening, after bidding farewell to the last few guests, the temple returned to its tranquil state. The brothers were utterly exhausted. The harvest was complete, and the straw was neatly stacked at the edge of the field, the land tidied up efficiently. The efficiency with which they worked belied their former status as pampered scions of a prestigious family. Upon venturing to the back mountain, Yifu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he observed their labor in the fields. Lan Tian and Lan Di took turns carrying the children throughout the day, both equally weary and sore. As they entered the house, each collapsed onto a bamboo reclining chair, utterly drained of energy. Lan He and Lan Yu bore several blisters on their hands, yet remained silent, sinking into their chairs with little inclination to converse. The least engaged, Lan Jun and Lan Ju, appeared particularly unwell. Their pale faces suggested they were more fatigued than their 4 elder brothers. With the sun barely set, they had yet to wash and promptly retired to bed. Meanwhile, Yifu was in the kitchen preparing dinner with little Ning. She sat at the stove's entrance, a small box at her feet containing boiled peanuts. Her elder brother intentionally refrained from assisting her in shelling, allowing her to struggle with the task, passing the time. As she gnawed, her tiny hands became sticky with saliva, and after considerable effort, she managed to extract a single peanut, only to find it crumbled into bits that were hardly enough to fill her own small gaps between teeth. Yet she insisted on offering some to her brother. Her brother, not much taller than the stove, had to stand on a stool to stir the dishes. And Ning tiptoed, one hand grasping his robe while the other held the meager peanut fragments, her attempts to feed him proving quite the challenge. He clumsily maneuvered the spatula, bending down to receive the saliva-laden bits with no hint of disdain, praising her efforts. Thank you, little Ning Ning. You're truly capable. Go ahead and eat. We shall have our meal soon. Once she fed her brother, little Ning Ning obediently returned to her small stool, laboriously gnawing at the peanut shells. Meanwhile, a small black ball of fluff darted around the kitchen atop a white fluff ball, creating chaos without pause. Her brother hastily prepared 3 dishes, stir-fried green peppers with cured meat, greens, and shredded potatoes. Just as the 3rd dish was about to be finished, they heard Lan Yu frantically calling from the yard. Yifu, Lan Jun and Lan Ju are unwell and need to go to the hospital. Take care of Annie at home, don't wait for us. And go to bed early after dinner. Yifu set aside the spatula and, taking little and Ning in his arms, rushed outside. What has happened to Lan Jun and Lan Ju? How could they suddenly fall ill? Had they suffered from heat stroke? And Ning, straining to keep up with her brother's pace, chimed in with her small voice. Bad people are bullying Jun and Juju. Her brother, though not interpreting the words of the little ones too deeply, absorbed the gravity of her statement. Bad people? Little Ning Ning, are you referring to malevolent spirits? Have unclean entities targeted Lan Jun and Lan Ju? Little Ning Ning, only partially grasping the concept of such entities, nodded earnestly. There are bad spirits. They scared Jun and Juju. I'm so scared. Ifu was nearly certain that their sudden illness was due to an encounter with malevolent forces. He scooped up little Ning and hastily called out to his brothers. Wait. Lan Jun and Lan Ju have been afflicted by evil spirits, and I have a remedy. Return quickly. By now night had fallen. Lan Tian Kavip Lan Jun, Wai Lan Zibo Lan Zu. And Lan He and Lan Yu each held a flashlight as they hurried down the mountain. Upon hearing their younger uncle's words, the brothers quickly turned back. The azure sky was filled with urgency as Lan Tian recounted the situation. Little Master Uncle, Lan Jun has suddenly fallen ill with severe vomiting and diarrhea. I am unsure if it is due to something he ingested or perhaps poisoning. Lan Di hastily interjected with another little one's condition. Lan Ju has unexpectedly developed a fever. His consciousness is clouded, and his eyes are rolling back. Upon hearing the symptoms, Ifu swiftly retreated indoors, placing Xiao and Ning on a small stool. Xiao, Ning, be a good child and play for a while, he instructed. Xiao, Ning, obediente, replied, olriget. Ifu hurried to the study to fetch a brush, cinnabar, and talisman paper, directing those behind him, placed the two of them on the bamboo recliner at the entrance. By the time he returned with the necessary items, Lan Jun and Lan Ju were already settled on the recliner. Lan Ju's eyes were open yet somewhat dazed, while Lan Jun occasionally heaved in retching, having emptied his stomach. The four elder brothers encircled the recliner, their brows furrowed with worry. How could they have been perfectly fine just hours ago, only to be struck down so suddenly? Lan He, in a state of distress, recalled that something had seemed off with them since the afternoon. On their way back from the back mountain, Lan Ju had languidly sought the comfort of his second brother's arms, only to be playfully reprimanded. Now, the second brother felt a pang of guilt, having rushed to carry Xiao Lu just moments ago. Lan Jun, on his return journey, had also appeared weary, clinging to his third brother's arm, claiming that he had been dazed by the sun and felt a bit dizzy. Ifu furrowed his brow, examining the two with a heart full of uncertainty. It was inconceivable for there to be malevolent spirits at Tianji Peak. The malevolent entities had been banished, and this was the domain of Xiao and Ning. What spirit would dare approach? He dipped the brush into the cinnabar, swiftly inscribing a talisman while inquiring, have they been in the back mountain fields the entire time? Have they ventured anywhere else? Did they come into contact with any pilgrims? The four brothers affirmed with certainty that they had remained in the back mountain fields, where they had sought shade beneath a pine tree, quenching their thirst and enjoying some snacks, without any interaction with pilgrims. They had not even embraced their aunt, thus ruling out any influence from her. This was indeed not a consequence of Xiao and Ning's influence. Ifu sensed the presence of something unclean. How peculiar that such a presence would exist at Tianji Peak. Impossible. If there were any foul entities, they would have been purified by Xiao and Ning long before they could cause harm. This reminder sparked a sudden realization in Lan He. He retrieved his phone, accessed the headlines, and quickly scrolled through his browsing history. Little Master Uncle, please take a look. Did they see the image of the deceased in this headline? Lan Tian and Lan Di suddenly recalled the matter as well. The deceased was Xue Meizhen. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu had been startled upon seeing the image. Ifu, upon viewing the picture, felt a jolt of fear. The death was both tragic and sinister. Children under 12 possess insufficient yang energy, and folklore suggests that they are more susceptible to attracting malevolent spirits. Ifu averted his gaze, steadying his mind. Indeed, therein lay the crux of the issue. Their nominal mother, with a heart as cold as ice and deeply rooted malice, likely harbored thoughts of harming them until her last breath. Following his master's teachings, Ifu poured a bowl of clear water, recited incantations while forming hand seals, and held the talisman in his right hand. With a sudden flare, the talisman paper ignited spontaneously. He then dissolved the ashes of the burnt talisman into the clear water. The brothers were momentarily stunned by the prowess of their junior master, holding their breath in awe. Once he had concluded his practice, the junior master calmly instructed, quickly, feed this bowl of water to the two of them. With great haste, Lan Tian took the bowl, while Lan He and Lan Di supported the heads of the two little ones. Junior Master, will this be effective? Should we consult Grandmaster? Slightly displeased by the doubt cast upon his abilities, the Junior Master retorted, I have been cultivating for 4 years. Surely I can handle this trivial matter without troubling my master? His words served as a reassurance, alleviating the tension among the four. Lan Tian began to feed the talisman-infused water to Lan Jun and Lan Ju, generously giving face to the 7-year-olds, praising, "The junior master is truly capable." However, during this brief moment, they overlooked a mischievous little one. The child, having slipped into the study due to her elder brother's forgetfulness in closing the door, seized a handful of blank paper and scampered off to play. Squatting in the courtyard, she clumsily grasped 2 sheets, imitating her brother's actions, babbling incoherently to herself, unaware of the content of her ramblings. Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, the paper in her tiny hands ignited. This thrilled the child to no end, as she giggled and twirled around, flaunting the burning paper. "Oh, der, ning kasfide. Shi Xiong has fire. Every day, big brother has none. I want to cook." At this moment, Lan Jun and Lan Ju, having finished their talisman water, were beginning to recover. Upon hearing the commotion from the courtyard, the others turned to look and were instantly horrified. The little one was playing with fire. The blank paper, devoid of any talisman or incantation, was casually ignited one after another in her hands, a process so smooth and effortless. In the courtyard, the patrons had helped peel corn, leaving piles of dry corn husks, highly flammable material. If ignited, the consequences would be dire. "Oh no, it's already caught fire." With a startled gasp, Lan Tian threw down the empty bowl and dashed outside. "Little ancestor, you cannot play with fire." With a loud crash, Lan Di knocked over a nearby stool. "Big brother, this is dangerous." A collision echoed as Lan He bumped into him. They barely avoided tripping over the fallen stool. "Litle ning ning. You must not play with talismans like this." Lan Jun and Lan Ju, still recovering, were once again startled. They tumbled off their bamboo recliners, scrambling to rush outside to extinguish the flames. "Auntie, the temple is going to burn down. Auntie, Grandmaster will spank us when he returns." Chapter 54. A promising future. The little one almost set the temple ablaze while playing with fire. The dry corn husks in the courtyard had just ignited when her elder brother and 6 cousins rushed in, shouting as they stamped out the flames with fervor, extinguishing the fire on the spot. As the only adult present, Lan Tian's mischievous instincts kicked in. He scooped up the little one and playfully smacked her bottom twice. Lighter than brushing off dust, an unnecessary gesture. "You little rascal," becoming more mischievous by the day. "If this mount were to catch fire, not even the fire brigade could save us, let alone the Dragon King." The mischievous child lay on his shoulder, feeling wronged, her little mouth pouting, and her eyes reddened. This was entirely unrelated to the 2 slaps. It was simply because she witnessed her own spark being extinguished, prompting her to cry for their attention. Fire desired to play. Oh, how it longed to play. Yi Fu, irritated, dispersed the ominous energy surrounding the azure sky and reached out to take the child. His ire was directed at the wide expanse above. "Do not strike little Ning without reason. She is on a smaller scale, your aunt, and on a grander scale, deserving of respect." Lan He glanced at his aunt's sulky expression and mistakenly thought she had been hurt by his elder brother, thus chiding, at such a tender age. Unable to control her bladder, why must you frighten her? Truly, Lan Yu and the ailing Lan Jun Lan Ju gathered around to console the child. "Do not cry, dear aunt. We shan't pay heed to your nephew. The temple is unharmed. All is well. Auntie, my dear, starting tomorrow, you shall wear 2 layers of diapers. A spanking won't hurt at all." Lan Tian remarked, such a small child, either running away from home or playing with fire to set the temple ablaze. What normal adult wouldn't be rattled by such antics? He would indeed like to hit her, but his heart wouldn't allow it. He was far more wrong than Dote herself. Lan Di reached out to take the child, but his words were hardly coherent. "Little boss, what is the big deal about burning a temple? Next time, we shall pull off something grand." Yi Fu, still fuming, assisted Lan Di in dispersing the ominous energy. Little Ning, deprived of her fiery plaything, felt a wave of tears approaching as they left her in disarray. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of something unusual. She pointed her small finger towards the kitchen, alerting her senior brother. "The potatoes are smoking." Her senior brother abruptly remembered the shredded potatoes still cooking in the pot. Turning around, he beheld the kitchen enveloped in smoke, resembling a chaotic alchemical scene. Lan Tian dashed towards the kitchen, exclaiming, "This is bad." Lan Di nearly tossed the child he had just taken into his arms, exclaiming, "What on earth? Has the alchemical furnace been kicked by the Monkey King?" Lan He's face paled. "The kitchen is about to explode." Lan Yu was nearly in tears. "Little master uncle, what are you doing?" Ifu hurriedly explained, "The food is burning." Goodness! Having just extinguished the fire in the courtyard, they now rushed towards the kitchen in a frenzy. Flames had already erupted in the pot, but thankfully they noticed it in time. Cough, cough, cough. Lan Tian was the first to rush in, eyes watering from the smoke. He seized the pot lid, firmly covering the pot to cut off the oxygen supply, swiftly extinguishing the flames within. In the stove, several chunks of tree stumps were still ablaze, prompting Lan He to hastily retrieve them with the fire tongs and douse them with water. This time, they had genuinely come perilously close to incinerating the temple. The brothers scrambled to tidy up the kitchen in a flurry. Ifu wished to salvage some dignity, but they all shook their heads in unison, letting out heavy sighs. The two recently rescued from misfortune also shook their heads and sighed at him. Little Ning, nestled in Lan Di's embrace, mimicked their gestures, hugging her little arms and shaking her head, releasing a rather adorable sigh. Oh. Ifu followed behind, weakly defending himself. "I am not this unreliable. This is my first time." The six companions, without turning back, disdainfully uttered a singular sound. "Oh." Little Ning, resting on Lan Di's shoulder, echoed, "Oh." 2 dishes remained from dinner. Indeed, little master uncle possesses considerable skill. Lan Jun and Lan Ju, now brimming with vitality, had fully recovered and devoured 2 large bowls of rice. After dinner, Lan He logged into the backhand to check the data. In just a few short days, they unexpectedly earned over 10,000 yuan online. Lan Jun was startled, entangled by unseemly entities, as if the heavens had delivered a subtle warning. The 5 brothers unanimously relinquished the notion of becoming internet beggars, recognizing that this was not a path to prosperity. That night, they slept relatively soundly. The following morning, a multitude of workers ascended from the foot of the mountain, over 100 of them, bearing various materials to commence the construction of a cable car. A large red warning sign stood at the mountain's base: "No entry. Climbing prohibited during construction." Ifu proceeded to accommodate the workers, clearing out 2 rooms to store essential equipment. He still hesitated to let Xiao and Ning interact with these men, as they were workers summoned by their father, and any mishap could result in considerable financial loss. With no agricultural tasks at hand, the 6 nephews found themselves with leisure time, taking turns to carry Xiao and Ning to explore the rear mountain. During these days spent caring for the child, the 6 brothers discovered even more wondrous and formidable aspects of their little niece. For instance, while carrying her through the woods, branches would instinctively part at a distance, avoiding her cherubic face as if they were reluctant to draw near. In another instance, Lan Ju, while carrying his little aunt, slipped by the reservoir and fell into the water with a splash. They initially feared this would terrify her, but to their surprise, it merely drenched Lan Ju while she remained completely dry, laughing and eager to repeat the experience. No matter how many times they played, only Lan Ju faced the consequences, while Xiao and Ning remained untouched. The 6 brothers grew increasingly in awe of her, realizing, as their elder had said, that no harm could befall their little aunt. All things malevolent seemed to yield before her, an undeniably formidable presence. 3 days swiftly passed. They wondered if the elder had completed the funeral arrangements. With merely 10 days until school resumed, Lan Tian felt anxious to return and find housing, to settle his younger brothers. Just as he was preoccupied with these thoughts, a call from the elder arrived, bringing with it an immense surprise. "Child, hurry down the mountain. Fu's father awaits at the foot. He will assist you in establishing connections and handling the paperwork to facilitate your school transfer, making future visits to Tianji Peak more convenient." Before Lan Tian could fully absorb this astonishing news, the elder continued, "Moreover, regarding your 5 brothers' household registrations, given your family's current circumstances, you are now the only adult. Their registrations can be transferred to your name or mine. I shall handle the adoption formalities." The elder truly regarded them as his own grandchildren, making decisions without consultation. Gazing up at the azure sky, a hue filled with promise, Lan Tian's smile broadened, overwhelmed with excitement. He too considered the elder as a beloved grandfather and without hesitation made his decision. Thank you, grandfather. Let's transfer them all to your name. Chapter 55. The self-contained array. As Lan Tian prepared to descend the mountain to handle the transfer paperwork, he felt an undeniable concern for the little ones. Lan Di, like a wild beast, galloped swiftly with Xiao and Ning perched upon his shoulders. Hold on tight, little one, his younger brothers shouted as they chased after them. Lan Di, you reckless scoundrel, put down that little ant. Lan Zhu et Gulim. Second brother, Annie's little one does not play like this. Lan Jun exclaimed. Second brother, stop. Today, it is my turn to hold the little eldest. Xiao Anning, with tiny hands grasping Lan Di's ears, joined in the fray with wild abandon. Little brother, run, run. They are coming. How terrifying. Help. Yi Fu, wielding a peachwood sword, trailed behind, tirelessly summoning good fortune to protect this reckless group. Frustrated and frantic, he bellowed. Put down Xiao Anning. I truly intend to chop you all today. The little white dumpling, irate, floated to Lan Di's side and extended its minuscule legs, attempting to trip the insufferable intruder. However, Lan Di's leg remained unmoved. The little black dumpling, equally exhilarated, reached out with its tiny claws to snag Lan Di's right leg. Though Lan Di's fur remained undisturbed, the black was undeniably dark. Xiao Anning tilted her head to peer at the ground, utterly speechless. The little white and black dumplings engaged in a playful tussle, alternating between left and right, eliciting reactions from Lan Di, dispelling and accumulating misfortune. Grasping the little eldest's short legs, Lan Di curiously inquired, Little eldest, why does my crown feel like it's pulsating? It's quite the sensation. Please do not relieve yourself on my shoulder. The little eldest pointed at the two small dumplings at his feet, wishing to enlighten him. The little kittens were disobedient, all 8 of them. Unfortunately, the second nephew could neither see nor comprehend, and he was too busy to notice. Little hair, leg hair, I am a man. It is normal to have leg hair. Behind him, several rascals were closing in. Lan Di, carrying the little eldest, cleverly darted into a thicket. Lan He, eager to join the chaos, was seized by Lan Tian. As the eldest, he found himself in quite the predicament, having to offer a few sensible instructions to this relatively reliable companion. I am off to handle our transfer procedures. Keep an eye on them. Do not let them play too wildly, and remember, under no circumstances allow Yi Fu O. That name, Lan He grimaced upon hearing it, and quickly corrected himself. Little Master Uncle, Little Master Uncle. Lan Tian slapped himself in the face, correcting his words. Under no circumstances allow Little Master Uncle back into the kitchen to cook. That is equally untrustworthy. Lan He wanted to suggest he would cook instead. The eldest brother did not even trust him, continuing to advise, if you are hungry at noon, nibble on some fruit or snacks. If I'm not back by evening, boil some water and prepare instant noodles. When boiling water, you must stay close. The old master on the back mountain had planted numerous fruit trees, and during this season, there were an abundance of fruits, many of which had fallen to the ground. Lan He set aside his playful thoughts and solemnly replied, Understood. You go on. I am more dependable than second brother, so rest assured. The third brother was indeed more reliable than the second. At this moment, the second brother had fled with Auntie and disappeared without a trace. Today, at the foot of the mountain, workers continued transporting materials, a climb that took 3 to 4 hours. The descent was swift, taking only an hour. At the halfway point, Lan Tian encountered a strikingly beautiful woman, backpack in tow, ascending the mountain. With a ponytail and a cap, dressed in a light beige sun-protective sports suit. She wore minimal makeup, yet exuded an undeniable charm. Initially assuming she was a tourist, Lan Tian was taken aback when she looked up, smiled warmly, and called out his name. You are Lan Tian, aren't you? The young lad is indeed quite handsome. The old Taoist, having lived a solitary life, now finds himself surrounded by a thriving family, blessed with a group of obedient disciples. Lan Tian, filled with uncertainty, pondered how to greet her. Should he address her as aunt or sister? She appeared to be in her 20s. The woman, noticing his confusion, introduced herself. I am Yi Fu's mother. You may call me aunt. If we adhere to the hierarchy of your Taoist temple, then you would have to call me grandmother. Ha! Upon hearing her identity, Lan Tian felt a wave of embarrassment. It was hard to believe she was the mother of a 7-year-old, let alone someone who had borne 2 children. So, you are the mother of my junior uncle, he said, scratching his head and smiling politely. You seem so youthful. I almost called you sister, but fortunately, I did not commit such an impropriety. The titles of aunt and grandmother felt too daunting to utter. Fu Wanmin, with her carefree disposition, became even more amiable upon receiving the compliment. Go ahead. My son's father is waiting for you at the entrance. Lan Tian, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply. Thank you for the trouble you've taken for me and my uncle. The titles felt rather challenging to articulate. Referring to his junior uncle's father as uncle also seemed inappropriate. Fu Wanmin gazed at the tall, handsome lad with growing fondness. No need for formality. It's quite simple to transfer your studies here. Just the day before yesterday, I informed the local primary, middle, and high schools, as well as the university. You only need to transfer your student records. She waved her hand and continued her ascent up the mountain. I will keep an eye on the little ones for the next few days. You can rest assured while you handle the transfer of your household registration. All right, thank you. Lan Tian expressed his gratitude, feeling overwhelmed, and continued to offer thanks repeatedly. From a moment he severed ties with the Lan family. He had braced himself for hardship. To his surprise, he faced no adversity at all and found himself welcomed into a new family, surrounded by kind souls. After bidding farewell, he descended the mountain with a light heart. Fu Wanmin, using both hands and feet, climbed the mountain, and by the time she reached the top, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Workers were busy bringing materials and tools into the yard. The children were not in the house. They had gone to play in the orchard behind the mountain. Fu Wanmin dropped her backpack in the hall, removed her sun-protective clothing, and headed to the kitchen. In a bamboo basket by the stove lay a pile of empty, instant noodle wrappers, clearly the midday meal for the little ones. She quickly washed her hands and began preparing a proper meal. The children were at an age where they needed nourishing food, and such fare would not suffice. Meanwhile, little Ning, who had been coaxed into playing in the orchard, suddenly sensed the presence of someone she adored. Ignoring everyone else, she dashed toward the Taoist temple, exclaiming, Mommy's here. I want a hug. Her words startled her 5 cousins. Aunt, didn't Grandma pass away? Is Grandma's spirit here? Should we go and see her? Only Yi Fu recognized the voice and hurried to catch up. Litle Ning Ning, wait. The workers are still at the temple. Let's return after they finish their tasks. Uncharacteristically, little Ning Ning disregarded her elder brother's coaxing, her short legs moving swiftly as though she were about to fall, yet she managed to keep her balance. Mommy, hope Ning Ning. Ning Ning is being good. No crying, no wetting my pants. The little kitten does not cry. It remains dry and obedient. All obstacles on the road appear ethereal, automatically parting to grant passage to the little deity, only to swiftly revert to their original state. Even the muddy pits dare not cause a disturbance, as if the space itself contorts to avoid those tiny feet, then returns to normal. The little mischief maker wishes to evade pursuit. This fleeting thought merely flickers in his mind. Behind him, his senior brother and 5 nephews find themselves blocked by an invisible wall of air, exhausted yet unable to catch up, despite their swift running. Seeing this, Yi Fu hastily produces several talismans, aligning his right hand's index and middle fingers, chanting an incantation. He hurls the talismans toward the invisible barrier. Upon impact, the talismans explode into ashes, clearly creating a wave of air. With his surge, Yi Fu swiftly passes through the intangible wall. He strides forward to catch up with little Ning, embracing her and soothingly saying, Little Ning Ning, let us play hide and seek for another 10 minutes before we go find my mother, shall we? He dares not overstep, mentioning his mother for fear she might be overwhelmed. Fortunately, his master foresaw this, ensuring Yi Fu always carried talismans capable of breaking the formation. Last time, little Ning vanished in the blink of an eye, causing his master to realize that once Ning entertained the thought of escaping, a formation would automatically manifest, rendering pursuit impossible. The 5 brothers failed to breach the invisible wall, Despite the short distance of merely a few meters, they could not traverse it. Ifu's abilities do not compare to those of his master. For now, he can only extricate himself from the formation. They continue to run within the formation, their noise unbearable. Ifu, little master uncle, little aunt, wait for us. What is happening? Why does the path seem to stretch endlessly? No, we are moving forward. Little auntie, how can you run so fast? Wait for me. Little Ning, having been coaxed by her senior brother, claps her tiny hands joyfully, wiggling her little bottom. All right, let us play hide and seek while mommy cooks. With this single phrase, the formation shatters. The 5 frantically running figures stumble as the ground beneath them falters. Collapsing into a heap, Londi suffers the worst, pinned beneath the others, taking a hearty bite of grass. Damn it, little boss. You've cursed me again. The little boss covers his face, adamantly refusing to acknowledge it. Come on, big brother, it's not that bad, not that cold. Chapter 56. The lovely grandma of the group exhausts their wits, playfully entertaining Little and Ning for another hour in the orchard. Ifu first returns to the temple to confirm that the workers have descended the mountain. Only then does he call for them to take Little and Ning back. Fu Wanmin has prepared a delightful spread, warmly inviting the little ones. Little darlings, wash your hands. Dinner is ready. The 5 brothers secretly wipe their brows, realizing that the mother referred to by their little aunt is not their deceased grandmother, but rather the mother of their little master uncle. This revelation brings an awkwardness to their introductions, mirroring their elder brother's reaction, as they are uncertain how to address Fu Wanmin properly. Only Little Ning remains exuberant, spreading her tiny arms and fluttering over, her sweet voice calling out, "Mommy, mommy, hug. Ah, Ning Ning darling." So well behaved. Fu, with a heavy heart, summoned his fortune to protect his mother. Little Ning sweetly called out, "Mom, what brings you here? No one can manage little one at home, right?" The maids merely indulge that little tyrant, and the housekeeper is even worse, constantly carrying the little meatball around the house despite his already troubled back. Fu Wanmin rolled her eyes, unapologetically exposing her flaws, as if I could manage your brother just by being at home. He cries 800 times a day. You should come home and take care of him. Ifu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, casting a sidelong glance at his 5 brothers, fearing his mother would continue her tirade. Once, old Master Lon held the prestigious 4th position on the Asian rich list. The brothers, disillusioned with the deceitful life of the wealthy, held no interest in the figures on the list and had never taken the time to learn about the number 1 couple. Yiping Zhou, Londi, with hands tucked into his pockets, stifled his discomfort and offered a polite but perfunctory greeting. Hello? Before Fu Wanmin could respond, he swiftly retreated to the kitchen to wash his hands. Lan He, Lan Yu, and Lan Jun found themselves at a loss for words, mirroring their second brother's demeanor. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. They greeted in quick succession before making their hasty exit. Lan Ju, clutching his little head, felt a knot of nerves and whispered, "Isn't this the mother of my little master? She seems far too young, like a big sister." He refrained from voicing it and quickly darted away. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he remembered that it was impolite not to greet her. He hurriedly turned back, exclaiming, "You look lovely. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, children." Fu Wanmin, chuckling as she lifted Little and Ning into her arms, noticed the boy's embarrassment and stifled her laughter. "Ning Ning, you and your elder brother are of different generations. Now, I've upgraded to the status of a grandmother." Little Ning, with her soft hands wrapped around her mother's neck, nestled comfortably against her. "Mommy, I want you to feed me," she whimpered. "Mommy is so fond of you," Fu Wanmin cooed, patting her little bottom and kissing her cherubic face. "All right, Mommy will feed you." Ifu followed closely behind, his brow furrowed with concern. With a weak voice, he reminded her, "Mother, you really lack self-awareness. You're not fit to be Little Ning's mother. My bit of fortune is hardly enough for you and Dad to create." Rebellious as ever, his mother paid no heed. "Ning Ning, would you like to sleep with Mommy tonight?" She pouted, resembling a petulant child herself. "Your elder brother stopped sleeping with me when he was just a year old. Tonight, I'll make sure to interact with him. He is only 7, yet he acts like an 80-year-old. How unreasonable." Little Ning, delighted, began to float with joy, understanding much more than before and articulating her thoughts with increasing clarity. Mommy, Ning Ning will sleep, and so will the little cat. Fu, filled with trepidation, followed her into the dining room, having lost the strength to remind her further. He could only hope that the master-in-law and Tian would conclude their affairs soon and return, allowing his mother to head home early. Today, his mother had brought a plethora of ingredients up the mountain and prepared a lavish feast. Ever since the master had descended, they and T had a proper meal in days. The mischievous boys swiftly devoured the spread, engaging in a clean plate endeavor. As Blue Jew indulged in his meal, he unabashedly lavished compliments. Beautiful grandma, your culinary skills are simply exceptional. Just like my name, absolutely remarkable. The beautiful grandmother, with a mental age no more than 3.5, was easily flattered and instantly felt elated. Ha ha, as long as my darling enjoys it. Once the cable car is complete, Grandma will frequently come to the mountain to play and prepare delicious food for you all. Blue Jew stuffed his mouth eagerly, mumbling, "Thank you, beautiful Grandma. This braised beef is truly a delicacy of the world. So delicious." The 6 little tigers each called out for beautiful Grandma, leaving several older brothers feeling quite embarrassed. Blue D playfully tapped him on the head with his chopsticks. "Be quiet and eat your food." Little Ning nestled in her mother's embrace, the most well-behaved of all, fearing that Ju might snatch her mother away. She pretended to assert authority as she tidied up. Ju, be quiet and eat your food," which amused their mother. Oh dear, this little mouth. 20 pounds of Ning Ning was filled with 80 pounds of adorableness. While cute, her charm was overwhelming. After a hearty meal, Ning Ning transformed into a clingy little monster. Their mother went to the kitchen to wash dishes. The little monster, clutching her toy, scampered excitedly behind her. Mama, my sweet little one, once I finish washing, I will hold you." Their mother then headed to the restroom. The little monster, holding her baby bottle, stood guard at the door, knocking with her tiny hands. Mama, just a moment. I will be done shortly." Their mother went to the back mountain to gather fruits. The little monster, with eager feet, hurried after her, fearful of losing sight of her mother. Mama, her little mouth never ceased to chatter. With one hand carrying a bamboo basket and the other cradling her clingy little monster, their mother gently urged, "Sweetie, slow down. Mama isn't going anywhere." She devoted a few days to caring for the little ones. Throughout that afternoon, Fu did nothing but silently follow behind, channeling good fortune to protect their mother. He willingly shared their mother's love with little Ning, not wanting to disrupt her attachment. Their mother noticed his intentions. The mother and son harmonized beautifully, each in their own way, showering affection upon the precious little monster. The 5 other children were completely forgotten by their aunt, feeling restless after merely an afternoon without her attention. Blue D ran off to swim in the back mountains reservoir. Blue June, and Blue Jew also wished to join, but were kept at home by Blue He to finish their homework. Blue Jew pouted, clearly reluctant. "We are all transferring schools. We shouldn't have to complete the assignments given by our previous school, right?" The summer homework had been entirely untouched. Every holiday, these 3 little ones would scramble to finish their assignments in the last few days. Blue June also lacked motivation, standing there arguing with his 3rd brother. Indeed, each school assigns different homework. Even if we do it, it would be pointless, a waste of effort. Having just graduated from elementary school, Blue was set to enter middle school next semester. Initially, there was no homework, yet their eldest brother assigned several sets of worksheets. He was even more disinclined, puffing out air through his 8 nostrils. "Much of the homework assigned by our elder brother is material I have yet to learn. I refuse to do it." The typically gentle and amiable 3rd academic prodigy wore a serious expression, arms crossed, blocking the doorway to the study. When it came to education, there was no room for negotiation. "If you don't understand, I will teach you. Stop dawdling. You all must complete it immediately." With an air of reluctance, they slowly rummaged through their backpacks, extracting their books and pens with a languorous pace, as if they were being dragged against their will. Lan Ju, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "Third brother, why do you keep staring at us? Why don't you keep an eye on second brother instead? He hasn't done his homework either." The 2 companions joined in the ruckus, echoing, "Exactly. Why don't you manage second brother? When has he ever completed his assignments?" Lan He, ever amiable, smiled and proposed. All right, I won't bother you. Let me pose a few questions. Whoever answers correctly can go play. If you can't before he could finish. The three of them hastily pulled out their homework and began to work diligently. The third brother found himself left with no choice but to oversee the trio. The second brother was notorious for being uncontrollable. He was infamous at school. Even the principal found him a headache. This notorious character never completed his homework, yet he consistently ranked first in his grade. To add insult to injury, he excelled in both academics and sports, participating in various competitions and earning numerous accolades for the school, leaving the teachers and principal with a mix of affection and exasperation for him. However, today, the second brother encountered a formidable opponent. Fu Wanmin had gathered a basket of fruits and, cradling little Ning, headed to the water basin to wash them. From a distance, she spotted the mischievous boy playing in the water, boldly swimming close to the waterfall's edge. What if he fell over? Fu Wanmin's heart raced, and her legs trembled with anxiety. She glanced at her precious little one in her arms and suddenly had an idea. She quickly turned to her son, Fu Bao. Are you absolutely certain that nothing in this world can harm Ning Ning, including the waterfall? Upon hearing this, Ifu immediately understood his mother's intentions and confidently nodded. Absolutely. There is nothing in this world that can harm little Ning Ning. He internally added, all things would flee from any malevolent spirits, except for you and Dad, who boldly claim to be those spirits. With his affirmation, Fu Wanmin thrust the fruit basket into her son's hands and marched towards the mischief maker with little Ning Ning in her arms. The boy had stripped down to his underwear, swimming like a fish. Fu Wanmin casually picked up a small stick and handed it to her little treasure. Pointing at the boy in the water, her teeth clenched as she commanded, Ning Ning, go catch him and give his bottom a good thrashing. How dare he swim in such a dangerous place, scaring me to death. As summer vacation commenced, nearly every school distributed pamphlets warning against drowning, repeatedly stressing the issue's seriousness. Without parental supervision, those rascals could not be left unchecked. They needed a lesson. My darling, muster all your strength and give him a good beating. Little Ning Ning immediately perked up, waving the stick enthusiastically. Hit big brother. Hit his bottom. Her mother was quite fierce. After confirming that absolutely nothing could harm her precious one, she lifted her child and threw him towards the water with all her might. Darling, unleash your fierce spirit, go. As little Ning splashed into the water, Ifu summoned his good fortune to protect Lan Di. The ensuing miraculous scene left his mother dumbfounded on the shore. Although she had thrown her child towards the water, there remained a considerable distance between him and the mischievous boy. After plunging into the water, the little one sprang out of the surface the very next moment, right beside that mischievous boy. Even more astonishingly, neither her hair nor her clothes were damp. She floated effortlessly, her tiny feet seemingly treading upon solid ground. Her mother, wide-eyed and agape, pointed at the water's surface, exclaiming in utter disbelief, Goodness, my child, you didn't tell me that Ning Ning is a waterproof doll. Is this the legendary art of walking on water? The little one is truly remarkable. Instantly transformed into a devoted fan, her mother clasped her hands over her mouth, leaping with excitement and exclaiming, Oh my heavens! Ning Ning, you are incredible. Truly a fierce little spirit. Ha ha ha. So formidable and yet so adorable. Oh, how I adore you. Mother, esteemed matriarch of the wealthy, could you please be mindful of your stature? You appear as a giddy teenager. Ning Ning, buoyed by her mother's praise, floated on the water's surface, her short legs dashing after her cousin swimming nearby. Hit him! Hit him! Her mother, embodying an excited young girl, jumped on the shore, directing her commands. Well done. Give him a good thrashing. He is so disobedient. Ning Ning sensed her mother's genuine concern. It wasn't merely playful hitting, but a fear that her elder cousin might drown or tumble down the waterfall. She raised her little stick with a semblance of authority, swinging it towards her cousin while exclaiming, Big brother, you're naughty. Not listening. I'll smack your stinky bottom. Ning Ning wants to scare you. Hit you. Cry for help. Her childish expressions fell short, leaving her mother and cousin puzzled. However, the elder brother, understanding Ning Ning's plight, grasped her intent. She meant to transform into a formidable villain, a fearsome presence that would make one cry for mercy. Before he could comprehend the unfolding situation, he felt two sharp taps on his back and head. While they didn't inflict pain, they struck at his pride. Momentarily dazed, he realized he was left with merely his shorts, which felt rather undignified. Little boss, hurry to the shore. I'll swim for a bit and then return to the temple. Fu Wanmin, hands on her hips and wearing a warm smile, uttered words that were equally endearing. Ning Ning, give him a good whack. He still hasn't recognized his misdeeds. With the old Taoist absent, it seems no one is here to supervise. How dare you play in the water without regard for your safety? Fu stood beside his mother, arms crossed, calmly observing the spectacle. The more anxious the mother became, the more obedient Ning Ning proved. She lifted her little stick again, continuing to strike her cousin, her mouth chattering. You haven't learned your lesson yet. The old man isn't home, and there's no one to manage you. How dare you play in the water? Help! Help! One moved as if treading on solid ground, while the other glided through the water with agility. No matter how swiftly one swam, they could not compete with the one floating above. With a couple of firm taps, the little stick struck her cousin's head once more. I'll hit you for being disobedient. Such a naughty boy. Water is fun. Fu and the mother chimed in. Oh dear, how has she voiced her true feelings? The cousin, feeling stubborn, suddenly dove into the water, attempting to shake off the little shadow trailing him. Little boss, I'll hit you too. You better come ashore, and I'll put on my clothes right away. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was ensnared within the intricate enchantment of a young master, no matter how desperately he swam. Escape from the grasp of the little sorcerer was futile. The younger brother, devoid of clothing, was a source of ridicule, and the ensuing blows were merciless. Each strike upon his exposed head emerged as a mere nuisance, inflicting minimal pain, yet laden with profound humiliation. On the shore, one watched in amusement while the other egged on the spectacle. Well done, my darling Ning Ning. Splendid work. Disobedience warrants punishment. What do the teachers say? Is it permissible to frolic in the water during summer vacation? Such a lack of safety awareness. Strike. Hit harder. Londi felt his temper simmering, itching to retort. Yet he stifled his response with the last remnants of composure, turning to Fu. Little master uncle, you lack the authority over your mother. Perhaps you should manage this little one instead. The impish child had him chasing so fervently that his dignity was in tatters. Fu perched himself upon a nearby rock, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and uttered in a leisurely manner, Little Ning Ning, be a dear and give him 5 more rounds, and then we shall return. Londi was utterly ignited, seething with rage. Fu, bah, little master uncle, do not presume upon your youth and seniority as a high school student. I find it beneath me to engage with children. Quickly, shoo this little one away. Just as his words settled, another 2 strikes landed upon his head. The little rascal indignantly retorted, be quiet and drink your water. Disobedience is intolerable. This retort delighted the mother and son on the shore. Ha ha! Oh, how splendidly he scolded. Little Ning Ning, your ability to draw parallels is remarkable. This was evidently a reflection of a previous encounter at the dining table, where Londi had been admonished to be quiet and eat your meal. Frustrated, Londi maneuvered beneath the water, circling behind the mischievous child, only to spring forth from the depths, intent on capturing him in a hug. However, as soon as he surfaced, he was met with another barrage of blows. Unable to ascertain the child's precise location, he found himself perpetually within range of the tiny sticks, each strike sending him tumbling like a whack-a-mole. Little Ning was thoroughly enjoying herself, stomping her tiny feet and laughing heartily. The furious second nephew quickly found himself overwhelmed, his resistance waning as he lay back upon the water's surface, drifting and stubbornly enduring the playful strikes, for it was merely his pride that was wounded. The mother and son on the shore could no longer bear to watch and began to coax the little darling. Ning Ning, Enoch, no more hitting. Tell your second nephew to put on his clothes. His behavior is quite unbecoming. Little Ning Ning, come up. It's too shocking to behold. We must leave quickly. If he dares to return for another swim, we shall continue the punishment. Reluctant to part with her playful sticks, Ning Ning clearly had not yet satiated her fun. Fortunately, she was easily persuaded. She prattled her way towards the shore, her chatter ceaseless. Big brother is bear. How ugly. I won't play with him. I'll play with mommy and the fish. As the enchantment dissipated, the water returned to its tranquil state. Influenced by her mother's sentiments, the child felt a twinge of fear for her older brother, worried he might fall and hurt himself. As this thought crossed her mind, an invisible barrier materialized at the edge of the waterfall, ensuring no one would plunge over the edge. At last, the young master managed to reach the shore. Londi secretly exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly submerged his body beneath the water once more. He wore a sullen expression, staring at the clothes on the stone, waiting for others to leave before he donned them. Fu Wanmin, with a joyful demeanor, picked up little Anning and planted a kiss on her cherubic face. "You're wonderful, darling," she said, her smile warm and gentle, then called out to the mischievous boy in the water, "Be good. Hurry back to put on your clothes." Lon D sensed the concern, yet felt stifled, as if he were being treated like a mere child. Reluctantly, he responded, still unconvinced. Fu Wanmin took a few steps with Anning in her arms before turning back. "You naughty boy, I'll watch you get out and dress. That stone is covered in moss and quite slippery. It would be disastrous if you fell." Londi's face contorted with displeasure, his awkwardness palpable. "It's fine. You can go back first." Fu Wanmin, still smiling, sat down on the stone, determined to stand her ground. "I'm not in a hurry. You come up and put on your clothes. Do you need Grandma to help you get dressed?" "No need." The rebellious boy found himself thoroughly outmatched by his rebellious grandmother today. Ifu, feeling a bit overwhelmed, set down the fruit basket and took Anning into his arms. "Mom, Ning Ning and I are heading back now." His mother waved her hand dismissively. "All right, you two little treasures can go back first. I'll deal with this stubborn big treasure." The rebellious grandmother's words felt like they were grinding Lon Xiao's face into the dirt. With a stiffened expression and a defiant neck, Lon Di hurried to the shore to change, muttering through clenched teeth, "I'm 16. Meanwhile, having returned earlier, little Ning Ning sensed something amiss, fussing about wanting to go down the mountain, and no one could calm her. Chapter 58, Collective Alarm, I Need to Go There. I want wine. Ning Ning is busy, so busy. Ifu held on tightly, while little Anning squirmed, pointing towards the courtyard gate, eager to descend the mountain. "Ning Ning, calm down. Tell your senior brother if something has happened." Despite her struggle to express herself, the little darling was still determined. 8 bad people want to bring Dad back. Hearing the commotion, several nephews in the study finally found an excuse to escape their homework. Lan Ju, who had long lost interest in his assignments, was the first to dash out the door. "Oh yeah, Annie baby, come let me hug you. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, the crows will bomb Grandpa's vegetable garden again, and we'll have no vegetables to eat." Lan Jun followed closely, equally excited. "Annie, where do you want to play? Let me carry you." Lonnie slapped the half-finished paper on his Sangu's chest and slipped away. What is the homework from Big Brother even worth? Cheering up Annie is the priority, right? Sangu. Ha. Lonnie opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words, following suit to entertain their formidable goddess of mischief. What is wrong with Annie? Is she missing Grandpa? Ifu struggled to hold little Anning with one arm while fumbling for his phone in his pocket with the other. "Ning Ning, be good. I'll call Master right away to see if something has happened. Just hang on." He dared not let the precious child slip from his embrace. Fearing she might dash off into some formidable magic formation he had never seen before. "Everyone stay back. Little Anning is acting strangely. Keep your distance." Ifu urgently warned his 4 brothers to halt their approach. He dared not let them embrace him. At that moment, the little demon's emotions were tumultuous, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Clumsily lifting his long robe, he finally managed to retrieve his phone from his pocket. One call was placed. A system prompt echoed in his ear. The other party was powered off. A sudden jolt of unease coursed through Ifu's heart. This situation was decidedly amiss. His master's old mobile boasted an exceptionally resilient battery, and he would never allow it to run out of power. Lan He, Lan Yu, Lan Jun, and Lan Ju halted in their tracks, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 steps, their tension palpable. What was wrong with the little master? Was master unable to be reached? Little master, don't you possess the ability to calculate? Hurry and divine the situation. Little Ning was in a frenzy, tilting her little head back and struggling with her tiny hands and feet, resembling a frantic octopus. I want to go there. Ning Ning van Storun. Not to be held. Run quickly. The slender frame of the senior brother was hardly capable of containing the wriggling octopus child. The phone was knocked from her grasp, landing on the ground. Hey, be careful. Lan He's words trailed off, and before he could lend a hand, the little master had lost her grip, and the octopus child tumbled to the ground. The movements were too swift to comprehend. It seemed as though her petite form did not even touch the ground, for she was already upright, steady on her feet. Ifu's complexion paled. This was dire. There was no time to react. He felt as though the air had distorted momentarily, and suddenly every mind present went blank. Even the senior brother succumbed to this phenomenon. A collective haze enveloped them. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In a matter of seconds, as clarity returned, the little demon had vanished without a trace. Ifu rubbed his aching head, sensing he had lost something of great significance. What has transpired? Did any of you feel as though we had forgotten something? As he posed this question, he abruptly raised his gaze to the four brothers before him, a plethora of inquiries bubbling to the surface. Lan He, Lan Yu, Lan Jun, Lan Ju, how'd I know you for? No, I also recognize Lan Tian and Lan Di. This is highly peculiar. Why do these 6 individuals appear in my mind as if I have always known them? The four brothers stared back at him, equally perplexed. Why do we know you? Just then, Fu Wanmin and Lan Di returned. Fu Wanmin was still kindly soothing the rebellious little one, saying, All right, I understand you are a 16-year-old young adult. Please forgive me. Adults sometimes have an excessive instinct to protect. Lan Di wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. The mere act of not retorting was already a sign of filial piety from the second young Master Lan. As the two entered the courtyard, they found the small ones staring blankly at each other, their eyes wide, engaged in an unsettling dialogue. Lonnie bent down to scrutinize Ifu, pinching his cheek and wearing a puzzled expression. Ifu, why do I feel such aversion to your name? Lan Yu joined in, also pinching Ifu's cheek, sharing the same bewilderment. I too find this name exceedingly distasteful. Why would one choose such a name? Little master, what were your parents thinking? Lan Jun squatted on the ground, gazing up at Ifu, utterly confounded. We have our venerable master, and you are our junior uncle. But who is our master? Shouldn't we have a master? Lan Ju found this perplexing and sat down on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, deep in thought. How could someone younger than me be our uncle? This is utterly shocking. I need to calm down. Hearing these bizarre words, Fu Wanmin and Lan Di were bewildered for a moment, sensing that something was amiss. Where's our dear Ning Ning? And the little leader? Upon this inquiry, all 5 of them looked puzzled and asked in unison, Who is Ning Ning? And who is the little leader? The fruit basket in Fu Wanmin's hands fell to the ground with a crash, fresh fruits rolling everywhere. Ning Ning, where are you? Are you playing hide and seek? Come here for a hug for mommy. She dashed into the house. The rebellious Lan Di, too, was flustered and hurried inside. Little leader, come out. I will play with you. Don't mess around. The 5 youngsters in the courtyard stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Go is Ning Ning. Who is the little leader? Fu Wanmin and Lan Di had no time for idle chatter. They searched the entire house, but found no sign of the child. They both rushed towards the courtyard gate, nearly frantic. Ning Ning, where did you run off to? Come back. Mommy has delicious food for you. Lan Di, in his impatience, did not even bother to change his slippers and ran down the mountain. The 5 little ones had completely lost their memories and were utterly clueless about what was happening. Lan Jun and Lan Ju, unfazed, picked up the fallen fruits and continued their discussion. As for the mother of our junior uncle, I feel awkward calling her grandmother. Only you old 6 dare to say anything. Lan Ju retorted, Are you deaf? Are you blind? I clearly added the word beautiful. If necessary, I can add 2 more words and call her the young and beautiful grandmother. Lan He, Lan Yu, and Ifu followed them out of the courtyard, incessantly questioning. Is Ning Ning our Taoist temples? Are the little leader and Ning Ning the same person? What kind of titles are these? Has the master taken on new disciples? How come I didn't know about this? Was it a recent addition? Ifu could not recall anything clearly, feeling inexplicably distressed, as if his heart ached. Furrowing his small brows, he grasped his mother's hand and kept asking, Mom, did you abduct someone's daughter and bring her up the mountain? And then lose her? Huh. This was undoubtedly something Fu Wanmin would do, as she had long dreamt of giving him and Xiao a younger sister named Yimin. Fu Wanmin was on the verge of panic, quickly searching for phone numbers. Son, don't frighten Mommy. How could you suddenly forget Xiao and Ning? You drew her yourself. Her words startled him. Huh? You and your master have searched for so many years for a Ning, and finally found her. Her portrait is still hanging in your bedroom. It was evidently the power of the mischievous child that had caused the boys to lose their memories. The more Fu Wanmin thought about it, the more anxious she became. What exactly happened just now? The phone connected. Hello, Mom. It was the head of the security department at the Yi family. Fu Wanmin dared not delay for even a second and hurriedly commanded, My son S. Xiao and Ning is missing. Gather everyone immediately and help search. Quick! The young boy felt dizzy and, upon his mother's urging, hurried to his bedroom. A portrait? My little Anning? How strange, I do not recall. Lan He and Lan Yu followed him into his room. Anning? Sharing a surname with Mother Jing? This name evokes a sense of warmth. However, the so-called portrait hanging on the wall appeared to them as nothing more than a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 59. The Master's life in a filthy and dimly lit basement. An elderly man was bound to a pillar as thick as a waist, his silver hair disheveled, partially obscuring his face, and his gray-white robe soaked through. You stubborn old mule, will you speak or not? Do you believe I won't kill you? 3 men, exuding an aura of violence, wore black stockings over their heads, rendering their faces unrecognizable. Judging by their physiques, 2 were short and stout, while the third was tall and robust. Those 6 boys were taken in by you. When the couple breathed their last, you were by the bedside, and you handled the funeral. Don't pretend you don't know where that money is. We were commissioned to retrieve it. You would do well to hand it over immediately. The tall man delivered a fierce slap across the old man's face, a man of few words yet brutal demeanor. Speak. Where's the money? In this dire situation, the old man remained calm, his voice steady as he counseled the villains. Once a person loses their virtue, misfortune follows. The wicked fear not the heavens, while the good are often oppressed by them. Yet, the virtuous will always find protection, and the malevolent shall face their own reckoning. Before he could finish, one of the stout men pressed a makeshift electric torture device, connected to wires, harshly against the old man. A crackling current surged through, causing the old man to convulse, gritting his teeth in silence, unable to voice his agony. Just before he lost consciousness, the stout man removed the device and, with gritted teeth, demanded, Speak. Where is the illicit money of Lan Tahai hidden? If you continue with your cryptic nonsense, I will turn you into ash. You old fool, pretending to be high and mighty, are you not also driven by wealth? This is the Lan family's money. Without your life, hand it over quickly. The pain from the electric shock made it difficult for the old man to breathe, leaving him in a state of torment. He closed his eyes, reciting incantations to regulate his breath, and after a moment, he spoke once more, unhurriedly. The ill-gotten wealth that betrays the nation and its people is beyond your means. I, a humble Taoist, shall not touch it. It rightfully belongs to the state. The identities of the 3 men were clear to the old man. They were likely descendants of the old Master Lan from outside. The Lan family's assets had been confiscated, leaving only a sum of illicit money in Lan Tahai's hands. Not long ago, Driver Zhang had helped the couple seek a master to exorcise evil spirits, paying the master handsomely, thus exposing this illicit money. The old master's outside offspring had their eyes set on this sum, all gathering for the couple's funeral, which the old man had assisted in arranging under the guise of being a mentor to the 6 boys. Just after he left the cemetery, he was ambushed and captured by these 3 men. Despite his vigilance, he had not anticipated being assaulted in broad daylight and abducted into a van. From the day he took in the 6 boys, the old man had foreseen this calamity. Even the little deity had referred to him as master. It seemed he was facing a life-and-death trial. Zhuan Chunzi lowered his head, closed his eyes, and sighed, feeling a sense of regret within his heart. The young deity had just awakened his consciousness and was still unable to control his own power. His disciple and 6 little apprentices were still quite young, leaving him deeply concerned for their safety. With a resounding slap, a burly man struck him again. "Old man, I see that you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. You refuse to speak? Very well, lure those little brats over here, and let us deal with them one by one. I shall see whether your words are as tough as your heart." The short, stout man venomously declared, thrusting an electric baton forcefully into the old man's abdomen. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, yet this time the old man did not convulse in agony. He remained utterly still. The source of the electric noise was the flickering light bulb above. The already dim bulb began to flicker erratically. Realizing something was amiss, Zhuan Chunzi looked up at the light, his right hand, numbed by the rope, struggling to calculate the situation. Before he could arrive at a conclusion, a thunderous crash echoed as an invisible force obliterated the basement door. Immediately following was a tremendous bang as the door slammed against the wall, shattering into several pieces. A beam of intense sunlight poured in. A small child, flapping their tiny hands, rushed inside while babbling sweetly, "Father, father, Ning Ning is here. Ning Ning is so good. Diapers, father, buy diapers." It was unclear whether the child was praising themselves or disparagingly referring to their situation, but they were undeniably being endearing. The old man's fingers froze mid-calculation, momentarily stunned by the revelation. "Little deity, have you truly developed the ability to perceive? Just shy of 2 years old, and you have awakened this power?" Indeed, it was a recent awakening. The child had mistakenly confined themselves in a space and had been unable to emerge until now, having slept through the night. They had come early to rescue their bullied master, though a hint of morning grumpiness lingered. Without giving the trio of evildoers a moment to react, the little black bundle darted forward, circling around them. Suddenly, a tangible retribution struck down. The electric baton in the stout man's hand jabbed into the burly man. The latter, jolted by the shock, emitted a pained scream, "Dad." Unconsciously, he grasped the stout man's hand holding the baton. The second soon followed suit, as another stout man's mind short-circuited, opting not to cut the power but to grab the 2 men instead. "Dad, brother." The third also met a similar fate. It turned out they were a trio of father and sons. With a thud, the 3 collapsed to the ground, entangled together, convulsing from the electric shock. Truly a case of familial ties that bind even in the depths of despair. As the little one approached, the ropes binding the old man spontaneously unraveled. Covering their face with tiny hands, the child passed by the convulsing trio. In disbelief of their own actions, afraid to look or admit it, they opted to continue their endearing antics. "Father, Ning Ning is not crying, being good. Let us hurry." The master twitched his lips, unsure how to respond. "Little deity, at my age, I have never heard of a fierce spirit being frightened by a child. Be wary, for such words may invite trouble." The old man hastily tore off the ropes binding him, brushed aside the hair obscuring his face, and took in the unfolding situation before him. The father and son, tragically electrocuted, have departed this world, their hair still smoldering, with stockings burned through, revealing 3 faces twisted in agony. As predicted by Zhuan Chunzi, they are indeed the descendants of old Master Lan. Having attended the funerals of the Lan couple, this trio was the first to leave. Alas, good counsel fell on deaf ears, and the poor Taoist can do nothing about divine matters. Zhuan Chunzi shook his head in resignation. "Little divine one, we must report this to the authorities, otherwise it will become a cold case, and we cannot burden the police." Ignoring his master's ramblings, the young one tugged at the hem of his master's robe, scampering towards the exit. "Hurry, West Father. Help. I'm so scared." "Master, little divine one, when you say you're frightened, must you really scream?" The master internally grumbled, glancing down at the hem of his robe being tugged and momentarily stunned. Once he regained his senses, he quickly checked his vitality. To his astonishment, the pure yang energy remained undamaged. There was no oddity during the examination. "Little divine one, can you now control your power? Can you summon and release it at will?" "Huh." The young one was oblivious to the master's musings and was solely focused on a pressing matter. "West Father, we need to buy a diaper. My pants are full." And Ning Ning is such a mess. Indeed, the diaper was overflowing. The child, clad in a pristine white robe, was particularly round and chubby, with a prominent belly and a large bulge at the back, waddling as if walking with a wide stance. Very well. I shall procure a diaper for the little divine one. The old man, unaware, felt his swollen face gradually returning to normal as he was tugged by the child. The damp robe, starting from where the small hand gripped it, began to dry rapidly inch by inch. After tidying his disheveled hair, by the time he exited the basement, the robe had completely dried. Only then did he realize that the pain in his face and body had vanished. The old man touched his face in astonishment, feeling a tremor within. To be cared for by the little divine one to such an extent was indeed remarkable. The old man felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively raised his hand to calculate when his time would come. However, he could not discern it. His life now intertwined with the little divine one's. The frightening part was that the little divine one was still unaware of their own power. Hurry, West Father. We're quite busy. The little hand tightly gripped the master's robe, and the child chattered incessantly. West Father, money for 8 diapers, not for mother, not for West Father. Ning Ning needs them, how wonderful. The master silently recited a calming mantra, slowing his pace to match the little legs. This place was quite remote, and the specific address was unknown. After a lengthy walk, they finally reached the main road. A large truck whizzed by, stirring up a cloud of dust and exhaust fumes. Cough, cough. The master choked on the fumes and instinctively scooped up the child, shielding the little face in his embrace. The sudden action startled the child, tightening their little bottom and widening their round eyes. They wished to protest against being held, feeling the smoke was absent and that the master was not delicious. However, it was too late. The master only realized the predicament after securing the child in his arms. Oh no, my entire cultivation. Chapter 60. The child accomplishes great deeds. The old man, cradling the infant, and the child, both wearing expressions of shock, stood frozen at the roadside, resembling 2 simpletons. The little one clung tightly, not daring to move an inch. The elder remained patiently, awaiting the painful response from the diminished cultivation, barely daring to breathe. After a considerable amount of time had passed, with countless vehicles passing by, no reaction had occurred. The old man discreetly gathered his energy. Alas, not a trace of pure yang energy remained within him. Strangely, there was also no hint of malevolent energy. The elder, puzzled, bent down and gently placed the little creature on the ground. As soon as the little one touched the ground, he sprang to life, energetically expressing his disdain for the elder. I don't want to be held by you. You're not pleasant. It's terrible. No. The master, neglecting to comfort the child immediately, crossed his legs to meditate, promptly channeling his energy. A warm current surged forth from his dantian, ceaselessly flowing. Astonishingly, his cultivation had not suffered any damage. The master, filled with joy and surprise, quickly rose, seizing the opportunity to scoop the child back into his arms while the little one was distracted. This sudden embrace startled the child anew, causing him to tense up and freeze in place. The elder, suppressing his overwhelming joy, attempted to channel his energy again. The cultivation was gone, and not a trace of pure yang energy remained. Hastily, he set the child down. The little one erupted in indignation, jumping up and cursing. I don't want to be held. You're disobedient. Not all good. I'll spank you. I'm so scared. The master, overwhelmed by happiness, had no time to soothe the child and resumed his meditative posture. As expected, while holding the little demon, his cultivation had merely been suppressed. Once the child was placed down, it returned. Little deity, you have learned to control your power. How remarkable! The elder was elated, his face radiating kindness as he reached out to embrace the child once more. The little one jolted again, tensing up and reverting to his previous state of bewilderment. The elder took a few steps while holding him before setting him down again. This time, the child was furious, fists clenched and little bottom jutted out. His face flushed with anger as he exerted all his might to express his displeasure. You're annoying. Don't hold me. I hate it. You want tea, give me food. I want tea, drink water. As the tirade continued, the child became so flustered that he began babbling incoherently. The insults were likely quite harsh, causing the insects and ants on the ground to shrink into tiny balls, terrified to move. The Master's esteemed image was thoroughly shattered as he laughed heartily at the reprimands, proudly exclaiming, "Little deity, how formidable you are!" Ancient texts recorded that a little deity would typically need to be at least 14 years old to control their own power. Yet here it had manifested in such a brief time. Throughout each reincarnation, fierce spirits and malevolent beings could not control their power, often leading to the demise of friends and family, leaving them utterly alone. The master continued to praise, unable to resist embracing the child once more. Each time he did, the little one would jolt again, tensing up, and it seemed certain that the master would eventually provoke an explosion of frustration from the child. This time, as the master held the child and walked forward, he did not let go, continuing to extol generations of guardians. "What merit have I to be entrusted with the return of the little deity?" The master was excessively excited and quite boisterous. The child, wide-eyed, clenched his tiny fists, instinctively tightening his little bottom. The small black bundle retreated into the depths of his consciousness, not daring to move a muscle. "I'm going to explode." Upon reaching the intersection ahead, the master hailed a taxi and climbed inside, still cradling the child. The driver, a middle-aged man, presented a clean and honest demeanor. Throughout the journey, the child nestled quietly in the master's embrace, her chatter silenced as she focused on playing with her tiny hands. The master had recently taken up residence in a small inn adjacent to the hospital, leaving his belongings there. Unfortunately, he had lost his mobile phone during an encounter with 3 assailants. It had fallen into a roadside drain during the assault. After 6 or 7 years of use, it was unlikely to be salvaged. The elder, cradling the child, returned to the inn to collect his luggage and check out. Subsequently, they visited a nearby maternity store to purchase essential items for the child. This led to a significant matter requiring the child's attention. The master was finally willing to let go. As soon as the child was on her feet, she erupted with energy. This time, the master found himself in a serious predicament with grave consequences. Pouting, the child turned her back to him, crossing her little arms, and declared with a whimper, "I don't want to be with you anymore." With a resolute statement, the child skipped away. The master, stooping with age, chased after her, trying to coax her back. "Oh, my little divine one, do not be upset. I have not lost my cultivation. Should I suffer a loss, it would surely be due to my own misdeeds. And I must express gratitude for your divine retribution to absolve my karma. Come now, have a piece of candy, and you shall not be angry." The master was adept at soothing the child, and the allure of candy worked its charm. Once she had some, she was appeased and tugged at the hem of his robe, pleading for him to hold her. "Master, if you don't hold me, I'm so scared." In her innocence, she struggled to convey her fears of causing him harm. The master's heart softened immensely as he gazed at her tender face, overwhelmed with affection. Fortunately, Fu was there to accompany the little divine one, and he hoped Fu could stay by her side a little longer. Otherwise, should she enter the cycle of reincarnation, she would endure a lifetime of loneliness. Such a fate was far too harsh, and she did not deserve such retribution. Every malevolent soul that faced consequences was, in essence, a burden on the little divine one's karma, as it constituted an act of taking life, subjecting her to unimaginable suffering. The more the master pondered, the more his heart ached. Meanwhile, the child busily sucked on her candy, oblivious to the somber thoughts. The master silently recited a calming incantation to soothe his emotions before broaching a serious discussion with her. There was a sum of illicit money hidden by Londa Hai that needed to be recovered and returned to the state. On his deathbed, Londa Hai had uttered, "Let the money rot. I will not give it to those 6 wretched souls." At that moment, only Xian Shenzi was present by his bedside, and everyone assumed Londa Hai had revealed the money's location to him. For the sake of peace in the days to come and the safety of the 6 children, this money must be swiftly located and turned in to sever the wicked intentions of those with ulterior motives. Xian Shenzi had calculated the general direction of the hidden money to be in the southeast, though he lacked the ability to pinpoint its exact location. "Let us seek the treasure," he urged. The little divine one comprehended, savoring her lollipop while tugging on her master's robe, leading them towards the southeast. "Is the journey long, little divine one?" Shall we require a taxi? What formation did you use to arrive here? The elder's last words caught in his throat as he sensed a subtle, imperceptible shift in the air around him. Each step the little divine one took while holding onto his robe caused a slight distortion in the surroundings, almost undetectable to the naked eye. In a fleeting moment of realization, the mind instantaneously forgets the scene from the previous second. The entire spatial dimension is peculiar, where both people and objects appear to exist in a state of void. Xian Qinzi, merely being led by the little deity, walked normally and found himself at the entrance of a quaint villa in the suburbs after just 10 steps. The scene from the preceding 9 steps was utterly devoid of any impression, akin to a book hastily turned without being read. Suppressing his overwhelming astonishment, Xian Qinzi raised a hand to stroke his beard, feigning calmness. The little deity's magical formation was remarkable. Perhaps it had awakened during this endeavor to rescue him. The little deity, engrossed in savoring a lollipop, seemed oblivious to his master's words, exhibiting a penchant for playfulness whenever anxious. Little deity, is that ill-gotten money hidden here? Just as Xian Qinzi's words fell, a familiar figure emerged from the villa. Their gazes met, both rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 61. The master's dowry, a woman with elegantly coiled silver hair, deep-set eyes, a high nose, and a cherry-red mouth stood before him. Her slender figure clad in a well-tailored qipao. This qipao bore a modified design, hinting at the essence of a Taoist robe, mirroring the pale gray of Xian Qinzi's own garment. The fine wrinkles on her face could not conceal her past beauty, embodying the notion that time does not diminish a woman's allure. Separated by the gate, the two stared at each other, lost in their memories for a long while. After half a century apart, they instantly recognized one another. As little Anning stood gazing at them across the door, a small deity burst forth, forcefully swinging open the gate. With delight, she waved her tiny hands and dashed inside, as if it were her own home, chattering away. "Shifu, hurry up. I have money for you. I've been waiting for you. You're so naughty. Wow, I don't want you anymore." Regardless of whether her words were frightening or coarse, they all came out as playful exclamations. Xian Qinzi came to his senses, only to realize he was not in the city of the Lan family, but rather thousands of kilometers away. He understood why the child had brought him here. "Little deity, I was referring to the ill-gotten money, not this place." Yet, it was too late to intervene. The little deity had already reached the woman, looking up with a cherubic smile, proudly announcing, "Ningning brought Shifu here. Don't cry, don't cry. Ningning is wonderful." The woman, regaining her composure, suddenly smiled, as if a burden had been lifted. She bent down, examining the little child, and continued Xian Qinzi's thought. "Senior brother, I indeed possess a sum of your ill-gotten money. You haven't forgotten, have you? To be precise, it is the money of a deceitful heart." Xian Qinzi, frozen a few steps away, displayed a look of helplessness that belied his 70 years of worldly experience. "Junior sister, it has been many years. Are you well?" The woman, recognizing the significance of the little child, reined in her smile, adopting a squatting position, and answered with an air of detachment. "If I remember correctly, the day you came to propose was June 25th, 1973. It was rather chilly that day. June, being summer, could hardly be cold." This remark was only comprehensible to the two of them. It was also the day of their farewell. Logically, it should have been the Leaf family proposing, yet the foolish young man had been somewhat impatient to become a son-in-law. He had sincerely brought all his possessions when he entered the Leaf family home to set a wedding date. However, on the day of the wedding, he failed to appear, and from that moment forth, their lives intertwined no more. The reasons for the broken promise were well understood by both parties. It was due to the passing of their master. In those difficult years, the master's many disciples descended the mountain to pursue different livelihoods. The only disciple he could summon back was Xian Qinzi. The Tianji Peak could not be left unguarded. He could not allow his master to depart this world in peace. So he remained to inherit the master's legacy. His junior sister, Ling Xiaozi, was the youngest daughter of the Li family, with 2 elder brothers. At the age of 15, she traveled south with her father on business and heard tales of the esteemed Hanshu Zhenren at Tianji Peak, a master of remarkable skill. She insisted on visiting Tianji Peak with her father. Upon that visit, she met Xian Shenzi, the 10th disciple of Hanshu Junren, and it was love at first sight, destined to last for eternity. The Li family resided in the north, 1,000 miles away. Ignoring her parents' advice, she resolutely insisted on becoming Hanshu Junren's disciple, even when warned of a karmic bond that could affect her life. Nevertheless, she joined the sect without hesitation. Unfortunately, her time with her master and elder brother was brief, lasting merely 3 years. The Li family had been in commerce for generations. In 1972, her 2 brothers were tragically murdered during a robbery while transporting valuable goods. Overwhelmed by grief, her mother soon fell ill and passed away, and her father also succumbed to illness. She became the sole heir of the family, compelled to return and manage the family business to preserve their lineage. To ease her father's heart, she needed to quickly find a suitable son-in-law. Separated by 1,000 miles, one guarding the family and the other the peak, both were bound by circumstance. Xian Shenzi thought he had achieved a sense of detachment from the past. Yet at this moment, he felt as helpless as a mere youth. Recalling his thoughts, he softly uttered, "I am sorry, elder brother." This sentiment had been bottled up for 50 years, repeated in solitude countless times. Yet when spoken, it felt as light as a feather, even cruel in its simplicity. Ling Xiaozi did not respond, but respectfully introduced herself, cupping her hands in a bow. "I am known as Ling Xiaozi. My real name is Li Xiaoxing. My skills are lacking, and I am unworthy of the true divine. Please forgive my transgressions." Little Anning, sucking on a lollipop and patting her tummy, proudly introduced herself, "Yum Ning Ning." Ling Xiaozi, noticing her elder brother's respectful demeanor, realized that the revered presence awaited at Tianji Peak had indeed arrived. "My elder brother refers to you as the little divine sovereign. You must be the master of Tianji Peak, the one who brought my elder brother here?" The little divine sovereign understood and nodded vigorously, quickly getting to the point. "West Father comes for dowry money, and West Father's betrothal gifts." Indeed, the dowry that Xian Shenzi had once brought into the Li family was still kept, a bittersweet reminder that had lingered for a lifetime. She did not return to Tianji Peak to return it. She merely awaited his arrival to claim it. Ultimately, he neither came for it nor for marriage. Her life, though filled with challenges, had unfolded smoothly overall. To ease her ailing father's heart, she married and bore a multitude of children. Her husband treated her with mutual respect throughout their lives, and now the Li family flourished with descendants, all dutiful and filial. 7 years ago, her husband succumbed to liver cancer, and her children managed the family business well. Her responsibilities were complete, and she was finally free to let go. The husband, lying on his sickbed, gently held her hand, offering her tender yet reassuring words. "Entering the Li family home, I have lived a truly blissful life. In the days that remain, I can no longer accompany you. I hope you will seek him out. Alas, I fear for your solitude. It troubles me even in death. And if I must name a single flaw, it is that not only did he counsel her, but he also persistently urged their children, encourage your mother to return to Tianji Peak. Throughout this lifetime, she has devoted herself wholeheartedly to me and to you, yet has neglected her own well-being." The husband was fully aware of everything. Words left unspoken throughout his life found their way out in his final moments. He implored his children, "Your mother feels incapable of giving her all, believing she owes us something. She has suffered silently for a lifetime, and while you may not feel her pain, I do. Please persuade her to return to Tianji Peak, to go back, and do not let me depart with concerns for her." The husband's passing struck her profoundly, intensifying her sense of indebtedness. The children, hesitant to disturb their mother in her quest for enlightenment, could only plead earnestly, "Take the dowry and return to Tianji Peak." The eldest son and his wife compassionately converted the dowry into present-day currency, amounting to 500,000. The second son and his wife unhesitatingly added another 500,000. The third son and younger daughter rolled their eyes, deeming the contributions of their elder siblings inadequate, each contributing 2 million. Thus, the cardboard total of 5 million. They declared, "True feelings are priceless, yet this is still insufficient." Just yesterday, her eldest grandson had called to insist, "Grandma, Please take his dowry with you. My cousin and I have established our own families, and our younger cousins are already in elementary school. 2 of them are in middle school, and my brother is about to enter university. What are you waiting for? You keep worrying us. If you have the ability, stop hiding. 7 years had passed, and no amount of nagging seemed to matter. She secluded herself in this remote suburban villa, living a solitary life, free from burdens. Returning to reality at this moment, a small child reached out for something. Grandma, bring the dowry money. I want to buy candies and diapers and milk powder. The child's face was utterly unbothered, as the dowry had been intended for the baby. Linxiatsi paused briefly, rising to meet his elder brother's gaze. They both bore silver hair, weathered by the passage of time. In that instant, all burdens were released. They exchanged a smile, warm and open-hearted. Brother, I must return the dowry. The young master of Tianji Peak is requesting it. If I do not, I shall have no face left to show. Chapter 62. Master and Mistress, your dowry from 1973 would be quite substantial today. If I do not deliver it to you, nor do you come to claim it, it will remain unclaimed for 50 years, accumulating interest. Do you think you can cheat me? Zuin Chunzi chuckled, shaking his head. Sister, should you be free of worries? You are always welcome to return to Tianji Peak for a short stay. I remember how much you cherished the carefree life. Linxiatsi felt no awkwardness. Then please bring the young master inside to sit for a while as I prepare my belongings. Zuin Chunzi was taken aback, not expecting her to be so decisive. Ready to leave at a moment's notice. The little one was even more straightforward, scampering eagerly towards the house. The elder, known as Shifu, sipped his tea, urging the child to hurry, while the little one remained unreserved, suggesting that even a pretense of politeness would suffice. Ling Xiaozi, disinterested in extending another invitation, cast a glance at his senior, silently conveying the message. Stop being so awkward. You're less composed than a mere toddler. Following the child into the room, she raised her hand to her forehead, muttering, That dowry of yours, those little rascals have had it for 6 years now. Is it with the construction bank or the industrial and commercial bank? Where did I place it? Oh dear, aging has dulled my memory. I must rummage through my belongings. Xian Chunzi followed her inside. No need to search. It's merely material possessions, he remarked, but she disregarded him and continued her search. The child, with a little pout, climbed onto the sofa, kicked off her shoes, and perched her short legs while pointing at the television, exclaiming, Shifu, Ning Ning wants to watch cartoons. I want to watch. The master gazed at the wall-mounted LCD screen, feeling perplexed. He had spent a lifetime living in isolation on the mountain, far removed from the mundane. The child, slightly exasperated, exclaimed, Wow, Shifu, you're so clueless. Spotting the remote control resting on the armrest, she crawled over, grabbed it, and pretended to press random buttons. Miraculously, the television turned on, the screen automatically cycling through channels until it landed on a children's program. The master wiped his brow in secret. Oh, little deity, this is truly not a feat of yours. Even the television seems intimidated by you. The child shook her head, proudly declaring, Wow, Ning Ning, isn't silly. They both settled on the sofa, waiting. After finishing her candy, the little one grew restless, rolling around on the sofa while continuing to watch the cartoon, urging the elder to join her in her excitement. Shifu, pour me some tea, be good. She chirped. The master surveyed the stark, chilly room and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he found himself momentarily stunned. This was reminiscent of the days spent sharing tea with his own master. There were no pretensions, regardless of the quality of the leaves. A handful would be steeped in a large teapot. Tea was not meant for savoring, but for quenching thirst, poured generously into a cup to be downed in one go. Thus every brew tasted the same, simply refreshing. In the past, his junior would often scold him and his master for wasting such fine leaves. As the daughter of the Leaf family, with a prosperous family business, including a tea trade, she had developed an exquisite palate. Had it not been for this unexpected visit and the chance to taste this unrefined tea, he would never have believed that his junior had adopted the habit of drinking tea like him and his master. After finishing his cup, Xian Chunzi poured another, his heart a mix of emotions, and he mused aloud with a bitter smile. After 50 years, I have learned to appreciate tea. Yet you have taken to mimicking my master and me with this wasteful method. Have you truly been practicing this for 50 years as well? The little one, overhearing, earnestly chimed in. Learning for 5 years. Isn't tasty. I cried while learning. This was something from a mind of her master. Hence the child's eagerness to bring her master along, soothingly saying, "Don't cry, don't cry." The master fell silent, lowering his eyelids as he continued to sip the unrefined tea. Accustomed to savoring tea, this haphazard brew indeed lacked fragrance and flavor. The elder and the child, one engrossed in cartoons, the other in tea, waited for nearly an hour. Ling Xiaozi finally finished her preparations, presenting a large backpack and a bank card to the tea-drinking master. The elder brother, with his agile limbs, certainly surpasses me, the old woman, in carrying the bag. Xian Qinzi furrowed his brow as he gazed at the bank card, contemplating the words he wished to express. No need to return this money. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the card was thrust into his hands. At this age, could I still marry you? Take it away. Return to Tianji Peak. Xian Qinzi examined the bank card in his grasp, knowing without question that the amount within was substantial. When my master passed away, I did not return. I harbored a rebellious resentment towards him, believing he had torn us apart. I should have long since bowed before my master's grave to repent. Alas, life is but a series of tribulations. Ling Xiaozi spoke while assisting the child in putting on shoes, turning off the television, and then gently cradling the child in his arms, smiling with a blend of reverence and kindness. Let me address you as the little deity. Thank you for enlightening me. This karmic bond has grown trivial. The little deity sensed her lack of spiritual prowess, having mingled with the mortal realm for too long, rendering her merely an ordinary being. A simple embrace would not cause significant harm, yet misfortune still lurked. The child, startled, tightened up, feeling an uncomfortable pressure. The aunt did not notice the child's unusual reaction, only finding the adorable, silly appearance utterly charming. The little deity possessed such beauty, evidently destined to benefit all beings. She turned to her elder brother, offering an elegant smile, and continued, "Indeed, this karmic bond has become trivial. Do refrain from being awkward. At our age, we should not provide the little deity with any amusement. It is undeniably a karmic bond, now devoid of significance." Xian Qinzi laughed sincerely, letting out a silent sigh as he tucked the bank card into his pocket. Raising a brood of children is no easy task. It undeniably requires financial resources. Ling Xiaozi, cradling the child, departed from a small villa she had inhabited for 7 years without looking back. Xian Qinzi, with a shabby bag slung over his left shoulder and his right hand gripping his junior sister's large backpack, followed closely behind, assisting in locking the door. He hastened to catch up and began discussing serious matters with the child. "Little deity, we are to seek the ill-gotten gains from the Blueprint Sea. That wealth is unjustly acquired and must be surrendered to the nation. Shall we proceed?" The child remained silent, the adorable little face, seemingly preoccupied with a pressing matter, revealed to the master what was amiss. Junior sister quickly set the little deity down. "She fears that divine might may harm you, and she can walk on her own." Ling Xiaozi, astonished and curious, gently placed the child on the ground. "Oh, I recall my master mentioning that the ferocious divine might is beyond anyone's capacity to withstand. I felt nothing while holding her." As expected, the child erupted as soon as her feet touched the ground. "I don't want to be held. How annoying. I shall not play with you. I don't want you anymore. Oh, I am so frightened." Truly, she embodies both a fierce and adorable nature. Ling Xiaozi exclaimed, "My dear little one, do you truly consider yourself the fearsome deity recorded by our ancestors? Are you certain there is no mistake?" Soon enough, she would discover whether there had been an error. Xian Qinzi, chuckling as he soothed her, said, "Little deity, do not be angry. Once we acquire that ill-gotten wealth and return it to the nation, we shall buy you some sweets." The child's anger dissipated, seizing the moment to negotiate terms. The father still needed to purchase 8 cans of formula and 8 packs of cigarettes, which posed a dilemma for the master. "Very well, I shall buy the little deity plenty of formula. But alas, I lack the means to procure that evil spirit." The child was quite amenable, and thus a deal was struck. Ning Ning sent a few purchases, acquiring a substantial amount of cigarettes, truly delightful. The master and mistress wore the same benevolent smiles, their praises echoing. Little divine sovereign, you are magnificent. The little sovereign was pleased by the flattery, one tiny hand clutching the master's robe, while the other grasped the mistress's chi-pao, ready to engage in serious business. They set out to retrieve the ill-gotten silver coins, a true worrywart, successfully reclaiming the master's dowry, thereby resolving the tensions between the master and mistress. This time, there would be no errors in their search. Chapter 63. Handling illicit funds. The little child deftly guided the master and mistress to their destination, 1,000 miles away. They arrived outside a modest villa in a suburban area. The environment was rather poor, houses densely packed, each with its own small yard, barely qualifying as a villa. This scene truly stunned the mistress, who possessed almost no discernible skills. Just moments ago, they stood at their own villa's entrance, and now, a short walk had brought them to a foreign city. The master, ever considerate, gently patted the mistress's back, soothingly murmuring, "It is quite normal for the little divine sovereign to exhibit these newly awakened abilities." The charmingly foolish old lady had yet to regain her composure when the owner of the house emerged. To their astonishment, it was the old steward of the Lawn family. The fearsome figure had no choice but to step out to greet them. It turned out that the illicit funds belonging to Lawn Too High were concealed here. The little divine sovereign's perceptions were never mistaken. Originally, Zhuan Chunzi had planned to directly report the location of the illicit funds, but he abandoned that idea. The crime of harboring substantial illicit funds was serious. Once reported, this family would find themselves in dire straits. The old steward appeared affable, most likely just momentarily confused. A few gentle reminders might still save him. Zhuan Chunzi maintained his composure, nodding subtly at the steward. Upon spotting the individuals outside the courtyard, a flicker of panic crossed the steward's face. "Master Taoist, has the funeral concluded? Is there anything further you require?" The old steward had indeed contributed significantly to the funeral of Lawn Too High and his wife, demonstrating his dedication to the Lawn family. "Please come inside." Zhuan Chunzi waved his hand, not intending to enter, and politely replied, "Ah, so this is your residence. I am merely passing through and shall not impose." The old steward suppressed his momentary anxiety and opened the courtyard gate, warmly inviting them. "The temperature outdoors is nearing 40 degrees today. The child and the lady cannot bear this heat. Please come inside for a drink." It was rather ironic to suggest discomfort in the heat. The little child had been tugging at the master's robe and the mistress's chi-pao, the chill emanating from the fabric gradually permeating their beings inch by inch. Under the sun, while enjoying air conditioning, felt neither hot nor cold, a most pleasant sensation. While other children were like warm treasures, little Ning was a chilly one, capable of freezing anyone to the depths of the underworld when ruffled. Zhuan Chunzi again waved his hand, stating plainly, "No, I must return post-haste, and your residence appears rather unclean." Upon hearing this, the old steward visibly stiffened, his gaze becoming somewhat evasive, anxiety swelling within him. Having witnessed Zhuan Chunzi's prowess in divination, numerous individuals had sought his counsel after the Lawn couple's funeral, and he had been accurate in all his predictions, enlightening many. Surely, he must have foreseen something alarming. Upon contemplating the series of eerie occurrences that transpired within the Blue residence, the old steward was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly recounting the events. Esteemed Taoist, to be frank, this house was a reward bestowed upon me by Blue Too High on my 50th birthday 2 years ago, after I dedicated 30 years of devoted service to the Blue family. Zhuan Chunzi raised his gaze towards the house, instinctively calculating with his right hand, then inquired, "The area of this residence is modest, yet it must encompass more than 3 stories?" The steward wiped his brow and replied honestly, "In total, there are 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below. My family of 6 resides here. Is there something malevolent lurking within? Can you assist in dispelling it?" A small child pointed towards the house, innocently interjecting, "There are bad coins hidden underground, lots of money." The child's words rendered the old steward's legs weak with fright. It was known that this money was concealed so securely that even Xuan Meijian was unaware of it. Could it be that this little child possessed abilities surpassing those of Xian Chunzi? Without further prompting from the Taoist, the steward, overwhelmed with fear, divulged everything. Our basement level 2 is a storage room belonging to Blue Too High, designed akin to a bank vault with 2 heavy password doors, the codes of which only Blue Too High knew. One night, the ailing Blue Too High, seated in his wheelchair, instructed me to bring him there to retrieve some money. But I truly did not know the password. Each time he came to fetch items from basement level 2, our family discreetly kept our distance and remained silent. That night, he took a black bag of money and instructed me and driver Zhang to fetch the 6 children. I thought that the money was meant for us as severance pay, unaware that driver Zhang had conspired with a fraudulent Taoist to abscond with the funds. The 6 children were not brought back, and after an unproductive trip to Tianji Peak, Blue Too High did not give me a single penny. Now that Blue Too High and his wife are no longer, I have succumbed to greed, hoping to claim this money for myself, concealed in my home where no one would know. Blue Too High did not reveal the truth to the Taoist. This unlaundered, ill-gotten wealth amounts to over 200 million, with 8 million being merely a trifling sum. I truly cannot unlock those 2 doors. The old steward, having never committed any wrongdoing in his life, felt a surge of guilt. His eyes darted nervously as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be truthful, I have indeed harbored greed. I mistakenly entered the password incorrectly 3 times on the first door, locking it shut. For the past few days, I have been researching how to open it. We have yet to disturb what lies within. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Xian Chunzi surmised that honest individuals seldom engage in grievous deeds. They can easily be awakened from their momentary confusion. The Blue family had indeed met their retribution. As the saying goes, man dies for wealth, and birds perish for food. This ill-gotten fortune has eroded your family's fortune, darkening your fate. Misfortune has already knocked at your door. The old steward nearly fell to his knees, grasping Xian Chunzi's arm. Esteemed Taoist, I recognize my error. Please assist my family in dispelling this curse. Observing the reaction of the small deity, it appeared that the steward still had hope. Xian Chunzi did not discuss fees. He retrieved a talisman from his pocket and handed it over, instructing, do not tamper with the security door any further. Contact the police, and once they remove this ill-gotten wealth, affix this talisman at the entrance of basement level 2, and calamity shall be averted. The elderly steward, as if cherishing a priceless treasure, received the talisman with both hands. Thank you, venerable Taoist, for your guidance. I shall report this immediately and surrender the money. Without hesitation, he took out his phone, trembling as he dialed 110, fearful of wasting a moment. Concealing illicit funds could lead to imprisonment. If reported, calamity would surely follow. Thus, he decided to voluntarily surrender, knowing it had little connection to the talisman. The steward was a shrewd man, and with a gentle tap, he had an epiphany. The police, upon receiving the call, swiftly arrived at the scene. This incident was soon reported on the official website, leaving the elder Mr. Land's progeny outside with shattered hopes, preventing any future occurrences of kidnapping or extortion. The Lan family was sealed off, and that group of descendants faced significant repercussions. Madame Lan was a formidable character, firmly grasping the couple's shared assets. She took it upon herself to arrange for each mistress who bore illegitimate children, personally handling every property transaction, ensuring all properties were under the elder Mr. Land's name, with none registered to the mistresses or their illegitimate offspring. She justified her actions, saying, I do not wish to squander our hard-earned money on maintaining these vixens and their paramours. It is safer for the properties to be in your name. This was tacitly approved by the elder Mr. Lan. The mistress's protests were futile, as she ruled the household like a real-life empress, managing her harem. Now, those idle and pampered mistresses and their illegitimate children had suddenly become beggars. Upon learning that Lan Too High had hidden a substantial fortune, could they refrain from frantically scrambling for it? This matter was perfectly resolved, and the 3 of them began their return journey. Facilitating the transfer of household registration and school enrollment for 6 children, Yiping Zhou, with his extensive connections, was already assisting Lan Tian with these affairs. Little divine lord, hold your powers for a moment. Ling Xiaozu called out to the little one trotting ahead, quickly adjusting his appearance and smoothing his hair atop his head. Senior brother, do take a look. Is my hair in disarray? As he had taken on disciples, he was now to meet a group of grandchildren. This grandmother, old and somewhat unkempt, had not changed her meticulous ways since her youth. She loved beauty and chatted incessantly. Xian Chenzi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, naturally helping her tidy her hair as he had done in the past. Her hair was indeed well kept, and her attire was quite appropriate. Oh, I may be an old fool, but I'm not as shabby as I once was. The children do not disdain me. How could they possibly find fault with you? They exchanged knowing smiles, a shared sense of relief evident in their expressions. Little Ning, touching her hair, joined in the merriment. Hearing remarks about her, the master and mistress both bent down, looking at the little one with affectionate indulgence, cheerfully assuring, the little divine lord is not unkempt at all. Now, let's return home. Our little divine lord is the most beautiful. Come, let's set off. The little divine child, not to be outdone by tradition, relished this attention. She tugged at her master and mistress's garments, and as her thoughts flitted to her senior brother, the magical array instinctively aligned with Tianji Peak. Unforeseen circumstances arose. What seemed a certainty turned into a grave error, nearly sending her master and mistress to their demise. Chapter 64. Little Farbug The little divine lord found herself suddenly falling from a bizarre space, landing alongside the two elders. In the blink of an eye, one moment they were walking on level ground, and the next they found themselves plummeting from a great height. Xian Chenzi instinctively embraced his junior sister, holding her protectively in his arms. As they hurtled towards the ground, there was no time for farewells. They could only cling tightly to one another, their hearts beating in unison. In this life, having known and loved each other, they found solace in the thought that even if they could not walk together, perishing together was still a fine fate. At that moment, the little demoness was in a drowsy state, her eyes half closed, her small head drooping, arms outstretched like a bird, descending freely. Just as the elderly couple calmly prepared to embrace their demise, the little demoness jolted awake, startled into consciousness. "Grandpa, Grandma," she called out in a sweet, childish voice, and the elderly couple, mere inches from the ground, came to an abrupt halt. The air thickened as if solidified, and time seemed to freeze for 2 or 3 seconds. As the little demoness spread her arms, she landed safely on the ground, and the atmosphere around them returned to normal with a soft thud. They had dropped from a height of no more than 10 centimeters, landing upright upon a bed of weeds. The couple, having narrowly escaped death, found it difficult to regain their composure, their hearts racing as they stared at each other in bewilderment. Have we crossed over? I feel it's not quite time yet. The little child at their feet rubbed her eyes, pouting as she began to doze off. I want Grandpa to hold me. I want Mommy to hold me. And I want to go home to sleep. The phrase, I want my senior brother to lull me to sleep, was one she often repeated. The moment the child began to fuss, the elderly couple, still tightly embraced, returned to their senses and gently released each other. At their age, there was no longer any sense of shyness. What mattered now was soothing the child. Surely, we must have overexerted ourselves. The little deity is not crying. Be good. Let me hold the little deity to sleep. Ling Xiaozi, somewhat aware of the little demoness' formidable powers, understood that her senior brother, with his pure yang energy, would never dare to cradle the child. Lacking the same spiritual prowess, she seized the opportunity to hold the baby, despite her frail arms and legs. She found it somewhat challenging to carry the child. Look how exhausted the little deity is. It is indeed a burden for us ancient ones. The child, truly weary, nestled into her embrace and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Still so young, just awakening, and today she exerted her great powers. She must be quite fatigued. As Xian Chenzi surveyed their surroundings, he realized they were at the halfway point of Tianji Peak, surrounded by a sea of hellish flowers. They were not far now. They had already covered more than half the distance. Sister, do not push yourself. Let me carry her. He secured the bag slung over his shoulder and reached out to take the child. Do not nag, old man. I'm not so feeble that I cannot carry a small child. She weighs no more than 20 pounds, lighter than my backpack. Ling Xiaozi deftly evaded her senior brother's hand, clutching the child as she ascended the steps laboriously, one step at a time. Having not returned for half a century, the familiar stone steps and wooded paths evoked a flood of memories in her mind. She felt a rush of emotions. Ah, I have returned. Sister, take your time. No need to rush. When night falls, I have a flashlight in my pack. Xianxinzi, with 2 bags slung over his shoulders, carefully shielded her from behind. Reminiscent of the days when he protected that little girl who used to weep while practicing her craft. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, they ambled along, reveling in the sight of the mountains ablaze with fiery blossoms. Recently, the area had attracted numerous visitors, some of whom displayed a lack of decorum, trampling flowers and breaking branches. Yet, curiously, these flowers remained unscathed, with not a single wilted petal in sight. Xianxinzi stroked his beard, feigning calmness while his heart trembled with astonishment. According to Fu Er's message, many tourists had come to hike and admire the flowers. He harbored concerns that some visitors might thoughtlessly pluck these ominous blooms, inadvertently provoking the minor deity and inviting misfortune. To his surprise, the little deity's formidable presence seemed to instill a sense of reverence, deterring any such folly. Tentatively, Xianxinzi reached towards one of the flowers. Indeed, a wisp of dark energy surged forth from its core, sending an icy shiver down his spine and awakening an inexplicable dread within him. He recoiled his hand and hurried to catch up with the fast-walking figures ahead. Junior sister, let us pause for a moment, he suggested. Ling Xiaozi, having taken only a few steps, was already breathless, her physical condition far inferior to that of the elderly man who had practiced diligently for years. She bent her aching back, and just as she settled down, the old man snatched the baby from her arms. The child, previously in a deep slumber, stirred at the sudden embrace, her tiny hands trembling as if startled awake. Simultaneously, she tightened her little bottom, her round eyes wide open, neither crying nor moving. The old man's heart ached at the sight. Little deity, rest easy. At my age, a little discomfort is inconsequential. The child, now fully awake from the fright, lost all semblance of drowsiness. Clenching her small bottom, she could only move her tiny hands slightly, as if playing with her own fingernails. Fortunately, with the presence of her master aunt, the child was spared from the overwhelming energy as she promptly reprimanded the old man. You know the child fears your divine might, yet you still act recklessly. Look at how frightened she is. How can she possibly sleep now? Give her back. The old man, chastised, dared not retort and repeatedly apologized. My sincerest apologies. I was thoughtless. I promised to announce myself before holding the little deity next time. The elderly lady, still fuming, took the child back into her arms. Little deity, do not worry. I have only studied for 3 years and have not practiced Taoist arts in many years. I am but an ordinary person. Rest assured, you can sleep peacefully in my embrace. Just moments before, as she held the child, her elder brother had chanted incantations and formed seals to disperse the malevolent energy, averting any ill fate. In her arms, the child remained tightly clenched, appearing adorably distressed, much like a little deity struggling with an uncomfortable situation. Junior sister, take a rest. At this point, anyone can hold her. Alas, blame me for startling the little deity awake. The old man took the child once more. Both were reluctant to let the child expend her energy further, fearing she might tire completely. As they ascended the mountain, the elderly lady found herself unable to claim the child or the bags. Even more infuriating was the sight of the old man, who, despite carrying 2 bags and holding a child, moved with more agility than she did. After several breaks along the way, it took them 3 hours to reach the summit, and by then, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The elderly lady shone a flashlight from behind, while the old man carried the child ahead. In the Taoist temple, the mischievous children remained awake, with the lights illuminating both the interior and the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, the old man nearly collided with the flustered Fu Wanmin. Upon catching sight of the child in the old man's arms, Fu Wanmin instinctively patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness, the little treasure was safe and sound, having returned after going missing since yesterday evening. Today, they had searched all day without success. As Fu Wanmin glanced behind the old man, she was taken aback to see an elderly lady of remarkable grace following him. Before her curiosity could take shape, the old man calmly introduced her. "This is my junior sister, Lingxi." Regaining her composure, Fu Wanmin promptly extended her hand in a respectful gesture, warmly greeting her. "Greetings. I had no idea you were my son's master's aunt. My goodness. The mountain path is treacherous. It must have been quite exhausting to ascend." Ling Xiaozu smiled kindly, panting slightly. "Indeed, it was rather challenging for my old bones to make the climb." Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Yifu, Lan He, Lan Yu, Lan Jun, and Lan Ju rushed out from the house. Lan Di had gone off with a group of bodyguards to search for the child. Meanwhile, the 5 boys were struggling to recall who Xiao Anning was. Fu Wanmin had exhausted her words, unable to stir even a fragment of memory regarding Xiao Anning from them. All of Xiao Anning's belongings appeared utterly foreign to their eyes. When Fu Wanmin presented Xiao Anning's baby bottle, they remarked, "Isn't this just an ordinary water cup?" She then showed them a can of 3-year-old infant formula, to which they replied, "This is senior high-calcium milk." They looked perplexed. "Does the master still drink this stuff?" "Mom, did you buy this for my master? He loves tea and wouldn't drink this." Desperate, Fu Wanmin showed them Xiao Anning's diapers. This only led to their embarrassment, as they insisted it was a sanitary pad, something they had seen in advertisements. When she displayed Xiao Anning's dress and shoes, they unanimously concluded these must have belonged to Yifu when he was 2 or 3. Yifu himself seemed to recall wearing them. Fu Wanmin raised her hand to her forehead, utterly speechless, and asked, "Son, are you certain you wore a pink dress and little shoes with bows?" The 5 boys confidently replied in unison, "This is a white Taoist robe and black cloth shoes." At that moment, Xiao Anning returned. The old man gently set the child down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she began to pout, her little mouth spewing complaints. "Don't hold me. So annoying, ugly, dirty, scary. Wow, I'm so scared." Infuriated, she dashed around the courtyard, her mouth moving incessantly, her little bottom in constant motion. The series of toots was impressive. She ran and scolded while letting out a stream of them. This spectacle evoked hearty laughter from the 3 adults. "Impressive, little Ningning. Is your little bottom helping your mouth?" They chuckled. "What a mischief maker, our little deity. Today it seems we have truly vexed the little god." The old man finally understood how the child managed her own power. No wonder she appeared so helpless. Her control lay in her bottom. This was not merely flatulence. It was a release of divine might that had been pent up for over 3 hours. No wonder the child becomes irritable upon being grounded, feeling quite uncomfortable. Who wouldn't be upset? At this moment, apart from the fortunate Fu heir, no one dared to approach the little demon, unless they were seeking their own demise. Fu Wanmin hastily retrieved her phone to call the bodyguards, announcing the child's return. The 5 boys stood frozen at the doorway, gazing at Xiao Anning as if they had been struck mute. The little black bundle launched itself at the little white one, tumbling and rolling together in joyful play. Memories of Xiao Anning surged back into Yifu's mind, bringing him back to his senses. "Xiao Ningning, you ran away again. Do you still want your senior brother? This time I am truly angry. Stop right there. I want a hug." Upon hearing her senior brother's displeasure, Xiao Ningning hastened her little legs, chattering excitedly as her tiny bottom pitter-pattered along. "Oh no, I'm in trouble. Help, help." The 4 brothers, their memories clouded by the aura of malevolence, struggled to regain their senses, and seeing Xiao Anning only left them more bewildered. Lan tugged at Lan He's sleeve, whispering, "Third brother, is she truly our little aunt?" Lonnie was even more perplexed. With the eldest and second brothers absent, who should I ask? Lan Jun's eyes nearly popped out. Disbelief etched across his face. Can we really have such a tiny little aunt? Lan Ju felt as though his very identity was fracturing, pointing at the little imp. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "Whose aunt is smaller than her nephew? Surely, she won't need her nephew to prepare milk, change diapers, and lull her to sleep. Goodness, I'm not ready for marriage and children yet. I have no experience whatsoever." Chapter 65. The Scythe and the Shearing this time. Xiao Anning slipped away and faced the consequences. Her senior brother scooped her up, playfully biting her cheek, gently nipping and asking, "Are you still going to run away from your senior brother? You dare to leave your senior brother behind again?" The little cherub's chubby face was simply irresistible to bite. "You dare? Quickly say you want to leave your senior brother again." "I want to leave." Xiao Anning's little face was still being nibbled, a bit excessive. It was rare for the little white bundle to tackle the little black one, creating a ruckus. The four nephews no longer recognized Xiao Anning, quietly watching from the side, utterly dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. In the past, they would surely not have allowed their little master uncle to treat their little aunt so playfully. Their little master uncle was quite cunning, as he could easily restore their memories through the auspicious powers. Suddenly, they realized they no longer felt the urge to snatch up Xiao Anning, their ears blissfully quiet. For the time being, they had no desire to restore their memories. They wished for a few days of peace before doing so. Fu Wanmin assisted in preparing a guest room for her son's master aunt. That night, apart from Yifu, no one dared to help Xiao Anning with her washing and bedtime routine. The child, feeling pinned up, remained in a state of exuberance, occasionally letting out farts or burps. Unable to pause for long, "Xiao Ningning, are you still uncomfortable? Come, let your senior brother hold you while you sleep. A gentle pat on the back will help." This tactic was ineffective. Xiao Ningning turned away, a little ball of frustration, sitting and feeling blocked, her gas rising as she burped while playing with her plush toys. "Xiao Ningning, Gomeon, your senior brother will hold you to sleep. Once you fall asleep, you won't feel uncomfortable anymore." After a quarrel, I found myself in a state of anger towards my senior brother, refusing to snuggle and sleep beside him. The little black fluff ball mirrored this behavior, turning its back on the little white fluff ball, sulking. The little white fluff ball, overwhelmed, busily nudged and licked its counterpart. My senior brother, in perfect synchrony, gently pressed his forehead against the little creature's head, affectionately rubbing and kissing its small face, no longer daring to interrogate harshly. He tenderly reassured, "I'm not angry anymore. I was wrong. From now on, little Ning Ning can go wherever she wishes. Little Ning Ning has learned to control her powers." "How splendid. Wherever you go, will you take me along?" "All right," came the reply, as sleepiness washed over little Ning Ning. Without shame, sought the comfort of her senior brother's embrace, a gentle pat, and a kiss. The following morning unfolded a heartwarming scene in the courtyard. Previously, my master practiced alone, solitary in his endeavors. Young Yifu often overslept, but this year marked his commitment to rise early, accompanying his master in practice and tidying the dojo. Today, companionship graced my master. My senior sister, wielding a peachwood sword, trained alongside him. Both shared silver hair and donned gray robes, their lean figures exuding an ethereal grace. The scene was so beautiful that those waking up hesitated to intrude. Fu Wanmin tiptoed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, a group of little ones following to assist. The four brothers stared blankly at little Ning, struggling to rekindle the familial bond. Observing the little one slurping on a bottle, they found themselves at a loss for conversation. The formidable Lanju, after much contemplation, managed to utter, "Is that milk tasty?" His three brothers had intended to engage with little Ning similarly, but their line was usurped. Surely, they couldn't inquire, "Is your diaper comfortable?" Yifu, cradling little Ning at the stove, helped kindle the fire for breakfast, casting a bemused glance at Lanju. It was a nonsensical question. If the milk were unpalatable, would little Ning Ning be so captivated? Fu Wanmin regarded the four boys with concern. "Dear child," she said, "your master mentioned that you could help them regain their memories. Is that not possible?" Little Ning felt powerless in this regard, knowing only that the situation for the four was deteriorating. Subconsciously aware, she busied herself with her milk, directing a single word at her senior brother. "Fix it. Senior brother, please fix them quickly." Yifu lazily stuffed firewood into the stove, relishing the tranquility of not being besieged for attention, deliberately stalling for time. "I am hungry. I need to eat well to have the strength to cast spells. After breakfast, I shall mend them." The four brothers exclaimed, "What? Mend? We merely lack some memories with our little aunt. Our minds are not broken." Just as Fu Wanmin completed breakfast, a call came in. There was an urgent matter at the company. The chairman had not yet returned, and significant decisions required her approval as the chairman's wife. She hastily snatched a few bites of breakfast and rushed down the mountain. The remaining tasks were swiftly taken over by others. Washing pots and cleaning the kitchen was a challenge no 5 boys could outmatch an elderly lady. Even the old man was no match for her. With her sleeves rolled up, the elderly lady promptly shooed them all out. Do not be a hindrance. Your task is to take good care of the little deity. The elderly lady tidied the kitchen with efficiency. Once finished, she turned her attention to the old man. Instruct the children to bring chairs and benches, and fetch a basin of clean water to place in the yard. The elderly woman sharpened the sickle used for harvesting wheat until it gleamed coldly, then beckoned to the old man. Old man, you should shave that beard of yours. It's hot just looking at it. The children instinctively recoiled at the thought of the sickle being used for shaving. The old man, accustomed to his beard, hesitated to part with it, standing at the door with a furrowed brow, attempting to plead his case. Sister, it's not easy to grow this beard. The elderly woman rolled her eyes in silence. What use is such a large beard? It gets in the way when eating and needs to be lifted when using the restroom. Isn't it a hassle? The old man's beard nearly reached his abdomen, and her words painted a vivid picture. If it grew any longer, it would surely complicate matters even further. The disciples and grandchildren squatted in a row, nearly bursting with laughter. Ifu, who sought to help his 4 brothers regain their memories, was so stifled with laughter that he forgot himself, causing his stomach to ache. Lanhi bit his fist, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. His 3 younger brothers bit their tongues, covering their mouths with their hands and biting their clothes, managing to remain silent, thus preserving the old man's dignity. They were all curious to see if the old man would lose his authority without the beard. Little Ning squatted in front of her elder brother, her childish voice interjecting, "Grandpa, shave your hair." Lacking a razor, the elderly woman eagerly brandished the sickle. At 72, you look like you're in your 80s or 90s. I guarantee that once you shave, you'll look 10 years younger. The elderly woman, at 69, appeared to be in her 50s, with only half of her hair turned gray and her skin and physique well maintained, making her seem much younger than the old man. Unable to withstand the elderly woman's insistence, the old man, accustomed to indulging her, relented. All right, I'll shave. Let's make it quick." The children watched eagerly as the old man had his beard shaved clean by the elderly woman. As she had said, the old man suddenly appeared 20 years younger. He looked more spirited, with sharp brows and bright eyes, revealing the handsomeness of his youth. However, his authority had diminished significantly. Everyone's attention was fixated on the now less authoritative old man's face, and no one noticed Lan Ju's subtle actions. He squatted down and slowly inched closer, quietly collecting the old man's beard to stash in his pocket. The 3 older brothers caught a glimpse out of the corner of their eyes, but chose to remain silent, their hearts filled with worry and concern. How could they help little Ju with his psychological struggles? They recalled the 6-year-old little Ju from 2 years prior, rummaging through the attic for anything related to Mother Jing. After much effort, he found a few strands of hair, only for their father to snatch them away and burn them in the fire. Little Ju seemed to recognize that the old man cherished his beard, so he quietly collected it for himself. Ifu noticed as well, but could not comprehend why Lan Ju was doing this. Little Ning sensed the situation and quickly offered comforting words. "Little Ju, don't worry. Grandpa has plenty of hair. We want tea, take any. It's all for you." Caught in the act of thievery, Lan Ju hurriedly stood up, feeling embarrassed and attempting to brush off the dust from his pants. "Don't say such things, little one. What would I want with Grandpa's smelly beard? It's not like I can sell it." Though he said this, he harbored a handful of beard in his pocket, filled with trepidation. With the old man being so aged, he feared that one day he might not be around anymore. What would he do if he missed him? In his treasure chest, he secretly harbored the belongings of his elder brothers, his eldest brother's hair, his second brother's leg hair, his third brother's diary, his fourth brother's nails, and his fifth brother's milk teeth, all deemed precious. In essence, he was fearful of growing old before those who were older than him, even if only by 2 years, like his fifth brother. Conversely, he felt no trepidation towards those younger than him, convinced that he would succumb to age first. thus refraining from covertly collecting the possessions of his junior disciple. At that moment, Grandmaster stroked his bald chin, feeling an unfamiliar sensation, and retreated to the room to gaze into the mirror. Grandmother followed with a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, senior brother, after 50 years apart, we finally meet again. In your youth, you were a fair-skinned young man, and even in old age, you still possess an undeniable charm, despite his profound cultivation." The old man felt a tinge of shyness and lowered his voice to remind, "The children are still young. Do not provoke them, sister. I fear I may no longer be able to restrain these little monkeys." After observing the merriment, Ifu hesitated, contemplating whether to restore the memories of the four companions at that moment. Once their memories were restored, they would undoubtedly rush to embrace little Ning, which would be quite bothersome. He promptly decided to postpone the restoration until school commenced. Landi, having heard from Yi's bodyguards that little Ning had returned to the temple, did not return immediately, but sought out Lan Tian instead. Yi Pingzu, accompanied by his two younger brothers, scoured the city for several days, establishing numerous connections, and finally, in the last 2 days before school started, managed to transfer the 6 children's school records and household registrations. Yi Pingzhou then proceeded to enroll the children. The day Lan Tian and Lan Di returned to the temple coincided with the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, August 30th in the Gregorian calendar, also known as the day of the malevolent spirit's birth, which coincided with the Ghost Festival. On this day, the gates of the underworld swung wide open. The ominous clouds loomed over Tianji Peak, and thunder rumbled ominously. "Grandmaster, grandmother, is this the end of the world?" The 3 youngest members of the Lan family, frightened, dove beneath the table. The 3 older ones struggled to maintain composure, as it was their first encounter witnessing their own fearsome little aunt bestowing retribution upon the world. Xian Chunzi sat cross-legged in calm meditation, impervious to external disturbances. Ling Xiaozi, equally unperturbed, called the little ones to gather around her. Gently patting the heads of Lan Ju and Lan Jun, she soothingly reassured, "Children, do not fear. Consider it merely thunder on a stormy day. The malevolent spirit will not harm the innocent." Another deafening rumble echoed through the sky, shaking the very mountain peak, as if the temple were on the verge of collapse. Startled, Lan Ju cried out and immediately sought refuge in grandmother's embrace. Lan Di trembled in fear. "Damn it!" Lan Tian appeared to raise his hand to strike Lan Di, but in reality, he merely patted his back to comfort him. Even in comforting, respect had to be afforded to the rebellious one. This elder brother bore the weight of humility. Lani discreetly tightened his grip on Lan Yu's hand. Once the thunderclaps subsided, grandmother seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to the children. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. We must conduct ourselves with integrity and cultivate virtuous character from a young age, for heaven will surely protect the righteous. The 6 children listened attentively, absorbing her teachings. Meanwhile, Ifu stood vigil by the bedside in the bedroom. Little Anning was in a state of deep meditation, appearing as though she were asleep. From midnight, as the date shifted from July 14th to July 15th, her small form suddenly and inexplicably floated in mid-air, no longer touching the bed. Ifu hurried to the Master's bedroom to report the situation. The Master instructed him to stand guard and not disturb the little deity's meditation. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Master's room was so thick with malevolent energy that even he dared not approach. A dark red aura shot up to the heavens from the ceiling of his chamber. It was now noon, and the sky was overcast, resembling nightfall, with thunder rumbling, but no rain. The temple was not receiving visitors for divination or fortune-telling today. Engaging in such matters would invite divine retribution. Suddenly, Xian Chunzi, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and instinctively raised a hand to stroke his beard, only to find it devoid of any company. He turned to his eldest disciple and instructed, "Tur, if anyone arrives, please attend to them and ask them to return tomorrow. I hope their concerns are not too grave." The old sage, possessing remarkable abilities, sensed the presence of visitors without needing to calculate. No sooner had he spoken than Blue Sky had not yet had the chance to respond before someone called out from outside the courtyard. "Is the old master at home? Help! Old master, The voice was raised even before the person entered the yard. In such dreadful weather, the fact that someone was climbing up to the temple suggested that the matter was indeed serious. Ling Xiaozi sprang to his feet. Senior brother, do not concern yourself. The children are all indoors. I shall go out to see. My skills are limited, and I cannot disrupt the divine secrets. Blue Sky hurriedly followed, dutifully supporting the elderly lady's arm. Grandma, I will accompany you to receive them. Very well, dear child. The old lady and the young boy exited the study, turning back to securely close the door, fearing that the old master might soften and reveal divine secrets to save a life. He wished he had a great lock to fasten the door from the outside. Ling Xiaozi sternly instructed the 5 little ones inside. Children, keep a close watch on your grandmaster. Do not let him out, nor allow him to speak recklessly. The 5 little ones encircled the old man. Do not worry, Grandma. If necessary, I shall knock out the grandmaster. Blue Earth responded with a mischievous grin, cracking his knuckles, showing no sign of a cultivator-esque demeanor, more akin to that of a demonic practitioner. The grandmaster shot him a glare. You little rascal. The others were equally mischievous. Blue Absolute clung to the grandmaster's waist, his small hands tightly wrapped around him. Regardless, Grandmaster, you must not move or calculate. You are not to do anything today. Blue June also latched onto the old man's left arm. Grandmaster, please heed Grandma's words. Do not make things difficult for your disciples. Blue and Earth firmly embraced the old man's right arm. Be mindful, lest we act in rebellion. The 2 boys leaned against the door, transforming into sentinels, determined to prevent the old man from exiting. The old man opened his mouth in silence, letting out a heavy sigh. Just then, a flurry of several people rushed into the courtyard. Is the old master at home? I have heard of your great abilities. I beseech you, please save my daughter. Old master, my sister's condition is quite alarming. Please help us, and we shall surely reward you. It was a family of 4, in their 30s. The elder brother carried his younger sister, who was in her 20s, while their parents huffed and puffed alongside them. Ling Xiaozi and Lan Tian emerged from the study, blocking the family's path. I apologize. My senior brother is away on a journey and has yet to return. You may come back another day. As he glanced at the girl slumped on the man's back, Ling Xiaozi abruptly halted his speech, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. The girl's eyes were darkened, her complexion ashen, and her consciousness seemed clouded, an unmistakable sign of being ensnared by a formidable malevolent force, which could not linger much longer. On this ghost festival, even the malevolent spirits granted their minions a reprieve, which was why this entity had evaded purification and followed them to the domain of the malevolent deity. Lan Tian, unfamiliar with such matters, was startled by the girl's appearance. Recalling his master's words, he hastily rephrased, My master is currently preoccupied and cannot attend to you today. Please return tomorrow. Ling Xiaozi leaned in for a closer look, unable to discern the nature of the malevolence afflicting the girl, and quickly concurred, Today is not auspicious. You should come back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple lost control of their emotions and fell to their knees with a thud. No, we cannot wait. My daughter is in grave danger. The elderly man, whose master was also Ling Xiaozi's senior brother, implored, Your abilities must be considerable. I beseech you, save my daughter. The man gingerly set his sister down and embraced her tightly, kneeling beside her in desperate supplication. Please, we rushed here from the hospital. During her treatment, the doctors and nurses on night duty were adorned with gold, claiming to feel quite frightened at night. The elderly couple, in a state of panic, wept profusely. Her condition is worsening. It seems as if my daughter may not survive. I implore you, save her. Several elderly patients in the ward mentioned that Taoist Chunzi would possess a remedy, urging us to seek your help. This was a last resort, a desperate attempt to seek help. Otherwise, they would not have climbed the mountain carrying the girl to plead for aid. Inside the study, an elderly man and 5 youngsters listened intently to the conversation outside. The old man felt a stir of compassion and wished to peek out the window. However, burdened with 3 children, he found it difficult to move. Lan Ju, with an indignant expression, looked up at the elder and exclaimed, Master, I'll cover your ears. Don't listen. The old man sighed in resignation. The little monkey children complied, as he assured them, I will only take a glance outside. I won't reveal any secrets." Despite their youth, the three little monkeys were no match for the seasoned elder. He stood up, bearing the three children effortlessly, and made his way to the window. "Master, don't move. Stay put. You must not look. Granny will scold you later." Lon D and Lon He blocked the entrance, but there was little time to intervene. By then, the old man had reached the window and peered outside. With his partially opened celestial sight, even through the misty glass, he immediately discerned the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a matter of life and death. The girl was unlikely to survive the night. With a softened heart, the elder called out, "Has this young lady recently traveled far?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the family felt as if they had grasped a lifeline, turning to kneel at the closed door of the study. Unfamiliar with the old Taoist, they paid no heed to the identity of the questioner, and the elderly couple, along with their son, hastily bowed in response. "Yes, indeed. My daughter has traveled recently. Not long ago, my daughter as company organized a team-building trip to Japan." The man glanced down at his younger sister in his arms and suddenly recalled something, hastily adding, "My sister was taken by a few colleagues to that absurd shrine dedicated to a notorious war criminal." Remembering the post she shared on social media, his and his parents' expressions grew more anxious. "My daughter certainly did not enter that place with a sense of reverence," she posted, expressing her desire to blow up that foul shrine. Yes, indeed, she was dragged there by her colleagues with that very irreverent sentiment. Shortly after returning home, she fell ill. At first, we thought it was just a cold, but her condition worsened. Ling Xiaozi and Lan Tian spoke in unison, halting the conversation. "All right, you can come back tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the old man, without needing to calculate, understood the situation. Habitually, he raised his hand to stroke his beard, only to find it lonely. Lon D and Lon He, without a word, guided the old man away from the window. "Master, please be silent. You are not a living Buddha. Ignoring this matter won't diminish your spiritual integrity." The three youngsters clung to him, two wrapped around his legs and one around his waist, resolutely preventing him from meddling. The old man pondered for a moment and devised a plan to save the girl. "Go tell them that before nightfall, they must take the girl to the martyrs' cemetery and allow her to spend the night alone among the graves. It is imperative. She must sleep alone at the martyrs' cemetery." The city's martyrs' cemetery was not far. It was still feasible to reach it by bus from the foot of Tianji Peak, a journey of 12 stops. The five boys, quick-witted, discerned that the master had not unveiled the entire truth nor intervened directly. Lonnie promptly went out to relay the message, emphasizing that she must spend the night alone at the graves of the revolutionary martyrs, without family accompaniment. The family, having received this guidance, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. As before, the father hurriedly carried his daughter and descended the mountain, heading towards the martyrs' cemetery. Once the family was dispatched, Ling Xiaozi and the children, filled with curiosity, refrained from asking questions. Ultimately, it sufficed that the old man had not divulged the entire truth. At the summit of Tianji Peak, thunder rumbled without rain. It resonated throughout the day, continuing until midnight, transitioning into July 16th, before finally settling into silence. Little Ning tumbled back into bed, rubbing her eyes, stretching lazily, and waking up in a daze. As soon as she awakened, she sweetly whined, "Shi Xiong, 7 grandmother wants a hug." Her senior brother, who had kept watch by her bedside for an entire day and night, was utterly fatigued. He slapped his face, mustering his energy, and attended to her with utmost patience. "Little Ning Ning has emerged. How wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, little Ning Ning. I shall prepare your milk right away." This could not be blamed on the master and mistress or the 6 others who were unable to approach the bedroom. The entire room was enveloped in an icy chill that extended 20 steps beyond the bedroom door, with a layer of frost coating the walls. Aside from Yifu, who felt nothing in this space, everyone else, even at a distance of 20 steps from the bedroom, experienced intense cold, shivering uncontrollably on the icy surface, their very souls trembling as if they might fly away. As little Anning emerged from seclusion, the entire space was instantly restored to normalcy. The layer of frost was evidently unlike ordinary ice. Once melted, not a single droplet of water was left behind. As equilibrium returned, The elderly couple swiftly attended to the door. The little deity has emerged. Quickly, fetch the milk powder. At that moment, the water temperature was just right, and the little deity would soon be able to enjoy his milk. The old man held a warm flask, while the old woman was equipped with milk powder and a bottle, having prepared everything in advance. After consuming the milk, the little deity was fully invigorated and unable to sleep. In contrast, Ifu was utterly exhausted, swaying as if he might doze off while standing. The elderly couple, feeling a pang of sympathy, hurriedly urged the little one to rest in bed, taking the lively child outside to play. The 2-year-old had begun to harness his powers, making him relatively manageable, though he was prone to fits of anger, displaying a fierce demeanor. In the middle of the night, the elderly couple chased after his tiny form throughout the temple, attempting to coax him into calmness. Unable to resist, they would scoop him up, only to be met with his explosive protests. The child, upon being set down, would touch his little bottom and express himself with clarity. Ning ning, yop dote. So smelly, so messy. Don't hold ning ning. No holding. Such an adorable child. Who could possibly resist embracing him? The 6 brothers were set to go to their new school the following day to collect their textbooks and arrange for lodging. The elementary school did not provide accommodation, but the nearby middle school had dormitories very close by. Both high school and university offered boarding facilities. Pingzhou had already spoken with the principal of the middle school, facilitating the lodging of 2 elementary students in the same dormitory as their elder brother. The 6 little ones were quite sensible. They stayed awake that night, helping to entertain the child, ensuring the elderly couple would not be overburdened, and allowing their young master-uncle a chance for much-needed rest. It seemed their master had truly forgotten to help restore the memories of the 4 brothers, with only the blue skies and lands recalling their little aunt. Stripped of their memories by the malevolent deity, the old man was powerless to assist. The 4 brothers watched with longing as the eldest and second brothers interacted warmly with their aunt. They awkwardly circled around the little baby, seeking a sense of familiarity throughout the night, yet were unable to utter the words little aunt, instead referring to her as little baby. The next morning, 2 bodyguards from the family arrived to escort the children to school. This was the first time the old man had sought Pingzhou's assistance. Pingzhou took this matter seriously, ensuring the old man had no cause for concern. Fu donned his elementary school uniform and slung on his backpack, descending the mountain alongside his 6 brothers to school. Seeing that he had rested well and enjoyed a hearty breakfast, there should be no excuses left. The others were incensed, reminding him of a matter he had consistently overlooked, helping the 4 brothers regain their memories concerning their little aunt. It was rare for the master to display a serious demeanor, and he rewarded Fu with a 2-word reprimand: mischievous. Feigning composure, Fu activated his fortune to assist in restoring their memories, albeit weakly defending himself. I merely forgot. Londi regarded him with disdain, bluntly stating, little master uncle, your fibs are only fit to deceive ghosts. Lon Tian lightly tapped his forehead. Little master uncle, your jealousy seems to have grown stronger. Don't worry. The 6 of us cannot outdo you, as you are simply too capable. Fu, having been unmasked, felt his cheeks flush as he awkwardly summoned his fortune to aid in restoring the memories of the 4 brothers. As anticipated, once their memories returned, they became exceedingly boisterous. Little aunt baby, come, let me hold you. I don't want to go to school. Little aunt, be good at home. Don't forget about me. Tomorrow, September 1st, classes will officially commence. Oh dear. Ani, please help me take a leave of absence. It feels as if I have just enjoyed an extended summer vacation. Lonnie gently pinched the little one's cheek, smiling tenderly. We shall only return to play with Ani on Friday afternoon. Be good. With a senior brother nearby. Little Ning became lazy, failing to tighten her small bottom to assert control, allowing their playful hands to roam freely. Whatever was said, she nodded her little head in agreement. All right. The senior brother, filled with pent-up frustration, gritted his teeth, dispersing his displeasure one by one, endlessly. Enough. Let's be off. Do not dawdle. We shall be late. At this moment, the elderly lady was tidying up the kitchen. The old man, with a darkened expression, approached, scooped up the child, and shooed the boys away. Off, off. Off to school. Your chattering is deafening. Fu dared not coax little Ning any further. A mere coaxing would surely lead to another round of treasure snatching. Once the old man embraced the child, she instinctively tightened her bottom, feeling stifled. She wished to join in the fun, but just as her tears began to brew, the moment was lost. The old man was clearly deliberate, holding onto the child without relent, taking her into the house to read for a while, and even sitting with her in his embrace. Eventually, he engaged in tea and philosophy discussions with the elderly lady, claiming he needed to use the restroom, and handed the child over to her. The elderly lady was equally intentional, holding the child close and refusing to let her down, denying her the chance to escape. The boys, laden with their school bags, chattered all the way down the mountain, encountering the same family of 4 at the foot. The young woman's complexion had returned to normal, supported by her mother and brother. Her father carried a variety of items, clearly preparing to visit the temple to express gratitude for their salvation. Upon seeing Lan Tian, the young man from the temple yesterday, the family was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Is the old Taoist master at home today?" they inquired, having not clearly seen the person in the house yesterday. Lan Tian nodded. "Indeed, he is my esteemed grandfather." Lonnie glanced at the sister, inquiring with concern, "Are you feeling better?" The girl's mother expressed her gratitude, tears flowing freely. "The old Taoist master truly is a living deity. According to his words, my daughter merely needed to sleep one night in the martyr's cemetery to recover. Is truly miraculous." The girl, still somewhat weak, softly added, "I dreamt last night that enemies were trying to harm me, but several valiant Red Army uncles wielding great swords reassured me, saying, 'Don't be afraid, young lady, all is well.' And then they chased after the enemies, and when I awoke, dawn had arrived and all was well." Ifu, who had kept watch over Little and Ning yesterday and was not present, understood the situation upon hearing this. It seems this elder sister truly had entangled herself with the enemies. Although Master could not intervene directly, he ingeniously devised a way for the spirits of our martyrs to confront the foes, showcasing a remarkable expertise in his craft. Truly impressive. Even the utterly uninitiated 6th brother comprehended the gravity of the matter, instantly filled with deep admiration for the esteemed grandfather. Have the spirits of the martyrs returned for the ghost festival? Has anyone paid tribute in remembrance? Understanding their old man's temperament, they knew that upon seeing their offerings, they would need to help refuse them, lest the whole family make a futile trip up the mountain. As the elder, Ifu, displayed a semblance of authority, he was the first to speak. "No merit, no reward. My master would not accept such tokens. We appreciate your intentions, but you need not persist." Lan Tian, composed as ever, added, "You should pay your respects at the graves of the revolutionary martyrs." At this point, the family of 4 began to comprehend the situation, yet they remained steadfast in their resolve. "Indeed, we must honor the martyrs properly. My daughter's recovery is a blessing that we owe to their protection, as well as to the guidance of the old Taoist." Their determination was unyielding. After bidding farewell, the family continued their ascent up the mountain, carrying their offerings. Chapter 68. A child and a bird. The child was passed back and forth between the cunning old man and woman for the entirety of the morning. After having unleashed her spirit the previous day, the old man was certain that the child would be restless today. As anticipated, after being held for 3 to 4 hours, the child descended without releasing a continuous stream of flatulence or even a burp. She merely sulked, refusing to engage with her elderly companions. Squatting at the doorway, she indulged in a minor tantrum, swatting at flies with her tiny hands. With a swift motion, she dispatched one. She gestured toward the courtyard wall, seeking a companion for her playtime. "Come here, Chi Yao." No sooner had she spoken than a little crow, still clumsy from its recent flight lessons, stumbled into view. The child generously pointed to the deceased fly, offering an invitation. "Quick, Chi!" The little crow hopped eagerly toward her and promptly devoured the fly. The child shifted her position slightly and casually smacked the ground again, killing another fly. With a pointed finger, the little crow hopped over to partake in the feast once more. The old man and woman sat on their respective stools, watching the little divine child with benevolence. Each time she dispatched a fly, she would shift her posture, while the ravenous crow followed suit, eagerly consuming the spoils. The old woman nudged the old man's arm and whispered, How did these two little ones kind of play together? I cannot quite fathom it. It is remarkable for our little deity to find such a harmonious companion. Traditionally, the temple would raise chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, as well as cattle and sheep each year. However, upon calculating the year ahead, the old man discerned that livestock would not thrive this year. After the spring plowing, he sold several sheep and the plow ox, leaving no piglets or fowl behind. It was not until later in the year that he discovered the reason for the livestock's decline. It turned out that the malevolent spirit had claimed dominion over Tianji Peak overnight. What creature could possibly thrive under such circumstances? Alas, only the crow seemed able to approach the malevolent spirit with any degree of comfort. Curiously silent, the two little beings played together, and the old man, observing this endearing yet pitiable scene, refrained from speaking loudly, fearing he might disrupt their interaction. With a gentle chuckle, he remarked, "I sense the flies are inquiring about your connection. Who, I wonder, orchestrated this bond?" The old woman playfully rolled her eyes. I could decipher that the flies are saying, "O malevolent spirit, you are lofty. You sacrifice my life to feed the little bird." The old man, amused by her playful banter, struggled to suppress his laughter, concerned it might diminish his aura. The old woman then quietly added, "You old rascal. Why not provide our little deity with an electric fly swatter, allowing the crow to enjoy barbecue?" With a puff, the old man, having lost his former prowess, raised his hand but did not touch his beard. He decided to abandon pretense and followed the old lady in a playful banter. "I'll get a mosquito racket for the little deity. And the crow will surely complain, 'Why doesn't your barbecue have cumin?' Then I would have to descend the mountain to buy cumin." The old lady could not help but laugh, and this laughter caused two small figures to turn their heads simultaneously. Both possessed glistening, round eyes, their expressions mirroring one another's indignation. "I won't play with you. Humph. Ning ning isangri. Really angry. I won't let out any farts. Oh, how terrifying." The little one was quite serious about her anger, not jesting in the slightest. She pouted and continued to swat flies to share with her companions. The crow, full of bravado, squawked at the old couple, demonstrating its fierce demeanor. The elderly pair quickly silenced themselves, biting their dentures to stifle their laughter, making sure not to disturb the two little ones. Yet, the old lady couldn't contain herself for even a minute before she resumed. "The little deity has quite the temper. Swatting flies with such force must ruin the flavor," she exclaimed, bursting into laughter. The old man, having completely lost his composure, glanced at the courtyard door and suddenly sensed the approach of someone, instantly suppressing his amusement. Early in the morning, he had foreseen that visitors would arrive today, most likely the same family from yesterday. Calmly, he soothed the child. "Little deity, the guests have arrived. We shall not accept offerings without merit. Let us hide ourselves, shall we?" The particularly irate little deity complied obediently. As soon as the child agreed, the old man keenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The old lady remained oblivious. She was about to inquire how they would hide. Closing the door and concealing themselves indoors seemed sufficient, but could the child hide the entire temple? Footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Indeed, it was the family from the previous day. The girl was now well, her complexion restored to that of a healthy person, her long black hair gleaming. Supported by her mother and brother, she entered the courtyard. Her father followed closely behind. The family's expressions appeared perplexed as they wandered around the courtyard. "Huh, is this the mountain peak? Where's the temple? We didn't climb the wrong mountain, did we? This is Tianji Peak. Where has the temple gone?" Just moments ago, they had seen the temple's roof and entrance, yet now the empty mountaintop revealed nothing. The girl recalled what the little Taoist brothers had said at the foot of the mountain and realized. Mom, Dad, brother, the old priest must possess great abilities. He likely foresaw our visit and, wishing to avoid any formalities, has cast a spell to conceal himself, just like in the television shows. As she circled the courtyard, the more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Given the height of Tianji Peak, the old priest had lived atop this mountain his entire life. He might even possess the skill of flying with a sword. Surely, he was intentionally evading us. The family gazed at the barren mountaintop, an inexplicable chill creeping down their spines. The sun had been shining brightly, but suddenly a dark cloud floated across the sky, obscuring the sun and casting a gloomy shadow over the mountaintop. Several crows flew overhead, cawing loudly, and the atmosphere shifted ominously. It's broad daylight, yet it feels haunted. The temple has vanished. The elderly couple wandered in circles, urging their children to hasten down the mountain. The little Taoist brothers were right. It was time for them to pay respects to their ancestors. The venerable Taoist master, evading our presence, likely reproaches us for not paying homage to the martyrs in a timely manner, instead of ascending the mountain to express our gratitude. Last night was indeed mystical. I felt no fear sleeping alone in the martyr cemetery, and my ailments have subsided. We shall proceed to honor the martyrs properly. The girl followed her parents and brother a few steps, then turned back. She knelt, bowing 3 times towards the desolate mountaintop. Master Taoist, thank you for your guidance. You have restored my life. After her bows, she descended the mountain with her family. In truth, they had been wandering in circles within the courtyard of the Taoist temple, separated by an invisible barrier, unable to see anything. A pair of elders and a child, leisurely squatting at the entrance of the side hall, along with a young crow, observed the family's every move with clarity. Once they had distanced themselves, the mountaintop returned to its usual state. The precious spirit was still in a huff, swatting flies to feed the crow. After some time, the young crow was satiated, and the spirit, feeling peckish, approached the elders with a bold demeanor, wiggling her little bottom and grinning to mask her embarrassment. Dear grandfather and grandmother, the elderly couple hurriedly assisted each other to rise and attend to the child. All right, let us prepare a bottle of milk for the little deity. The elder secretly wiped his cold sweat. Thankfully, her cravings did not extend to desiring smoke. The divine child's powers were growing, making her influence among mortals even more formidable. Our mundane sustenance, particularly milk, was the little deity's favorite. They hastily prepared it. The elder moved swiftly, soon presenting the milk to the child. It was lunchtime. The little deity began to drink, while the elder prepared the meal. The diminutive, stout bottle was held with both of the child's small hands, showing a hint of struggle. Just as the elder reached out to embrace her, the child dashed away, utilizing a mystical formation, and vanished in a blink. The elder was momentarily stunned before quickly reacting, turning to shout towards the kitchen, "Master Trouble! The mischievous deity has escaped." Chapter 69. All ancestors at Qingfeng Primary School. The comprehensive school cleanup had just concluded, and only then were the books distributed. Lanju advanced to the 3rd grade this semester, while Lanjun moved up to the 5th. Today, Lanju nearly suffered a fatal shock. His little junior uncle had also ascended to the 5th grade. Lanju had always assumed his little junior uncle was merely a small child in the 1st or 2nd grade. Lanjun was even more unsettled, staring at his classmate in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. "Little uncle, am I seeing things? You're also in the 5th grade. Aren't you only 7? Did you enter the wrong class?" Yifu calmly inscribed his name on the new book, replying without looking up, "I am destined to be accompanied by the auspicious Wenchang star. If you're similarly favored, your studies would not falter. I merely took a shortcut in my fate." The tone of his words carried a hint of self-deprecation. Taking a shortcut in destiny was hardly a matter for boasting. Lanjun felt considerably relieved upon hearing this. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed. The mention of the Wenchang star suggested that academic prowess was assured, leading one to ponder if their own struggles in learning were a result of lacking such destiny. Observing his little junior uncle write the characters for Yifu with such grace and flair, one could hardly believe he was merely a 7-year-old child. He glanced at the 2 characters he had penned, Lanjun, and found them undeniably unappealing. Indeed, they were quite hideous. Reflecting on the academic performance of his brothers, he murmured, "Lan's learning is mediocre, while Lanju's is the poorest. No wonder they are not cut out for scholarly pursuits. My eldest, 2nd, and 3rd brothers excel in their studies. Could it be that my little master uncle is blessed with a literary benefactor as well?" At this, the little master uncle paused, turning to cast a sidelong glance his way, his brows knitting in mild disapproval as he adopted a serious demeanor. "Man's determination can triumph over fate. Do not blame the heavens for your plight. but strive to alter your destiny. Lan Jun, feeling indignant, protested, but we are dealt a poor hand. It is unreasonable to compare us with you, who have been dealt a favorable one. The heavens seem to favor my second brother, a veritable academic prodigy. It's utterly unjust. Ifu opened his mouth, keen to inquire just how irresponsible his second brother truly was, but his impeccable upbringing restrained him from voicing such thoughts. The fates of Lan Tan, Lan Di, and Lan He, whether they possess a literary benefactor, remain inscrutable even to his master. The six of them are bound by blood as divine beings, their destinies diverging from the ordinary and subject to change at any moment. Unwilling to engage further in idle chatter, Ifu resumed inscribing his name in the new book, dismissively stating, "All six of you are fated to contend with calamities. Your fates are quite similar. Focus on your studies and cease making excuses." Lan Jun tilted his head in contemplation, suddenly feeling rather proud of himself. "Indeed, I am destined to have a remarkable aunt. It feels exhilarating to be untouchable." Ifu remarked, "Truly, one could see the resemblance to little Ning. Such ill omens of calamity would typically be regarded as signs of misfortune, prompting most to seek ways to mitigate their fate." Yet, the more Lan Jun pondered, the more he reveled in his pride, brimming with joy. "I wonder if my aunt is behaving well at home. I miss her dearly." Just as Lan Jun finished speaking, a commotion erupted at the classroom door, the sound of children's shoes tapping rhythmically against the floor. Following this, the sweet voice of little and Ning rang out. "Shixiong Junju Ning Ning is here to go to school." The entire class turned in unison towards the entrance. "Wow, whose adorable little star is this?" Both Lan Jun and Yi Fu stiffened simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the door. Little Ning, cradling a milk bottle, cheerfully bounded in. At the front of the classroom, the homeroom teacher, having just distributed the new books, was about to convene a brief class meeting. Upon seeing the little one rush in, the teacher's tone softened involuntarily. "Whose child is this? Where are the parents? How did she come in?" The little star, in her noisy shoes, scampered to the desks of two students in the front row. The students quickly stood, apologizing profusely. "Sorry, teacher, this is my little child." Lan Jun thought to himself, "I must never let the teacher or my classmates know this is my aunt. It's not that I find her too young, but rather that I disdain the unpleasantness of my deskmate's name." At this moment, Ifu also felt apprehensive about her calling him aunt, striving to maintain his composure. "Sorry, teacher, this is my little junior sister." Classmates craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the little star, their chatter disrupting the order. "Wow, is she our class's accelerated learner's little sister? Besides excelling in studies, what else has she learned? How could there be such a young junior sister?" Ifu ascended the academic ladder with remarkable speed, scarcely familiarizing himself with his classmates. All that was known was that he was the eldest son of a wealthy family, not merely due to his financial prowess, but rather because of his inherent talent. While students across the school completed a semester's curriculum in 4 to 5 months, Ifu accomplished the same in merely 1 or 2 months before departing from the school. He would then return to Tianjifeng to pursue his studies under his master, only to return at the end of the term to sit for examinations. Last semester, he had opted to take the 4th grade final exam and achieved a perfect score. At this moment, a small child burst into the classroom, causing an uproar. "Silence, everyone!" The female homeroom teacher's expression soured as she rapped her knuckles against the teacher's desk, instantly restoring quiet. It was nearly noon, and most parents were likely waiting at the school gate to pick up their children. The gatekeeper had inadvertently allowed the little one to slip inside. As the homeroom teacher raised her gaze, she noted that the 2 students the child sought were both of significance. One was the scion of the wealthy family, the school's key prodigy, Ifu, and the other, a new transfer student, appeared to be a relative of the affluent family, personally delivered by Chairman the esteemed young master, Lan Jun. With a sigh, the homeroom teacher lamented the situation. "Alas, they are all formidable young masters. I cannot allow this parent to wait too long at the gate." Ifu's desk was positioned outside, while Lan Jun occupied a seat by the window within. Upon entering, Xiao Ningning nestled beside Ifu, mimicking him as she chirped at the teacher, "I'm sorry, miss, my little one." Her innocent interruption shattered the class's decorum, rendering the meeting unmanageable. "Ha ha ha! You are the little one!" exclaimed the teacher, charmed by the child's adorableness, surpassing even her cousin's cuteness. The teacher's reprimand faltered in the face of the child's charm, and her stern demeanor softened. "Very well, class is dismissed. New books will be distributed. Please inscribe your names on them, and do not misplace them. Be punctual for class tomorrow." The announcement of dismissal ignited a cacophony of noise. The homeroom teacher, her face darkened, stepped outside, overwhelmed by the commotion created by the energetic children. Yifu and Lan Jun, too engrossed in embracing their precious little charge, had little inclination to organize their new textbooks. "Little master, come here for a hug." Yifu had not even replaced the cap on his pen before he wrapped his arms around Xiao Ningning, quietly summoning luck. He dissipated the negative energy that filled the classroom, as Yifu and Lan Jun had yet to fully integrate with their classmates. None rushed forward to embrace Xiao Ningning, maintaining a respectful distance as they observed. "Xiao Ningning, what brings you here? You must play for a while and return soon. Your senior will be studying for a while, but will soon return to the mountain to accompany you." Xiao Ningning shook her little head, having learned to refuse. No, I'm not going back. Ningning wants to go to school with Junjun." Lei Yun, realizing the gravity of the situation, leaned closer and softly coaxed. "Little master, you are still too young. The school cannot accept you yet. You can join when you are older." Yifu understood the potential severity of the matter, drawing several sharp breaths in apprehension. It was already a challenge to dispel the negative energy for his 6 brothers. He could hardly fathom the consequences if the entire school were to recklessly engage with the precious child. "Xiao Ningning, you do not need to attend school. Master has said that you will soon be able to absorb all this knowledge." He too resided at a boarding school, as returning to the Yi family was somewhat distant. "Originally, my father intended to purchase an apartment near the school for him, but he chose to follow his master in pursuit of asceticism, rejecting extravagance and wastefulness. His parents, exasperated, ultimately refrained from making the purchase." Lan Jun casually shoved the new book into his desk, too apathetic to place it in his backpack. "Big brother, school is dull. Let us go out and have some fun." Just as Lan Jun was about to seize the treasure, Lan Ju arrived. Noticing that they too had finished school, Lan Ju bellowed from the back door of Class 5, "1/5 brother, little master, hurry up. The dormitory at the middle school is ready for us. 4th brother and the beautiful grandma are waiting at the school gate. Qingfeng Middle School is adjacent, and Lan Yu is transitioning to the first year of junior high this semester. The Yi family has generously invested, arranging a spacious dormitory for the children, which accommodates Yi Fu, Lan Yu, Lan Jun, and Lan Ju. Their meals are taken in the middle school cafeteria, renowned for its excellent food and impeccable hygiene. Last year, in a bid to cater to his treasured eldest son, Yi Pingzhou arranged for 8 chefs to manage the cafeteria at Qingfeng Middle School. "Are you 2 ready yet?" The boys dawdled, prompting the beautiful grandma to send me to urge you both for lunch. Upon hearing Lan Ju's booming voice, Yifu and Lan Jun felt a shiver run down their spines. With his arrival, Xiao Ning was also present, her bottle in mouth, expressing their collective lament. "It's over, it's over, it's over." Lan Ju burst in exuberantly upon seeing the little one in Yifu's arms. He wasted no time, exclaiming in front of all the older siblings in Class 5, "One Annie! Ha ha ha! Baby Andy! Come here for a hug." Chapter 70. A frightening anticipation. Who could possibly stop Lan Ju from causing a scene? "Hello, senor. I am from Class 4 of the 3rd grade downstairs. My name is Lan Ju. I apologize for the intrusion. I am here to find my brother and little Yifu." He initially considered referring to him as Little Master, but opted for a name instead, considering the school setting despite its unappealing sound. He confidently entered the classroom, greeted everyone openly, and enthusiastically introduced Xiao and Ning, who was being cradled by Yifu. "This is my little aunt. Don't be misled by her size. She is indeed my biological aunt. My grandmother is her mother." He was deeply protective of his aunt's fierce reputation, eager to announce to the world, "So what? I adore my little aunt." Yifu's face flushed slightly, prompting her to yield space to Lan Jun. Lan Jun squeezed out from the inner seat and swiftly covered Lan Ju's mouth. It was already too late, The classmates had grasped the situation. No one could contain themselves, and the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Little ant, little Ifu. Ha ha. The classmates were thoroughly amused by the juxtaposition of the tiny ant and the academic prowess of the little scholar, laughing heartily. Xiao and Ning, oblivious to any malice, waved her empty bottle, joining in the laughter. Realizing his mistake, Lan Ju belatedly attempted to rectify the situation. No, don't laugh. There's nothing amusing about this. Ifu is my little master. My NS name is Ning. The seniors continued to chuckle. Ifu's entire face turned crimson as she hurriedly exited the classroom. Clutching Xiao and Ning, Lan Jun grabbed his empty backpack and discreetly followed suit, leaving Lan Ju in a heated debate, his face flushed with anger. Ultimately forced him to retreat with his tail between his legs. At the school gate, the elongated luxury vehicle belonging to the Yi family stood out prominently. Fu Wanmin, accompanied by Lan Yu, mingled among a cluster of parents, with several bodyguards stationed nearby. Some parents, donning feigned enthusiasm, seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Fu Wanmin. "Mrs. Pingzhou, you personally brought your child to register," they exclaimed. The title Mrs. Yi sounded rather unsavory, akin to a concubine, and Yi Pingzhou detested being addressed in such a manner. Those in the know understood this well. Fu Wanmin, behind her large sunglasses, offered a distant yet polite smile, replying, "Indeed." Attention soon shifted to the young boy standing beside Fu Wanmin. "Mrs. Pingzhou, this young master is quite handsome. Is he a relative of yours?" Fu Wanmin rolled her eyes behind her sunglasses, silently criticizing her husband. What was the point of being a billionaire if he had no freedom? Every meal and drink was subjected to excessive scrutiny and interpretation, which was utterly vexing. As Lan Yu hailed from a prestigious family, he naturally comprehended the intricacies of this circle and had recently acquired some understanding of the Yi family. The Lan family had disgracefully collapsed, and he was anxious not to trouble the Yi family. Preemptively, he interjected before his master uncle's mother could speak. "No, you are mistaken." He quickly retreated, creating distance. However, his hand was abruptly grasped. The mother of his master uncle pulled him back to her side, affectionately ruffling his hair, and smilingly responded to the inquisitive parent. "Yes, this child is from my family. What of it?" The retort took the person aback, as if to imply, "Do you have an issue with that?" The woman, taken aback, had no choice but to stammer a compliment. "Oh my, your family has splendid genes. The children are truly beautiful." Fu Wanmin held onto the boy's hand without letting go, adjusting her sunglasses as she confidently replied, "Thank you." Lan Yu lowered his head, feeling somewhat dazed. This sensation mirrored the care he received from Jing Mama. Whenever Xuan Meijin punished them, Jing Mama would always position herself in front, doing everything possible to protect them. Unfortunately, Jing Mama, being of limited influence, often had to kneel and plead for mercy from Xuan Meijin. Lost in his memories, several children emerged from school. "Mama, hug. You hug." That sweet voice could only belong to Xiao Anning. The moment Xiao Anning saw her mother, she transformed into a clingy little creature, incessantly calling out, "Mama, Mama, hug." This utterance attracted considerable attention. Fu Wanmin remained remarkably composed as she accepted the little one from her son's embrace, knowing well how the child had arrived at school, and chose not to inquire further. "Ning Ning, my darling, have you been mischievous again? Come, let us have lunch. Make sure to eat well, so we can head back soon, or your grandfather will worry." Lan Yu also maintained his composure, unable to resist caressing his little aunt's cheek. "I knew you wouldn't stay obediently at the temple. You come looking for me so soon." Little Ning Ning adored her nephew, showering him with sugary affection. Ning Ning misses Yu Yu. Yu Yu is so good. Lan Yu and Ma pinched his little aunt's cheek, and the shadows that had lingered in his heart dissipated in an instant. "As if I would miss you. If you missed me, why didn't you come find me?" Running over here, his hands were too restless, inadvertently interrupting the playful antics of the little white and black dumplings. The little white dumpling, in a huff, floated above his mother and Lan Yu, causing a ruckus. In earlier times, the little white dumpling would select a method of bestowing blessings, at most sneezing twice toward her mother, ensuring that her mess would not bombard her mother as head. However, nowadays, it is utterly exasperating, This mother is beyond redemption, allowing filth to rain down upon her. The more, the merrier, with an elder brother by her side. Little Ning freely engaged with everyone, charming and affectionate, exuding an irresistible allure. As Ning Ning grew, she sensed the need for her companion, Shi Xiangjun, to attend school. She felt several pairs of malicious eyes from the crowd scrutinizing her mother and them, overhearing whispers brewing ill intentions. I heard Yi Pingzhou is assisting a group of children with their household registrations and school enrollments. Could it be that she's been secretly birthing illegitimate children outside? How many wealthy men refrain from keeping mistresses? Look at that haughty woman surnamed Fu, flaunting her airs. In a few years, she shall fade into obscurity, far inferior to my daughter. This was the murmur of a corpulent older woman. Little Ning, incensed, raised her empty bottle and waved it towards the plump woman, shouting fiercely, "Ah, be quiet. Stop arguing. How annoying." With numerous parents present, the din was overwhelming, rendering the words of the little one inaudible. Only Yi Fu noticed in Ning's actions. He turned to look. In the crowd, a stout older woman was sizing up his mother and little Ning. When Yi Fu gazed at her, she yawned in a most undignified manner. Misfortune struck unexpectedly. After the woman yawned, her jaw became dislocated, rendering her unable to close her mouth. She stared wide-eyed, her hand supporting her chin, desperately gaping and calling out in agony. Drool cascading down the corners of her mouth. The crowd erupted into chaos. "Oh dear, Granny Yuan, what has happened to you? What is wrong with your mouth? Is it a hypertension episode, causing you to struggle for breath?" One of the older woman's hefty hands cradled her chin, while the other flailed aimlessly, struggling to articulate two words: a checkup, presumably referring to the hospital. "I can't leave the students. Don't worry, I'll call 120 for you." The crowd's attention, which had initially been fixated on the wealthy matron and several unfamiliar children, was abruptly diverted by the portly woman. Little Ning leaned against her mother's shoulder, concealing her small face behind the bottle, muttering softly, No, Ning Ning didn't he? I'm not scared. Ning Ning is very good, denying any involvement in the incident. Just past her second birthday, having recently experienced the consequences of her actions, the precious child was slowly beginning to understand herself. She was acutely aware that her elder brother was there to protect everyone while she was the one causing trouble. She could not venture alone to the Yi household to seek her brother's parents. At school, she could only appear beside her brother. Ning, darling, let us go eat. Fu Wanmin was yet unaware that this little predicament was instigated by her beloved child. She had no inclination to join the fray and quickly departed with the children. After contacting the three older children, they found a restaurant nearby the school to settle their lunch. Beneath the blue sky and amidst the azure earth, they arrived, having already placed their orders. As the three brothers spotted their little dumpling at the table, they remained unfazed, maintaining their calm demeanor. United in their efforts, they prepared to handle the little milk dumpling. Lan Tian gently offered the carefully deboned fish to the child. "Be good, eat your fill, and promptly return to the temple for a midday nap." Lan Di also wishes to offer the child a morsel of meat. "Little boss, if I possessed your abilities, I would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of the world by now, rather than attending school." He attempted to grasp a hefty piece of meat, but with his small mouth, he struggled to take a bite. Lan He, somewhat exasperated, swatted away the meat on the second child's chopsticks and provided the little one with some vegetables instead. The little ant obediently assured that her belly was full and would return home immediately, lest the master and mistress grow anxious. Fu Wanmin joyfully cradled the child, feeding him. Ning, dear, you mustn't run around carelessly. Once their holiday is over, they will come back to play with you." The mother wished to express the dangers outside, but realized that such words were ill-suited for this precious child. It was better to phrase it differently. "Oh, how dangerous it is for you, my darling." Yi Fu and Lan Jun began to coax the child from the classroom, utterly at a loss for words. Even the fierce Lan Ju joined in the persuasion. "Little Ant's baby, you just turned 2 yesterday. The kindergarten thinks you are too small. An elementary school certainly won't accept you. Finish your meal quickly, and then you must return home. We won't see you off." Little Ning understood, but pretended not to, munching away. After finishing a bowl of rice, The little one vanished in the blink of an eye as they exited the dining hall. Everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. Fu Wanmin hurriedly took out her phone to make a call. As she returned home obediently, Chapter 71. The child's great addiction, the old man's phone was lost. Fu Wanmin's call did not connect. Thankfully, Yifu had saved the master's phone number and promptly dialed it. Master, did little Ning just have lunch with us? Has she returned? On the other end of the line, the elderly lady was about to say no when the child joyfully ran in from the courtyard. Her little voice chiming in. Shi Xiong Ning Ning is back. Shigu, I want to play with the phone, and I want to talk on the phone. The elderly lady beamed with a warm smile, bending down to open her arms for the approaching child. You've returned. Rest assured, you can go back to school. The little deity is quite well behaved. She quickly handed the phone to the child. Here, let our little deity speak on the phone. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, the old man sighed in relief, casting aside his book to attend to the little ancestor. This was far more important than cultivation. The joys and sorrows of the little ancestor affected all living beings. At that moment, the little ancestor sat on the threshold, holding the phone with utmost seriousness as she chatted. Shi Xiong, study well. When the holiday is over, Big Brother will return, and so will the other 8. From a receiver came the brother's voice, filled with affection. All right, I'll heed little Ning Ning's arrangements. Starting tonight, you must learn to sleep alone. If you miss me, just hug that big white plush toy, all right? It was a special gift for me, nearly my size, meant to keep you company at night while I'm away at school. Litle Ning Ning obedienti repliet okoi. Ning Ning will hug the big white toy and Shi Xiong's big white. The old man and old lady, with their hunched backs, quietly listened as the 2 children conversed. Whatever the elder brother said, the little one responded with eagerness. After the call ended, the child continued to sit on the threshold, playing with the phone. As it wouldn't harm her eyesight, the old man and old lady chose not to interfere. In the afternoon, the workers transported the final batch of materials up the mountain, preparing to commence the construction of the cable car. The chief supervisor personally visited to greet the old Taoist priest, expressing intentions to set up temporary worker shelters in the vacant space of the orchard on the back mountain. The elder had but one modest request, that no household waste be carelessly discarded, thereby preserving the environment. This was also the reason he refrained from purchasing disposable products. Having lived on the mountain for a lifetime, he endeavored to maintain an ecologically sustainable lifestyle to prevent pollution. The stack of disposable items bought by the Blue Sky was given to the workers, leaving only the disposable cups behind. That evening, upon returning, the elder found that Yifu had taken it upon himself to confess his wrongdoing. One of the antique teacups had been broken. The mischievous young lad claimed it was an accident. The elder, at that moment, chose not to respond, having already anticipated the involvement of the little deity. Meanwhile, the workers were erecting the shelters on the back mountain. The incessant noise of cutting machines and electric drills shattering the once serene atmosphere of the Taoist temple. This disturbance rendered the elder and his wife unable to enjoy their tea or engage in philosophical discussions. Each took a small stool and sat beside the young child, quietly observing him. To their astonishment, the elder and his wife nearly dropped their eyes to the ground. The elderly lady's smartphone was a smart device, out of boredom. She often scrolled through Douyin, catching up on the news. The child had clicked into Douyin, thoroughly engrossed in play. With a swipe of his small hand, he stumbled upon an advertisement for a certain inexpensive yet practical domestic product. The child even knew to tap a red heart, exclaiming, "I love you, moi, support." Another swipe led him to a popular influencer with millions of followers, who was currently live streaming. The influencer, with a disdainful expression, scorned the audience with a rather unpleasant tone. Is 79 really that expensive? Please, don't speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. Our brand faces numerous challenges. Sometimes, you should reflect on yourselves. After all these years, has your salary increased? Have you been working diligently? The live streaming room erupted in chaos. The elderly lady, observing the child play with the phone, grew irate and pointed at the screen, turning to the elder to complain. Isn't this a classic case of biting the hand that feeds you? Once they are well fed, they scold their benefactors. The elder, unfamiliar with Douyin, remained silent. The elderly lady continued her tirade. Which influencer isn't supported by their fans to attain wealth? Once they have money, They look down upon those who put food on their tables. This prominent influencer's live session boasted over 1 million viewers, marking them as a top-tier figure in the influencer world. The elderly lady clicked her tongue, mimicking the influencer's disdainful demeanor with drooping eyebrows and a pouting lip. While one might sweetly call them influencers, a more candid term would be internet beggars, relying solely on the goodwill of others, yet holding an air of superiority. The child, grasping the meaning, poked the influencer's face on the screen with his tiny fingers, declaring, "Annoying." Initially, the elder maintained a detached demeanor, but the child's small gesture of poking the influencer's face through the screen prompted him to lean in closer, examining the individual on the screen. Indeed, the influencer's fortune appeared dim, and despite the beauty filter, it could not evade the discerning eye of a seasoned observer. The misfortune was evident, though not fatal. From this moment forth, the fortunate streak of the internet celebrity has come to a definitive end, and misfortune is set to ensue. Little divine monarch, can you truly manage this? The elderly lady paused for a moment, leaning closer to the phone to observe the internet celebrity. She could not discern any flaws, but from the astonished expression of the old man, she could surmise something was amiss. Little divine monarch is quite impressive. Is this what they call cloud service? The little divine monarch appeared perplexed. Oh dear, uncle and aunt, please be obedient. Ning Ning wants to see on her own. The old man and woman blocked the view of the precious child engrossed in the phone. The little one wiggled her small bottom, inching towards a threshold, deliberately obstructing their view. Her tiny fingers continued to swipe across the screen, while her mouth did not rest. How annoying, so ugly. I dislike it. Ning Ning wants to find a pretty aunt. The child shunned the sight of unkind souls, subsequently seeking out those with good hearts, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters alike. This time, she stumbled upon an internet celebrity brother who explicated ancient culture. The elder brother was intellectually rich, eloquently articulating the treasures of cultural heritage. This was indeed a deserving internet sensation. The child, having not encountered anything unsightly,